On the eve of the college entrance examination, the apocalypse descends. Humanity across the globe is swept into a brutal and grim reality of a zombie game. Separated from his family, Lin Feng, a high school senior, finds himself armed only with a striking golden desert eagle. Yet he possesses a mere 100 rounds of ammunition. How is one to survive this? Just as Lin Feng is on the verge of tears, a sudden announcement resonates in his mind. Ding! The Supreme Attribute System has awakened. 1. Blue Attribute, Blue Flame LV102. Blue Attribute, Split LV1. 3. Golden Attribute, Infinite Bullets. Your firearms will no longer consume any ammunition, granting you an endless supply of bullets. The Infinite Bullets attribute loads. As Lin Feng, who worries about his shooting accuracy, experiences an upgrade to his firearm, he miraculously draws a red attribute. Red Attribute. Upon selecting a target, ignore space and time, achieving infinite headshots. Enemies. Indeed, I've activated it. I'm guaranteed a headshot. Though, I become intangible. How could I be hit from that angle? The atmosphere suddenly shifts. Chapter 1. A global game? I'll watch a clip first. Xiao Feng, the college entrance examination is tomorrow. Get to bed early tonight. Don't be anxious. Just perform normally. Your father believes in you. At the dining table, Lin's father places a piece of braised pork into Lin Feng's bowl, wearing a reassuring smile. Exactly. You're the best, son. I've made soup for you to nourish your brain. Lin Feng's mother chimes in, her eyes filled with maternal affection. Lin Feng stirs his rice, feeling a mix of gratitude and pressure. The college entrance examination is indeed a significant milestone in life. He was about to express his thoughts in response to his parents' concern when suddenly, buzz, a strange humming sound erupts, not from the television nor outside, but as if it detonated directly within his mind. Lin Feng feels darkness engulf him, the world spinning as if he were thrust into a washing machine on a vigorous spin cycle. The dining table, his parents, and the warmth of home vanish in an instant. When he finally steadies himself and regains clarity, he finds himself standing in what appears to be a beginner's village from a game. Surrounding him are rudimentary wooden houses, dirt paths, and a few figures clad in coarse clothing meandering about, their heads adorned with floating green names and the label NPC. Even more absurd, he is surrounded by a throng of people, men, women, and children alike, all wearing expressions of confusion and shock at what's going on. I was just working overtime at the office. Oh my, I was in the bath. Who pulled me out? My clothes. Where are my clothes? Well, mommy, I want my mommy. Is this a transmigration? A game? A holographic game? When did technology become this advanced? The cacophony of voices causes Lin Feng's head to throb. That moment, a grand, cold, emotionless voice echoes in everyone's minds. Welcome to New Era. Humanity has been forcibly transported to this apocalyptic survival game. Here, you will face endless zombies and unknown dangers. Survival is the sole objective. Now, please select your primary weapon. This will be your initial companion for survival. As the voice fades, a translucent screen materializes before each person, showcasing a variety of weapons. Please select your primary weapon type. 1. Cold weapons, swords, guns, staffs, axes. A wide variety, stable and reliable. 2. Firearms, randomly drawn from various pistols. Powerful, but requires ammunition. Upon the appearance of the screen, the crowd erupts in excitement. I choose a knife. A big cleaver. Let's chop those zombies. I want a gun. A gun is essential. In this era, having a gun is key. A stick. A stick looks cool to wield. What about a bow? It allows for stealthy long-range attacks. Everyone chimes in with their choices. Lin Feng gazes at the screen, but he refrains from making a hasty decision. He notices a small play button at the bottom right corner of the screen, labeled Game Trailer V1.0. There's a trailer? Lin Feng feels a surge of curiosity. Given the frenzy around him, it seems it will take a while before he gets his turn to choose. He might as well see what the game entails. Thus, while those around him eagerly select weapons or shout in panic, Lin Feng calmly clicks on the trailer. Whoosh! The impactful sound effects resonate. The screen depicts towering skyscrapers crumbling, once thriving cities reduced to ruins. Grotesque, sluggish zombies roam the streets, and occasionally, swifter, more terrifying mutated forms dart by. The scene shifts to showcase players in action. Some wield long blades, slicing through zombies with precision. Others swing sturdy staffs, smashing through the bones of encroaching undead. There are those firing rifles, unleashing a barrage of bullets that send zombies crashing to the ground. And even more spectacular, a player hoists a rocket launcher, obliterating a cluster of zombies in a fiery explosion. Wow, this is exhilarating. Lin Feng's eyes sparkle with excitement. Close combat with cold weapons is thrilling, but the long-range prowess of firearms appears even more appealing. Especially that rocket launcher, truly a man's romance. The trailer isn't lengthy, lasting around 10 minutes, but it effectively showcases the game's background, fundamental mechanics, and professions. It concludes with a grand logo proclaiming welcome to New Era. After watching the trailer, Lin Feng feels more informed. This game seems quite promising. He wonders about his parents. They must have been drawn in as well, though he is uncertain of their location within this beginner's village. Reminder: internal communication in the beginner's village is now active. You may interact with other players in this village via the chat channel. Cross-village communication and friend messaging will require specific conditions to unlock. The system prompt sounds once more. Lin Feng glances at the lower left corner of the screen, where indeed a chat box has appeared, currently inundated with messages. Brothers and sisters from Beginner Village 888. Is anyone there? I'm Wang Dayton. I'm looking for a team. Coordinates 1258. Is anyone nearby? I spotted a lone zombie, but am too scared to engage. Wow, I want to go home. Where's the shop? I need to buy food. What weapon should I choose? I'm so conflicted. Lin Feng shakes his head, dismissing the noisy chat channel. It's time to select a weapon. Cold weapons or firearms. Cold weapons are stable, with no need to worry about ammunition. Firearms possess great power, but require bullets. The trailer also mentioned that ammunition is a scarce resource. Lin Feng ponders thoughtfully. As a high school senior on the brink of his college entrance examination, his mind is still sharp. I'll choose firearms. Why? Because they're cool. A man should wield a gun. As for ammunition concerns, those can be addressed later. He can always conserve in the early stages. With determination, he reaches out and selects the firearms option. You have chosen firearms. Random selection is underway. Congratulations. You have obtained a golden quality weapon, the Desert Eagle Golden Edition. Bonus: 100 universal handgun bullets. Swish! A magnificent, golden handgun of imposing design materialized in Lin Feng's grasp. Hefting the weighty weapon, its surface glimmered with an ostentatious sheen under the faint light of the novice village. Holy moly! The Golden Desert Eagle. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He had encountered this firearm in the game before. It possessed tremendous power, albeit with considerable recoil. Yet, the ostentation of its golden hue was rather excessive. Excitedly, he toyed with the Golden Desert Eagle and opened its attributes for inspection. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition. Quality: golden. Type: handgun. Power: 50 to 70. Rate of fire: slow. Effective range: 80 meters. Magazine capacity: 7 rounds. Special effect: intimidation. Has a chance to instill fear in lower-level targets. Current ammunition: 7/100. Remaining in backpack: 93 rounds. Evaluation: a luxurious and lethal handgun, a symbol of status and power, provided you have sufficient ammunition. Impressive firepower. Lin Feng mused, quite satisfied. However, the magazine capacity was a tad lacking, limited to just 7 rounds. Moreover, glancing at the solitary 93 rounds in his backpack, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Hadn't the promotional video mentioned that ammunition was exceedingly expensive? He quickly accessed the system's rudimentary shop interface, which only stocked basic supplies, and located the universal bullets. Price: 10 copper coins per round. 10 copper coins for a single round. Lin Feng glanced at his character information, noting his initial funds: 10 copper coins. A twitch of annoyance crossed Lin Feng's lips. In other words, his entire fortune was only sufficient to purchase a single bullet. Once those 100 initial rounds were expended, would he be reduced from a master of firearms to merely a stick? What a scam! Lin Feng raged internally. He had suspected as much. Random rewards were indeed unreliable. This Golden Desert Eagle appeared formidable, but turned out to be a voracious beast. Surely, only a large team could afford to sustain such a weapon? As a penniless individual, where would he procure the funds for bullets? He lamented, realizing he should have opted for a hefty cleaver instead. Albeit less aesthetically pleasing, at least he wouldn't have to worry about running out of blue. Hey, little brother, are you new here too? A hearty voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, Lin Feng beheld a burly man clad in a work vest, his face adorned with stubble, gazing at the Golden Desert Eagle in his hands with a somewhat complex expression. Yeah, just arrived, Lin Feng nodded. Wow, a Golden Desert Eagle. Lucky you, the man exclaimed, clicking his tongue. But choosing firearms. Not the wisest decision, young one. That thing will surely burn through your funds. Bullets are exorbitantly priced, and you'll inevitably drain your teammates. A few others nearby had gathered, drawn by the commotion, and their expressions varied as they beheld Lin Feng's golden weapon. Whoa, a golden weapon. Talk about luck. Too bad it's a gun, and a Desert Eagle at that. The bullets. Huh. Another young fool deceived by the promotional video, thinking he could just blast away? Just wait. Once he runs out of bullets, he'll be in for a rude awakening. Their derisive and pitying gazes were unmistakable. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was true he had chosen based on the promotional video, and he had only briefly contemplated the ammunition issue. Now he had unwittingly become the naive rookie in their eyes. However, the burly man did not mock him. Instead, he patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Little brother, You remind me of my own kid, just come of age and clueless about the world. How about this? Let's team up. I've chosen a shield and a one-handed hammer. I'll take the lead, and you can focus on dealing damage from behind, but I'll guide you through the early stages until you find a larger group or manage to procure some bullets. What do you say? The man's gaze was sincere, genuinely treating Lin Feng like a younger relative. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart that I end this apocalyptic game, where trust was elusive. Finding someone so forthcoming was indeed rare. However, teaming up, after a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. Thank you for the kind offer, but I would prefer to try on my own first. IT wasn't a matter of distrust. He was simply accustomed to solitary endeavors and felt that the game wouldn't truly corner him into despair. All right then, to each their own. The man conceded without pressure, though a hint of regret lingered in his tone. Let's add each other as friends. I'm called Old Wong loves to haul bricks. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to reach out. I'll help as much as I can. Sure, I'm Lin Feng, he replied, sharing his name. The game allowed display of real names or aliases, and he hadn't yet changed it. The two exchanged friend requests. At that moment, ding, a crisp notification chimed in Lin Feng's mind, detected that the host has bound their destined weapon. Enchantment entry system activated. This system can add various magical entries to the host's weapons and future class skills. Newbie benefit. Detected the host's destined weapon is of golden quality. A chance to draw a free weapon enchantment entry is awarded. Please draw your enchantment entry. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. The system. My golden finger has arrived. As expected, he had always known that as the self-proclaimed protagonist, he would possess an extraordinary advantage. Barely containing his excitement, he inhaled deeply and mentally pressed the shimmering draw button. A virtual roulette appeared before him, showcasing 3 squares glowing with different hues. The wheel spun rapidly before gradually coming to a halt point. 3 options materialized. 1. Blue entry, Blue Flame LV1. Bullets have a chance to inflict a lingering blue flame effect upon hitting a target, causing minor fire damage for 1 second. 2. Blue entry, Split LV1. Bullets have a chance to split into a shard upon hitting a target, dealing small splash damage to surrounding foes. 3. Gold entry, Infinite bullets. Your firearm will no longer consume any ammunition, granting you infinite bullets. Upon seeing the third option, Lin Feng's breath hitched. Blue flame? Burning? Sounds appealing. Split? Splash damage? That could work. But infinite bullets. Was there even a choice to be made? This was nothing short of a divine entry tailor-made for his golden desert eagle. What concern for ammunition consumption? What worries about expenses? In the face of infinite bullets, all of that was mere trifles. I choose this one. Without hesitation, Lin Feng decisively pressed on infinite bullets. Entry selection successful. Adding the golden entry infinite bullets to your destined weapon Desert Eagle Golden Edition. Addition successful. Lin Feng felt a gentle tremor in the golden Desert Eagle, as if a faint golden halo had enveloped its body before vanishing. He quickly re-examined the weapon's attributes. Desert Eagle Golden Edition, LV1, infinite bullets. Quality, golden. Type, handgun. Power, 50 to 70. Rate of fire, slow. Effective range, 80 meters. Magazine capacity, 7 rounds. Special effects, intimidation, infinite bullets, activated. Current ammunition, 7/. This weapon no longer consumes ammunition. The next enchantment, weapon level reaches LV10. Evaluation, a luxurious and lethal handgun. It has now truly transformed into an inexhaustible source of firepower. Unleash your fury without restraint. Gazing at the 7/ symbol and the description stating this weapon no longer consumes ammunition, Lin Feng's lips curled into a manic smile, nearly bursting into a pig-like squeal of delight. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. Chapter 2. Accepting the quest. At this moment, what he held was no longer a frivolous toy that squandered resources, but a genuine weapon of mass destruction. The surrounding individuals were still engaged in discussions, with some already eager to step beyond the village to test their mettle. The burly Uncle Wong, fond of manual labor, also greeted him before departing with his shield and hammer. Lin Feng suppressed his smile and took a deep breath. Newbie village, NPCs, quests, maps, zombies. This game had only just begun. His gaze grew resolute. Dad, Mom, wait for me, I will surely find you. He vowed to carve a bloody path through this damned zombie game with his infinite bullet golden sand eagle. Having resolved the formidable challenge of ammunition, Lin Feng's spirits soared. With the golden sand eagle in hand, it felt as though the entire world of zombies beckoned to him, urging, come and fight us. However, impulse is a treacherous companion, particularly in a game world where lives are as expendable as grass. Lin Feng stifled the urge to rush out of the village in a flurry of gunfire, opting instead to familiarize himself with his surroundings. He meandered through the modest expanse of Newbie Village 888. The village was not large, its layout quite simple. At the center lay a small square, flanked by several wooden huts that were somewhat more presentable. One hut bore a sign indicating it was a general store, where a cheerful, plump NPC named Mary stood at the entrance, her name displayed in green above her head. As Lin Feng approached, he peered inside to find a selection of basic goods, coarse rations, murky drinking water, and the most rudimentary healing herbs. Additionally, there were exorbitantly priced universal bullets, 10 copper coins each, which stung Lin Feng anew, even though he no longer needed them. Next door was a blacksmith shop, where a brawny NPC named Bart, bare-chested and muscular, was hammering away industriously. Here, one could repair equipment and purchase the most basic white-quality melee weapons, ranging from swords to sticks, all for a few dozen copper coins. Further ahead, Lin Feng discovered what appeared to be a bulletin board, beside which stood a serious-looking female NPC clad in leather armor, bow slung over her shoulder. Her name was Quest Issuer Lena. As he approached, he noticed several quests posted on the board. Novice quest, eliminate the threat. Quest description, the number of zombies surrounding the village has increased, threatening the safety of newbie village. Brave adventurers are requested to venture outside the village and eliminate 10 zombies. Quest reward, 50 experience points, 20 copper coins. Available to accept. Novice quest, collect supplies. Quest description, Mary's general store requires supplies. Please collect 5 pieces of torn cloth and deliver them to her. Torn cloth can be acquired from the bodies of zombies. Quest reward, 30 experience points, 10 copper coins, 2 coarse rations. Available to accept. Novice quest, the blacksmith's request. Quest description, Bart requires some rusty iron blocks to forge weapons. Please collect 3 rusty iron blocks and deliver them to him. Rusty iron blocks can be found in the abandoned areas outside the village or may drop from certain special zombies. Quest reward, 40 experience points, 15 copper coins. Available to accept. These were all very basic novice quests, with meager rewards. However, even the smallest gains were better than none, so Lin Feng readily accepted all 3 tasks. Even the tiniest mosquito is still meat. Finally, he arrived at the innermost part of the village, standing before the largest and seemingly most robust wooden building. 2 guard NPCs stood at the entrance, and a sign indicated it was the village chief's office. Cautiously, Lin Feng stepped inside, where he found an elderly NPC named Old John, clad in tattered armor, his hair grizzled but his gaze still sharp, seated at a desk studying what appeared to be a map. "Young man, what brings you here?" Old John inquired, his voice tinged with fatigue. "Hello, sir. I am Lin Feng, a newly arrived adventurer. Is there any way I can assist you?" Lin Feng asked politely, aware of the basic etiquette in gaming. Perhaps it would trigger some hidden quest. Old John regarded him for a moment before sighing. Alas, the area surrounding the village is swarming with those damn zombies, and resources are becoming increasingly scarce. Your willingness to help is much appreciated. Lena should have some tasks for you. Do your part, young man. Take care of yourself. It seemed there were no hidden quests after all. Lin Feng felt a slight disappointment, but he understood. This was, after all, a novice village. After bidding farewell to Old John, Lin Feng felt he had grasped the main functional areas of Newbie Village. Next, it was time to decide where to level up. He opened the system's map feature. The map was straightforward, displaying only Newbie Village 888 and a small surrounding area. The village was marked as a safe zone in the center of the map, while several differently colored areas were indicated outside. Level 1 Zombie Roaming Zone. Gray open plains outside the village, with a clear view and numerous but sparsely distributed zombies. Level 1 Abandoned Factory. Gray located to the west of the village. Complex environment, densely populated by zombies, with a possibility of a few elite monsters. Level 2 Infected Jungle. Green to the north of the village, dense with trees and hidden dangers. Zombies here are of a slightly higher level. Misty Valley. Red to the east of the village, shrouded in thick fog. Dangerous, not recommended for novices to approach. The plains would undoubtedly be crowded, as everyone had just acquired their weapons and sought a spacious area to hone their skills. The jungle was a level 2 zone. Venturing there now would be tantamount to courting death. The Misty Valley was marked red. Only a fool would venture there. Thus, the abandoned factory remained as the only viable option. A complex environment means potential cover, making it less likely to be surrounded. A dense population of zombies suggests high monster respawn efficiency. Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. Most importantly, the blacksmith's request mentioned that rusty iron blocks could be found in the abandoned area. The name Abandoned Factory seemed to fit perfectly. I'm going to the abandoned factory. Lin Feng resolved firmly. He checked his equipment, which consisted solely of a Golden Sand Eagle LV-1 with infinite bullets. Armor? Non-existent. He was merely clad in the short-sleeved t-shirt and jeans he had entered with. A bit fragile, he murmured. Nevertheless, armed with a gun. And an infinite ammo one at that, he believed that maintaining distance should suffice. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, gripping the Golden Sand Eagle tightly as he strode confidently toward the west of the village. Crossing the simple wooden fence of Newbie Village, the scenery beyond opened up. Yet the air became thick with the stench of decay. The ground was no longer a smooth dirt path, but rather pockmarked and littered with stones and unidentified debris. The distant sky was a dreary gray, imparting a sense of oppression. Occasionally, faint, Guttural growls echoed in the distance, the unmistakable sounds of zombies. Lin Feng advanced cautiously, keenly observing his surroundings. He noticed several players, also freshly emerged from the village, scattered about the plains, engaging in combat with the sporadic zombies. Those wielding knives moved somewhat clumsily, yet managed to inflict considerable damage upon the undead. Players armed with clubs struggled to maintain their distance, striking cautiously. A few archers stood further back, loosing arrows from afar. As Lin Feng wielded his firearm, he observed a fellow player, cautiously armed with a rudimentary pistol, who had taken 2 careful shots to fell a lone zombie before hastily stowing the weapon away in favor of a backup knife to deliver the finishing blow, clearly intent on conserving ammunition. Witnessing this, Lin Feng felt a flicker of superiority arise within him. With infinite bullets at his disposal, he could act with impunity. He did not tarry on the plains, but continued westward, soon coming upon the silhouette of a decrepit factory. Its rusted metal walls, shattered windows, and a chimney that had partially collapsed bore testament to its dilapidated state, while a sign bearing the name Blue Star Machinery Factory hung crookedly at the entrance, missing letters as if in mockery of its former glory. The ground surrounding the factory was a veritable wasteland, littered with discarded parts, oil drums, and tires. The air, thick with the stench of decay, was further tainted by an odd amalgamation of rust and machine oil. A few wretched zombies, clad in tattered work attire and bearing a sickly gray hue to their skin, limped near the entrance, moving with a sluggishness that belied their intent. Their vacant eyes and incoherent moans filled the air with an unsettling ambience. Zombie, common. Level, 1. Health, 100100. Attack, 5. Defense, 2. Skills, bite, claw attack. Description, the most basic form of zombie, slow-moving and weak in attack, yet their bites or scratches may transmit a virus. Lin Feng chose a position approximately 50 meters from the entrance, where a heap of abandoned oil drums provided a makeshift cover. Taking a deep breath, he raised his golden desert eagle. The gleaming gun stood out vividly against the drab surroundings. He aimed for the head of the nearest zombie. Years of experience in first-person shooters had taught him that headshots yield the highest damage. Bang! The dull, yet powerful report of the gun shattered the eerie silence of the abandoned factory. The recoil was more pronounced than anticipated, sending a slight tremor through his arm. Yet, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the target. The zombie's head burst apart like a watermelon struck by a hammer, showering the area with a spray of red and white. 135. Critical hit. Weak point attack. A vivid red damage number floated above the now lifeless creature. Instant kill. The zombie had not even had time to react. Its body swayed briefly before collapsing, dissipating into a scattering of white light, leaving behind a solitary copper coin and a scrap of tattered cloth. Zombie, common, killed, 1. Experience gained, 1. Acquired copper coin, 1. Acquired tattered cloth, 1. Lin Feng glanced at the system notification, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The prowess of the Golden Desert Eagle was indeed formidable. A single headshot had dispatched a common zombie with ease. The gunfire, however, had attracted the attention of other nearby zombies. Hiss, roar. 5 or 6 zombies immediately turned and began their lurching advance toward Lin Feng's position. Though their speed was lacking, their relentless approach toward a living target sent a shiver down his spine. Calm and composed, Lin Feng found his position advantageous. The zombies would have to navigate around obstacles to reach him. Steadying his breath, he raised his weapon once more. Bang. 68. Body hit. Bang. 130. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Bang. 70. Bang. 125. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The resounding gunfire echoed throughout the abandoned factory area. Lin Feng operated like a stationary artillery unit, meticulously aiming and firing. While the Desert Eagle's rate of fire was not rapid, the abundance of ammunition meant he need not concern himself with reloading or conserving shots. The advancing zombies, one by one, succumbed to his precise, albeit occasionally, marksmanship, their heads exploding in a gruesome display as they fell in their charge. Within a span of 1 or 2 minutes, all 5 or 6 zombies had been dealt with, leaving a small pile of copper coins and several scraps of cloth at his feet. Lin Feng approached to collect his spoils, 5 copper coins and 3 pieces of tattered cloth, along with the first zombie's drop. He now possessed a total of 6 copper coins and 4 pieces of tattered cloth. Progress for the threat elimination task, 610. Progress for the resource collection task, 45. Quite efficient. Lin Feng felt satisfied. He glanced at his experience bar, 6100. Goodness. Only 1 point of experience for each zombie killed? To reach level 2, he would need to slay 100 of them? Lin Feng was taken aback. The pace of leveling up was exceedingly slow. He had anticipated that a few kills would suffice for an upgrade. It appeared that this game was not so easily conquered. Even with infinite bullets, the path to leveling up was fraught with challenges. Notification, weapon proficiency increased, Desert Eagle, Golden version, LV1, infinite bullets, experience, 6. Weapons also possess levels. Desert Eagle, Golden version, LV1, infinite bullets. Experience, 61,000, 1,000 points needed to reach LV2. Killing a single monster also grants 1 point of weapon experience. To reach level 10, one would need to slay 10,000 monsters. Lin Feng felt a twinge of frustration. However, progress is made step by step, and levels are gained incrementally. He shook his head, temporarily casting aside these concerns. The most pressing matter now was to continue hunting. Once more, he raised the golden desert eagle, directing his gaze deeper into the factory. There, more zombies lurked, awaiting their fate. The gunfire served as the signal for the ensuing carnage. Bring forth the experience points. I am coming. Lin Feng licked his lips, a thrill of excitement coursing through him as he ventured further into the forsaken factory. His legend of infinite bullets was about to commence in this level 1 zombie zone. As for the next enchantment requiring both player and weapon to reach level 10, there was no rush. He had plenty of bullets, and time was on his side. Chapter 3, Elite Monsters? Just a few more shots. At this moment, Lin Feng felt akin to a mobile armory, the kind that required no logistical support. With the golden desert eagle in hand and an inexhaustible supply of ammunition, the sensation was simply exhilarating. He cautiously made his way deeper into the abandoned factory. The environment here was even more dilapidated than outside, with dim lighting casting an eerie pallor. Broken conveyor belts, collapsed mechanical arms, and a scatter of metallic parts created a grim tableau of a post-apocalyptic factory. Hiss! Turning around a rusted, massive machine, several more zombies appeared, swaying unsteadily. Having garnered some experience, Lin Feng lifted his gun, aimed, and made a concerted effort to shoot for their heads. Bang! 128. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Bang! 65. Body hit. Bang! 131. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The gunfire rang out incessantly. Although the recoil of the golden desert eagle remained formidable, each shot sent his arm jolting upward. He had begun to acclimate to the rhythm. Youthful vigor aided his coordination and adaptability. The advantage of infinite bullets provided a high margin for error. Missed a shot? No problem. Take another. Body hits insufficient? Just fire a few more rounds. With a playful tone, Lin Feng even began to provide his own sound effects, relishing the experience. After dispatching another wave of zombies, his experience bar steadily and slowly increased, while the kill count for the Eliminate Threats quest had already surpassed 10. He gathered the scattered copper coins and tattered fabric from the ground, thus completing the Collect Supplies task. Killed a zombie, normal, 1, gained 1 experience point. Gained 1 copper coin. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV1, unlimited ammo, gained 1 experience point. Such notifications continuously flooded the screen. Still in need of the rusty iron blocks for the blacksmith, Lin Feng remained vigilant as he rummaged through heaps of abandoned parts. It seemed that ordinary zombies did not drop this item. Just then, he turned into what appeared to be the former workshop manager's office, where tables and chairs lay overturned, and documents were strewn across the floor. Suddenly, roar! A roar, significantly louder and more ferocious than that of an ordinary zombie, emanated from the shadowy corner of the office. Following that, a figure, noticeably larger than a typical zombie, charged forth. This creature was clad in a more tattered, oil-stained, and dark red-smeared Foreman-S uniform. Its physique appeared more robust, with one arm disproportionately thick, as if it had undergone some mutation, clutching a rusted large wrench. Its eyes were murky red, exuding an aura of brutality. Mutated Foreman, Elite. Level 1. Health, 500500. Attack power, 15. Defense power, 8. Skills, Heavy Strike, Throw Wrench, Rampaging Charge. Description: a factory foreman deeply infected by the virus, retaining a fragment of its former combat instinct. Its strength and defense far exceed that of ordinary zombies, making it a perilous adversary. Holy cow, an elite monster. Lin Feng was startled, instinctively retreating 2 steps while raising the golden desert eagle. The presence of this elite creature was palpably different. Its 500 health points were 5 times that of an ordinary zombie, not to mention its 3 skills. Roar. The mutated foreman did not grant Lin Feng any time for contemplation. It bellowed and lumbered forward with heavy steps, moving significantly faster than regular zombies. Bang! Lin Feng hastily fired his weapon. The bullet struck the mutated foreman in the chest. 58. Damage numbers appeared, but they were evidently lower than against an ordinary zombie, clearly due to its higher defense. Moreover, that shot seemed to thoroughly enrage it. Grr! The mutated foreman abruptly halted, swinging its thick arm and hurling the wrench in Lin Feng's direction with tremendous force. Whoosh! The wrench flew through the air with a whistling sound. Oh no! Lin Feng's pupils constricted as he quickly performed a roll to evade the incoming wrench with a degree of clumsiness. Clang! The wrench crashed into the iron cabinet behind where he had been standing, producing a deafening sound and leaving a distinct dent. That was close. Lin Feng felt a shiver of fear. Had he been struck, he would have lost a significant amount of health. He was currently clad in novice cloth attire, referring to the plastic clothing he had brought in, quite fragile indeed. Seeing that its throw had missed, the mutated foreman immediately initiated Rampaging Charge, its massive frame barreling towards him like a small tank. Is this never-ending? Lin Feng felt his temper rising. Relying on his relatively agile physique, he swiftly maneuvered around the collapsed tables and chairs in the office, simultaneously firing the Golden Desert Eagle. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire echoed throughout the cramped office, thunderous and deafening. However, a problem arose. The recoil of the Golden Desert Eagle, under conditions of rapid movement and continuous firing, was amplified. Lin Feng felt as though he were wielding a pneumatic jackhammer. With each shot, the muzzle would involuntarily jump or veer off course. He struggled to regain control, but it proved ineffective. 59. Miss. 25. Hit non-critical area. 62. Miss. A series of damage numbers and misses alternated on the screen. His accuracy was indeed dismal. Most of the bullets seemed to have gone astray, and the damage inflicted on the creature was minimal. Damn, his shooting skills were abysmal. Lin Feng couldn't help but critique himself. Normally, he excelled at aiming with a mouse and keyboard in games, yet in this realistic scenario, he had become a master of body outlining. Roar. The mutated foreman had endured several shots. Though not fatal, they still caused pain. It became even more frenzied, smashing a desk in its path to splinters. Fine, let us do this. Lin Feng also steeled himself. There was no escaping now. The office was far too confined. He decided to halt his movements, crouching down, using his left hand to steady his right wrist that held the gun, attempting to stabilize his aim. Hit, hit, hit. He focused intently, targeting the relatively large head of the mutated foreman, and began to pull the trigger in quick succession. Bang, 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 bang. A flurry of 7 bullets erupted in rapid succession. The cumulative recoil nearly numbed his entire shoulder, but the results were significant. 120. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 60. 115. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Miss. 63. Although 1 bullet still missed, 3 bullets struck the foreman's head this time, inflicting a tremendous amount of damage. It let out a final, unwilling roar, its massive form swaying, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed to the ground, soon dissipating into a wisp of white light. The spoils left behind were far more abundant than those from an ordinary zombie. A small pile of shimmering copper coins, several ragged cloth pieces, a rusted iron block glowing faintly, and a pair of seemingly old gray gloves. Killed mutated foreman, elite. 1. Gained 50 experience points. Gained 30 copper coins. Gained 3 ragged cloth pieces. Gained 1 rusty iron block. Gained 1 pair of worn foreman gloves, white. Breathing heavily, Lin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. Defeating an elite monster was unexpectedly exhausting. He checked his character S status. Fortunately, he hadn't lost any health, though he felt somewhat tense. This elite creature indeed possessed some prowess. As he gathered the loot, Lin Feng mused. With 500 health points and skills, along with decent attack power, if it weren't for his unlimited ammo, any ordinary player, even in a group, would likely face considerable difficulty, possibly even a setback. However, Lin Feng weighed the Golden Desert Eagle in his hand. After all this time, he felt he had adapted somewhat to the recoil of this weapon. Perhaps he had indeed practiced his shooting. Despite the somewhat clumsy process, he had successfully taken down this elite creature on his own. That feeling was quite gratifying. He contentedly stashed the spoils. Worn foreman gloves. Quality white. Type, hand armor. Defense, 1. Durability, 2020. Required level, 1. Evaluation, a pair of greasy old gloves, providing minimal defense. Hey, my first piece of equipment. Though the attributes may be subpar, the additional point of defense prompted Lin Feng to equip it without hesitation. His current task progress stood as follows. Eliminate threats, completed. Collect resources, completed. Blacksmith's commission, 13. He still required 2 pieces of rusty iron. These were dropped by elite monsters, indicating that further exploration was necessary. Lin Feng felt invigorated. If he could handle elite monsters, what could possibly hinder his relentless advance through this forsaken factory? Gripping the Golden Desert Eagle once more, he ventured deeper into the shadowy recesses of the plant. Chapter 4. A Bountiful Return. Armed with the experience gained from battling the mutated foreman elite, Lin Feng's subsequent monster hunting escapades unfolded with remarkable fluidity. Gone were the days of recklessly charging ahead. He became adept at utilizing the factory's cover, fragmented walls, the bases of colossal machinery, and towering heaps of scrap. When confronted by ordinary zombies, he strategically positioned himself to practice headshots, aiming to dispatch them in 1 or 2 shots to conserve time and enhance his weapon proficiency. The potency of the Golden Desert Eagle proved more than sufficient against the common undead. Bang. 133. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Zombie, normal, slain, gained 1 experience point. Golden Desert Eagle LV1. Unlimited bullets. Experience 1. Upon encountering sturdier or slightly faster semi-elite zombies, he took a more cautious approach. First targeting their bodies and waiting for the opportune moment to strike their heads as they drew near. After all, with unlimited bullets, he felt no remorse in his actions. Bang, bang, bang. 65, 68, 128. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Sturdy zombie slain. Gained 2 experience points. Golden Desert Eagle LV1. unlimited bullets, experience 1. He discovered that the deeper depths of the abandoned factory indeed yielded rusty iron more readily. Sometimes he would find them beside dilapidated machinery, while at other times, they dropped from unique zombies adorned with chains or wielding metal rods. In no time, he had gathered the 3 pieces of rusty iron required by the blacksmith. Blacksmith's commission, task completed. With this, all 3 tasks assigned in the novice village were accomplished. His personal level steadily rose with each successive kill. After once again blowing the head off a common zombie, the long-awaited system notification chimed at last. Ding! Congratulations. Level increased to LV2. All attributes receive a slight enhancement. Gained 5 free attribute points. Health and mana limits increased. A gentle white light enveloped Lin Feng and swiftly merged into his being. He felt a warm surge within him, alleviating much of his previous fatigue and seemingly augmenting his strength ever so slightly. He had finally leveled up. Excitedly, he opened his character panel. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 2. Class, none. Promotion available at LV10. Health, 120,120. Mana, 5,050. Attack, 150. Enhanced by agility and firearms. Defense, 8. Strength, 6. Affects carrying capacity. Agility, 7. Affects attack power, attack speed, movement speed, evasion. Stamina, 6. Affects health, defense. Spirit, 5. Affects mana and spell resistance. Unallocated attribute points, 5. Equipment, Golden Desert Eagle LV1, unlimited bullets. Experience, 105, 1000. Tattered Foreman's Gloves, white. Experience, 5,300. To reach level 3, 300 experience points required. To level up to 3 requires a staggering 300 experience points. Lin Feng noted the dramatic increase in the experience bar, which had tripled since leveling to 2. The difficulty of leveling up had escalated rather swiftly. What to allocate the attribute points to? He pondered over the 5 precious free points. Increasing agility would undoubtedly enhance weapon attack power, as well as attack speed, movement speed, and evasion. Strength would bolster physical melee damage. But the effectiveness of firearms primarily depends on the weapon itself. It was uncertain how significant the strength bonus would be. Stamina would enhance health and defense, improving survivability. Spirit seemed largely unnecessary. Ultimately, he resolved to prioritize agility, swift movement, rapid strikes, and quick evasion. After careful consideration, Lin Feng decided to allocate all 5 points to agility. Agility, 712. Upon distributing the points, he felt as though his body had become noticeably lighter. Having reached level 2 and completed all tasks, he should logically return to the village to report. However, glancing at the experience bar, which stood at 5,300, and noting that his weapon experience had only just surpassed 100, he felt an urge to press on. The exhilaration of leveling up was too intoxicating. He brimmed with motivation. Moreover, he sensed that his control over the Golden Desert Eagle had significantly improved. Although he was still far from being a sharpshooter, he no longer experienced numbness in his arms or inaccuracies after firing just a few shots. Thus, Lin Feng continued his rampage through the factory. Time slipped away amidst the cacophony of gunfire and the radiant light of fallen zombies. He systematically cleared the factory of hordes of undead, and his experience bar steadily climbed. Indeed, the experience required to progress from level 2 to level 3 had significantly increased. After more than an hour of relentless grinding, he fortuitously encountered a lone mutated foreman, alongside countless ordinary and sturdy zombies. Finally, after dispatching yet another sturdy zombie, the familiar chime resounded once more. Ding! Congratulations. Level increased to LV3. All attributes receive a slight enhancement. Gained 5 free attribute points. Health limit increased. A golden glow enveloped him as he reveled in the thrill of leveling up. Yes, Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 3. Agility, 135 points from leveling up. Unallocated attribute points, 5. Experience, 12,500. To reach level 4, 500 experience points required. Once again, he allocated all 5 attribute points to agility, raising it to an impressive 18 points. With this ascension to level 3, Lin Feng felt a marked enhancement in his capabilities. Observing his surroundings, he noted that the area was nearly devoid of remaining zombies. Venturing further might lead him to regions inhabited by more formidable creatures. With his tasks completed and his level raised to 3, his inventory boasted a new pair of gloves, while his backpack brimmed with copper coins, estimated to number in the hundreds, alongside some inconsequential white trash gear occasionally dropped by zombies. It could be said that he had reaped a bountiful harvest. At that moment, however, a distinct rumble echoed from within Lin Feng's stomach. He placed a hand on his abdomen, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. It dawned on him that throughout his immersive exploration, combat, and leveling, he had neglected to even take a sip of water. As he relaxed, an intense wave of hunger suddenly engulfed him. It was imperative to return to the village post-haste for sustenance. The gnawing sensation of hunger rendered him unable to concentrate any further. Moreover, it was time to report back and see if there were any new tasks or information available. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng ceased his lingering and turned to leave the abandoned factory. On his way back, he encountered several scattered zombies, which he effortlessly dispatched with his golden sand eagle. At this point, defeating these level 1 monsters was remarkably easy for him. He also noticed other players, still cautiously engaging the zombies with melee weapons or conserving ammunition, clearly struggling in the process. In stark contrast, a small sense of superiority welled up within Lin Feng. Unlimited bullets truly were a boon. Before long, he exited the confines of the abandoned factory and returned to the relatively safe expanse outside the village, then passed through the wooden fence to re-enter novice village number 888. The village bustled with activity, yet most players bore expressions of fatigue and tension, indicating that the world outside was far more perilous than it appeared. Taking a deep breath of the relatively fresh air in the village, devoid of any pungent stench, he patted his still grumbling stomach. First, he would turn in his tasks, and then visit Aunt Mary to purchase some food. He strode purposefully towards the task announcer, Lena, his steps light. This outing had yielded significant rewards, not only a level increase, but task completions as well. Most importantly, he had gained a clearer understanding of both this world and his own capabilities. His goal now was to reach level 10 as swiftly as possible, complete his job advancement, and then enchant his profession with impressive attributes. With this in mind, Lin Feng's gaze ignited with fervor. Chapter 5. Returning to the village for respite and astonishing discoveries. With a heart full of achievements and a rumbling stomach, Lin Feng returned to novice village number 888, his steps brisk. Compared to the perilous abandoned factory, the village, though bustling, felt significantly safer. He made a beeline for the notice board where task announcer Lena stood. Lena maintained her usual serious demeanor and merely nodded upon noticing Lin Feng's approach. Ms. Lena, I am here to turn in my tasks, he stated, adeptly opening his task panel. Task, eliminate threats, completed. Task, collect supplies, completed. Task, blacksmith's commission, completed. Excellent work, adventurer, Lena remarked. Her tone devoid of inflection, though the system notifications were quite substantial. Task, eliminate threats, completed. Earned 50 experience points, 20 copper coins. Task, collect supplies, completed. Earned 30 experience points, 10 copper coins. Task, blacksmith's commission, completed. Earned 40 experience points, 15 copper coins. Your reputation in Novice Village now. 888 has slightly increased. A series of rewards flooded in, advancing Lin Feng's experience bar a notch further. While he was still far from the 500 points required to reach level 4, his purse had grown considerably. After completing the tasks with Lena, he hurried to Aunt Mary's grocery store to turn in the tattered cloth. Oh, brave child, thank you for bringing the cloth. Aunt Mary beamed as she handed him his reward. Received 2 rations. Finally, at Blacksmith Barton's, Lin Feng submitted 3 rusty iron pieces. Good lad. These iron pieces will serve perfectly, Barton rumbled, providing Lin Feng with his reward. All 3 novice tasks were completed. Next, it was time to sort through his spoils. While grinding in the abandoned factory, he had collected not only copper coins and task items, but also a few white-quality junk gear dropped by the zombies, such as tattered leather armor fragment, rusty dagger, and worn cloth shoes. Their attributes were negligible and merely cluttered his inventory. He promptly sold all these unnecessary items at Aunt Mary's grocery store. Though they were white-quality junk, every little bit counted. Altogether, they netted him nearly 20 copper coins. After dealing with these matters, Lin Feng began tallying his total assets. Starting with 10 copper coins, he added the 3 task rewards, 201015, totaling 45 copper coins. The 30 copper coins dropped by the elite foreman, and the 20 copper coins earned from selling junk gear. He then estimated the copper coins dropped from monsters. From level 1 to 3, including the elite monsters he had defeated, he had slain nearly 200 various zombies, averaging 1 copper coin per zombie, yielding close to 200 copper coins. In total, he calculated, he had amassed a little over 300 copper coins. Lin Feng felt elated. This amount could purchase 30 bullets. He had previously observed that even the cheapest white weapons in the shop cost dozens of copper coins. The bliss of unlimited bullets. Money came quickly. Lin Feng reveled in his good fortune. With funds in hand, the first order of business was, of course, addressing his hunger. Aunt Mary, I would like 20 rations, please. Lin Feng declared grandly. Each ration appeared to cost 2 copper coins, so 20 would amount to a mere 40 copper coins, a trifling sum. Ration. Effect. Slowly restores a small amount of hunger when consumed. Rating. Edible, that is all. Upon receiving the rations, Lin Feng disregarded appearances and found a corner to tear one open and shove it into his mouth. The taste was decidedly unremarkable, dry and hard, with a slight scratchiness to his throat, but to his ravenous stomach, it was a rare delicacy. After devouring 3 rations, the protest from his belly finally subsided. As he gnawed on a 4th ration, he opened the Novice Village chat channel, seeking any useful information. However, he was immediately taken aback by the frantic barrage of messages that filled the screen. Help! It's dark outside. Those zombies have gone mad. I swear. Just moments ago, I was fighting zombies, and when night fell, they moved twice as fast. Their attack power surged immensely. I almost got one shot. Everyone, do not venture out at night. It's deadly. Really deadly. My teammate was just obliterated by a zombie in the dark. He just vanished. I don't know if he got kicked from the game, or if he is truly dead. Is this for real? Do zombies become stronger at night? Why didn't the system notify us? Who knows? All I can say is, I saw it with my own eyes. Terrifying. What a terrible game design. We can't level up at night. Are we just supposed to sit here and do nothing? Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he read the various laments and panicked messages flooding the chat channel. Zombies becoming stronger at night? Their attributes doubling? He quickly raised his head to glance outside the village. He had not paid much attention earlier, but the light outside had completely dimmed. Dusk was quietly descending. Torches and oil lamps were being lit within the village, yet the world beyond had plunged into darkness. No wonder he felt the light had waned considerably on his way back. A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine. If what the chat channel claimed was true, and zombies indeed doubled their attributes at night, then with his current level 3 status, armed with the golden sand eagle, he would be in grave peril. Ordinary zombies would possess 200 health points, 10 attack power, and 4 defense. While he could still fight, it would undoubtedly be far more arduous than during the day. And the danger would escalate significantly. Should he encounter an elite monster, with its attributes doubled, it could boast 1,000 health points, 30 attack power, and 16 defense. Just the thought was terrifying. It seemed clear that venturing out at night was indeed unwise. Lin Feng dismissed the thought of continuing to level up while the iron was hot, prioritizing safety above all else. He casually navigated to the leaderboard feature within the system interface, something he had overlooked previously. The leaderboard was divided into several categories: level rankings, wealth rankings, reputation rankings, and so forth. However, at present, only the level rankings seemed to hold any intrigue. Beginner Village level rankings: 1. Qin Shiming, LV4, 2. Lin Feng, LV3, 3. Long Outyin, LV3, 4. Feng Qingyang, LV3, 5. Ba Dao, LV2, 6. Ice Queen, LV2, 100. Little Transparent, LV1. There's actually someone with a higher level than mine. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback to see that Qin Shiming had reached level 4. He had assumed that his advantage of infinite bullets would ensure the swiftest leveling speed, only to discover that someone was ahead of him. How did this fellow manage to level up? Did he encounter some fortuitous event? Or perhaps he formed a highly efficient team? Lin Feng stroked his chin, a flicker of competitive spirit igniting within him. Moreover, the names displayed on this leaderboard were all quintessentially protagonist-like. Qin Shiming, Long Outyin, Feng Qingyang, Lin Feng. He found himself slightly speechless. Regardless of the world, there are always those who favor such flamboyant or cool names. Second place isn't too shabby either, Lin Feng consoled himself. After all, with his cheat, surpassing Qin Shiming was only a matter of time. Since he couldn't level up tonight, he needed to find a place to rest. Wandering aimlessly around the village was not a viable option. Furthermore, after wielding that powerful golden sand eagle for most of the day, his arm was indeed feeling quite sore and in need of proper rest. As he meandered through the village, he discovered a small establishment resembling an inn in a corner near the village chief's office. A sign reading Adventurer's Lodge hung above the entrance, and behind the counter sat a shrewd-looking NPC with a goat-like beard. "Can I rest here?" Lin Feng inquired as he approached. "Certainly, Adventurer," the goat-bearded elder squinted at him, assessing his appearance. "It's dark outside, and not a safe time to be wandering. We offer secure sleeping arrangements, ensuring you have a restful night. Just 50 copper coins for the night." 50 copper coins? Lin Feng clicked his tongue. That was hardly a cheap price, enough to buy 25 rations. Yet, considering the attribute doubling zombies lurking outside, and feeling the ache in his arm, he gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, I'll take a bed." After paying the 50 copper coins, the elder handed him a rudimentary wooden key and pointed to a room upstairs. The room was modest, furnished with several simple wooden beds, only one or two of which were occupied by players who appeared utterly exhausted. Lin Feng chose an empty bed to lie down on. The wooden bed was hard and uncomfortable, but at least it was a safe haven. However, lying there, Lin Feng found it difficult to drift into slumber immediately. He began to plan his actions for the following day. His level was still too low. He needed to ascend to level 10 quickly to unlock class specialization and enchantments. Qin Shiming was already at level 4. He couldn't afford to fall too far behind. The experience from the monsters in the abandoned factory was too meager. Tomorrow, he would venture to the northern, level 2 infected jungle. Though it posed a greater danger, the experience would undoubtedly be more rewarding. His agility enhancements guaranteed his nimbleness, and the infinite bullets assured a steady output of damage. As long as he remained cautious, he should be fine. Chapter 6. The Fallen Uncle and Unexpected Aid. Early the next morning, Lin Feng was roused by a cacophony of noise. Other players in the Adventurer's Lodge were gradually waking up, discussing the news they had heard the previous night and their plans for the day, filling the room with a lively clamor. Lin Feng sat up and stretched. Although sleeping on the hard bed hadn't been particularly comfortable, he felt more rejuvenated, and the soreness in his arm had considerably diminished. It seemed the system defaulted to restoring one's condition simply through resting, without any special rest buff. He retrieved the rations he had purchased the day before and, accompanied by a few sips of the murky water from his flask, initially gifted by the system, managed to cobble together a simple breakfast. Today, he was determined to explore the infected jungle. After making up his mind, he prepared himself, primarily by giving the golden sand eagle a thorough wipe before stepping out of the adventurer's lodge. The early morning in the novice village seemed even busier and tenser than the day prior. Many players rushed about, some stocking up on potions and food, while others congregated at the village entrance to form parties, each face reflecting a hint of seriousness. Clearly, the news about the zombies becoming stronger at night had instilled considerable pressure among them. As Lin Feng was about to exit the village and head towards the jungle in the north, he suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. In a neglected corner of the village, beneath an unremarkable wall, sat a disheveled man wearing a work vest. He had his head bowed, clutching a slightly damaged small round shield in one hand, with a tiny hammer resting beside him. Looking utterly dejected and forlorn, it was none other than Old Wang, who had invited Lin Feng to team up the day before. Lin Feng paused for a moment, then approached. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Old Wang lifted his head upon hearing the voice, and, upon recognizing Lin Feng, managed a bitter smile. "Ah, it's you. Xiao Feng." "Not much, just taking a break." From his demeanor, it was evident that it was far from just a simple break. Lin Feng noticed Old Wang's level was still LV1. Moreover, his complexion appeared somewhat pale, and his lips were slightly chapped. "Uncle, haven't you been leveling up? Did something happen?" Lin Feng couldn't help but inquire. Old Wang sighed, his voice hoarse. "Sigh, don't even mention it. After leaving the village yesterday, I quickly found a 4-person team. They needed someone to tank, and seeing I had a shield, they invited me to join." "Isn't that great?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "What is great about it?" Old Wang shook his head, his gaze dim. "At first, it was fine. We went to the plains outside the village to kill zombies. But at my age, my reflexes can't keep up with you youngsters. They charge ahead, and my old limbs lag behind. Sometimes, I'm a beat too slow to raise my shield in time, or I can't hold the aggro." He paused, his expression filled with helplessness and embarrassment. "There were a couple of times when monsters bypassed me and nearly harmed the archers behind. Eventually, they felt I was holding them back and kicked me out of the team, saying at my age I shouldn't be playing games and should rather go home and hold my grandchildren." As he spoke, Old Wang's eyes reddened. Lin Feng listened, feeling a twinge of discomfort in his heart. He could envision the scene and understand the team's desire for efficiency, but those words were indeed hurtful. This game was something that all of humanity had been thrust into, not a choice made by any individual. There was no such thing as going home to hold grandchildren. Observing the forlorn uncle, dismissed due to his age and slower reflexes, sitting alone in the corner, Lin Feng recalled the genuine kindness and sincerity shown by Old Wang when he had invited him, likening him to his own son. An inexplicable surge of emotion welled up within him, tinged with sympathy. "Uncle," Lin Feng took a deep breath, making a decision. "They don't want you, but I do. If you don't mind, why don't you team up with me instead?" Old Wang's head shot up, astonished as he gazed at Lin Feng. "Xiao Feng? Are you serious?" "But hey, what is there to hesitate about?" Lin Feng clapped his chest. "You see this gun? It's powerful and has great range. Grinding monsters solo can be quite dull. I could use a companion. Just stay behind me and take care of yourself. There's no need for you to take the brunt of it. If danger arises, simply raise your shield or help me keep an eye on our surroundings. What do you think?" He endeavored to speak lightly, wishing to alleviate any psychological burden on Old Wang. Old Wang gazed into Lin Feng's earnest eyes, then glanced at the gleaming desert eagle in his hand, which exuded an aura of formidable power. His lips quivered, and the spark in his eyes reignited. "Xiao Feng, are you truly willing to take along this old fellow?" "What old fellow? Uncle, you're still in your prime." Lin Feng chuckled, sealing the agreement with a grin. "I extend to you an invitation to join my team." He promptly sent a party invitation through the system. Old Wang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately trembled as he clicked to accept. "Player Old Wang, the brick mover, has joined your party." Once the team was formed, Lin Feng noticed Old Wang's complexion remained poor, his lips chapped and peeling. After contemplating, he retrieved 2 rough rations from his backpack and offered them. "Uncle, are you hungry? Have some food to fill your stomach." Old Wang was taken aback by the rations presented before him. While they were not valuable, in such an environment, food was a scarce resource. Many struggled to feed themselves, let alone share with others. His nose tinged with emotion, nearly bringing him to tears as he hastily accepted the rations. Thank you so much, Xiao Feng. I truly appreciate it." He devoured the food ravenously, as though he had been starving for ages. Watching him eat, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. It was good to lend a hand. Having companions was always advantageous. Moreover, he sensed that this seemingly ordinary uncle might be more complex than he appeared. At the very least, his character was trustworthy. "Uncle, you eat first. Once you're done, we shall set off. I plan to explore the infectious jungle to the north. The monsters there are of a higher level, yielding more experience," Lin Feng stated. "The infectious jungle? A level 2 area?" Old Wang paused mid-bite, concern etched across his face. "Isn't that too dangerous? I've heard the monsters there are quite formidable." "Fear not, uncle," Lin Feng replied confidently, patting his golden desert eagle. "With me around, There's nothing to worry about. We'll test the waters at the jungle's edge. If it proves too perilous, we can always retreat. We must venture forth, otherwise, our progress will be painfully slow. Old Wang observed Lin Feng's assured demeanor and nodded. All right. I shall heed your advice. My life is in your hands today, young man. After finishing the rations, Old Wang's complexion visibly improved, and his spirits lifted. He stood, grasping his shield and small hammer. Although still equipped with rudimentary gear, the despondency in his eyes had vanished. Let us go, Xiaofeng. We shall brave the infectious jungle. With a smile, Lin Feng led his newly joined ally, Old Wang, toward the northern gate of the novice village. Chapter 7. A New Threat. As Lin Feng and Old Wang walked side by side toward the village's northern gate, preparing to step into the unknown infectious jungle, a sudden, urgent alarm blared throughout the skies of Novice Village 888. Woo! This sound was unlike the previous system notifications, imbued with a sense of urgency and peril that tightened the hearts of all who heard it. Soon after, the grand, cold voice of the system echoed in everyone's minds. Laden with unprecedented gravity, emergency announcement. Attention all adventurers of Novice Village 888. A large-scale horde of zombies has been detected. Their target is this village. In 10 days, a wave of zombies will assault this village. The scale and frequency of subsequent waves are unknown. All adventurers are urged to enhance their strength, gather resources, fortify defenses, and prepare for battle. Repeat, this is not a drill. Survive. Upon the announcement's conclusion, the Novice Village erupted into chaos. What? A horde of zombies? In 10 days? Are you joking? We're only at level 4 at most. How can we defend ourselves? This is the end. Is this game trying to kill us all? We must find a way to level up quickly. Otherwise, we're doomed. Defend? We should find a place to hide. Hide? Where can you possibly hide? This is a global game. Quick. Form parties. Find someone strong to team up with, or we're all finished. Panic, despair, anger, and determination spread through the crowd. The Novice Village's chat channel was inundated with pleas for parties, calls for assistance, curses at the system, and discussions of strategies. Players who had only just emerged from the nightmarish fears were plunged deeper into anxiety by the sudden announcement of the impending zombie horde. Lin Feng and Old Wang also halted in their tracks, exchanging solemn glances that reflected the gravity of the situation. A zombie horde was indeed troublesome. Old Wang's complexion turned pale, his grip tightening around his shield. As an ordinary retired worker, he had been striving to adapt to this brutal game. Yet faced with a calamity capable of annihilating the entire Novice Village, he instinctively felt fear. Lin Feng's heart sank as well. 10 days. The time was alarmingly short. He was merely level 3. Even if he leveled up rapidly, how much could he achieve in 10 days? Level 10? Level 15? Would that be sufficient to confront a large-scale zombie horde? However, unlike pure panic, a flicker of excitement surged within Lin Feng amidst the pressure. A zombie horde? It sounded thrilling. Moreover, a large-scale zombie horde meant a tremendous bounty of experience points. If they could hold their ground, it would be a veritable celebration of leveling up. Of course, the prerequisite was survival. Uncle, don't fret too much. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. We have 10 days. That's ample time for preparation. Now, more than ever, we must seize the opportunity to enhance our strength. Old Wang observed Lin Feng, who, though serious, lacked any overt signs of panic, instead radiating a sense of combat readiness. This steadied his heart somewhat. You're right. Worrying won't help. Let us hurry and level up. The sudden announcement of the zombie horde solidified their resolve to venture into the infectious jungle. Only by swiftly leveling up and acquiring better equipment and skills could they hope to survive the impending onslaught in 10 days. Without further hesitation, they quickened their pace and exited the Novice Village through the northern gate. In stark contrast to the desolation and decay of the abandoned factory to the west, the north was a dense jungle. Towering trees intertwined their branches and leaves, obscuring much of the sunlight, casting the woodland into a dim, damp atmosphere. The air was thick with the scent of decaying vegetation and earth, occasionally punctuated by the calls of unknown insects and birds, along with the distant, faint groans of zombies. It felt far more sinister here than in the factory. Old Wang gripped his small hammer tightly, cautiously surveying the surroundings, his shield held defensively before him. Indeed, this is a level 2 area, undoubtedly more perilous than the level 1 zone. Let us proceed cautiously along the periphery, Lin Feng urged, elevating his alertness. The golden desert eagle poised in his hands, fingers resting on the trigger, ever ready to fire. They meandered along a narrow path worn by footsteps, gradually advancing into the jungle's edge. The deeper they ventured, the denser the trees became, and the thicker the layer of fallen leaves underfoot, which crunched softly with each step. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the bushes ahead suddenly rustled. Be careful, Lin Feng hissed, instantly raising his gun to aim. Hiss hiss. 2 figures emerged from the underbrush. They were distinctly different from the shambling corpses encountered in the factory zone. The skin exhibited an unhealthy, dark green hue, seemingly entwined with withered vines, and its movements were slightly more agile than those of a level 1 zombie. Jungle zombie, common. Level 2. Health points, 150150. Attack power, 8. Defense power, 5. Skills, Claw Strike, Infection Scratch. Description: a mutated zombie adapted to the jungle environment, exhibiting a certain level of adaptability, making it more formidable than an ordinary zombie. It is a level 2 creature. Old Wong shouted, immediately raising his shield. I'll draw their attention. He struck the shield forcefully, producing a clanging sound in an attempt to divert the monster's focus. The two jungle zombies, indeed, were lured by the noise, roaring as they lunged towards Old Wong. Be careful, uncle. Lin Feng immediately opened fire. Bang. 95. Headshot. A shot struck one of the jungle zombies in the head, causing a significant drop in its health. Yet it did not meet the same instant demise as the level 1 zombie. It had indeed become tougher. Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. The other zombie had already pounced before Old Wong, clawing fiercely at his shield. Clang. Old Wong firmly blocked the blow with his shield. But the tremendous force still caused him to stagger back slightly, his health diminishing ever so slightly. The shield could mitigate most damage but could not provide complete immunity. Bang. Bang. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng fired 2 more shots. 55. Body hit. 98. Headshot. The first zombie, struck in the head, finally depleted its health and vanished in a flash of white light. Killed jungle zombie, common, 1, gained 15 experience points. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV1, infinite bullets, experience points, 1. Their experience points had increased somewhat, likely shared due to teamwork, while the remaining zombie continued its tussle with Old Wong. Although Old Wong was slow to react, he managed to handle the situation adeptly. Lin Feng quickly adjusted his aim. Bang. Bang. 2 consecutive shots, both hitting the zombie's head. 98. 101. Critical hit. The second jungle zombie also collapsed in response. Killed jungle zombie, common, 1. Gained 15 experience points. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV1, infinite bullets, experience points, 1. Old Wong let out a sigh of relief, lowering his shield and wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, these level 2 monsters were no easy foes. If it weren't for your impressive shooting, I might have struggled to hold my ground just now. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. They're certainly much tougher than the level 1 zombies, uncle. Their health is thicker and defense higher. It was perilous for you to take them head on like that. Next time we encounter monsters, you need not deliberately draw their aggro. Just stay at my side, keeping an eye on our surroundings. If any monsters approach or attempt to sneak attack, you can block for me. I'll handle the damage output. Old Wong contemplated this and found it to be a more prudent approach. After all, his age made him less agile, and forcing himself to act as the main tank was indeed a stretch. Supporting and coordinating might suit him better. All right, I'll follow your lead. The two briefly delineated their roles and then picked up a few copper coins that had fallen to the ground, continuing their cautious exploration deeper into the jungle. Chapter 8, Leveling Up. Upon entering the fringes of the infected jungle, Lin Feng and Old Wong, this makeshift duo, commenced their leveling journey in the new area. With prior experience, their cooperation gradually became more synchronized. 3 ahead. Lin Feng's keen eyes swiftly focused on the 3 jungle zombies staggering out from behind the trees. All right. Old Wong immediately raised his shield, this time refraining from recklessly charging in. Instead, he positioned himself protectively to Lin Feng's left front, forming a defensive angle while striking his hammer against the shield to attract the nearest zombie's attention. Bang. Bang. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng's Golden Sand Eagle was the first to fire. He targeted the zombie slightly further out, one that would not easily be drawn in by Old Wong. 2 shots accurately struck its head. 105. Critical hit. 99. Killed jungle zombie, common, 1. Gained 15 experience points. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV1, infinite bullets. Experience points increased to LV2. Power slightly enhanced. Almost simultaneously, the zombie drawn by Old Wong had lunged at the shield, clawing frantically. Clang, clang. Gritting his teeth, Old Wong steadfastly blocked the onslaught. Each impact sent jolts through his arms. Yet he fulfilled his role of drawing fire and protecting his teammate commendably. Meanwhile, the remaining zombie roared as it charged towards Lin Feng from another direction. Without even glancing at the zombie grappling with Old Wong, Lin Feng calmly adjusted his aim at the one approaching him. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rapid shots. His high agility allowed him to swiftly adjust his aim and stabilize his firearm. 102. Critical hit. 60. Body hit. 97. The charging zombie met its demise just 5 or 6 meters before Lin Feng, crumpling to the ground. Killed jungle zombie, common, 1. Gained 15 experience points. Finally, Lin Feng redirected his aim and effortlessly helped Old Wong deal with the zombie still struggling against the shield. Bang, bang. Killed jungle zombie, common, 1. Gained 15 experience points. The small skirmish concluded in under 20 seconds. Well done. Old Wong lowered his shield, a smile spreading across his face. Xiao Feng, your marksmanship is becoming increasingly precise. Teaming up with you is quite reassuring. Lin Feng chuckled. You held your ground remarkably well, uncle. Did you sustain any injuries? Not at all. I can withstand this level of impact with these old bones. Old Wong patted his chest, slightly out of breath, but with an exuberant spirit. The level 2 jungle zombies indeed provided double the experience compared to the level 1 creatures, significantly enhancing their leveling efficiency. Although each zombie required more shots, the overall speed was considerably faster. They cautiously advanced along the jungle's edge, clearing every wave of jungle zombies they encountered. Lin Feng's experience bar steadily rose as he approached level 4. After about an hour of shared experience, a radiant glow enveloped Old Wong, signaling his upgrade. Haha, I leveled up. I've leveled up, Old Wong exclaimed, feeling a surge of vitality coursing through him, bubbling with excitement like a child, sensing he had gained considerable strength. Lin Feng mused to himself that it seemed Uncle had endured quite a bit yesterday. With Old Wong now at level 2, his basic attributes improved, enhancing his survivability, which allowed Lin Feng to feel a bit more secure in his offensive role. Time flowed by amidst their continuous battles, and before long, 2 hours had passed. They found a relatively safe spot, leaning against a large tree to rest, taking out provisions and water to replenish their strength. As Old Wong munched on his rations, he observed Lin Feng's nearly unceasing golden sand eagle and could no longer suppress his curiosity. Xiao Feng, may I ask you something? Sure, Uncle. Lin Feng took a sip of water. Do you have enough ammunition for your gun? I've noticed you fired several hundred shots since this morning, right? Aren't bullets quite expensive and consumed rapidly in firearms? Should we return to town for a resupply? Old Wong's eyes brimmed with curiosity and a hint of concern. It was truly difficult for him to fathom how players at this stage could sustain such a level of ammunition expenditure. Lin Feng's heart sank slightly as he realized this question would inevitably arise. His ability of infinite bullets was undoubtedly his greatest secret and trump card, one that must not be exposed lightly, even to the seemingly trustworthy Old Wong. The human heart is a labyrinth, especially in this apocalyptic gaming world. Possessing an additional safeguard equates to greater security. His mind raced as he maintained an impassive demeanor, feigning nonchalance while exuding a hint of pride. He remarked, "Oh, you mean bullets? No worries, Uncle, I've got plenty." He paused momentarily before commencing his performance. Yesterday, I had the good fortune of defeating an elite monster at that abandoned factory. What was it called? The mutated foreman. That fellow dropped quite a haul. Aside from a broken iron piece, there were several materials and equipment fragments that, while not of high quality, still held some value. Coupled with the copper coins I had painstakingly amassed previously, when I returned to the village yesterday, I seized the opportunity to sell all the useless items to Aunt Mary at the general store. He continued to embellish, It actually netted me quite a few copper coins. Then, I gritted my teeth and exchanged most of that money for bullets. I managed to procure several hundred rounds of universal handgun ammunition. Initially, I felt a pang of regret, but considering I'd be venturing into the level 2 zone today, I thought it prudent to stock up on bullets. So, as long as we use them sparingly and avoid waste, we should be fine until we return this evening. His words were a blend of 7 parts truth and 3 parts fabrication. The encounters with elite monsters, the accumulation of copper coins, and the sale of items were indeed factual. However, the amount earned from selling junk equipment was far less than he claimed, and it was impossible to exchange for hundreds of rounds of bullets, which would require at least several thousand copper coins. Yet, he deliberately obscured the specifics of quantity and value, merely emphasizing the significant number of bullets acquired, which sounded reasonable when paired with his exhortation to be frugal. Upon hearing this, Old Wong displayed an expression of enlightenment, quickly followed by envy and admiration. So that's how it is. No wonder. You are quite the lucky one to have obtained such valuable items. Unlike me, who battled with that team all day yesterday, toiling tirelessly, only to find that the copper coins I earned were barely enough to buy medicine for this firearm. It seems one must have capital to play this game. He evidently believed Lin Feng's words entirely, as he was aware of Lin Feng's prowess in defeating elite monsters. And it was reasonable for someone with such formidable firepower to loot valuable items. Chapter 9. Fearing death, thus all points in agility. As for the specific value and bullet count, he, as a novice player from a beginner village, lacked the concept to delve deeper. Haha, luck is luck. Lin Feng chuckled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he successfully navigated this predicament. It appeared he would need to exercise caution in the future, avoiding any overt displays of infinite firepower. Occasionally feigning actions, like pretending to change a magazine after a barrage, would be wise. All right, Uncle, I think we've rested enough. Let us continue. Lin Feng rose, brushing off the dirt from his clothing. Our goal today is to strive for level 5. We still have a long way to go for experience, and we must return before nightfall. The jungle at night is far more perilous than the factory. All right, I'm with you. Let us aim to level you up to 5. Old Wong also perked up, gripping his shield and hammer tightly. Though his leveling pace was slow, he understood that following Lin Feng, this perpetual firepower engine, was undoubtedly the best option for him, given the ample ammunition. The two once again immersed themselves in the tense and monotonous task of monster hunting. The afternoon hours swiftly slipped away in the repetitive yet efficient slaughter. Lin Feng and Old Wong's coordination grew increasingly harmonious, with the slight boost in attributes from reaching level 2 and the experience gradually accumulated. Old Wong was now better equipped to gauge situations, utilizing his shield to block critical attacks, thus creating a more stable output environment for Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Lin Feng devoted all his energy to output and positioning. His marksmanship improved at a visibly accelerated rate through countless practical shooting experiences. Although he was still far from being a sharpshooter, his headshot rate had significantly increased, and he was gaining better control over the substantial recoil of the Golden Desert Eagle. His high agility allowed him to move nimbly, consistently eliminating the zombies before they could close in. The 2 experience points provided by the jungle zombies, though double that of level 1 monsters, meant that the experience required for leveling up also grew incrementally. To ascend from level 3 to 4, a staggering 300 experience points were necessary, which implied the need to eliminate 200 jungle zombies. Lin Feng fought tirelessly, his finger perpetually pulling the trigger. Finally, after dispatching a small group of 3 jungle zombies, the long-awaited sound chimed once more. Congratulations. Level increased to LV4. Gained 5 free attribute points. A surge of warmth flooded through him, alleviating some of the accumulated fatigue. Alright, level 4. Lin Feng clenched his fist, unhesitatingly allocating all 5 free attribute points to agility. Agility, 1823. Instantly, he felt his body grow lighter, his reaction speed seemingly heightened. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 4. Agility, 23. Unallocated attribute points, 0. Experience points, 7,800. To reach level 5 requires 800 experience. Reaching level 5 requires 800 experience. Lin Feng stared at the experience bar in astonishment. The demand for experience was escalating far too rapidly. This meant he would need to slay nearly 520 more level 2 monsters to level up. This is utterly exhausting. He couldn't help but mutter. There's no other way, little Feng, Old Wong replied from the side. In games, leveling up inevitably becomes more challenging as you progress. With you leading the way, our pace is already quite brisk. Many in the village are still struggling in the level 1 zone, barely gaining a level in a day. Lin Feng reflected on this and realized he had indeed been somewhat boastful. With the advantage of infinite bullets, and alongside Uncle Wong, his efficiency had far surpassed that of ordinary players. Well then, let us keep going. Lin Feng rekindled his spirit. The objective was level 5, and it must be achieved. The ensuing hours were marked by even more monotonous monster hunting. They ventured slightly deeper into the jungle, where the jungle zombies appeared to respawn at a quicker pace, occasionally encountering small hordes of 4 or 5 zombies together. The intensity of combat had increased, yet for Lin Feng, now at level 4 with an agility of 23, it became all the more manageable. His speed of movement quickened, his evasion ability strengthened, and the frequency and precision of his shots continuously honed through actual combat. During this time, the Golden Desert Eagle in his hands finally accumulated enough experience, emitting a faint glow. Your weapon Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV2, Infinite Bullets, has leveled up to LV3. Weapon base power receives a slight enhancement. Weapon experience, 152,000. To reach LV4 requires 2,000 experience. Though the improvements from weapon leveling were modest, they were better than nothing. Lin Feng could now dispatch a zombie with a single shot. As time progressed, the sunlight filtering through the trees transitioned from bright to soft, gradually taking on an orange hue. Both Lin Feng and Old Wong began to feel fatigued, especially Lin Feng, whose right arm ached from the high-intensity continuous shooting. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, his gaze fixated on the experience bar. Just a little more to go. Suddenly, another jungle zombie lunged at him with a ferocious roar. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he raised his hand. Bang! A precise headshot. Killed jungle zombie, normal, 1. Gained 15 experience points. Now's the moment. Ding. Congratulations. Level upgraded to LV5. All attributes receive a slight enhancement. Gained 5 free attribute points. Maximum health increased. The radiance of his upgrade finally enveloped Lin Feng, alleviating much of the fatigue he had endured throughout the day. Level 5. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, a smile of success gracing his face. He promptly allocated the 5 attribute points into agility once more. Agility, 2328. Nearly 30 points of agility. This is already a considerable figure, especially in the early stages of the game. He felt as though he could run with the wind now. Excellent, Xiao Feng. Level 5. Old Wong sincerely rejoiced for him while wiping the sweat from his brow and gesturing at the sky. However, look at the sky. The sun is nearly setting, and the light in the forest dims rapidly. Shouldn't we head back? It certainly won't be safe here at night. Lin Feng looked up, and indeed, the twilight glow was filtering through the treetops, casting a dusky yellow hue over the woodland. The surrounding light noticeably faded, and the sounds of insects that were inactive during the day began to emerge, the air turning distinctly cooler. Yes, Uncle is right. It's time to return. Lin Feng nodded. The day's objectives had been accomplished, and there was no need to risk staying here any longer at night. Besides, he was truly fatigued. His arms needed rest. Let us go, we must hurry. The two of them no longer lingered, quickly orienting themselves before retracing their steps. The jungle under the setting sun presented a peculiar scene, imbued with an air of eeriness and unease. The further they ventured, the darker it became. and both were eager to return, quickening their pace. Chapter 10. Encountering an ambush. As Lin Feng and Old Wang were nearing the exit of the infected jungle, where the edges of the forest revealed a sparser arrangement of trees and brighter light, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures suddenly sprang forth from behind the trees and bushes lining the path, forming a triangle to block their way. These 3 were players, 2 men and 1 woman. At the forefront was a tall man with a scarred face, wielding a rusted machete. To his left stood a lanky man clutching a rudimentary short bow, an arrow already knocked. To the right was a woman clad in ill-fitting leather armor, brandishing 2 daggers, her gaze icy. Their equipment appeared quite ordinary, suggesting they were players struggling to make ends meet. Yet their eyes sparkled with greed and ferocity after tasting the extraordinary power that came with stat enhancements. Stop! The scar-faced man shouted, pointing his machete at Lin Feng and Old Wang, his voice gruff. This road is mine. These trees are mine. If you wish to pass, you must pay the toll. Old Wang, startled by this sudden turn of events, quickly raised his shield defensively, eyeing the assailants nervously. What do you want? Lin Feng's brows knitted tightly, a surge of anger swelling within him. What the hell? Are there truly highway robbers in this game? He cursed silently. He had anticipated that the game's high degree of freedom might lead to player conflicts, but he never expected to encounter them so soon, especially in such a desolate location. Such an excessive degree of freedom in the game is not necessarily a good thing. It allows for ambushes and theft of others' hard-earned rewards. Lin Feng regarded the 3 players before him, clearly harboring ill intentions, and felt a wave of disgust wash over him. The scar-faced man sneered, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. What's the matter? We just need a little something to spend. Look at you 2, an old man and a kid. Having spent a day in a level 2 zone, you must have collected quite a bounty, right? Be smart and hand over all the copper coins you've earned today, along with anything valuable in your bags. Otherwise, he brandished his machete, the threat evident in his demeanor. The lanky archer chimed in ominously. Don't even think about running or resisting. My arrows don't have eyes. Lin Feng suppressed his anger, attempting one last plea for communication. Brothers, I see that you're struggling too. We're all players caught in this hellish place, aiming to survive. Why must we turn on each other? We've worked hard all day slaying monsters and do have a little reward, but that is our sweat and blood. Robbing us like this is no different from those zombies. Let us pass, and we'll consider today as incident as though it never happened. What do you say? He endeavored to awaken their sense of camaraderie as players, hoping to avert conflict. However, his words evidently fell on deaf ears. Don't preach to me about morality. The scar-faced man scoffed, his gaze growing greedier as it fixated on the golden eagle rifle in Lin Feng's grasp. You think we're blind? That gun in your hand is clearly no ordinary item. After spending a day in the level 2 zone, you must have obtained quite a few treasures. And that old man beside you, with his delicate skin, Old Wang, he certainly hasn't faced hardship. His bag must be full of provisions. Be smart and hand it all over quickly. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind sending you both on your way, and we'll take what we want. The woman added with a cold smirk. Exactly. In this world, only strength speaks the truth. Why are we dawdling? Let's rob them. Upon hearing this, the last shred of Lin Feng's hope dissipated. He realized that these 3 had no intention of reasoning. They were pure thugs, seeking to gain without effort, building their happiness on the suffering of others. Lin Feng's gaze instantly turned frigid. He hesitated for a moment. Killing players felt entirely different from slaying mindless zombies. Yet their words reminded him that in this apocalyptic world, mercy would not allow one to survive. Being kind to those who willingly inflict malice is cruelty towards oneself and one's allies. If they dared to rob, they must also be prepared for retaliation. Uncle, prepare. Lin Feng commanded sharply, no longer wasting words. Understood. Old Wang, though anxious, recognized there was no retreat at this moment and resolutely braced his shield. You're seeking death. Charge. The scar-faced man roared, the first to leap forward, swinging his machete. The female rogue quickly flanked Lin Feng from the side. Meanwhile, the lanky archer drew back his bowstring, aiming at Lin Feng. Combat was imminent. Just as the machete was about to strike Old Wang's shield, a resounding bang echoed. Lin Feng's golden eagle rifle erupted with a furious roar. Utilizing his impressive 28 agility, his reaction and aiming speed reached their zenith. His primary target was the most significant threat, the distant archer. Almost simultaneously with the release of the arrow, Lin Feng's bullet struck the lanky man's head. 155. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The lanky man didn't even have time to scream. His body stiffened before collapsing, transforming into a glimmering white light. The arrow he had shot veered off course, merely grazing Lin Feng's arm and causing a negligible amount of health loss. A one-shot kill. Simultaneously, the scar-faced man's machete crashed violently against Old Wang's shield. Clang. With a tremendous sound, Old Wang was jolted back by the force, his health diminishing slightly. Yet he gritted his teeth and held firm, refusing to relinquish his shield. He successfully thwarted the initial wave of assault. After Lin Feng dispatched the archer with remarkable swiftness, his gun barrel did not linger. It instantly pivoted towards the female rogue who had circled around from the side. The rogue, clearly taken aback by Lin Feng's terrifying reflexes and marksmanship, was paralyzed with fear as her companion fell in an instant. She found herself ensnared by the menacing golden muzzle, terror gripping her heart, prompting an instinctual retreat. But alas, it was too late. Bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out. Both struck her head with unerring precision. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The female rogue followed in the footsteps of the archer, vanishing into a wisp of white light. From the commencement of the skirmish to the demise of the two, the entire sequence unfolded in a mere flash, lasting no more than 3 seconds. Only the scarred-faced leader remained, frozen in disbelief. Having just retracted his blade from Old Wang's shield, he now realized that both of his companions had been eradicated. The scarred man gazed at Lin Feng's ominous gun barrel, fear finally surfacing in his eyes. He could not fathom how this seemingly inconspicuous youth possessed such formidable prowess. The 3 of them had set out today to practice and fortuitously decided to ambush a few unfortunate souls, only to find themselves the unfortunate ones. In his next life, perhaps he should strive to be a better person. Lin Feng's gaze was icy, devoid of any compassion, as he pulled the trigger against the scarred man's head. Bang! Critical hit. Weak point attack. The last roadblock disintegrated into a shimmer of white light. The battle had concluded. Silence engulfed the surroundings, leaving only the heavy breaths of Lin Feng and Old Wang, along with the faint scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. In the space where the 3 corpses had vanished, a scattering of copper coins and a few tattered white items remained. You killed them all? Old Wang set down his shield, staring at the desolate expanse ahead, his voice trembling with shock and disbelief. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the ripples of emotion stirred by his first act of killing, and replied solemnly, "They sought to rob us. They should have anticipated this outcome. This world is no longer the one we once knew, uncle. To show mercy to enemies is to be cruel to oneself." He stepped forward, swiftly collecting the scattered copper coins and the few worthless items from the ground. Though they were trifles, they could still fetch a bit of coin. "We must hurry. Darkness approaches, and this place is no longer safe," Lin Feng urged. Old Wang observed Lin Feng's youthful visage, which, despite its slight naivety, now bore an unwavering resolve. And he opened his mouth to speak, but merely nodded in silent agreement, trailing behind Lin Feng. The two ceased their conversation, hastening away from the jungle that had recently witnessed a violent ambush, racing towards the distant flicker of lights in the 888 newbie village. The last ray of the setting sun vanished below the horizon, casting a heavy shroud of night over the land. In the jungle, unsettling sounds belonging to the night began to echo. Lin Feng's heart bore a profound imprint from his first encounter with the brutal reality of player versus player combat. Chapter 11. Seeking warmth in numbers. As Lin Feng and Old Wang maintained their heightened vigilance and sprinted forth, they finally beheld the flickering flames and relatively sturdy wooden palisade of the 888 newbie village, both sighing in relief. The night had completely enveloped the earth, and the world outside the village seemed devoured by an endless darkness, only interrupted by the distant, more frenzied and resonant howls of zombies. A grim reminder of the terrors that lurked in the night. The number of NPC guards at the village entrance had noticeably increased, their torches burning brighter, while several players, appearing to be of higher levels and better equipped, engaged in hushed conversations with an NPC who resembled a guard captain, the atmosphere palpably tense. The flow of players entering and exiting the village had diminished significantly, with only a few players hastily returning in groups, their faces etched with the lingering shock of their near escape. At last, we're safe. Old Wang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, casting a wary glance back at the ominous entrance of the shadowy jungle, where even a moment felt suffocatingly eerie. Lin Feng nodded, acutely aware of the invisible pressure the night imparted. He felt confident in his ability to handle certain situations with the support of unlimited ammunition. Yet the threat posed by zombies, especially under the obscured visibility of night, multiplied exponentially, making it prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. After enduring the intense leveling during the day and the harrowing ambush at dusk, both were left feeling utterly exhausted. Lin Feng led Old Wang back to the adventurer's lodge in the village. "Old man, 2 beds, please." Lin Feng wasted no time and promptly produced the copper coins. "All right, 100 copper coins." The bearded old man swiftly accepted the payment and handed over 2 keys. Observing Lin Feng's decisive payment for both their accommodations, Old Wang felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Xiao Feng, I still have some copper coins saved up from before." "Oh, uncle, no need for such formality." Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "Save your coins for potions or equipment repairs. I just had a stroke of good fortune." He referred to the handful of copper coins dropped by the 3 bandits he had just dispatched, which, while meager, served as a convenient excuse. Old Wang, seeing Lin Feng's insistence, relented, merely casting a grateful glance at him, cherishing the bond of camaraderie in his heart. They ascended the stairs with their keys. The large room upstairs was even more bustling than the previous day. Nearly all the beds were occupied. and many players without beds leaned against walls or sat on the floor to rest, engaged in quiet conversations. The air was thick with a melange of sweat, blood, and the pungent aroma of cheap flatbreads. Clearly, everyone understood the peril of venturing out at night. Lin Feng located 2 adjacent vacant beds and lay down alongside Old Wang. He did not succumb to sleep immediately. Instead, he perked up his ears to listen to the conversations around him while simultaneously accessing the newbie village chat channel. Unlike the daytime chatter, the evening discussions, while still rapid-fire, exhibited a marked shift in focus. Wild Dragon Guild is recruiting. Goal: all members reach level 8 within 10 days. Unite against the zombie tide. Strong Brothers, hurry up. Iron Blood Alliance, seeking powerful melee players, level 3 and above, must follow orders. Generous rewards. Let us battle for survival together. Are there any players who wish to kill zombies without taking risks? Our Spark Ignition team needs logistical support. Excellent remuneration. Coordinates, XXXX. Suspect resource spawn detected. Are there any large teams willing to clear it out? How extensive is the zombie tide? Can we hold off with our several thousand members? Who knows? We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Leveling up is the key. Lin Feng noted that almost all the messages revolved around the keywords of zombie tides, team formations, leveling up, and resources. The once relatively scattered player community had begun to coalesce, either spontaneously or through organization, under the immense pressure of the impending zombie threat. Vibrant and somewhat dramatic team names began to emerge. As the approximately 3,000 players in the 888 newbie village found themselves swept up in the wave of forming large teams within just a single day. Calls for recruitment echoed throughout the village, with a number of capable and charismatic players emerging as leaders of various factions, actively planning for the upcoming 10 days. In contrast, Lin Feng and Old Wang's duo seemed somewhat isolated. Large teams, huh? Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. Joining a large team may grant access to a greater reservoir of resources and information, allowing for a more substantial division of pressure when confronted with the onslaught of the undead. However, it also entails the constraints and governance imposed by the team, potentially curtailing one's freedom of action. Moreover, his unique ability to wield infinite bullets could become more conspicuous in the midst of a bustling team. For now, he harbors no intentions of joining any group. Habitually, he clicks to view the leaderboard. 888 Noob Village level rankings. First place, Qin Shiming, LV6. Second place, Long Ao Tian, LV5. Third place, Feng Qingyang, LV5. Fourth place, Ba Dao, LV5. Fifth place, Ice Queen, LV5. Sixth place, Lai Hua, LV5. Seventh place, Gulang, LV5. Eighth place, Lin Feng, LV5. Ninth place, Taisho, LV4. 10th place. His rank has plummeted from 2nd to 8th. Although he too has successfully ascended to level 5 today, it is evident that those ahead of him, particularly the already level 6 Qin Shiming, are advancing at a more rapid pace. The top ranks are almost monopolized by level 5 players. Dropping to 8th, Lin Feng gazes at his name, feeling a twinge of discontent, which he would be remiss to deny. After all, as a young man, a hint of competitiveness is only natural. After a moment's contemplation, he discerns the reason. Primarily, his experience has been diluted while training alongside the older gentleman. Otherwise, given his efficiency, he should have surged ahead with significantly more experience after reaching level 5 today. The game's team mechanics often operate in such a manner. While a larger group may yield a slight increase in total experience from each monster, the distribution among members frequently results in slower gains compared to solo play or smaller teams, unless the team composition is exceptionally optimal, compensating for the experience dilution incurred by size. His partnership with Old Wang, who currently contributes little in terms of output, serves mainly as a moving shield and early warning system, thus naturally diminishing the efficiency of experience acquisition compared to solo endeavors. Nevertheless, this thought merely flits through his mind. So be it, 8th place shall suffice. Lin Feng quickly finds solace in this realization. Shaking his head, he chuckles silently. Ranks are ephemeral, while true strength is paramount. With the extraordinary ability of infinite bullets at his disposal, he shall inevitably catch up in levels. Furthermore, while his progress may be slower with the older gentleman by his side, the safety and assurance gained are well worth the trade-off. This arrangement is far from a loss. For him, the present levels and rankings pale in comparison to the potential that lies ahead. Upon reaching level 10 and unlocking career enchantments, that will be the moment of his true ascent. The current disparity in levels is inconsequential. He bears no resentment towards Old Wang for the shared experience. Having chosen to team up, he possesses the necessary awareness. With these thoughts settled, Lin Feng's spirits buoyed. He reflects on the day's events, leveling up to 5. Teaming up with Old Wang, receiving news of the undead onslaught, and experiencing his first PK. Indeed, it has been a fulfilling and exhilarating day. Tomorrow, he shall visit the village chief. With news of the impending wave, there may well be new tasks or vital information to glean. Then, he will decide where to train. Lin Feng closes his eyes, beginning to plan the itinerary for the morrow, succumbing to sleep amidst the sounds of snoring and murmurs from other players in the room. Chapter 12. The Blessing of Ancestors. The morning sun struggles to pierce through the lingering haze over Noob Village, awakening the entire settlement from its nocturnal tranquility. Yet, what greets Lin Feng and Old Wang is an atmosphere even more tumultuous and taut than the previous day. The hall of the Adventurers Guild, the village square, and even the entrances of various NPC shops are thronged with hurried players. The air reverberates with loud recruitment calls, fervent tactical discussions, and the clamor of bargaining transactions. What merely began as nascent formations of large teams yesterday has now burgeoned, akin to a snowball effect, with makeshift banners bearing names such as Mad Dragon, Iron Blood, and Starfire fluttering amidst the crowd. The 10-day countdown to the undead onslaught acts as an invisible whip, driving every player's nerves. And the instinct for survival compels the previously scattered players to coalesce with unprecedented urgency. After a simple meal of rations at the Adventurers Guild, Lin Feng and Old Wang observe the scene before them, acutely aware of the palpable pressure. Xiao Feng. We should. Old Wang hesitates as he watches the throngs of players setting out in groups. Let us first visit the village chief, Lin Feng interrupts, casting his gaze towards the direction of the chief's office. With news of the undead wave, there will surely be new arrangements or tasks from the village. We should ascertain the situation first. Very well, Old Wang nods in agreement. The two navigate against the tide of players heading out of the village. Arriving at the village chief's office, the atmosphere within is even more grave than the previous day. Old John, the village chief, appears considerably more haggard. Engaged in fervent discussion with several captain guards around a large map, where the red-marked danger zones seem to have expanded further. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter, Old John wearily waves his hand, signaling the guards to step outside. Adventurer, you have arrived. Old John's voice carries a deep concern. The situation is quite dire. The energy fluctuations from the Misty Valley to the east are intensifying, and we must act swiftly, or else Lin Feng's heart quickens, sensing the gravity of the moment. Village chief, is there something we can do? We are willing to try anything that might enhance our chances of defending the village. A glint of resolve flashes in Old John's eyes. Excellent. I need brave young souls like you. According to ancient records, we can summon the blessing of our ancestors through a perilous ritual, granting us the blessing of ancestors buff to combat the darkness. However, initiating the ritual demands proof of courage. Therefore, I am issuing a special 888 Noob Village Hero task. He elaborates on the task rules. All adventurers may accept this quest, but only the first to complete it will be awarded the blessing of ancestors buff, significantly enhancing their power during the undead onslaught. Now, your task. Old John's gaze sharpens as it locks onto Lin Feng, is to venture into the treacherous, Misty Valley and slay 100 ordinary blood corpses. These are level 5 zombies residing in the valley. Do you dare accept this challenge? System notice. Do you accept the task? 888 Noob Village Hero task? Task objective. Proceed to Misty Valley and defeat 100 ordinary blood corpses. Task difficulty. Dangerous. Task reward. The first player to complete the task will receive the Blessing of Ancestors buff, effective during the undead onslaught. Note, this task can be accepted by all players, with a singular reward. Misty Valley. 100 level 5 blood corpses. The unique savior buff. Lin Feng's heart races. He instinctively clenches his fists. The risks are immense, yet the rewards are equally extraordinary. This buff will undoubtedly be a game-changer during the undead wave. Moreover, the very challenge ignites a fervor within him. His gaze sweeps over his attribute panel, noting an impressive 28 points in agility. This endows him with unparalleled speed and agility. To run swiftly means a significantly enhanced survival capacity, and it also grants him the leverage to kite and maneuver, coupled with the infinite bullets of the Golden Sand Eagle. Perhaps it would be more appropriate for me to venture alone? A thought flickered through his mind. The environment of the Misty Valley was shrouded in uncertainty, and the foes were level 5 monsters, while Lao Wang had only just reached level 3, rendering his reflexes and defenses inadequate. If they entered as a duo, Lao Wang might become a liability, and in an attempt to safeguard him, Lin Feng's own agility could be compromised. This mission represented a substantial gamble for him. If victorious, he would gain a buff that significantly increased his chances of survival against the horde of corpses. Should he fail, with his speed, he could flee at any moment. Yet, he had to take the risk. With this in mind, Lin Feng took a deep breath and made his decision. However, he did not immediately acquiesce to the village chief. Instead, he turned to the visibly anxious and expectant Lao Wang. The elder's tone carried a hint of apology and seriousness, acknowledging the extreme danger of the task at hand. The level 5 blood corpse and the unknowns of the Misty Valley. He would need to exert every ounce of effort just to survive. He gazed at Lao Wang and sincerely remarked, "To be frank, my survival hinges on speed and marksmanship. Solo, I present a smaller target. If I falter, I can still make my escape. But with you alongside me, I fear I may not only be unable to protect you, but could also be hindered by distraction, putting us both at risk." Lao Wang's expression shifted abruptly from anticipation to astonishment, quickly transforming into understanding. He was no fool. Lin Feng spoke the truth. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, level 3 with less than stellar equipment, and his reflexes could not keep pace with the younger generation. Accompanying Lin Feng into the Misty Valley would not only be unhelpful, but could prove detrimental. Lin Feng continued, moreover, Uncle, aren't the villagers currently forming large teams? You should seek out a reliable group to join, train safely within their ranks, enhance your abilities, and gather supplies. This is the most prudent and sensible choice. Joining me in this perilous venture would be exceedingly unwise and hazardous for you. He refrained from mentioning the distribution of experience points, focusing solely on the aspects of safety and superior alternatives. Lao Wang's gaze grew complex. After a moment of silence, he sighed heavily, a bittersweet smile gracing his face. Yet understanding prevailed. Xiaofeng, you are right. Uncle is indeed unable to keep pace with you. My presence would only be a burden. He recognized that Lin Feng's intentions were rooted in care. To force his way into the Misty Valley would undeniably be a hindrance. Exactly, and now various teams are forming. Lao Wang affirmed, patting Lin Feng on the shoulder, his determination rekindled. So, this heroic task shall rest upon your shoulders. Go forth and conquer. Uncle shall not impede you. He offered an encouraging smile. I will see if I can find a suitable team. You must exercise utmost caution in the Misty Valley. It is no place for trifling. Remember, if you cannot defeat them, run. Do not endure unnecessarily. Survival is paramount. Yes, I understand, Uncle. Take care of yourself. Lin Feng felt a surge of emotion, nodding vigorously. All right, I shall seek a team. Await good news. Lao Wang imparted one last piece of advice before turning to leave the village chief's office, heading towards the gathering teams in the village. Watching Lao Wang's departing figure, Lin Feng felt a tumult of emotions. Yet, he knew this was the best decision for both of them. He turned back to face old John, the village chief. His gaze now sharp and resolute. Chief, I accept this mission. Old John regarded the steadfast young man before him. Excellent. Young adventurer, your courage is commendable. Please exercise caution. The hopes of our entire village may well rest upon your shoulders. Lin Feng refrained from further words, striding purposefully out of the office. Outside, the bustling crowd stirred as various teams prepared to embark, perhaps some even heading towards the Misty Valley. Chapter 13. The Entrance to the Misty Valley. After parting with Lao Wang, Lin Feng did not rush headlong into the Misty Valley. Faced with level 5 monsters and an unknown environment, thorough preparation was essential. Especially since he had chosen to brave the dragon's lair alone. He first visited the general store, using the scant copper coins he had left to procure several rough rations and a few flasks of cloudy drinking water. Gritting his teeth, he then splurged on 10 units of hemostatic herbs. Acting alone, without the support of teammates, these supplies would serve as his final safeguard. He refrained from inquiring further about the Misty Valley from others, knowing that such questions would yield little useful information and might attract unwanted attention. Instead, he quietly adjusted his breathing, optimizing his state, then resolutely made his way towards the eastern part of the village. The journey towards the Misty Valley felt markedly different when undertaken alone. Without Lao Wang's intermittent conversation and warnings, the surroundings seemed eerily silent, heightening his vigilance. However, thanks to his impressive agility score of 28, his speed was remarkable. What would typically take over half an hour, he accomplished in less than 20 minutes. Once more standing before the dark red mountain pass, reminiscent of having been stained with blood, he gazed into the roiling, living fog that churned within, his heartbeat quickening. Without teammates, all dangers lay solely upon his shoulders. Charge ahead. He inhaled deeply, gripping his golden eagle tightly, and stepped boldly into the depths of the mist. The familiar sensations of restricted vision and distorted sounds assailed him instantly. Visibility was severely limited to a mere 5 or 6 meters ahead. Beyond that lay chaos. The map function was rendered entirely ineffective, forcing him to rely on instinct and a rough sense of direction to proceed. Lin Feng immediately increased his speed, not in a reckless sprint, but in a manner that maintained a sense of direction, moving with a nimble, ready-to-change stride. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, scanned the mist ahead and to either side, while his ears perked up, attuned to any unusual sounds that might emerge from the fog. The surrounding silence was profound, broken only by the faint rustle of his own footsteps on the damp ground. This extreme quietude was far more unsettling than any noise. After about 5 minutes of cautious movement, Lin Feng suddenly halted. He detected an exceedingly faint sound, akin to nails scraping against stone, emanating from just beyond the mist to his left. In an instant, he raised his weapon, crouching slightly, his focus trained on the direction of the sound. The next moment, a dark red figure, deeper in hue than the surrounding fog, lunged forth from the mist. It moved with astonishing speed, hurtling directly towards him. A powerful stench of blood assaulted his senses. A blood corpse. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, but his body reacted even more swiftly than his mind. In the split second the blood corpse leaped, he deftly sidestepped to the right, while simultaneously his golden eagle roared to life. Bang! The close-range shot struck true, hitting the blood corpse squarely in the shoulder blade. 80. The immense force of the impact momentarily halted the creature's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng propelled himself backward, creating distance, while raising his aim to target the Blood Corpse's grotesque, blood-glowing head. Blood Corpse, normal. Level, 5. Health, 680750. Attack power, 40. Defense, 25. Skills, Bloodthirsty Claw Strike, Bloody Charge, Basic Regeneration, Minor Continuous Healing. In the mist-laden valley, grotesquely mutated zombies, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood, exhibit extreme aggression and possess a modicum of regenerative ability. Lin Feng gazed at the oncoming bloodthirsty corpse, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Competing in speed? I fear you not in my current state. He ceased his retreat and, instead, began to circle the blood zombie at high velocity, positioning it at the center of his movement. His steps were nimble and swift, maintaining a distance of approximately 7 to 8 meters from the blood zombie, a perfect range that allowed him to fire at leisure without falling prey to its grasp. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire resonated rhythmically. Unlike before, he did not unleash a continuous barrage. Instead, he deftly maneuvered while seeking the optimal angles and moments to shoot. His firearm consistently aimed at the creature's head. This was the foundation of his confidence, bolstered by his maximum agility. The rapid movement afforded him not only evasion capabilities, but also unparalleled battlefield manipulation. Although the blood zombie boasted an offensive power of 40, it could scarcely graze the hem of Lin Feng's garment. Time and again, it charged and clawed, yet Lin Feng effortlessly dodged with mere inches to spare. It resembled a bull being taunted, frantically spinning in place, perpetually unable to close the gap on the enemy, as elusive as a wraith. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's shots were as relentless and precise as a parasite burrowing into bone. 130. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 128. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Miss, an occasional misfire amid his rapid movements. 135. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 131. Critical hit. Weak point attack. His headshot rate was astonishingly high. After countless hours of shooting practice and the stability and targeting speed afforded by his 28 points in agility, he could hit the comparatively large weak point of the head with at least 8 out of 10 shots, approximately an 80 headshot rate. The slight healing effect from the blood zombie's basic regeneration was utterly insignificant against Lin Feng's storm of critical headshots. Its health steadily dwindled. At last, after yet another futile charge met with failure, and another powerful bullet struck its head, the fierce blood zombie emitted a cry of despair, its massive form crashing to the ground, dissolving into a puddle of dark crimson ooze that quickly melded with the mist. You have slain blood zombie, normal, 1. Gaining 10 experience points. Quest number 888 Newbie Village Hero Quest, progress, 1100. Lin Feng paused, slightly panting, a sheen of fine sweat glistening on his forehead. 10 experience points. That is 5 times that of a level 2 monster. Such a generous reward. Yet, this battle proved far more exhausting than his previous encounters in the jungle. The entire ordeal required intense mental focus, continuous high-speed movement, and precise shooting, draining both his physical and mental stamina. Indeed, the blood zombie was a formidable foe. Lin Feng surveyed the spot where the blood zombie had vanished, leaving behind a solitary copper coin and a small shard of dark red crystalline material, possibly junk. With 750 health points, 25 points of defense, and regenerative abilities, had it not been for his full investment in agility, along with his firearm and infinite ammunition, any other level 5 player, even in a group, would have faced considerable difficulty, potentially even a disastrous defeat. He mused, despite the fatigue from this solo battle, the efficiency was remarkably high. By employing kite tactics and achieving a high headshot rate, he had nearly eliminated a level 5 monster without sustaining any injuries. This bolstered his confidence immensely. Excellent. This method is viable, though it does wear on my shoes. Lin Feng glanced down at his nearly worn-out sneakers, chuckling at himself. He stepped forward, collecting the copper coin and the item labeled dried blood clump. Then, as was his habit, pretended to reload his golden desert eagle, casting a wary glance into the deeper fog. 100 blood zombies, and he had only completed 1% of the task. In his eyes, the earlier tension had dissipated, replaced by the calm of a hunter and a spark of excitement. He relished this challenge. Chapter 14. Gunshots attracting monsters and an ideal shooting range. As Lin Feng stepped into the mist-laden valley, he resembled a solitary ghostly hunter, commencing his deadly dance with the blood zombies. He maximized his agility advantage. No longer did he opt for direct confrontation with the blood zombies. Instead, he employed agile footwork to engage in a lethal game of hide-and-seek with these savage level 5 creatures amidst the dense fog. His footsteps flitted like a specter among rocks and withered trees, always maintaining a delicate distance that ensured the effective range and headshot rate of his golden desert eagle while rendering the blood zombie's formidable 40-point attack power ineffective. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire reverberated through the mist. Each shot was often accompanied by the explosive demise of a blood zombie's head. His headshot rate of 80, coupled with the immense power of the golden desert eagle, yielded remarkable efficiency. You have slain Blood Zombie, Normal, 1, gaining 10 experience points. Quest No. 888 Newbie Village Hero Quest, Progress, 2100. Golden Desert Eagle, Gold Edition, LV3, Infinite Ammo, Experience Points, 1. Current Weapon Experience, 162,000. Bang, bang. You have slain Blood Zombie, Normal, 1, gaining 10 experience points. Quest number 888 Newbie Village Hero Quest, Progress, 3,100. Thus, leveraging his exceptional personal skills and extraordinary advantages, Lin Feng steadily advanced the quest. Yet, the toll on him was considerable. His mind had to remain intensely focused, ever vigilant for any disturbances that might arise in the mist, while simultaneously executing high-speed movements and precise shots, leading to significant physical exhaustion. After dispatching merely 5 or 6 blood zombies, he found beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his breathing becoming somewhat labored. This place was far more taxing for monster hunting than the outside world, Lin Feng muttered to himself while cautiously shifting positions. To complicate matters, he soon discovered a new dilemma. The sound of the Golden Desert Eagle was simply too loud, although the mist somewhat dampened the transmission of sound, rendering it a bit muffled. In the stillness of the valley, the incessant bang-bang was as conspicuous as a beacon in the night. Initially, it was manageable. He encountered only solitary or pairs of blood zombies. However, as time progressed, he sensed that the shadowy crimson forms surrounding him appeared to multiply. Roar. Hiss. Just as he skillfully felled another blood zombie and prepared to retrieve the dropped items, the fog on both sides erupted with the characteristic, brutal roars of blood zombies. Almost simultaneously, 3 dark red silhouettes surged toward him from different directions, radiating a potent stench of blood. What the hell? 3. Lin Feng's scalp tingled. Facing 1 blood zombie, he could deftly toy with it. 2. He could manage with slightly more complex maneuvers. But confronting 3 at once, especially in this vision-restricted hellhole, meant that if one managed to ensnare him or block his escape, the other 2 could instantly rend him to shreds. That 40-point attack power was no joke. In the face of such peril, retreat was the wisest course. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng disregarded the fallen loot and sprinted away. His speed surged to its zenith, his form dissolving into a wisp of smoke as he vanished into the mist. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 bloodthirsty corpses pursued relentlessly behind him, their heavy footsteps and furious roars echoing through the mist, rendering this chase both harrowing and exhilarating. Lin Feng dared not exhibit the slightest hint of complacency. He deftly maneuvered across the uneven terrain of the valley with remarkable control over his body, constantly altering his direction in an attempt to shake off his relentless pursuers. Occasionally, he found it necessary to glance back and fire a couple of shots at the most tenacious of the blood corpses, momentarily hindering its advance to gain himself a sliver of breathing room. The dense fog served as both his cover and a hindrance to his vision, and on multiple occasions, he narrowly avoided colliding with suddenly emerging rocks or withered trees, just as he felt the chilling breath of his pursuers closing in and his strength beginning to wane. He suddenly perceived a colossal, steep shadow looming ahead in the mist. It resembled a nearly vertical cliff face, or perhaps a massive, solitary stone pillar. An opportunity. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Feng. Typically, zombies possessed poor climbing abilities, particularly these seemingly cumbersome and bloodthirsty types. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the shadow with all his might. As he drew closer, it became evident that it was indeed a towering stone pillar, rising over 10 meters high, with a relatively smooth surface, lacking any apparent footholds for climbing. The top of the pillar appeared to feature a somewhat flat platform. Lin Feng dashed to the base of the pillar, gazed upward, and estimated its height and potential handholds. Taking a deep breath, he temporarily stowed away his golden sand eagle, and then, employing both hands and feet, he swiftly began his ascent, leveraging his extraordinary agility and strength. Although the pillar was steep, years of erosion had left behind minute crevices and protrusions. While it might prove challenging for an ordinary person, for Lin Feng, with his agility rating soaring to 28, it was a feat within reach, albeit requiring some effort. As he ascended halfway, the 3 blood corpses had also arrived at the base of the pillar. They glared at Lin Feng, who was climbing upward, unleashing furious roars, frantically clawing at the base of the pillar in a futile attempt to scale it. As Lin Feng had anticipated, their clumsy forms and lack of skill rendered them incapable of effectively climbing the steep rock face, leaving them agitated and flailing below. A wave of relief washed over Lin Feng, prompting him to quicken his movements, and with a few strategic pushes, he finally succeeded in reaching the platform at the top of the pillar. The platform was modest in size, roughly a dozen square meters, with a relatively flat surface. He stood at the edge of the platform, panting heavily, gazing down. Below, the 3 blood corpses congregated, continually raising their heads to roar at him. Some even attempting to leap up, but the height of over 10 meters was an insurmountable chasm for them. Huh, look at them, dumbfounded. Lin Feng beamed with pride as he observed the frantic blood corpses below. Suddenly, he realized he had inadvertently discovered an exceptional vantage point. a high ground inaccessible to the zombies. A natural, perfect, and secure shooting range. Without hesitation, Lin Feng retrieved his golden sand eagle once again, positioned himself at the edge of the platform, and aimed at the blood corpses below, who resembled live targets. Bang! The bullet whistled downward, striking one blood corpse squarely in the head. 140. Headshot. The blood corpse let out a wretched howl, blood erupting from its skull. The corpses below appeared even more agitated, yet they remained powerless against Lin Feng atop the platform. Bang! 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 In high spirits, Lin Feng commenced his target practice. He no longer needed to consider dodging or repositioning. All his focus could be devoted to aiming and shooting. It was simply too effortless. The three pursuing blood corpses quickly succumbed to his composed marksmanship, transforming into dark crimson goo one by one. Killed blood corpse, common, X3, gained 30 experience points. Mission Hero Task Number 888 in Newbie Village, progress, 6,100. Having dealt with his pursuers, Lin Feng did not immediately depart from this fortuitous location. He observed that from his vantage point, despite the lingering fog, his visibility was considerably enhanced compared to being on the ground, allowing him to survey a broader area. To his astonishment, he noticed that the gunfire he had just unleashed seemed to have attracted some indistinct red figures in the distance, moving towards the stone pillar. Could it be? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was nothing short of an automatic monster spawning point. He felt invigorated. The panic of being pursued was swiftly replaced by the thrill of discovering an optimal farming spot. Calmly, he stood on the platform, watching as the blood corpses were drawn to the base of the pillar by the sound of gunfire, and thus began his leisurely yet efficient monster farming endeavor. Bang! Headshot! Bang! Another headshot! Bang! Bang! Hitting their bodies was inconsequential. After all, they could not ascend. In no time, the sounds of gunfire reverberated beneath the pillar, accompanied by the roars of the blood corpses and their deathly wails. Lin Feng's mission progress soared at an unprecedented pace. Mission Hero Task No. 888 in Newbie Village, progress, 7,100. Mission Hero Task Number 888 in Newbie Village, progress, 8,100. Mission Hero Task Number 888 in Newbie Village, progress, 25,100. Mission Hero Task No. 888 in Newbie Village, progress, 26,100. While Lin Feng effortlessly farmed the monsters, he mused. Indeed, playing games requires ingenuity and strategy. This is quite comfortable. He understood that as long as he maintained this position, completing the task of eliminating 100 blood corpses was merely a matter of time. Moreover, it was virtually risk-free. Chapter 15, Sword Control Technique. At that moment, as Lin Feng reveled in his solitary triumph, efficiently farming blood corpses in the Misty Valley, his mission progress skyrocketing. On the other end of the 888 Newbie Village, deep within the western region of the Level 1 abandoned factory, a well-equipped and synchronized squad was also engaged in their hero mission. The leader of this team was none other than Qin Shiming, who firmly held the top spot on the current leaderboard. At this moment, Qin Shiming had attained level 6, adorned in sumptuous novice gear, wielding a longsword that shimmered with a faint azure light. His countenance was austere, his gaze sharp, exuding an ineffable aura of confidence and grace in every gesture. He had chosen the longsword as his weapon of choice. While this was a conventional selection, melee weapons offered stability in the early game. They often required perfect teamwork when facing hordes of zombies or special elite monsters. However, Qin Shiming harbored a secret unbeknownst to others. At the game's inception, while everyone frantically chose their weapons or studied the system, he had been captivated by the exquisitely crafted game trailer V10, watching it no less than 10 times. His intention had been to glean more information about this gaming world, yet unexpectedly, upon viewing the trailer for the 10th time and selecting the longsword as his weapon, a special notification resonated in his mind. Detected your extreme focus on exploring the world background. Your understanding of the sword seems to have awakened a hidden talent. Sword Heart Clarity, Beginner, has been activated. Based on the talent Sword Heart Clarity, Beginner, you have comprehended the foundational skill Sword Control Technique, Entry Level. Sword Control Technique, Beginner. This skill allows you to consume a small amount of mental energy or stamina to command your personal longsword to perform short-distance flight and piercing attacks, with its potency determined by your mental or strength attributes in the weapon itself. As proficiency increases, additional techniques can be unlocked. It is precisely this unexpectedly acquired skill, akin to the sword control technique, found in Xinxia novels, that grants Qin Shiming an unparalleled advantage over other melee players at the game's inception. He can utilize the flying sword for mid-range attacks, compensating for his short reach, and can even achieve a certain degree of area damage. Coupled with his remarkable dexterity and combat awareness, this enables him to stand out among countless players, leading the ranks and firmly securing the top position. At this moment, he is leading a meticulously selected team of 4 companions, forming an elite squad of 5. Each of these teammates is renowned within the ranks. One is a shield warrior wielding a heavy shield with exceptional defense. Another is an archer with precise aim and agile movement, while a third is a berserker armed with a massive axe, renowned for his explosive power. The heroic quest assigned to Qin Shiming's team differs from that of Lin Feng. It appears that the village elder, Old John, has allocated different trials based on the player's strengths, positioning, or some unknown logic in the competition for the singular blessing of the ancestors buff. The task assigned to Qin Shiming's team is to eliminate 30 mutated foremen, elite, or other elite zombies of equivalent rank lurking within the depths of an abandoned factory. Eliminate 30 elite zombies in the abandoned factory. For Qin Shiming's well-coordinated and formidable elite squad, the inherent combat difficulty of this task is not particularly daunting. With Qin Shiming's sword control technique, working in tandem with his teammates' crowd control and damage output, they can typically dispatch an elite foe swiftly with minimal cost. However, they now face an exceedingly awkward and vexing predicament. There are simply not enough elite monsters to slay. Captain, the third spawn point has yet to yield any results, reported the scouting archer teammate, returning from a distance with a look of helplessness. What about the second point? Qin Shiming inquired, his brow furrowed, his tone cold. Big Brother Shield is stationed over there, and he too reports no activity. We only took down one half an hour ago, and the respawn rate is abysmally slow. The archer complained. Qin Shiming's expression darkened. Although the abandoned factory is vast, the spawn points for elite monsters are limited, and most critically, the respawn time for elite zombies is exceedingly long. Often, it takes an hour or even longer for a single one to reappear. No matter how powerful their squad is, it is futile if they cannot locate any monsters. They have already spent a significant portion of the day on this task, yet their progress stands at a mere 830. This cannot continue. The berserker suddenly drove his massive axe into the ground, expressing his frustration. At this rate, by the time we finish off 30 elite monsters, our hopes will be dashed. That so-called blessing of the ancestors buff will surely be claimed by someone else. Qin Shiming is acutely aware of this reality. He glanced at the leaderboard. Although he still held the first position with level 6, the players behind him at level 5 were closing the gap rapidly. Furthermore, he noticed that Lin Feng, who had dropped from 2nd to 8th yesterday, seemed to be gaining momentum again today, acquiring experience at an impressive rate. Could he have also taken on a heroic task? What quest did he select? A flicker of doubt and competitive spirit crossed Qin Shiming's mind. Time waits for no one. A fierce determination ignited in Qin Shiming's eyes. He could not tolerate the thought of someone potentially completing the heroic task faster than him. That blessing of the ancestors buff must be his. No more waiting. He declared decisively. The abandoned factory is too large. There must be other elite spawn points we have yet to discover. Xiao Wu, Ali, you two head west to search. Xiaoya Dezhuang, you go south. I will lead the team to investigate the Northern Core Workshop. Maintain communication and report any sightings of elites immediately. Huh? Split up? The teammates hesitated, knowing that division implies increased risk. What? Are you afraid? Qin Shiming shot them a cold glance, insisting, to survive in this apocalypse, to endure amidst the hordes of the undead, one must not shy away from risks. While the sword control technique is formidable, it also requires your support. The more elites we locate, the faster we can complete the task. Otherwise, once that buff is snatched away by others, we will all regret it. His words balanced firmness and persuasion, prompting the teammates to exchange glances before ultimately gritting their teeth in agreement. All right, we'll follow Qin Gu's lead. We're on our way. Soon, this top-tier elite squad from the novice village dispersed, searching different regions of the factory. Qin Shiming tightened his grip on the azure longsword, his eyes brimming with confidence and a sense of inevitability. No matter who it is, no one shall take my first place. Chapter 16, 100 slashes achieved. This buff is mine to secure. In the Misty Valley, upon a rocky platform, Lin Feng felt as though he were a seasoned worker on an assembly line. The kind with automated feeding. Comfortably leaning against the edge of the rocks, while maintaining a safe distance, his golden desert eagle seemed almost fused to his hand, rhythmically lifting, aiming, and firing. Bang! Below, amidst the thick fog, a blood corpse that had just ambled over and was still bewildered met its demise as a burst of crimson erupted from its head, twitching in futile agony before collapsing and dissipating into light. Killed blood corpse, normal, 1, gained 10 experience points. Quest, 888 Novice Village Heroic Task, progress, 30,100. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, unlimited ammo, experience 1. Current weapon experience, 432,000. Next, Lin Feng nonchalantly blew at the non-existent smoke from the barrel, his gaze calmly sweeping below. Ever since he discovered this safe haven from the zombies, the difficulty of this heroic task had plummeted. Previously, he had to remain fully concentrated, skillfully maneuvering and frantically kiting just to handle a single level 5 blood corpse. Now, it felt akin to target practice. A static target at that. All he needed to do was sit here, waiting for those adorable blood corpses to wander out of the mist and into his range, and then send them a scorching hot treat. Although a few blood corpses occasionally displayed some cunning, attempting to jump and howl from beneath the rocky ledge to mentally harass him, Lin Feng remained utterly unfazed. Bang. Killed blood corpse, normal, 1, gained 10 experience points. Quest progress, 45,100. Weapon experience 1, 582,000. Being invincible is such a lonely existence. As Lin Feng mechanically fired, he hummed a little tune in his heart. While this monster-slaying process was undoubtedly safe and efficient, it was also somewhat monotonous. Initially, he felt quite thrilled, as if he had outsmarted the game by finding a bug, though it was merely a clever use of terrain. However, after several hours of repeating the same actions, even his disposition began to feel somewhat numb. I wonder how Uncle Wong is doing. Has he found a reliable team? And what about my parents? They must be working hard to level up too, right? I wonder what heroic task that top-ranked Qin Shiming is undertaking. What is his progress like now? Lost in his thoughts, his hands continued their relentless motions. Muscle memory had taken over. Lift the gun, aim, shoot, watching the experience points accumulate in seamless succession. He even felt as though his right arm, wielding the gun, was on the verge of becoming as robust as a mythical creature, and he would certainly need a thorough massage upon his return. Time slipped away rapidly in this monotonous yet efficient monster-slaying endeavor. The corpses of bloodthirsty monsters, which left behind copper coins and debris after disintegration, accumulated beneath the rocky platform, and he was too apathetic to descend and collect them. Planning to do so after completing his quest. Bang! Another shot fired. Kill count, blood corpse, common, 1, experience gained, 10. Quest, hero's task no. 888 in the novice village, progress, 99,100. Weapon experience, 1, 132,000. Only 99 left? Lin Feng's spirit soared. He was finally nearing completion. He focused intently, his gaze fixed below. Hurry, just one more to go. As if sensing his call, a blood corpse, slightly more robust than the usual ones, or perhaps it was merely an illusion, staggered out from the dense fog. You are the one. Lin Feng took a deep breath and steadied his aim with the gun. This final shot must carry a sense of ceremony. It must be a headshot. He held his breath, concentrating deeply, with his sights firmly locked. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air, striking the blood corpse precisely between the eyes. 158. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The creature didn't even have time to let out a roar. Its head exploded, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. Almost simultaneously. Ding! A remarkably crisp and melodious system notification echoed in his mind, louder than the level up alert. Congratulations. You have successfully slain 100 common blood corpses. Quest, hero's task no. 888 in the novice village, is complete. Please return to novice village number 888 promptly to report to village chief Old John. The first adventurer to submit the quest will receive the unique reward, Blessing of the Ancestors buff. Your heroic deeds will be remembered. It's done. Lin Feng leaped up from the ground, exuberantly raising his fist. It wasn't easy. Although he discovered a shortcut, it was still the result of a hard-fought day. He quickly opened his status panel to check. Level, LV5. Experience, 10, 041, 500. Weapon level, LV3. Experience, 1, 132, 000. Killing 100 level 5 monsters still hadn't elevated him to level 6. Lin Feng gazed at the experience bar, feeling a tinge of regret. Leveling up from 5 to 6 required a full 500 points of experience, and this quest had provided a total of 101,000 points, leaving him nearly 500 points shy of leveling up. However, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The key was that the quest was complete. That unique, Blessing of the Ancestors buff, was beckoning him. He must return to submit the quest immediately. Lin Feng had no time to waste. Who knew how other players or teams were faring? Especially that Qin Shiming. If someone else beat him to it, all his hard work today would be in vain. He glanced up at the sky. It was now dusk, with the last rays of the setting sun struggling to pierce the fog above the valley, casting a dim glow. Night was about to descend once more. He needed to hurry. Lin Feng hesitated no longer, cautiously surveying his surroundings to confirm that no blood corpses were nearby. And then he nimbly slid down from the rocky platform. He swiftly collected the spoils of war that had accumulated beneath the rocks, primarily copper coins and some dried blood clots, before determining the direction and sprinting toward the exit of the foggy valley. Meanwhile, in the abandoned factory's core workshop area. Damn it, another pile of useless parts. Where are the elite monsters? A player wielding a massive axe shouted in frustration as he smashed a rusty iron box. Next to him, a female player with a pistol wore a worried expression. Chingu, we've been searching this area for almost an hour. And we haven't even seen a shadow of an elite monster. We've killed plenty of ordinary zombies instead. The team's communication channel echoed with similarly disheartened reports from 2 other teammates, who had found nothing in their searched areas as well. Qin Shiming stood atop a high platform, his expression as grim as the depths of the sea, the azure-hued sword in his hand creaking under his grip. Since they had dispersed to search, their efficiency had not improved significantly. The abandoned factory was far too vast, with elite monster spawn points already scarce, compounded by lengthy respawn times. They had spent the better part of the day and had only managed to slay 20 elite monsters in total. Quest, Heroes Task No. 888 in the Novice Village. Progress, 2630. Only 4 more to go, yet these last 4 seemed to be intentionally evading them. They could not be found. As darkness began to envelop the surroundings, and night was on the verge of arriving, the search for elite monsters would soon become a matter of personal safety. Damn it, so close yet so far. Qin Shiming was filled with agitation and resentment. He could not afford to waste an entire day on elite monsters. He could not tolerate failure in this quest, nor could he allow that buff to be seized by another. The sun completely sank below the horizon, and the last glimmer of light in the foggy valley was swallowed by darkness. Lin Feng, relying on his remarkable agility and keen sense of danger, managed to dash out of the oppressive mist before it was entirely dark. Looking back, he saw nothing but endless darkness and fog, as if a monstrous maw waited to devour him. He let out a long sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ahead, the flickering lights of Novice Village number 888 shimmered in the night, like a beacon of hope. The blessing of the ancestors buff? Here I come. Lin Feng did not linger, sprinting full speed toward the village. He had to win this race against time. Chapter 17. Buff acquired. Attributes doubled. Ecstatic. Quest complete. Heroic task. First, these 4 phrases echoed incessantly in his mind, stimulating the very ends of his nerves. He had only one thought: rush. Rush back to the village. Find old John. Secure that unique blessing of the ancestors tightly in his grasp. He unleashed his 28 points of agility to the fullest, his entire being transformed into a shadow skimming the ground, racing along the rugged mountain path. Only the sound of the wind whooshed past his ears, while the scenery whirled by at breakneck speed, as he passed several other player teams making their way to the village. Those players merely caught a glimpse of a black shadow darting past, the gust of wind nearly knocking them off balance. What the hell was that? Was it a player? That speed was incredible. Could it be a powerhouse from the leaderboard? Lin Feng had no time to heed the astonishment of these bystanders. His eyes were solely fixed on the increasingly closer warm lights representing Novice Village number 888. Faster. Even faster. He couldn't let anyone else get there first. He fervently shouted in his heart. At such a critical moment, no accidents could occur. Finally, the familiar wooden fence came into view. The guards at the village entrance were startled as a black shadow approached at an astonishing speed, nearly triggering the alarm. Relief washed over them upon recognizing Lin Feng, though astonishment lingered in their eyes. Lin Feng barely had time to greet the guards before he dashed into the village like a whirlwind, disregarding the astonished gazes of surrounding players as he sprinted straight toward the village chief's office. Make way, this is urgent, he shouted, startling the players on his path into stepping aside. Bang! Lin Feng nearly crashed through the door of the village chief's office, entering with a whirlwind of dust and breathless haste. Inside, old John, the village chief, was studying a map with several captain guards, discussing matters of defense, when his abrupt entrance startled them. Who is it? Oh, it's you, Lin Feng? Old John recognized him, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he patiently inquired. What is the matter at this late hour? Leaning against the door frame, Lin Feng gasped for air, his face radiating an uncontrollable excitement and exhilaration. He raised his hand high, though empty, and shouted with all his might, Chief, the mission, the hero's quest. I completed it. 100. Blood corpses in the Misty Valley. All exterminated. As he proclaimed this, he summoned the quest panel with his thoughts, showcasing the glowing completed status of the hero quest number 888 to old John. The office was instantly enveloped in stunned silence. Old John's eyes widened, his mouth agape, nearly dropping the map from his hands. The surrounding captains wore expressions akin to seeing a ghost, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. What? Old John's voice trembled, his finger pointing at Lin Feng's quest panel, scarcely believing his own eyes. You mean to say you completed it? You killed 100 blood corpses? In the Misty Valley? All by yourself? How is that possible? That's the Misty Valley. Those are level 5 blood corpses. Even the village's most elite guard squad would enter with extreme caution, suffering heavy losses. This lad only accepted the task this morning. And he completed it today? Alone? Absolutely. Look at the system notification, Chief. Lin Feng stifled his laughter, indicating the shining 3 words, completed, on his quest panel. Old John quickly leaned in for a closer look, rubbed his eyes, and ultimately had to accept this seemingly fantastical reality. The system notifications do not lie. This young man had indeed accomplished what he deemed nearly impossible all by himself, and in such a short span of time. Excellent, excellent, old John exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he slapped his thigh. The worries and fatigue that previously clouded him vanished, replaced by unparalleled exhilaration and hope. Truly, the heavens have blessed our number 888 beginner village. The ancestors above, among your descendants, a true hero has finally emerged. He passionately grasped Lin Feng's arm, shaking it vigorously. Child, you are our village's great savior. Quickly, we must hold a ceremony. We must summon the blessings of our ancestors. Old John produced an ancient-looking dark golden metal insignia, intricately engraved with peculiar patterns, from his robes, beginning to chant solemnly, his voice deep and grave, as if imbued with a power transcending time. Just then, ding! A system announcement erupted, louder and more magnificent than any prior notification, resonating throughout the entire number 888 beginner village. Village announcement. Congratulations to player Lin Feng. You are the first to successfully complete the hero quest number 888. Your fearless courage and extraordinary strength have awakened the slumbering spirits of the ancestors. Village announcement. Player Lin Feng has received the unique blessing of the ancestors. Duration, 8 days. The light of the ancestors shall protect the true hero and ward off the encroaching darkness. Village announcement. All adventurers are encouraged to take this as an example. Strive to enhance your strength, unite as one, and prepare for the impending Undead Tide Challenge in 10 days, currently 8 days remaining. The threefold village announcement detonated like thunder, instantly igniting the entire beginner village. What the heck? What is happening? Lin Feng, he completed the hero quest? Are you kidding? It's only been a day. Is the Misty Valley task that simple? How could he finish it? The only blessing of the ancestors. He took it. What does that mean for our hard work on tasks? Who exactly is Lin Feng? Is he the game developer's favorite child? What about the esteemed Qin Shiming? Wasn't it said that they, the Mad Dragon, had the best chance? How could they be outmaneuvered? The chat channel of the beginner village exploded with astonishment, skepticism, envy, and jealousy, surging forth like a tide. Countless players who had just returned to the village for rest, including those actively recruiting teammates for their large teams, were left stunned by the unexpected announcement. Especially Qin Shiming, who had just returned and was preparing to rest before seeking the last 4 elite monsters the next day. Upon hearing the announcement, he stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. The arrogance on his face morphed into disbelief and seething rage. Qin Shiming clenched his fists tightly, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. He could not accept that this self-proclaimed chosen one had been usurped of the most critical buff by an unknown individual. Meanwhile, at the eye of the storm, Lin Feng was enveloped in a warm, golden glow. As Old John's incantation blended with the system announcement, the ancient insignia radiated a dazzling light. A golden beam descending from the heavens, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. He felt an indescribable, overwhelming warmth and power surging through every fiber of his being, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing. The fatigue from previous battles evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength. Once the radiance faded, Lin Feng eagerly opened his status panel. At the very top, a shimmering buff icon gleamed. Blessing of the ancestors. Type, special status buff. Effect, unlocks bodily potential. Communicates with the ancestral spirits. Grants a doubling of all attributes. Duration, 7 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds countdown. Note, this blessing is only effective within the number 888 beginner village and during the Undead Tide. It becomes void outside the area or after the tide concludes. This is a unique blessing, non-stacking and cannot be dispelled. What the heck? When Lin Feng read the effect stating the doubling of all attributes, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His heart almost ceased to beat. Doubling. All attributes doubled. What kind of divine buff is this? His agility is currently at 28 points, so doubling it makes it 56 points. Strength, stamina, and spirit may gain less, but they will also increase by 7 or 8 points, making it 15 or 16. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Lin Feng was so exhilarated he nearly leaped from the spot. He felt an explosive power surging within him. He tried clenching his fists, feeling capable of punching through a cow. A mere illusion. He attempted to jump in place, feeling as though he could easily leap 2 meters high. This is simply extraordinary. Lin Feng's mouth was practically watering, a foolish grin plastered across his face. All the prior toil, tedium, and peril were rendered worthwhile in this singular moment. This ancestral blessing buff was simply explosive in its efficacy. It was so powerful that it left no room for rivals. His mind immediately fixated on the most crucial aspect, damage. With attributes doubled, the primary enhancements being agility, strength, and stamina, the overall boost to combat prowess was undeniably terrifying. Enhanced speed, increased strength, greater health, and fortified defenses. The implications were not merely an increase in survivability, but also an astronomical surge in effective damage output. It was safe to assert that his current actual damage output had more than doubled compared to before, with the Blood Corpse at 750 health and 25 defense. Lin Feng quickly calculated. Previously, a headshot dealt approximately 130 to 160 damage. Now, doubled. Wound T that yield 260 to 320 damage? This implied that he could vanquish a blood corpse with merely 3 headshots. Or, if fortune favored him, perhaps 2 critical hits would suffice. Arriving at this conclusion sent Lin Feng into a frenzy of excitement, causing him to tremble with exhilaration. The efficiency, the sheer thrill. Previously, he had to meticulously draw out the fight to defeat a blood corpse, and now it would take only 3 shots? Venturing back to the Misty Valley, he could practically strut through it with swagger. The monster-slaying pace would soar. Leveling up, he must level up immediately. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with fervor. Not seizing the moment while under the influence of the buff, with 8 days remaining, to rapidly elevate his level would be an utter waste. Tomorrow morning. No. At the break of dawn, he would return to the Misty Valley and unleash chaos. He was determined to reach level 10 within a single day and complete his class transition. What of Qin Shiming? What of Long Aotian? Once he progressed in his class, he would leave them all in the dust. In this moment, Lin Feng was filled with boundless energy and confidence. With immense satisfaction and an air of arrogance, he bid farewell to the still excited old John, the village chief. Amidst the awed, envious, and jealous gazes of numerous NPCs and players who had come to witness the spectacle, he strode out of the chief's office with his head held high. Chapter 18. Buffed and unstoppable. Tonight's goal, level 7. Lin Feng felt an exhilarating surge within him, as if an inexhaustible power coursed through his veins, nearly prompting him to perform a Thomas spin on the spot. Observing the ordinary players in the adjacent hall, weary and coated in blood and grime, content with a few copper coins or a piece of whiteboard equipment, he savored the explosive strength surging through him. A wild smile danced upon his lips, nearly erupting into a pig-like squeal of delight. Ecstasy. It was beyond exhilarating. This sensation was akin to winning the lottery 10 times over. He yearned to dash outside and let out a triumphant roar into the night sky to express his elation. Nearby players were startled by his bizarre antics of foolish laughter and clenched fists, casting wary glances as if to question whether he had lost his mind and quickly distancing themselves. Lin Feng soon realized he was slightly overstepping, hastily reining in his exuberance. Yet the thrill within him was impossible to suppress. Rest? Sleep? What nonsense. One must revel in life's triumphs, and with a buff at his disposal, it was time to grind. He felt invigorated, not just free from fatigue, but even if tasked to run a marathon in the Misty Valley or perform 300 push-ups, it would pose no challenge. The ancestral blessing not only doubled his attributes, but seemingly restored his mental state and stamina to their pinnacle, perhaps even surpassing it. Grinding mode. Activate. Lin Feng resolved that he would forego sleep tonight. He must seize the momentum of this buff and propel his level upward with fervor. However, before diving into leveling, he needed to address some logistical matters. He glanced at his inventory. After purchasing potions, his copper coins were nearly depleted. He needed to offload some local specialties first. He recalled the pile of dried blood clots he had collected beneath the rocky platform in the Misty Valley, along with a few worthless whiteboard items dropped by the 3 robbers he had dispatched. Without hesitation, Lin Feng sprang to his feet and, under the scrutinizing gazes of bewildered players, strode energetically out of the Adventurers Guild, heading straight for the general store. Aunt Mary at the store was yawning, preparing to close for the night, and was somewhat surprised to see Lin Feng again. "Oh, brave child, is that you? Do you have business this late?" "Heh, auntie. I've struck a bit of luck and came to offload some local specialties." Lin Feng cheekily dumped the dried blood clots and several pieces of junk equipment onto the counter. Dried blood clots. Gray junk material appears to be a product of some creature's coagulated blood, emitting a faint metallic scent, maybe useful for certain specialized alchemy or forging. Aunt Mary wrinkled her nose, inspected the items, and casually tossed him a handful of copper coins. "These will do. Considering your recent achievements, I'll take these." "Thanks, auntie." Lin Feng gleefully pocketed the coins. While it wasn't a fortune, it was enough, combined with what he had left, to purchase some provisions. He bought 10 rations to stow away in his backpack. With everything settled, Lin Feng wasted no time and turned to sprint towards the village's east gate. The night was deep, and most players had already succumbed to rest, with only a few night owls engaged in discussions or organizing their gear. The guards at the village entrance were astonished to see Lin Feng heading out alone, especially towards the perilous Misty Valley. "Hey, adventurer, it's night. It's dangerous out there, especially near the plague town." One guard couldn't help but call out. Lin Feng turned back, flashing a bright smile and making an okay gesture. "No worries. I'm just going out for a stroll to digest." With that, he didn't wait for further admonition, his figure flickering as he vanished into the night beyond the village. Leaving the guard bewildered. A stroll? In the Misty Valley? Is this kid out of his mind? The night outside the village was even more sinister and foreboding than during the day. Visibility was nearly non-existent, save for a sliver of the waning moon casting a faint glow. The wind howled ominously, and the rustling foliage felt alive with trepidation, punctuated by the intermittent, frenzied growls of zombies, their aura far more potent than during daylight. Had it been the previous Lin Feng or any ordinary player, traversing the wilderness at this moment would be a harrowing endeavor. But the current Lin Feng felt utterly transformed. With attributes doubled, his night vision seemed to have sharpened, allowing him to discern shapes in the gloom. More importantly, with a staggering 56 agility, he felt as light as a feather, moving with an alarming swiftness. Roar. Not far from the village, a Night Stalker zombie, evidently stronger than its daytime counterpart, detected Lin Feng and lunged at him with a shriek. Lin Feng didn't even break his stride, casually lifting his hand in swift motion. Bang! The golden sand eagle emitted a muffled thud. The Night Stalker's head exploded instantaneously. A definitive kill. Kill Night Stalker Zombie X1, gained 2 experience points. TSK, a feeble foe. Lin Feng scoffed, maintaining his velocity as he continued his sprint towards the Misty Valley. With the buff active, the typical nighttime monsters posed no threat to him. Before long, he arrived once more at the eerie entrance of the Misty Valley. The fog seemed even thicker at night, imbued with a chilling aura that sent shivers down his spine. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, resolutely stepping forward once more. Relying on his memory and familiarity with the terrain, coupled with his current extraordinary speed and perception, he deftly navigated around several areas that might harbor lurking blood corpses, making a beeline for the auspicious rocky platform he had previously discovered. With a few agile leaps, he effortlessly ascended to the summit of the platform. Gazing down, he found the area still shrouded in dense fog, enveloped in an eerie silence. The blood corpses he had dispatched during the day had yet to respawn, and there were currently no signs of monstrous activity in the vicinity. He chuckled mischievously. Time to set the ambience. Raising his golden desert eagle, he aimed not at a specific target, but rather into the fog-laden expanse below, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding gunfire echoed through the stillness of the valley, shattering the tranquility like pebbles thrown into a calm lake. He even called out in a booming voice, "Dinner time, my dear experience points. Your Lin Feng has returned to bestow his favors upon you. Don't miss out. Freshly fired bullets, free to sample." Such an audacious method of drawing in monsters could likely only be executed by someone as audacious as him. The effect was immediate. Within mere minutes, the fog below erupted in a cacophony of furious, more frenzied roars than during the day. Roar, roar. A multitude of dark red figures, appearing even more menacing against the night and fog, were drawn from all directions by the gunfire, congregating beneath the rocky platform. They were none other than blood corpses, night form. Lin Feng focused intently, observing that while these nocturnal blood corpses seemed unchanged in size, their dark red hues had deepened. The crimson glow in their eyes burned with a bloodthirsty ferocity, exuding a presence that was palpably more formidable than during the day. System prompt: at night, the monster's attack and defense power are doubled. Blood corpse, night. Level 5, health points 750. Attack power 80, defense power 50. Skills: bloodthirsty claw strike, bloody charge. Basic regeneration, minor continuous health recovery. Lin Feng gazed down at the night-stalking blood corpses, frantically roaring yet utterly powerless against him, a smile of triumph spreading across his face. Come forth. The more, the merrier. For he himself was also in a doubled attribute state. Although the monster's defense had surged to 50 points, Lin Feng's attack-related attributes had similarly doubled. With this mutual enhancement, he felt as though he could contend with them as easily as in the daytime. No. It should be even swifter. He had estimated that, with his damage output doubled, he would need about 3 shots to the head to eliminate a standard blood corpse. Now facing the nocturnal blood corpses with doubled defense but unchanged health, he was eager to test his mettle. A glint of determination shone in his eyes as he raised his gun, aiming at the most vociferous night blood corpse below. Bang! 225. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Damage numbers floated up. Although, due to the increased defense, it was slightly lower than his estimate of 260320, it was still an exceedingly formidable figure. Indeed, the damage was explosive. Lin Feng felt a surge of confidence. The night blood corpse, struck in the head, instantly lost a significant portion of its health. Bang, bang, bang. Without hesitation, Lin Feng fired 3 more shots. 218. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 110. Hit to the torso. 222. Critical hit. Weak point attack. After 3 shots, the night blood corpse, with 750 health points and 50 points of defense, did not even have the chance to utilize its basic regeneration to any substantial effect before it disintegrated into light. You have slain a blood corpse, night. Earning 10 experience points. Quest: 888 Newbie Village Hero Quest. Completed. Experience points cannot be repeatedly obtained. This entry automatically ignored. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets. Experience points 1. Current weapon experience: 114-2000. For shots, only 4 shots to the head were needed to dispatch a night blood corpse. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This speed was simply extraordinary. It was worth noting that these were level 5 monsters with their attributes doubled at night. Other players would not dare to approach them, let alone attempt to kill them. Yet here he was, comfortably positioned atop the high platform, dispatching them with 3 or 4 shots each, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. The ancestral blessing buff was indeed terrifying. He was on fire. Woohoo! Lin Feng was utterly elated. He felt an unquenchable surge of energy coursing through him. His objective: to reach level 7 tonight. He set himself a goal that would seem utterly fantastical to anyone else. Transitioning from level 5, with approximately 2/3 experience, to level 6 required around 500 experience points, and ascending to level 7, following a progressive pattern, would likely demand between 2,500 to 3,000 experience points. In total, he estimated needing around 300 to 3,500 experience points. Each night blood corpse yielded 10 experience points, meaning he would need to slay between 300 and 350 of them tonight. This was an exceedingly daunting number. Any other individual would not even dare to imagine it. But Lin Feng, he had unlimited bullets. He had a secure terrain. He had the ancestral blessing. He would simply grind it out. A fiery determination and the fervor of a dedicated gamer ignited in Lin Feng's eyes. He raised his searing golden desert eagle once more and embarked on his frenzied nocturnal leveling quest. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted like popcorn in the quiet night sky. One by one, the night blood corpses were drawn in, only to fall in despair beneath the rocky platform. Experience points soared as if propelled by a rocket. You have slain a blood corpse, knight, earning 10 experience points. Weapon experience 1. You have slain a blood corpse, knight, earning 10 experience points. Weapon experience 1. Finally, after an unquantifiable duration of intense shooting, ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to LV6. All attributes receive a slight increase. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Health points maximum increased. The glow of leveling up enveloped him once more. Without hesitation, Lin Feng allocated the 5 attribute points directly to agility. Agility reached 28,533 points, soaring to an impressive 66 points post-doubling. But that was not the end. He was ready to continue. Lin Feng felt he could fight for another 300 rounds. His gaze shifted towards the experience bar, which still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching level 7. The night was still young, and his leveling journey had only just begun. The entire Misty Valley seemed to have transformed into his exclusive leveling dungeon. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. The goal of level 7. Charge. Chapter 19. Dawn's Light. Level 7 achieved. Equipment drop. Lin Feng felt as though he had entered a peculiar sage mode. Not the kind of sage mode for contemplating life's mysteries, but rather the exclusive gamer-esque state of who am I? Where am I? Why do I keep pulling the trigger? Since the onset of night, when he returned here, at least 6 or 7 hours had elapsed. What had he accomplished during this time? The answer was shooting, shooting, and more TMD shooting. The nocturnal blood corpses below were remarkably punctual, more so than a clock in for work. As the last remnants of darkness faded, mere minutes passed before new ones wobbled out from the mist. Their heads tilted back as they roared in fury at him, only to be dispatched with 3 or 4 precise shots to the head, leaving behind a scattering of copper coins and blood clots. The double attributes granted by the ancestral blessing were indeed formidable, rendering him blissfully unaware of any fatigue, and invigorating him with each encounter. However, he was still but a man, not a perpetual motion machine. The monotony of repeating the same tedious actions inevitably led to mental exhaustion. Now, he operated purely on instinct and muscle memory. With half-closed eyes and his left hand cradling the gun for a semblance of professionalism, his right index finger rhythmically squeezed the trigger, the gun barrel steady as ever. Bang. Killed blood corpse, knight. 1. Gained 10 experience points. Weapon experience 1. 285-2000. The next Lin Feng stifled a yawn, tears of fatigue welling up at the corners of his eyes. The experience bar climbed slowly yet steadily. Since reaching level 6, he had already dispatched over 200 nocturnal blood corpses. The distant target of level 7 was finally within reach. Just as he felt himself merging with the golden desert eagle, transforming into an emotionless shooting machine, the eastern sky subtly brightened with the first light of dawn. The dense night that had persisted throughout the evening began to recede, and the mist in the valley seemed less chilling, with hints of improved visibility. Daylight was approaching. Lin Feng felt a surge of energy. Once dawn broke, the blood corpses lurking in the valley would lose their nocturnal enhancements, and he would revel in that. There were no corpses around him now. No, he needed a moment's respite, yet a strong impulse surged within him, compelling him to wait until the blood corpse buffs faded before unleashing his gunfire. Thus, he lay on the rocky platform, watching as the sky gradually brightened. Occasionally, he fired a couple of shots to lure the zombies. Come out, my experienced treasures. The final sprint is upon us. Perhaps his murmurs had an effect, or perhaps it was the last frenzy of the night. But from the thick fog below, 2 nocturnal blood corpses emerged simultaneously. They seemed to sense the approaching dawn, becoming increasingly agitated. Excellent. Lin Feng was not startled, but rather elated, his gun instantly locking onto them. He could hardly wait for the dawn to break. Bang, 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 bang. He even employed rapid-fire techniques, purely due to quick finger movements. The Golden Desert Eagle unleashing an unprecedented rate of fire. 215. Critical hit. 105. Torso. 228. Critical hit. 210. Critical hit. The first nocturnal blood corpse collapsed to the ground. Killed blood corpse, knight. 1. Gained 10 experience points. The experience bar surged forward. Just a bit more. Lin Feng's heart raced. He swiftly redirected his aim at the second nocturnal blood corpse. Just then, the first genuine. Warm sunlight penetrated the fog above the valley, illuminating the rocky platform. Almost simultaneously, the remaining nocturnal blood corpse's frenzied aura faltered, its attributes seemingly reverting to that of daytime. Now was the moment. Lin Feng seized this rare opportunity. Bang! The bullet pierced precisely into its eye socket. 320. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Ding. A crisp, melodious system notification echoed in his mind at last. Congratulations. Level up to LV7. Gained 5 free attribute points. Maximum health increased. The golden light of leveling up cascaded upon him like divine radiance. In an instant, all fatigue, drowsiness, and mental strain were swept away by this warm glow. He felt re-energized, as if he could punch through the rocky platform. Ah, I am level 7. Lin Feng joyously howled at the heavens. He immediately opened his attribute panel and unhesitatingly allocated the 5 attribute points to agility. Agility, 3338, enjoying a buffed total of 76 points. This agility was beyond human. Lin Feng gazed at his attributes, nearly drooling with excitement. However, the surprises were not yet over. As he reveled in the exhilaration of leveling up, he noticed that the last blood corpse he had slain, now basking in the first rays of morning light, left behind an unusual, deep red glow upon disintegration. Something dropped? Not just copper coins and blood clots? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Lin Feng, and he cautiously slid down from the platform. Upon closer inspection, he found 3 pieces of equipment lying quietly within that dark red glow. One was a dark crimson leather chest plate, another a matching pair of trousers, and the last a sturdy-looking pair of boots. Each piece shimmered with a faint blood-red luminescence, suggesting they were anything but ordinary. Wow, a remarkable find. Lin Feng's eyes widened. After an entire night of slaying over 300 blood corpses, this was the first time he had seen equipment drop, let alone 3 pieces at once. They even seemed to form a set. He rubbed his hands together in excitement and hurriedly collected the 3 items. Bloodstained chest plate. Quality, blue. Type, chest armor. Required level, LV5. Defense, 15. Stamina, 3. Special effect, blood aura, when attacked. There is a chance to inflict a minor bleeding status on the attacker, lasting 3 seconds. Set, 13. Embrace of the blood corpse. Bloodstained trousers. Quality, blue. Type, leg armor. Required level, LV5. Defense, 12. Agility, 2. Special effect, bloodstep. Slightly increases movement speed on bloodstained ground. Set, 13. Embrace of the blood corpse. Bloodstained boots. Quality, blue. Type, foot armor. Required level, LV5. Defense, 10. Movement speed, 5. Special effect, stomp. Upon landing after a jump, inflicts minor shock to nearby enemies. Set, 13. Embrace of the blood corpse. Set attribute, Embrace of the blood corpse, 23. Effect, maximum health 100. Set attribute, Embrace of the blood corpse, 33. Effect, lifesteal 3. Wow, a blue set. Lin Feng was practically salivating over the properties of these 3 pieces of equipment. Although they were merely of blue quality, they formed a set, and the attributes were quite impressive. Increasing defense, augmenting stamina, enhancing agility, boosting movement speed. The special effects were all incredibly practical, especially the lifesteal effect upon collecting all 3 pieces. While it was only 3, for someone with his rapid rate of fire, it would significantly enhance his sustainability. This was a jackpot. Lin Feng wasted no time, swiftly discarding his tattered initial garb and donning the complete, bloodstained set. Clad in dark crimson leather armor and long pants, complemented by a golden desert eagle, he exuded an aura of striking coolness and flamboyance. His defensive capabilities had significantly soared. After donning his new gear, Lin Feng felt as though he had exchanged a mere bird's firearm for a cannon. His confidence surged. Without a moment's hesitation, he fired a few shots at a regular blood corpse that had just emerged from the mist, now restored to its daytime state. Bang, bang, 155. Critical hit, 162. Critical hit, just 2 shots, merely 2 headshots. This pitiful, newly clocked-in regular blood corpse met its demise in an instant. Kill blood corpse, regular, 1, gained 8 experience points. Weapon experience 1. Why has the experience decreased? Lin Feng took note of the change in experience points. Previously, killing 1 yielded 10 points, but now it had diminished to 8. A moment's contemplation led him to the realization. As his level increased, the experience gained from slaying lower-level monsters began to diminish. He was now level 7, while the blood corpse was only level 5, a 2-level disparity. According to most game mechanics, such a gap resulted in reduced experience rewards from lower-tier foes. It appeared that the value of this prime location was nearing exhaustion. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Although he could now dispatch foes more swiftly, the efficiency of experience acquisition had started to wane. Continuing to grind level 5 monsters was no longer cost-effective. It was time to venture into broader horizons. His target, the perilous realm of level 5 to 10 monsters, as rumored in the novice village. Ambition gleamed in Lin Feng's eyes. With his current level 7, gear, bloodstained set, and buffs, Ancestor's Blessing, he was confident in challenging higher-level territories. However, before embarking on his journey, Lin Feng glanced at his nearly bursting backpack, filled with dried blood clumps and scattered copper coins. He needed to return to the village first to clear out these local specialties and replenish his supplies. He chuckled, resolute in his decision. Lin Feng took one last look at the rocky platform that had consumed his time for an entire day and night, then turned and strode towards the exit of the Misty Valley. Approximately half an hour later, a temporary party of 4 players cautiously stepped into this region of the Misty Valley. They had accepted a routine quest requiring them to gather a certain material and were aware of the dangers, each member visibly tense. Captain, is this truly a level 5 monster zone? A small player wielding a wooden shield asked, his voice trembling. Of course. It's marked on the map. Stay vigilant. The blood corpses are formidable. The captain, a burly man wielding a 2-handed axe, spoke sternly, though he too felt a twinge of apprehension. They advanced cautiously, ready to confront any blood corpses that might ambush them. Yet, after 10 minutes, not a single creature appeared. After 20 minutes, still nothing. A half hour passed, and apart from the dense fog, there was only silence. Not even a ghostly silhouette. Isn't this supposed to be the level 5 danger zone? An archer in the party exclaimed in disbelief. Where are all the blood corpses? It's eerily quiet. Indeed. Is this really a level 5 area? It seems less populated than the level 2 jungle we visited yesterday. The others chimed in, perplexed. The captain was equally baffled. He scratched his head, surveying the thick fog that seemed impenetrable, then glanced at the bright red level 5 danger zone marker on the map. Could the intel be flawed? Had they taken a wrong turn? But this was undeniably the task location. Little did they know, this area had recently experienced a merciless, near-extermination-style cleansing, executed by a certain relentless player who had cleared out the native inhabitants time and time again. This unfortunate party was destined to wander in confusion through the mist. Meanwhile, their unwitting tormentor, Lin Feng, was humming a cheerful tune, elated as he exited the Misty Valley, inhaling the fresh air outside, and striding purposefully towards the novice village No. 888. His backpack was full. His level had risen. His gear had been upgraded. He was blessed with powerful buffs. Chapter 20. The Glorious Return. The second-ranked player encounters a roadblock again. The morning sunlight thoroughly dispelled the gloom and chill brought by the Misty Valley. Lin Feng hummed an off-key tune, striding with an air of nonchalance along the path back to novice village number 888. At this moment, he felt like the most dazzling figure on the street. Level 7. Ancestor's Blessing, buff activated. All attributes doubled, with his previously modest gear replaced by the impressive, bloodstained set. Ah, the unbearable charm that I possess. Lin Feng preened, adjusting his non-existent bangs, needing a pose to match his inflated spirits. He could already envision the shock and envy etched on the faces of fellow players upon seeing his attire and the rise in the rankings as he returned to the village. Low-key, what is that? Can it be consumed? He was now the hope of the entire village, the man destined to save the world. Well, perhaps it was a bit premature to say that, but at least he was the one blessed with Ancestor's Blessing. He had to make a statement, without a word. Propelled by the astonishing agility of 76 points granted by his buffs, Lin Feng moved with the swiftness of the wind, quickly returning to the familiar novice village number 888. Indeed, as he strutted into the village clad in his dark crimson armor, which glimmered ominously with blood-like hues, he immediately captured everyone's attention. Wow, look at that person. What kind of gear is he wearing? It doesn't seem like basic equipment. That color, that sheen, surely it must be at least of blue quality? Who is he? I don't recall seeing this figure yesterday. Wait, look at his level next to his name. Level 7. It's level 7. Level 7. Am I seeing things? ISNT, the highest level currently held by the esteemed Qin Shiming? When did this guy reach level 7? No, wait. Look at the level leaderboard. Someone shouted, prompting the players around to hurriedly check the rankings. The next moment, gasps of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Level leaderboard of novice village number 888. First place, Qin Shiming, level 7. Experience, 55. Second place, Lin Feng, level 7. Experience, 8. Third place, Long Outyen, level 6. Fourth place, Feng Qingyang, level 6. Second place. He surged to second place. My heavens. Wasn't he just ranked 7th or 8th yesterday? He climbed to second place overnight and reached level 7. He left the village last night. How is he so formidable? Was that Ancestor's Blessing from the village announcement truly his? No way, buddy. It was all announced. There's no way it could be false. It must be him. There's no other explanation for such rapid leveling up. This guy is a monster. The players' gazes towards Lin Feng had completely transformed, from initial curiosity and scrutiny to astonishment, reverence, and a deep-seated envy. In a single night, he went from level 5 to level 7 and obtained that unique Ancestor's Blessing. It was as if he had activated a cheat code, though they were unaware that Lin Feng truly had activated one. Faced with the stares of awe and whispers that surrounded him, Lin Feng felt an immense satisfaction. Yes, this was precisely it. Indulge in your envy and jealousy. I am indeed remarkable. He restrained himself from bursting into laughter, merely maintaining an air of nonchalance and inscrutability, under the gaze of his numerous subordinates. He strode directly towards the general store. First, he needed to dispose of the local specialties in his backpack and exchange them for hard currency. Aunt Mary, I'm back, he exclaimed, eager to show her the treasures he had brought. Lin Feng adeptly approached the counter and emptied a mountain of desiccated blood clots from his backpack, nearly inundating Aunt Mary's counter. Even though Aunt Mary was well acquainted with various oddities, the sight of the almost mountainous pile of blood clots made her eyelids twitch. Oh my goodness, Holy Mary, child, have you just raided the blood corpse den in Misty Valley? She certainly knew what blood corpses entailed. How many creatures must have been slain to yield such a bounty of blood clots? Her eyes were filled with astonishment as she regarded Lin Feng. Haha, just a small feat. Lin Feng feigned modesty. Regaining her composure, Aunt Mary meticulously inspected the blood clots. Although they were merely low-grade materials, their quantity was substantial. Ultimately, she offered Lin Feng a rather generous sum. These blood clots, while not of the highest quality, are plentiful enough to serve as a base for special dyes or potions. Let us say, 500 copper coins. 500 copper coins. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Coupled with his previous earnings and what he had scavenged along the way, he was now, indeed, a small fortune of 700 or 800 copper coins. A veritable tycoon of the novice village. Thank you, Aunt. You are exceedingly generous. Lin Feng sweetly complimented her as he gleefully pocketed the coins. In an instant, he felt as if he had struck it rich. He felt buoyant as he waved his hand and purchased 50 units of coarse rations and several flasks of fresh water before leaving the general store with great satisfaction. Now, the crucial decision lay ahead, where to continue his extraordinary journey. The level 5 blood corpse area in Misty Valley had diminished in experience yield and was no longer cost-effective. His target was the most perilous zone of the novice village, the level 5 to 10 zombie district. He opened his map and studied it intently. The known high-level areas marked on the map were few, deep in the infected jungle, LV3, LV6 home to elite monsters, but too vast. Locating them might prove arduous. Depths of Misty Valley, LV6, LV8, marked as extremely dangerous, more terrifying than the periphery, likely housing stronger blood corpses or other monsters. Abandoned mine, LV5, LV9, marked as dangerous, situated southwest of the village, rumored to be densely populated with minor zombies and complex terrain, but relatively rich in resources. Plague Town, LV7, LV10, marked as lethal, located directly south of the village, once a human settlement, now overrun by horrific zombies. It is currently the highest level area known. Let us venture into Plague Town. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. If he was to go, he would aim for the most dangerous place. The experience would be bountiful. With his current prowess, at level 7 plus buffs, challenging a level 7 to 10 zone, while risky, was undoubtedly worth a try. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng organized his backpack and headed towards the village's southern gate. However, it seemed this world was never devoid of trouble. Just as Lin Feng stepped out of the southern gate and onto the desolate dirt road leading south from the village, he was abruptly confronted by a throng of players blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. There were at least 15 or 16 players. They stood haphazardly, wielding an assortment of weapons, their levels ranging from 3 to 5. They had organized themselves to obstruct the way, their faces wearing malicious smiles as their eyes scanned the passing players. One individual, appearing to be the leader, bore a prominent scar across his face, yet another scarred face. A standard for villains? And upon noticing Lin Feng, particularly his flamboyant, blood-stained armor, his eyes gleamed with delight. Ah, a big fish has arrived. The scarred man sneered, rallying his gang to block Lin Feng's path. Stop right there. The scarred man pointed his cleaver at Lin Feng, exuding arrogance. Look at your attire, boy. You must have gathered quite a haul, huh? Understand the rules. If you wish to pass, leave us a toll. Hand over half your copper coins and that splendid gear of yours. Otherwise, his underlings chimed in enthusiastically. Did you hear that, kid? We are from Blackwind Lodge. This territory is under our control. If you know what's good for you, hand over the money. Otherwise, you'll taste our wrath. Heh. This kid looks tender, with such fine equipment. He must be an easy target. Lin Feng gazed at this ragtag group, almost amused to the point of exasperation. Seriously? Again? He rolled his eyes in disbelief. Having just dealt with 3 unwise individuals, today he was faced with an enhanced squad? He quickly surmised that these miscreants were clearly aware of the impending zombie tide, their nerves frayed, and had banded together to engage in petty thievery, preying on solitary players like him, engaging them in combat. Lin Feng considered his options. With his current strength, dispatching these 15 to 16 players, the highest being level 5, would indeed be a trivial task. With his speed advantage and the might of the Golden Sand Eagle, he could likely send them all back to the village in a matter of minutes. However, there was no need for that. First, it would waste time. He was in a hurry to level up in Plague Town. Why squander time with these insignificant thugs? Second, there was no benefit. Killing players seemed to yield no experience, and the loot would probably only consist of copper coins and worthless gear, an ungrateful endeavor. Third, he wasn't a murderer. While he never hesitated against actively hostile foes, there was no need to annihilate them simply for their insolence or attempted robbery, which was ultimately unsuccessful. A lesson could be imparted, but extermination was unnecessary. With this in mind, Lin Feng resolved to address the situation in a manner that was not only more efficient, but also befitting his self-proclaimed stature as a top-tier player. "Hey kid, what are you dawdling for? Do you want to die?" The scarred man shouted impatiently as Lin Feng remained unresponsive, raising his cleaver menacingly. The other players from Black Wind Lodge closed in, attempting to apply pressure on Lin Feng. Suddenly, Lin Feng smiled. He gazed at the scarred man and leisurely declared, "You wish to stop me?" The scarred man blinked in confusion. What a waste of breath. "Hurry up." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Feng's figure abruptly blurred. With the blessing of ancestral blessing, his agility surged to 76 points, unleashing an explosive burst. He transformed into a living arrow. No, faster than an arrow. He was a streak of lightning in human form. Without even choosing to evade, he charged directly towards the weakest point of the encirclement. "Stop him." The scarred man finally reacted, bellowing in rage. The surrounding players instinctively swung their weapons, attempting to block him. Yet all was in vain. Lin Feng's form flitted like a specter, evading a player's cleaver at the very last moment, slipping past another's spear thrust, and even dodging an arrow that seemingly appeared from nowhere. His movements were the epitome of swiftness, fluid as flowing water. The players from Black Wind Stronghold felt a sudden flash before their eyes, as a fierce gust of wind swept towards them. By the time they regained their senses, the figure clad in a dark red outfit had glided through their encirclement like a phantom, appearing a dozen meters behind them. What the hell? Where did he go? Did he run away? How could he be so fast? Damn it! Chase after him. The scar-faced man bellowed in frustration, rallying his companions to pursue. But how could Lin Feng's speed be so extraordinary? By the time they had taken their first steps, Lin Feng was already dozens of meters away, leaving behind only a dashing silhouette and a voice that echoed back mockingly. "Ladies and gentlemen, ta-da for now. Want to rob your father? Train for another 100 years. His words lingered in the air as his figure swiftly vanished at the end of the road. Only 15 or 16 members of Black Wind Stronghold remained, utterly dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances before erupting in furious curses, yet feeling utterly powerless. They hadn't even seen how he managed to escape. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having successfully eluded them, continued his journey in high spirits. "Humph, a bunch of pathetic weaklings. Did they really think they could stop me?" He let out a self-satisfied hum, his aspirations reaching for the stars and the seas. Oh wait, no, it was the plague town. Leveling up was the true path to greatness. He patted his blood-stained armor, clenched his fists, feeling the surging power coursing through him and the immense confidence bestowed by his buffs as he raced towards the south, to the legendary area fraught with danger. Chapter 21, Directly Striking the Yellow Dragon. First encounter in Plague Town. After elegantly slipping away from the clueless thugs of Black Wind Stronghold, Lin Feng's mood was as bright as a sunny day. Humph, with such meager skills, they dare to imitate highwaymen? They should train for another 100 years. He walked with a light step, internally gloating over the seamless maneuver he had just executed, effortlessly navigating through a throng of adversaries. The sense of control brought by this speed intoxicated him. With 76 agility points under the buff, confidence radiated from him. He now had a clearer understanding of his own strength. Though confronting a large group of players head-on might still pose some trouble, as long as he wished to flee, there were likely very few in this novice village capable of stopping him. However, the pressing matter was not to waste time on those small fry, but rather to level up. His target was the plague town to the south of the village, the territory rumored to be inhabited by monsters ranging from level 7 to level 10. As he trekked southward, distancing himself from the clamor of the novice village, the surroundings gradually turned desolate. The ground was no longer a smooth dirt path, but scattered with gravel and dried weeds. Occasionally, he encountered dilapidated fences and abandoned farmlands, remnants of past human activity, now left in ruins. A peculiar, unpleasant odor permeated the air, reminiscent of rotting substances mingled with chemical agents, making it quite uncomfortable to breathe. Lin Feng activated the heightened perception granted by ancestral blessing, vigilantly observing his surroundings. As he continued, he passed through what appeared to be the spawning area for the most rudimentary level 1 monsters. The terrain was flat, with only a few ordinary, walking corpses, aimlessly wandering about. One of the corpses stumbled into the middle of the road. Looking at such a low-level monster, Lin Feng felt no sense of threat. He casually raised his golden desert eagle. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the bullet struck the corpse's chest, instantly depleting its pitiful 100 health points. The corpse wobbled and vanished in a flash of white light. Lin Feng glanced at the system notification. Killed walking corpse, normal 1. Level suppression too high. Unable to gain experience. Desert Eagle, golden version, LV3, unlimited bullets, experience 1. Current weapon experience, for 182000. No character experience for killing low-level monsters. But weapon experience still accrues? Lin Feng stroked his chin, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. This discovery was rather intriguing. Character experience acquisition is restricted by level, yet weapon experience is unaffected? Could it be that I can find a level 1 monster spawn point to leisurely grind weapon levels? Lin Feng's thoughts took a whimsical turn. That's a splendid idea. Noted for future reference when boredom strikes. This small interlude did not delay him for long, and he continued his journey southward. After approximately half an hour of walking, a silhouette finally emerged on the horizon. It was a cluster of buildings shrouded in a murky, gray mist, exuding an aura of desolation. Dilapidated houses, a collapsed clock tower, crooked streets, and remnants of barriers that seemed to have been forcefully destroyed scattered everywhere. The pungent odor of decay and chemical agents intensified, now mingled with a nauseating stench. A rusted, barely legible sign lay toppled at the roadside, faintly discernible as Hope Town. But now despair reigned. Area alert. You have entered Plague Town, LV7, LV10. Warning, this area is extremely dangerous. Please explore with caution. Finally arrived. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he slowed his pace. The scene before him was even more dilapidated and eerie than he had imagined. The streets were devoid of life. Only the mournful sound of wind whistling through broken windows filled the air. Some of the external walls of the houses were covered in dark green. Repulsive growths that resembled moss or mold. Debris and unidentified stains littered the ground. The entire town was steeped in an ominous atmosphere. Lin Feng cautiously stepped into the town's confines, his golden desert eagle at the ready. As he ventured into the first street, he encountered the local inhabitants. Gurgle, cough. A series of nauseating retching sounds emanated from behind an overturned trash bin. Moments later, a hunched figure emerged, its skin a waxy yellow, with a swollen belly suggesting a grotesque pregnancy. Its head was disproportionately small, with facial features squashed together, and its mouth often open to emit dry heaving sounds. Greenish slime trailing from the corners. It wore tattered protective gear, stretched to the breaking point by its bloated form, revealing pus-dripping skin beneath. Obese Infector. Level 7. Health 1,200-1,200. Attack power 55. Defense 15. Skills: Disease Spit, Toxic Explosion, Self-Destruct upon death, inflicting area toxin damage and slowing effects. Description: a mutated being deeply infected by an unknown plague, slow-moving yet highly toxic. Approaching it is exceedingly dangerous. Damn, its appearance is truly a challenge to my stomach. Lin Feng fought against his discomfort, noting that its defense was a mere 15 points. Significantly lower than the Nightwalker blood zombie he had struggled to defeat last night. Defense 50. Such low defense. Let us see the damage. Lin Feng quickly distanced himself, raising his gun to aim at its tiny head. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck true. 315. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 328. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 160. Hit to the torso. Massive damage numbers floated into view. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Wow, the damage has indeed increased significantly. Engaging with this creature is far more exhilarating than combating the Nightwalker blood corpse last night. The amplified attack attributes resulting from its doubling have rendered its damage output significantly more pronounced. The bloated plague bearer emits a tormented howl, laboriously advancing towards Lin Feng while spewing forth a small jet of green liquid. Still attempting to spit? Lin Feng, with his remarkable agility, deftly evades the attack and continues to fire. Bang, bang. 2 more shots to the head. 310. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 322. Critical hit. Weak point attack. This level 7 monstrosity, possessing 1,200 health points, succumbs after just 5 shots, 4 of which were headshots. Under Lin Feng's terrifying precision, its body suddenly swells. Farewell. Without hesitation, Lin Feng swiftly retreats. Boom. A resounding explosion. The bloated plague bearer's body erupts violently. Green venom and shredded flesh splatter outward, creating a toxic mist spanning a diameter of 7 to 8 meters. Kill the bloated plague bearer. Gain 20 experience points. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Infinite Bullets, Experience Points, 1. Current Weapon Experience, 4, 192,000. 20 Experience Points. The pace of kills is remarkably swift. Standing outside the toxic mist, Lin Feng feels a swell of satisfaction. This leveling efficiency is commendable. Just as he prepares to wait for the mist to dissipate before collecting the spoils, he suddenly hears a series of rapid, grating clicks emanating from behind him. He spins around abruptly to see a gaunt, beast-like creature scuttling rapidly from the shadows of a derelict building. This monster, with its ashen-black skin and emaciated form, boasts a pronounced spine, a head that droops like a ragged sack, and a mouth that stretches to its ears, filled with sharp teeth, emitting continuous retching and growling sounds. Its speed is astonishing. Retching Ghoul. Level 8. Health points 800. Attack power 65. Acidic Spit. Ranged attack with continuous corrosive damage. Defense 35. Skills: Rapid Crawling, Leaping Bite. Acidic Spit. Description: a human twisted by plague into a warped form, known for its incredible speed, adept at ambush and long-range acidic attacks, making it an exceptionally troublesome hunter in the plague-ridden town. An 8-level monster, with a defense of 35. It surpasses the bloated creature, but remains considerably weaker than the Nightwalker blood corpse. Lin Feng assesses the situation rapidly. Whoosh. The retching ghoul, cunning as ever, opens its mouth wide upon emergence, unleashing a stream of green acid towards Lin Feng. A trivial maneuver. With a swift motion, Lin Feng sidesteps like a specter, easily evading the corrosive spray. The ghoul, failing its attack, immediately propels itself with its limbs, scrambling along the wall to strike from an advantageous angle. Attempting to close the distance? Not a chance. Lin Feng's gun is already locked on. At the moment the ghoul leaps down from the wall. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots, all striking true to the head. 285. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 298. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 277. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The damage figures remain gratifying, though slightly less than against the bloated creature. 3 shots are sufficient to eliminate this 800 health ghoul. This speed-oriented and ambush-mastering level 8 monster, unable to withstand Lin Feng's superior speed and firepower, meets the same fate as the bloated creature, dissipating into a wisp of white light. Killed a retching ghoul. Gained 25 experience points. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Infinite Bullets, Experience Points, 1. Current Weapon Experience, 4, 202,000. 25 experience points. Splendid. Lin Feng habitually blows on the muzzle, a reflexive action, feeling increasingly adept. He swiftly collects several copper coins and a corroded claw from the fallen enemies, then waits for the toxic mist to clear to gather the spoils from the bloated creature. Merely from these 2 waves of monsters at the town's entrance, he has amassed 45 experience points. This efficiency far surpasses that of slaying level 5 blood corpses in the Misty Valley. Clearly, this plague town is where I ought to be right now. Excitement gleams in Lin Feng's eyes. The monsters are of a higher level. The experience is abundant. Moreover, their defense is relatively low in comparison. It is as if this place was tailor-made for his grinding endeavors. Haha, little monsters, your emperor, no? Your Lord Lin Feng has arrived. Chapter 22, Frenzied Leveling. A first encounter with the top 2. Upon entering the plague town, Lin Feng felt akin to a mouse plunged into a grain silo. Here, the monsters are of elevated levels, LV7, LV8, experience plentiful, 20, 25 points each, and most crucially, their defenses are generally low. At least, when compared to the Nightwalker Blood Corpse from last night, which had a defense of 50. The Bloated Plague Bearer, defense 15, and Retching Ghoul, defense 35, seem like mere fragile chickens, coupled with the all-attribute doubling buff from Ancestral Blessing. The entirety of the Plague Town's perimeter has essentially transformed into his personal slaughterhouse. Bang bang bang. A level 7 Bloated Plague Bearer barely has time to approach before being met with several precise headshots, subsequently detonating into a cloud of green mist. Experience 20. Delightful. Whoosh bang bang bang. A level 8 Retching Ghoul, just emerging from a corner, unleashes an acidic spray which Lin Feng effortlessly dodges, only to be sent back home by 3 bullets that strike true to its core. Experience 25. Exquisite. Lin Feng feels as though he has become a war deity. The golden desert eagle in his grip has transformed into a laser cannon. Wherever he points, it strikes true, each shot lethal, primarily targeting the head. He moves with the efficiency of a harvesting machine, swiftly traversing the dilapidated streets of this forsaken town, systematically eliminating the incessantly respawning zombies. His figure flits like a wraith among the debris of collapsed structures, the gunfire never ceasing. These monsters are far more agreeable than blood corpses. At least their defenses are low, making the combat exhilarating. Haha, I feel as though I am not merely slaying monsters. I am collecting experience. At this rate, I could reach level 8 today, level 9 tomorrow, and perhaps achieve a class change by the day after. Lin Feng's excitement grows with each kill, the experience bar climbing at an astonishing rate. This meteoric rise in levels is utterly intoxicating. He is wholly immersed in the thrill of this frenzied leveling, time seemingly losing all significance. He only knows to incessantly seek targets, aim, shoot, and collect the occasional dropped copper coins and discarded materials before seeking the next target. His weapon experience is also steadily increasing. Although he is far from level 4, it is gradually accumulating. Just as Lin Feng feels he is on the brink of a killing frenzy, he precisely blasts the head off another retching ghoul. Ding! A golden light of leveling cascades down from above, enveloping him. A warm surge envelopes his entire being, and his strength surges once more. Congratulations. Level increased to LV8. All attributes receive a slight enhancement. Gained 5 free attribute points. Max health points increased. Oh ho, level 8. Lin Feng triumphantly clenches his fist. He immediately opens his attribute panel, unhesitatingly allocating all 5 attribute points to agility. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 8. Occupation, none. Level 10 transferable. Title, none. Health points, 820,820, related to stamina. Mana points, 220,220, currently of little use. Attack power, 362, related to weapon enhancement and agility. Defense power, 51. Strength, 11 buff, 22. Agility, 43 buff, 86. Stamina, 13 buff 26. Spirit, 9 buff 18. Unallocated attribute points, 0. Status, time remaining for Ancestor's Blessing, approximately 7 days and 15 hours. Equipment, Bloodstain Set 33, Golden Sand Eagle LV3 with infinite bullets, experience 652-2000. With an astonishing agility of 86 points. Lin Feng felt as if he could be swept away by a mere breeze. This speed was simply extraordinary. Level 8. He was now one significant step closer to reaching level 10 for a job change. Lin Feng felt elated. Surely, Qin Shiming was only slightly above level 8, right? Hee. Soon, he would catch up. While he was immersed in the joy of leveling up and prepared to continue his efforts in seeking the next wave of experience, his peripheral vision caught sight of several figures slowly emerging from a dilapidated street corner not far away. Players? Lin Feng's heart stirred, and he immediately became alert, directing his gaze toward them. The foremost figure was tall and imposing, with a stern visage, clad in reinforced leather armor, wielding a long sword that shimmered with a bluish light. His steps were steady, and his sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, clearly indicating he was a player of considerable strength. Almost simultaneously as Lin Feng noticed the other party also spotted him. Their eyes met in the air, each discerning a hint of surprise and wariness in the other's gaze. In the next instant, they both caught sight of the names and levels hovering above each other's heads. Qin Shiming LV8 Experience 11. Lin Feng LV8 Experience 3. What the heck? Qin Shiming. Lin Feng's heart sank. How did this guy end up in this desolate, plague-ridden town? And he was level 8 too. Lin Feng. Upon seeing Lin Feng's name, Qin Shiming's pupils constricted. This was the guy, the one who had stolen his rightful Ancestor's Blessing. How had he also reached level 8? Moreover, that dark red armor he wore was clearly not ordinary. Could it be that the buff not only doubled attributes, but also enhanced drop rates or experience gains? For a moment, neither spoke, merely sizing each other up, as an invisible, tense atmosphere enveloped the air. Qin Shiming tightened his grip on the bluish longsword, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He was rapidly contemplating. This Lin Feng was the first to complete the hero quest, undoubtedly possessing remarkable abilities. The effects of the buff he bore were unknown, but they were certainly formidable. What were the chances of defeating him if he acted now? Would that buff vanish upon his demise? Or would it become his? This thought was irresistibly tempting. A unique buff. If only he could seize it. Qin Shiming's mind began to race, and the intent to kill quietly took root within him. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sensed the barely perceptible hostility emanating from the other. He was not foolish. Encountering the top two players in such a place was enough to deduce what the other might be contemplating. This guy wouldn't dare to make a move, would he? Lin Feng remained on guard. Most critically, he had no desire to engage in combat. First, it was unnecessary. Even if he won, he wouldn't obtain the opponent's ultimate weapon. At most, he would gain a few items and copper coins, offering little reward. Second, it was a waste of time. His goal was to reach level 10 for a job change as swiftly as possible. Why linger here with Qin Shiming? Third, he wished to keep his trump card hidden. Infinite bullets were his greatest secret, and there was no need to expose it in a meaningless conflict against a potential adversary. Moreover, if a battle attracted more players or powerful monsters, it would escalate the situation significantly. Someone was coming to the grind spot. It was unwise to overstay. Besides, this guy looked like he was itching for a fight. Time to make a hasty exit. Lin Feng made a swift decision. Just as Qin Shiming hesitated on whether to probe or strike first, Lin Feng suddenly flashed him a grin, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. Hey, buddy, are you here to enjoy the scenery too? This place is nice, but the wind's a bit strong. I'm off now. Without waiting for Qin Shiming's reaction, Lin Feng propelled himself forward. Whoosh. His remarkable agility of 86 points surged forth. His figure seemed to teleport, transforming into a blur that was almost imperceptible to the eye, even stirring a small whirlwind as he darted deeper into the town, leaving Qin Shiming dumbfounded in his wake. He skillfully maneuvered through the crumbling buildings lining the streets, flickering away until he completely vanished from Qin Shiming's view. Qin Shiming stood rooted in place, still poised to draw his sword, his expression an exquisite tableau of shock, disbelief, and ultimately, a darkening scowl. What speed is this? He hadn't even caught a clear glimpse of Lin Feng's movements. The other had arrived like a gust of wind and departed just as swiftly. Pursue? Don't be ridiculous. With that kind of speed, would he chase him down headfirst? Damn it. Qin Shiming slammed his fist against a nearby crumbling wall. That Ancestor's Blessing. What on earth was its effect? How could he have attained such incredible speed? He had just reached level 8 and entered this higher level area, brimming with confidence, even beginning to plot how to widen the gap in levels and plunge Lin Feng into despair. Yet, this encounter left him utterly outclassed in speed, without even a chance to strike. This experience left the ever-arrogant Qin Shiming feeling a profound sense of defeat and a tinge of apprehension. Lin Feng, I will remember you. Next time we meet, I will not allow you to escape. Qin Shiming shot a cold glance in the direction Lin Feng had vanished, gripping his long sword tightly. He chose not to linger and instead set off in another direction. embarking on an exploration of the plague-ridden town in search of suitable monsters to level up against. The first brief encounter between the first and second-ranked players concluded in this somewhat farcical and charged atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had long since cast this chance meeting from his mind. Hee, did that leave you dumbfounded? Want to make a move? Not a chance. As he sped through the dilapidated streets, he triumphantly mused. Leveling up was the priority. Deep within the plague-ridden town. Here I come. Chapter 23. Delving deeper into the town. Having shaken off the troublesome Qin shimming, Lin Feng felt as though the entire world had become tranquil. He had no interest in engaging in any romanticized rivalry with that aloof individual. His goal was clear. Level up, and once more, TMD level up. With the extraordinary speed and perception granted by his buff, Lin Feng traversed the periphery of the plague-ridden town as if strolling through his own backyard. Though this backyard was somewhat dilapidated and repulsive, he effortlessly navigated through the outskirts of the town, advancing toward the center area marked on the map, which was presumed to house higher-level challenges. The deeper he ventured, the more shocking the sights of the town became. The houses flanking the road have fallen into a state of greater disrepair, many having completely collapsed, revealing the darkened, mold-ridden remnants of their walls. The air is thick with a foul stench that seems to solidify, while dark red bloodstains, scattered bones, and grotesque growths resembling tumors or festering boils litter the ground. In some corners, one can still glimpse the twisted, lifeless bodies of ordinary zombies, as if they had been shredded or devoured by a more formidable entity. The monsters here have begun to evolve. In addition to the still common LV7, bulging plague bearers, and LV8, gagging ghouls, Lin Feng has started to encounter new, more bizarre and perilous beings. A piercing shriek, sharp enough to pierce eardrums, suddenly emanates from the ruins of a partially collapsed church ahead. Lin Feng's heart raced, and he immediately looked up. Behind the shattered stained glass window of the church, a translucent female figure clad in a tattered white gown hovered in midair. Her hair, disheveled like dry grass, obscured most of her face, revealing only skin as pale as death. Her form appeared ethereal, straddling the line between corporeal and energy. Moving silently like a specter. Wailing Banshee. Level 9. Health points 900900. Attack power. Special, sonic attack with stun and confusion effects. Defense 40. Skills. Cursed Wail, Void Float. Psychic Shock. Description: an undead creature born from the fusion of intense resentment and plague energy, adept at mental and sonic assaults. Possessing low physical defense, but proving exceedingly difficult to capture. Goodness. A level 9 creature. A flying specter nonetheless. Lin Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. Such incorporeal entities capable of mental attacks are typically troublesome. The Wailing Banshee had evidently noticed him as well. A silent fissure seemed to crack open across her once indistinct visage, before she unleashed an even more ear-piercing shriek. Arg! The invisible sound waves radiated outward like shockwaves. Lin Feng felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer. Darkness enveloped his vision, plunging him into a brief state of dizziness. Though it lasted less than half a second, it was perilously close to being fatal. Fortunately, Lin Feng's ancestral blessing doubled all of his attributes. While the boost to his mental attribute was modest, it nonetheless augmented his mental resistance significantly. Coupled with his quick reflexes, he managed to stabilize himself just as the dizziness set in. Damn, that was close. Lin Feng shook his head, the dizziness fading, and he immediately raised his weapon to retaliate. The Wailing Banshee, having struck successfully, let out a triumphant cackle as she darted about in the air like a phantom, attempting to evade Lin Feng's aim. Trying to escape? Lin Feng scoffed. Void Float may seem impressive, but before his astonishing agility of 86, it was insufficient. He locked onto the Banshee's translucent, oscillating head with unwavering precision. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of shots. 245. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 238. Critical hit. Weak point attack. Miss. A miss due to the target's high speed. 252. Critical hit. Weak point attack. 236. The Banshee's defense, 40 points, was slightly higher than that of the ghoul, 35 points, yet Lin Feng's damage remained terrifying. Despite one shot missing, 4 headshots were enough to deplete its 900 health points. With a wretched scream, the Wailing Banshee's form shattered in midair, dispersing into a flurry of black resentment. Killed Wailing Banshee 1, gained 35 experience points. Weapon experience 1, 35 experience points. Not bad. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the experience from this level 9 creature is significantly greater, though its method of attack is rather distasteful. In the subsequent exploration, Lin Feng encountered several more Wailing Banshees and the newly upgraded LV9, enhanced ghouls, all of which he dispatched with his formidable skills and nimble movements. His experience bar steadily progressed towards level 9. His weapon experience also surpassed the 700 mark. As he ventured deeper into the town's central area, the surrounding environment grew increasingly oppressive and perilous. The buildings here were relatively intact, Yet the streaks of filth on the walls and the pungent stench in the air signaled the unusual nature of this place. He arrived at what appeared to be the town's central square. At the center of the square stood a massive fountain, long ceased to flow, now dried and filled with black sludge and bleached bones. Beside the fountain was an imposing yet dilapidated church, its grand doors wide open, revealing an abyss of darkness that seemed to lead to the depths of hell. Just as Lin Feng cautiously set foot into the square, an overwhelming, suffocating sense of pressure surged from the direction of the church. Lin Feng's pupils dilated, and his hair stood on end. He felt as though he were being watched by some terrifying entity. He jerked his head up, staring into the church's gaping maw. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed slowly from deep within the church, each step resonating like a hammer on Lin Feng's heart. A colossal figure, nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a small giant, emerged slowly from the shadow of the church. Its body was grotesquely bloated, as if countless decaying corpses had been forcibly stitched together. Its skin bore a horrifying mixture of dark purple and deep green hues, covered in pulsating, enormous abscesses, some of which dripped foul yellow liquid. Its head appeared relatively small compared to its body, yet it was dominated by a massive, glowing green eye. That singular eye radiated an aura of brutality, chaos, and destruction. Its limbs were disproportionately thick, one hand wielding a fearsome mace crafted from gigantic bones and rusty chains. As it fully emerged from the church's shadow, exposed to the, albeit dim, light of day, Lin Feng's system notification chimed in. Plague Lord. Level, 10. Health points, 2500-2500. Attack power, 95. Plague Stomp. Area damage with slow effect. Defense, 65. Skills, Devastating Strike. Frenzied Charge. Toxic Nova. Periodically releases area poison gas. Ghoul Summon. Summons a small number of low-level plague creatures. Description. One of the core infection sources of the plague-ridden town. A terrifying entity formed from countless vengeful spirits and plague energy, wielding immense power and devastating area attack capabilities. The absolute ruler of this domain. Holy moly. A level 10 creature. And a boss. Lin Feng gazed at this imposing figure radiating an overwhelming presence. After initially being taken aback by the sheer size and oppressive aura of the Plague Lord, Lin Feng swiftly regained his composure. Indeed, this level 10 behemoth possesses terrifying attributes. With 2,500 health points, an attack power of 95, and a defense of 65. Should it have been any other level 8 player from the village? Or even if he himself lacked the ancestral blessing buff, they would likely have turned and fled upon encountering the formidable foe, facing imminent demise if caught. But who are we? We are the chosen one, endowed with the divine blessing of our ancestors. An attack power of 95? Is that truly impressive? With an agility of 86, can you even touch me? A defense of 65? Is that truly formidable? My attack power stands at 300. Shattering your skull would be a mere trifle. A health pool of 2,500? Is that abundant? I possess infinite ammunition. I could stand still and allow you to strike, though perhaps that would be unwise, as my defense is too low and would lead to swift demise. Lin Feng quickly assessed the strengths and weaknesses of both himself and his adversary in his mind. His greatest advantage lay in his unparalleled speed and boundless firepower. As long as he maintained distance, continually repositioning and utilizing his high critical hit rate, it would only be a matter of time before he would vanquish this behemoth. The pressure was minimal. Stay composed and victory shall be his. Lin Feng motivated himself. Roar. The Plague Lord did not afford him much time to ponder. And after a missed, devastating strike, its massive single eye once again fixed its gaze upon Lin Feng. The colossal figure suddenly lowered itself and, akin to a locomotive, initiated a furious charge. Just like that, Lin Feng smirked, his feet seemingly slick with oil as he effortlessly sidestepped, his figure transforming into a mere afterimage. The Plague Lord's charge missed again, crashing violently into the ruins at the edge of the square, sending debris flying. Meanwhile, as he evaded, the golden eagle in Lin Feng's grasp had commenced its performance. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 24, Boss Battle. An experienced baby production machine. No longer did he pursue the perfect headshot with each shot as he had against the minor foes. The colossal boss, while quick in movement, was relatively clumsy in turning. This left him with ample opportunities to shoot. Moreover, he needed to rapidly diminish the boss's health. Bullets poured forth as if they were free, and indeed, they were. Some struck true to the head, inflicting high critical damage of 220 and 235. Others hit the boss's massive body, dealing reduced damage, 105, 98. Yet it was better than nothing. The Plague Lord bellowed in fury from the relentless assault. It swung its enormous bone club or suddenly lifted its foot to unleash Plague Stomp, attempting to close the distance or control Lin Feng. The ground trembled, and the foul stench of plague energy spread. Yet, with his exceptional speed and reflexes, Lin Feng consistently evaded these attacks at the last moment. He danced like a sprite upon a razor's edge, weaving around the cumbersome Plague Lord, shooting and executing the kite tactic to perfection. Though the process appeared perilous, with the fierce winds from the bone club brushing against his scalp and the shockwave from the plague stomp, causing his health to surge. He sustained no substantial harm. This was the margin of error granted by high agility. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could showcase his skills. Under Lin Feng's relentless barrage, the Plague Lord's health bar steadily decreased at an observable rate. 80%, 70%, 60%. Almost there. Lin Feng noted as the boss's health approached the halfway mark. A spark ignited within him. He slightly slowed his firing rate, focusing more on precise headshots. Bang! Another perfectly aimed shot struck true. 230. Critical hit. Weak point attack. The Plague Lord's health finally fell below 50. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The massive form of the Plague Lord trembled violently, emitting a roar of heightened fury. A dark purple shield, akin to an energy barrier, enveloped it in an instant. Lin Feng instinctively fired another shot. Ding! The bullet struck the shield, producing a sharp metallic clang before ricocheting away. A vivid red immune floated above the boss's head. What the? Invincible? Lin Feng was taken aback. This boss can lock on a health system prompt. The Plague Lord has entered a state of rage, gaining a 10-second invincibility shield. Only 10 seconds? That startled me. Lin Feng exhaled as he comprehended the message. However, before he could fully relax, an even more astonishing event unfolded. The invulnerable Plague Lord suddenly slammed its enormous bone club into the ground. The earth cracked. Then it opened its disproportionately small mouth, emitting a strange, low growl. Immediately, 5 dark, green magical patterns resembling miniature teleportation arrays appeared on the ground around it. With a flash of light, 5 gaunt, quadrupedal, drooling, gagging ghouls, LV8, materialized on the field. Upon their arrival, they immediately locked onto Lin Feng, letting out piercing shrieks, preparing to strike. The Plague Lord has used the skill, Ghoul Summon. What the hell? It can summon minions. And 5 at once. Lin Feng was left dumbfounded. This boss plays dirty. If it can't fight, it calls for backup? Instinctively, he aimed his gun to eliminate the 5 troublesome ghouls. But at that moment, a bold and somewhat audacious thought flashed through his mind. Wait. He glanced at the 5 approaching ghouls, and then at the Plague Lord, standing foolishly in its invulnerable state. How much experience does an LV8 ghoul yield? He quickly recalled. 25 points. Each one is worth 25 experience. With 5 here, that totals 125 experience. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. They sparkled like 2 200-watt light bulbs. He couldn't damage the boss now, but these 5 small monsters were like moving experience bags. And they were delivered right to his doorstep by the boss itself. This was not merely a boss battle. It was clearly an experience production machine. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement welling up within him. He envisioned countless experience points beckoning to him. The slight tension and pressure brought on by the boss summoning minions were instantly replaced by immense joy and greed. Haha, what a splendid turn of events. He immediately altered his strategy. Forget about the boss. Let us farm those small monsters for experience. To other players, the 5 LV8 ghouls might pose a significant threat, requiring careful handling. But to Lin Feng, the level 8 powerhouse, and still with a buff, they were nothing more than mere pests. He could hardly be bothered to evade. Instead, he charged directly at the oncoming ghouls, the golden eagle in his hands unleashing an astounding rate of fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire melded into a symphony. The ghoul's 35 defense was akin to paper against his staggering 300 attack power. Each shot nearly dealt close to 300 points of critical damage. Killed Gagging Ghoul 1. Gained 25 experience points. Weapon experience 1. Killed Gagging Ghoul 1. Gained 25 experience points. Weapon experience 1. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, just as the Plague Lord's invincibility shield was on the verge of vanishing, the 5 newly summoned, yet utterly ineffective, ghoul minions were swiftly dispatched by Lin Feng with precise headshots, vanishing into 5 streams of white light. Experience 125. Weapon experience 5. Exhilarating. Lin Feng marveled at how his experience bar surged forward with gratifying ease. This influx of experience was simply too effortless and delightful. Just then, the invulnerable shield enveloping the Plague Lord dissipated. Oblivious to the demise of its minions, it continued to roar in fury, preparing to engage Lin Feng in a prolonged battle. However, Lin Feng's gaze had transformed entirely. He no longer regarded it as a formidable foe, but rather as a diligent old hen capable of laying golden eggs, experience eggs. My lord, how laborious your efforts must be. How do you feel? Shall you summon another wave of minions to stretch your limbs? Lin Feng internally mocked while maintaining a benign smile on his face. Defeating the boss? There was no rush. Why would he hasten when the prospect of farming experience was so enticing? A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. As the invulnerability period of the Plague Lord concluded, its massive form once again lay vulnerable to Lin Feng's gunfire. It roared angrily, brandishing its bone club, intent on crushing the slippery human before it into a pulp. Yet, to its astonishment, the once ferocious human had ceased fire? Indeed. Rather than launching an immediate offensive while the boss was weakened, Lin Feng stood at a distance, leisurely whistling at it. My lord, do remain calm. Such violence is detrimental to our spirits. As he deftly dodged the Plague Lord's bone club, Lin Feng internally celebrated, encouraging the boss to summon more minions. What was he doing? He was waiting for the Plague Lord to employ its ghoul summon skill once more. The exhilarating rush of eliminating 5 ghouls in mere seconds and acquiring 125 experience was addictive. In contrast, grinding down the boss's substantial health bar was excruciatingly inefficient. Although he was unaware of the cooldown duration for the ghoul summon skill, nor whether the boss would continue summoning, he speculated that it might activate a new mechanism once its health dipped below 50. Moreover, the timing of the previous summon coincided perfectly with the end of its invulnerability. Could it be posited that the boss, upon losing half its health, would periodically enter a brief invulnerability state and summon minions during that time? If that were true, it would be a divine mechanism for farming experience. To test his hypothesis, Lin Feng initiated his clever stratagem. He refrained from attacking the boss's critical areas and instead occasionally fired at its massive frame. Each shot avoided vital points, dealing minimal damage while maintaining aggro, compelling the boss to pursue him without hindering its health regeneration. Simultaneously, he maximized his speed advantage. Engaging in a game of chase with the Plague Lord as it missed attack after furious attack, its single eye ablaze with rage. Yes, that's the anger I seek. Anger fuels potential. Quickly, summon your minions. Let them share in your pain experience. Lin Feng mentally directed the boss's performance. As time ticked by, approximately a minute later, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Plague Lord abruptly halted, emitting a thunderous roar. That dark, purple shield of invincibility reappeared around it. System alert. The Plague Lord has entered Fury Shield state, gaining 10 seconds of invulnerability. Immediately after, it resumed its routine, raising its bone club and uttering strange incantations. 5 dark green magic circles illuminated the ground once more. Here they come. It was indeed summoning again. Lin Feng was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. Just as he had surmised, the summoning skill had a cooldown and was used in conjunction with invulnerability. My lord, you are truly astute. I adore you. Lin Feng was nearly moved to give the boss a thumbs up. In the next moment, 5 brand new, drooling LV8 ghouls reappeared, howling as they charged toward Lin Feng. In turn, Lin Feng revealed a triumphant grin. Once more, he ignored the still invincible Plague Lord, unleashing all his firepower upon the 5 experience-laden minions. The gunfire erupted like popping beans. With the aid of his buffs and familiarity with the ghouls' weaknesses, eliminating them was a breeze. In a mere 7 or 8 seconds, the 5 ghouls perished once again, dissolving into white light. Experience 125. Weapon experience 5. Delightful. Absolutely exhilarating. Lin Feng felt his experience bar surge forward once more. The Plague Lord's invulnerability period had just ended, and it gazed at the empty surroundings, then back at the unscathed human who was even smiling at it. Confusion flickered in its enormous eye. Where were my minions? The 5 lively companions I just summoned. Where have they gone? What followed was a scene both bizarre and comical. Lin Feng had completely deciphered the secret to farming experience. He no longer rushed to attack the boss directly. Instead, he adopted the patience of a fisherman, occasionally firing a few shots to maintain aggro. He focused intently on evading the boss's attacks, awaiting the next cooldown of the ghoul summon skill. Meanwhile, the hapless Plague Lord functioned like a program machine, every minute or so donning its invulnerability shield and summoning 5 ghouls, only to watch helplessly as they were obliterated within seconds by that insufferable human. It roared in rage time and again, launching futile attacks, yet never managing to land a blow on the slippery foe. Instead, it diligently served as an ongoing provider of experience for Lin Feng. Lin Feng reveled in his good fortune. Ha! My lord, you are truly a model of diligence. This summoning speed, this bounty of experience, I adore it. Slaying the boss seemed so tedious, requiring arduous output, while farming minions was far more leisurely. My lord, if only you could summon a few more varieties of minions. Perhaps ones that drop equipment? The pitiful boss, if it were aware that its summoning actions were merely delivering experience to Lin Feng, would surely be driven to the brink of explosive fury once more. As he continued to farm experience, Lin Feng's delight escalated, and his experience bar surged rapidly toward level 9. The accumulation of weapon experience is ceaseless. Thus, he adeptly utilized the summoning mechanism of the Plague Lord to spawn nearly 10 waves of ghouls. 10 waves. That amounts to 50 level 8 ghouls. In total, he garnered an astounding 250 experience points. Additionally, he acquired 50 points of weapon experience. This is sufficient. After finishing the 10th wave of ghouls, Lin Feng sensed that the frequency at which the Plague Lord summoned these minions appeared to be diminishing, or perhaps the skill was approaching an extended cooldown. Moreover, while farming these lesser creatures yielded plenty of experience, it is well known that bosses also drop valuable items. One cannot truly keep such a boss as a pet without it producing any rewards, can one? My lord, I am grateful for your generosity. Now, it is time to send you on your way. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes, and he ceased his playful dodging, directing all his firepower towards the vital head of the Plague Lord. Bang, 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 bang. The golden desert eagle erupted with a ferocious roar. Each bullet, imbued with Lin Feng's pent-up gratitude, mercilessly drilled into the Plague Lord's skull. 235. Critical hit. 228. Critical hit. 240. Critical hit. The remaining 30 to 40% of the Plague Lord's health could not withstand Lin Feng's full-on assault for long. Its movements grew increasingly sluggish, with festering boils bursting and releasing repugnant fluids. Ultimately, accompanied by a wail filled with reluctance and despair, the Plague Lord's massive form exploded into a shower of gore. However, this detonation was not akin to that of the bloated plague bearer, but rather a rapid dissolution akin to a melting wax figure, transforming into a large pool of bubbling, foul-smelling dark green sludge, which then completely vanished into the air. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the level 10 boss, Plague Lord. Experience gained, 500. Copper coins gained, 200. Obtained Plague Core X1. Obtained Rotting Lord's Gauntlets, Blue X1. Obtained Venomous Ring, Blue X1. Obtained Skill Book, Plague Stomp, usable by warriors and knights, X1. Your reputation in the 888th Novice Village has slightly increased. A flurry of system notifications flooded the screen. Wow, what a windfall. Lin Feng gazed at the glittering treasures scattered across the ground, his eyes wide with astonishment. 500 experience points, 200 copper coins, a seemingly impressive core material, 2 pieces of blue equipment, and a skill book. This boss was indeed worth nurturing. What a bounty. Lin Feng felt as though he had struck gold this time. He excitedly rushed forward, gathering all the spoils into his backpack. Standing in the expansive square, permeated by a faintly nauseating odor, Lin Feng reveled in the surging power within him, observing the significant rise in his experience bar and the fullness of his backpack. A deeply satisfied smile gracing his face. The core boss of Plague Town, defeated, experience gained, and equipment secured. It seems the next step is to contemplate attaining that coveted level all players dream of. Level 10. Class Advancement. Chapter 26. Unexpected Gains and Merchant Potential. He began to inspect his haul, starting with a peculiar core the size of a fist, emanating a ghostly green glow, its texture icy and slightly viscous. Plague Core. Quality, Special. Type, Material. Description. The power core of the level 10 boss, Plague Lord, containing vast and chaotic plague energy. It appears to be a rare material, suitable for high-level equipment forging, alchemy, or special quests. Note: prolonged proximity may induce discomfort. A fine treasure. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, although he was uncertain of its precise utility. The name alone suggested the core's formidable nature. He decided to stow it away for now. Next, he examined the 2 pieces of equipment. The first was a pair of gauntlets, dark red leather, reminiscent of the bloody set he was currently wearing, yet clearly of superior craftsmanship. Twisted seams and metallic rivets adorned them, exuding a faint odor of decay. Rotting Lord's Gauntlets. Quality, Blue. Type, Hand Armor. Required level, 10. Defense, 18. Strength, 4. Stamina, 4. Special effect, Resilient Rod. Slightly increases resistance to toxins and diseases. Incredible. A level 10 blue gauntlet. Lin Feng was astonished. This attribute far surpassed the paltry 1 defense of his current white, worn Foreman-esque gloves. It adds strength, stamina, and resistance. A true gem. Regrettably, he was not yet at the required level. Just 2 levels short. Lin Feng felt a pang of frustration. But he could only swallow his desires and cautiously store these exquisite gauntlets in his backpack. The second piece of equipment was a ring, entirely black, with a grain-sized green gem set within it, surrounded by intricate patterns reminiscent of serpentine scales. Venomous Ring. Quality, Blue. Type, Ring. Required level, 10. Spirit, 5. Special effect, Toxic Infusion. Normal attacks have a 5 chance to poison the target, causing slight health loss per second for 5 seconds. A ring, and one with special effects. Lin Feng was once again delighted. Equipment for the ring slot is quite rare, although the attribute boosts spirit, which he may not find particularly useful. The Toxic Infusion effect is excellent. Coupled with his infinite ammunition and high rate of fire, the probability of triggering it should be considerable. It would be invaluable in both boss fights and PvP. Yet again, it required level 10 to equip. Very well, I understand your premium items. Lin Feng resignedly tucked the ring away as well. Once I reach level 10, I shall adorn myself with both. Lastly, the item Lin Feng anticipated the most was the skill book that lay quietly on the ground, its cover made of dark green leather, emblazoned with a twisted rune drawn in blood. He gingerly picked up the skill book to inspect its attributes. Skill book, Plague Stomp. Type, Active skill book for warriors and knights. Learning requirements, level 10, class must be warrior, knight, or a related advanced class. Skill effect, consumes a small amount of stamina to stomp the ground with force. Dealing 100 strength 50, physical damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius and applying the Plague Slow effect, reducing movement speed by 20, lasting for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Description, a skill imbued with a portion of the Plague Lord's power, straightforward yet devastating. It serves as an excellent area control and damage skill for melee classes. A group attack control skill for warriors and knights. Lin Feng gasped as he read the skill's description. This skill is undeniably a superlative technique at this stage. Currently, players generally lack effective area attacks and control methods, making it challenging to engage in skirmishes or face swarms of monsters. The emergence of this Plague Stomp is like a blessing for warriors and knights. No, it's like a warm blanket and a down jacket in the midst of a snowstorm. Furthermore, this could very well be the first professional skill book to drop in the entire 888th Novice Village, and perhaps even throughout the game at this point. Lin Feng instantly recognized the value of this skill book. I've struck it rich. This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. He clutched the skill book, his hands trembling with excitement. Sell it. Right now? Absolutely not. In an instant, the schemer's light bulb flickered to life in Lin Feng's mind. What level are the players currently at? Hardly anyone has even reached level 10 yet. Who would he sell this skill book to? Even if someone wished to stockpile it in advance, how much could he possibly get? A few hundred copper coins? 1,000? That would be a monumental loss. An utter disaster. Lin Feng shook his head vigorously. This was a unique item, at least at this stage. It was a core professional skill book. How could he possibly part with it for such a meager sum? He let out a villainous chuckle. He must wait. Wait until the majority of players level up to 10 and complete their job transitions, at which point the demand for the skill book would reach its zenith. Furthermore, he needed to ensure they had some savings. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his thoughts becoming increasingly lucid. Currently, everyone was broke, even if they wanted it. They couldn't afford it. In a few days, once everyone had leveled up, earned more by slaying monsters, or when those large guilds began to consolidate their resources. Oh, the prospect. At that time, he could lay this skill book in the center of the village square. An on-site auction. Wouldn't the warriors and knights go into a frenzy? Those wealthy magnates and guild leaders would surely fight tooth and nail to bid for the empowerment of their core members. What was 1,000 copper coins? The starting bid would be at least 10,000 copper coins. No, 100,000. The more Lin Feng contemplated, the more grandiose his vision became. As if he could already see countless shimmering copper coins soaring toward him. It was settled. Lin Feng carefully stowed the skill book and 2 blue pieces of equipment like precious treasures, his heart brimming with joy. This was a strategy of holding onto precious goods, waiting for the right price. Let the bullets fly for a while. Wait for the players, no, the esteemed magnates, to grow and save enough. With his grand plan set, Lin Feng felt invigorated to level up even further. What was leveling to 10? Just a few days of waiting. For the sake of his future aspirations, he must grind. He immediately retracted his schemer's grin and switched back to his grinding mode. He checked his status. The blessing of ancestors, Buff still had over 7 days remaining. Ample time for him to revel. The next target, level 9. Lin Feng once again raised the golden sand eagle and ventured forth to explore other regions of the small town. Although the boss in the center of the square was gone, this plague-stricken town was vast, and surely there were countless level 8 and level 9 monsters awaiting his attention. Experience points. Here I come. He transformed once more into a swift shadow, vanishing at the end of the dilapidated street, leaving behind the chaos of the square and a faint stench. Chapter 27, Level 9 achieved. Even magnates need a balance of work and rest. In the ensuing moments, Lin Feng fully embraced his role as the scourge of the plague town, with the extraordinary speed and perception granted by the blessing of ancestors. Along with the infinite bullets of the golden sand eagle in hand, he rampaged through the perilous level 7 to level 10 zones, as if in a state of invincibility. Encounter a level 7, bulging plague bearer. A few shots to the head and it was gone, all while deftly maneuvering to evade its self-destructing toxic mist. Effortless and delightful. Experience, 20. Encounter a level 8, gagging corpse eater. Regardless of whether it crawled walls or spewed acid, 3 shots to the head sent it to meet Yama. Experience, 25. Encounter a level 9, screaming female corpse. Its sonic attack was indeed a nuisance, causing a brief bout of dizziness. However, in the face of Lin Feng's doubled mental resistance and lightning-fast reflexes, that dizziness was hardly a concern. Even while dazed, he would shoot it down from the sky. Experience, 35. He spun like an unceasing top, wildly rotating through this desolate town, harvesting streets, alleys, abandoned shops, collapsed homes. Every corner bore witness to his footsteps and gunfire. It also left behind a plethora of corpses of zombies, transformed into white light. His experience bar surged at a rate that left all other players in the dust. 50%, 70%, 90%. He was drawing ever closer to the threshold of level 9. In the meantime, he rummaged through some abandoned buildings. But his spoils were meager. The plague town had evidently been deserted for a long time, and coupled with the ravages of the plague, the items he could find were pitifully scarce, mostly consisting of useless trash or torn cloth. The most valuable finds were the occasional few copper coins and gray materials dropped by the zombies. Never mind, focusing on monster hunting is the true path. Scavenging does not suit my status as the second-ranked magnate. Lin Feng quickly abandoned the thought of scavenging and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the infinite cycle of monster slaying. Time slipped by once more, the afternoon gradually yielding to evening. The setting sun cast an eerie blood-red hue over the lifeless town. Lin Feng could no longer recall how many zombies he had slain. All he knew was that his backpack was once again stuffed with worthless materials like corrupted minions and toxic abscesses. His experience bar finally reached a critical point after defeating an unfortunate screaming female corpse. Ding! The glow of leveling up enveloped him. A warm and powerful force surged into his being once more. Congratulations. Level increased to LV9. All attributes received a slight boost. Gained 5 free attribute points. Maximum health increased. Nice. Level 9. Lin Feng let out an excited growl. Without hesitation, he allocated all 5 points to agility. Name: Lin Feng. Level 9. Class: None. Job change available at LV10. Title: None. Health: 900. Mana: 250. Attack power: 382. Defense: 52. Strength: 12. Buff: 24. Agility: 48. Buff: 96. Stamina: 14. Buff: 28. Mentality: 10. Buff: 20. Unallocated attribute points: 0. Status: Blessing of Ancestors. Remaining time: approximately 7 days and 8 hours. Equipment: Bloodstain set 33. Golden Sand Eagle LV3 Infinite Bullets. Experience 1102,000. A staggering 96 points in agility. Lin Feng felt as if he could leap into the air with a mere jump. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Just one level away. Just one level away from job changing. Lin Feng gazed at his level, his heart ablaze with fervor. Level 10 job change would mark a watershed moment in the strength of all players. He could hardly wait to see how powerful he would become after transitioning and what career enchantments he would unlock. The night had completely descended. The plague town under the cover of darkness seemed even more ominous and terrifying. Lin Feng assessed his state. Thanks to the blessing of ancestors, buff. He felt no hint of physical fatigue. If anything, he was excessively energetic. Should he pull an all-nighter and push straight to level 10? An incredibly tempting thought surfaced in his mind. Given his current monster hunting efficiency and the cover of night, it truly seemed feasible to reach LV10 before dawn. However, another voice echoed in his mind. Even a grinding master needs to rest, my friend. Since yesterday morning, aside from those few hours of idling at the Misty Valley platform, you have scarcely paused. Even the most robust of bodies cannot withstand such relentless exertion. Although the buff can mask physical fatigue, the mental strain cannot be ignored. And it is only a matter of time before complications arise. Moreover, your backpack is nearing its limit. Are you not going to clear out those worthless materials and copper coins? And what about achieving level 9, such a significant milestone? Shouldn't you return to the village to bask in your glory on the leaderboard? Let those fellows experience a taste of despair. 2 little figures clashed wildly in Lin Feng's mind. One shouted, charge, grind until dawn, while the other insisted, hold on, maintain balance between work and rest to go further. Ultimately, the advocate for caution emerged victorious by a narrow margin. Enough is enough. Sustainability is the true path. Lin Feng let out a long sigh, making his decision. Today would be sufficient. After grinding for a day and a night, he had earned his keep. Moreover, he glanced at the 2 pieces of level 10 blue gear in his backpack and that invaluable skill book. A good night's rest would replenish his spirit for tomorrow's endeavor to sweep through, or rather, cleanse the town. Additionally, he truly needed to organize his backpack and see if there were any new developments in the village. With that thought, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He cast one last glance at the depths of this plague-ridden town, where he had fought valiantly for most of the day, rife with opportunities. Then he turned and, with his exceptional agility and adaptability to darkness, stealthily glided toward the village like a phantom of the night. Chapter 28. Abundance and the Challenge of Leveling Up. As Lin Feng stepped through the gates of Novice Village number 888, greeted by the first rays of dawn, he felt as though he were a general returning triumphant from the battlefield, albeit with only himself as his troop and engaging in battles that felt more akin to bullying children. The village had completely awakened, more boisterous and lively than the previous night. Members of various teams were gearing up, calling upon one another, eager to make the most of their evening hours as they ascended to higher levels. As Lin Feng strolled through the entrance, clad in his blood-stained ensemble, which bore the marks of virtual blood and radiated an aura of imagined supremacy, his demeanor deliberate and unhurried, he once again captured the attention of the entire village. Look, it's the esteemed Lin Feng. He has returned. Wow, his gear seems even cooler now. It wasn't so striking yesterday. Of course, did you not see the leaderboard? He is already LV9. 9 levels. Has anyone ascended so swiftly? LV9. Is that for real? Many hastily opened the leaderboard, followed by a chorus of astonished gasps. Goodness, it truly is level 9. Did he not just reach level 7 this morning? He leveled up twice in a single day? How can we compete with this? We have struggled to gain half a level. Is this the power of the ancestral blessing buff? It's terrifying. The esteemed one is incredible. Amidst a cacophony of admiration, envy, and awe directed at Lin Feng, he felt a surge of satisfaction, his stride imbued with newfound confidence. nearly unable to suppress the urge to display an expression of disdain befitting a true master. Stay calm, stay calm. Humility is key, Lin Feng silently reminded himself, maintaining an expression of serene mastery while internally reveling in his success. Ignoring the surrounding commotion, he made his way directly to the Adventurers Guild. Lin Feng did not linger. He secured a private room to alleviate his fatigue, primarily mental. Then came the exhilarating moment of inventory assessment. He found a corner of the room and emptied his backpack's contents onto the floor. The sound was reminiscent of a cascade. First came the mountain of various gray materials. There were corrupted minions, toxic blisters, and more, fruits of his laborious conquests. Next were the treasures of the town, rotting lord's gauntlets, toxic ring, skill book, plague tread, and the plague core. Each item shimmered with an alluring glow, blue light, and special radiance. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng chuckled, reminiscent of a cunning merchant. As he beheld his prized possessions, he carefully stowed away these 4 items, resolute in his decision to refrain from selling them for the time being, waiting until the market was ripe. Next, it was time to deal with the refused materials. It was evening, and the general store should be open. However, looking at the mountain of materials made Lin Feng somewhat reluctant to trek back to haggle with Aunt Mary. He examined the system interface and discovered, adjacent to the gray quality materials in his backpack, an inconspicuous option for quick selling to the system, recycling price. Such a function exists? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Let me see what the recycling price is. Sell. All of it. With a grand sweep of his hand, Lin Feng selected to sell all gray quality materials. System notification, sold, corrupted minion for 112 copper coins. System notification, sold, toxic blister for 85 copper coins. And so on for a multitude of materials. A flurry of system notifications flooded the screen. In the end, Lin Feng gazed at the long string of gleaming numbers in his inventory, his eyes sparkling with the shape of copper coins. He counted carefully. Originally around 750 copper coins remained, with the Plague Lord dropping 200 copper coins, and he had gathered approximately 400 more along the way. The higher-tier monsters indeed dropped more copper coins, although it was not guaranteed. The rapid sale of trash materials netted him approximately 550 copper coins. 1,900 copper coins. Lin Feng was so exhilarated he nearly leaped from his seat. Ha ha ha. Nearly 2,000 coins. I am undoubtedly the richest in Novice Village, 888. No one else comes close. He felt as though he could walk sideways now. Who dares to cross me? I could simply crush them with copper coins. Of course, just a thought. Aunt Mary's rations. I could buy her out. No, I could take over her entire store. Lin Feng struck a pose, spinning triumphantly in his room, imagining a life of luxury with a chicken leg in one hand and a bottle of Maotai, though such items did not exist here. The joy of newfound wealth sent him soaring. Humph, with money, with buffs, and with levels. The next step is to surge to level 10. Complete my class transition. At that point, what Qin Shiming, what Long Ao Tian, will all have to step aside. With a spirited flourish, he opened his level panel. Prepared to see how much experience was required to reach LV10, a milestone level. Then he was left dumbfounded. Experience. 1, 212,000. It requires 120,000 experience points to ascend from LV9 to LV10. It felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, the previous elation evaporating into thin air. He stood frozen in place. 120,000 experience. Lin Feng felt a twinge of pain in his heart. He quickly calculated. As a LV9, the most efficient monster for farming in the Plague Town, the Wailing Female Corpse, yielded only 35 points of experience. 120,000 experience meant he would need to slay 120,003, 5,343 Wailing Female Corpses. This was under the most ideal circumstances, when accounting for travel, locating monsters, and occasionally battling the less rewarding LV8 ghouls. He would have to defeat at least 400 monsters. Oh my goodness, 400 level 9 monsters. Lin Feng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Even though he currently possesses a buff that accelerates his monster-slaying speed, it still requires an extensive amount of time. Even with a stroke of good fortune and relentless effort, he would need at least an entire day, if not 2, to reach level 10. Lin Feng calculated and felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had originally believed that being at level 9 meant that level 10 was within his grasp, and that with a bit of effort, he could achieve it in a single night. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. The experience gap from 9 to 10 was astonishingly vast. It was almost exponentially daunting. What a cruel twist of fate. Lin Feng felt tears welling up in his eyes. It seemed that ascending to greatness was an impossibility. The path of leveling up remained arduous and filled with challenges. He gazed at the elusive 12,000 experience points, and then at the exquisite gear and skill books that could only be equipped at level 10 in his inventory. Letting out a deep sigh. The revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades still need to toil, grind on. Chapter 29, Strategic Adjustment. Target, Weapon Proficiency. After being thoroughly demoralized by the daunting 12,000 experience points, Lin Feng's heart, which had swelled from consecutive level-ups and newfound wealth, finally began to calm. He sat cross-legged on his bed, contemplating his next course of action. Should he dive straight into the plague-ridden town to grind his way to level 10? That notion was promptly dismissed. No way. He shook his head repeatedly. The prospect of 12,000 experience was terrifying. Even if he were in peak condition and could defeat monsters swiftly, he would have to remain in that hellish place for at least a day and night, mentally strained. And the risks were far too great. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. Although the blessing of the ancestors was formidable, it was only available for 8 days. And over a day had already passed. The remaining time must be utilized wisely. Recklessly grinding for levels did not seem to be the optimal solution. So, what should he do instead? Lin Feng stroked his chin, his gaze landing on his weapon information. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3 Infinite Ammo Experience, 1123-2000. Weapon level. Of course. His eyes sparkled with realization. Elevating his weapon's level would directly enhance its base damage. For someone like him, who heavily relied on weapon damage, this upgrade was tangible. Moreover, while the experience required for weapon upgrades was also considerable, 2,000 points to ascend from LV3 to LV4, it seemed far less daunting compared to that 12,000 character experience. Most importantly, he recalled a significant discovery. Defeating lower-level monsters may not yield character experience, but it did grant weapon experience. This mechanism was tailor-made for him. If character leveling was not an immediate concern, why not take advantage of the buff and elevate his weapon level first? A brand new plan began to take shape in his mind. With an attack power of 340, venturing into the level 1 monster zone meant that those zombies would fall to a single shot. There was no need for precision. Wherever he aimed, he would hit. The grinding would surely be incredibly swift. Furthermore, the level 1 monster zone was safe. He could grind with his eyes closed. There was no need to worry about mishaps. He could even ponder the meaning of life while grinding. Yes, this was the way to go. The more he contemplated, the more this idea seemed reasonable. While leveling up his character was undoubtedly important, the weapon was his foundation. Boosting his weapon's level to increase base damage would enhance his efficiency when he later challenged higher-level monsters or bosses. This was akin to sharpening the axe before chopping wood. A strategic adjustment. The goal was weapon proficiency. Lin Feng clenched his fists, commending his own cleverness. With the plan set, he could hardly contain his excitement. Rest? No. The grinding emperor never sleeps. While the buff still lingered, he needed to seize every precious moment. He required a zone dense with level 1 zombies. One that respawned quickly and was relatively safe. The plains outside the village? No. Too open, monsters too scattered. The abandoned factory? That place had a decent number of monsters, and he was familiar with the terrain. Lin Feng promptly decided to return to the abandoned factory, where he had first made his mark. He checked his inventory. He had ample provisions and water, and enough copper coins, albeit temporarily without purpose. He left the Adventurers Guild with renewed vigor, this time heading toward the west gate of the village. It was still deep night, or perhaps early morning. Most areas of the village were eerily quiet. Only a few players burning the midnight oil or patrolling guards glanced at Lin Feng as he exited the village once more, wearing expressions that seemed to say, "Is this guy made of iron?" Lin Feng paid no mind to their gazes and, moving with remarkable speed, quickly arrived at the familiar outskirts of the abandoned factory. The factory appeared even more sinister at night, its rusted steel glinting coldly in the dim moonlight. The air was thick with a pungent mixture of rust and decay. Lin Feng stealthily entered the factory, swiftly locating a workshop where he frequently ground monsters, now swarming with zombies. As expected, within the workshop, a dozen level 1 zombies were aimlessly wandering about. He grinned with delight, raising his golden Desert Eagle. What followed was a massacre devoid of skill, bordering on monotonous. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Infinite Ammo, Experience, 1-11242000. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Infinite Ammo, Experience, 1-11252000. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Infinite Ammo, Experience, 1-11262000. He didn't even need to aim for their heads. A casual shot to the body would effortlessly dispatch them. Bullets struck those frail forms as if they were mere tofu. Lin Feng felt as though he were engaged in a game of whack-a-mole, shooting wherever monsters appeared. Enjoying the ease of it all, he even had the leisure to attempt some flashy shooting styles, like shooting with his eyes closed. Of course, he missed. Or mimicking movie scenes by twirling the gun in one hand, almost twisting his wrist in the process. Invincibility is such a simple yet tedious affair. Lin Feng sighed with a hint of self-satisfaction. Just as he was lost in his revelry, a few heads cautiously poked out from the entrance of the workshop. It was a genuine novice team composed of 3 or 4 players, all at levels 1 or 2, wielding the initial knives or wooden sticks bestowed by the system. Their faces etched with tension as they observed the situation inside the workshop. Upon witnessing the figure clad in a striking dark red outfit, the bloodied set, effortlessly dispatching a zombie with a single shot, their jaws dropped in astonishment. What in the world? Who is that person? A legend. Absolutely a legend. Just look at their gear. And that golden gun. My heavens. How can they eliminate zombies as easily as swatting flies? One shot per zombie. Are they leveling up here? Shouldn't legends be in high-level zones? Could they be experiencing life? Or testing their weapon? The novices huddled in the corner, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes filled with awe and admiration for Lin Feng. He noticed them as well, but merely cast a casual glance before returning to his focus on grinding his weapon experience. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Infinite Ammo, Experience, 1. 1258200. The Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience Points, 1. 12,592,000. The weapon's experience bar ascended slowly yet steadily. Quite satisfactory indeed. Although the pace was somewhat sluggish, it afforded a sense of comfort. Lin Feng observed the gradual rise of the experience bar, feeling an unusual sense of fulfillment. With just over 700 experience points needed to reach LV4, equivalent to dispatching 700 more zombies, he resolved to persist. He once again immersed himself in this monotonous yet purpose-driven endeavor, setting a modest target for himself, to elevate his weapon to LV4 first. Chapter 30. The Self-Cultivation of the Grinding Emperor. The Path to Weapon Upgrades. As Lin Feng plunged into the abandoned factory in the dead of night, embarking on his tedious quest to amass weapon experience, he had no inkling of how long this strategic adjustment would endure. He only knew that the daunting 12,000 experience points required to attain LV10 were currently beyond his reach, while the potential evolution to LV5 and the foundational power boost LV4 would provide were far more practical and pressing needs. Thus, from that tranquil midnight hour, the level 1 zombie spawn area of the abandoned factory welcomed an extraordinarily efficient Terminator. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience Points, 1. 13,242,000. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience Points, 1. 13,252,000. Lin Feng's figure darted like a specter between various workshops, warehouses, and junkyards. His astonishing agility, boasting an attribute of 100, rendered his movements nearly imperceptible. Ordinary zombies could not even trace his trajectory. In his hands, the Golden Desert Eagle transformed into the Scythe of Death. The level 1 zombies crumbled before his staggering attack power of 340, akin to fragile paper. There was no need to aim for the head. Merely striking the torso would instantly annihilate them. He even devised a streamlined operational method, rapidly moving to a spawn point, raising his weapon to dispatch all visible zombies in an instant, not pausing, but charging directly to the next spawn point, simultaneously reloading while in motion, arriving at the new spawn point and repeating the shooting. The entire process flowed like water, with scarcely a moment's pause. Such efficiency, it was off the charts. He resembled an individual wielding cheat codes for monster attraction and instant kills wherever he passed. Not a single zombie remained, not one, within the abandoned factory. There were other novice players who had also chosen to grind late into the night or rise early to train, their levels typically ranging from LV2 to LV4. They had initially reveled in discovering a fertile ground for rapid monster spawns. However, it wasn't long before they despaired, witnessing their painstakingly gathered horde vanish in the blink of an eye, illuminated by a flash of golden light. Leaving only a scattered handful of copper coins, Lin Feng was too lethargic to collect the single copper coin dropped by the level 1 zombies. What the hell? Is it haunted? Haunted my foot. It was that golden light figure that just zipped by. What a powerhouse. But could the powerhouse spare us a shred of survival? We've been grinding forever and can't even claim a single monster. How are we supposed to level up? Let us go, let us go. We need to change locations. This factory is uninhabitable. Thus, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, or perhaps indifferent to it, he single-handedly deterred all competitors attempting to encroach upon his business, effectively monopolizing the level 1 area of the abandoned factory. Time sped forth within this rapid, efficient, and exceedingly monotonous cycle. Lin Feng was wholly absorbed in the exhilarating rush of watching his experience bar surge, oblivious to the passage of time. The ancestral blessing buff rendered him impervious to fatigue, while his focus kept his mind sharp and alert. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience Points, 1. 19,992,000. It was here. Lin Feng's spirit soared. He swiftly locked onto the nearest zombie within his sight. Bang! Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, Experience Points, 1. 20,002,000. Ding! A crisp notification chimed. Your weapon, Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV3, Unlimited Bullets, has leveled up to LV4. Weapon base power has been enhanced. Experience required for the next level, 4,000. Oh ho! LV4. Lin Feng triumphantly raised his fist. From LV3, 123 experience, to LV4, he needed to accumulate 200, 011, 238, 777 experience points, which equated to slaying 877 zombies. Glancing at the time, He realized that only a little over 3 hours had elapsed since he began grinding. Over 3 hours. He had dispatched nearly 900 monsters. Such efficiency would likely elicit disbelief if shared. How much had his power increased? Lin Feng weighed the gun in his hands, sensing it felt more stable and potent. He casually fired at a freshly spawned zombie. Bang! The zombie fell, yet Lin Feng perceived an increased destructive force from the bullet. It seemed as if he had obliterated half of the zombie's body. How exhilarating. I relish this. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The joy of leveling up did not deter him from his pursuit. LV4 was merely the beginning. His ambition was LV5. He still required 4,000 experience points, equivalent to 4,000 zombies. Lin Feng calculated. At the previous pace, perhaps another 10 hours? 10 hours. It sounded lengthy, yet for Lin Feng, who had entered grinding emperor mode, it appeared quite bearable. Grind. For evolution. For strength. He was invigorated once more. With the buff active, he felt no fatigue. With limitless bullets, he harbored no worries, since idleness was not an option. Thus, Lin Feng's figure transformed once again into a golden whirlwind, recommencing a new round of slaughter in the abandoned factory, all for that 4,000 points of weapon experience. Time continued its relentless march, the sun gradually dipping in the west, while Lin Feng's relentless monster-clearing endeavor raged on, marking a day of unprecedented misfortune for the factory's zombies. Chapter 31, Dual Pistols. Evolution. Zombie Slayer. As night descended upon the abandoned factory, Lin Feng sensed a burgeoning haze clouding his mind. He was not fatigued. The ancestral blessing, buff, still invigorated him, as if he could run, jump, and fight for 3 days and nights without rest. Rather, he had grown numb. Since his decision to grind weapon experience the previous night, he had continuously and unrelentingly raised his weapon, shot, and moved within this level 1 area, repeating the motions countless times. He felt he could accurately hit those swaying zombies, even with his eyes closed. He could even discern their refresh times and moods based on their gait. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV4, Unlimited Bullets, Experience Points, 1, 39, 984, 000. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV4, Unlimited Bullets, Experience Points, 1, 39, 994, 000. Finally, at long last, Lin Feng beheld the experience bar nearing overflow, reigniting the spark in his eyes. The final sprint. He, as if energized by a potent elixir, accelerated his clearing pace once more. Bang. The last one. Desert Eagle, Golden Edition, LV4, Unlimited Ammo, Experience Points 1, 40004000. Here it comes. The long-anticipated chime did not resonate. Instead, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from the Desert Eagle in his hands, surpassing the intensity of the LV4 upgrade by more than tenfold. Buzz. A powerful humming sound accompanied by a searing wave of energy swept through the air. Lin Feng felt as though he could scarcely maintain his grip on the firearm. Instinctively, he wanted to release it, only to discover an unusual force firmly anchoring the gun in his grasp. Subsequently, in the blinding golden light, the Desert Eagle in his hands began an astonishing transformation. The gun's body appeared to flow like molten gold, reorganizing and splitting apart. When the luminosity finally subsided, Lin Feng stood transfixed, gazing at his hands. In his right hand, the familiar golden Desert Eagle remained. Yet astonishingly, in his left hand, there appeared an identical weapon, radiating the same brilliance. One had transformed into two. What the hell? Lin Feng was genuinely astonished this time. He blinked vigorously, pinched himself to confirm he was not dreaming. The evolution to LV5 of the weapon was this. It had directly split into two. He hurriedly examined the weapon information. Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV5 Unlimited Ammo. Quality, Golden. Type, Dual Wield Handgun. Single hand power, 70-90, base power further enhanced. Rate of fire, slow, single hand, fast, theoretical rate for dual wielding. Effective range, 90 meters. Magazine capacity. Special effects, unlimited ammo. Twin Hearts, passive, when dual wielding, accuracy significantly enhanced, recoil greatly reduced. Experience required for next level, 08000. Evaluation, double the joy, double the style. Utilize this pair of lethal dancers to orchestrate a magnificent requiem in the apocalypse. The Twin Desert Eagles. Power has increased. Range has expanded. Plus, an even more impressive dual-wield passive. Lin Feng gazed at the new attributes, nearly drooling with excitement. The passive effect of Twin Hearts significantly enhances accuracy while considerably diminishing recoil. This perfectly resolves the greatest challenge of dual wielding. He instantly grasped both firearms, feeling their weight in his hands, brimming with power. So stylish. The aura, instantly maximized. He attempted to shoot with both hands, aiming at a distant wall, and fired 2 shots. Bang, bang. The gunfire nearly overlapped. The recoil indeed felt much less than he had anticipated. Moreover, the aim from both hands was exceptionally stable. This evolution is incredible. Lin Feng was exhilarated. Although he still felt that for someone with unlimited ammo, the practical significance of dual wielding was limited, as the rate of fire remained constrained. However, the substantial enhancement in accuracy and reduction in recoil meant he could execute more precise dual-gun shots. The explosive power was undoubtedly far superior to that of a single weapon, and most importantly, how stylish it was. One Desert Eagle in each hand. The visual impact, the grandeur. What man could resist? Just as Lin Feng reveled in the joy of acquiring his twin guns, preparing to test the new weapon against a few unsuspecting zombies, another crisp system notification, distinct from the weapon evolution's visual effects, echoed in his mind. System notification, congratulations, player, Lin Feng. System detection indicates you have achieved the milestone of 5,000 ordinary zombie kills. Unlocked a special achievement, earning the title, 5,000 Zombie Slayer. Please check the title bar for the new title effect. Another delightful surprise? The title of 5,000 Slayer? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then filled with elation. He quickly opened the title bar. Title, 5,000 Zombie Slayer. Equipped effect, all attributes 5. Inflicts an additional 10 damage on zombie-type targets, including various mutated zombies. Description, the achievement of 5,000 souls has solidified your renown. Every wave of your hand or pull of the trigger signifies the end for the undead. All attributes 5. Additionally, 10 extra damage against zombies. As Lin Feng beheld the properties of this title, his eyes sparkled with renewed enthusiasm. Although it did not sound as imposing as the 10,000 zombie revered, the attributes of 5,000 Zombie Slayer were undeniably substantial. All attributes 5, which, after the ancestor's blessing doubled, translates to an additional 10 points across the board, plus the 10 extra damage against zombies. This was an immensely practical enhancement for someone like him, who frequently needed to clear out various zombies. Equip it. It was a must. Without hesitation, Lin Feng donned the title of 5,000 Zombie Slayer. Boom. He felt a surge of clarity and power coursing through his body. Even more potent than during his previous upgrade, his base attributes received a permanent boost. Weapon evolution, twin guns in hand. Plus, he acquired a powerful title for free. Lin Feng felt overwhelmingly powerful. He even had the illusion that if he were to encounter that LV-10 Plague Lord again, he could transform it into Swiss cheese in mere seconds. Invincible. He was truly on the path to invincibility. From the moment he decided to grind for weapon experience late last night to now, approximately 15 or 16 hours had passed in relentless battle. During this time, he had single-mindedly slain nearly 5,000 zombies, leveling his weapon from LV3 to LV5, and unexpectedly triggered both evolution and title rewards. The bounty, it was unimaginably vast. He glanced at the sky. It was already deep into the night. Although the buff kept him from fatigue, after such prolonged, high-intensity work, even an Iron Man needed to take a breather. All right, enough for today. Lin Feng contentedly stowed away his twin guns, despite the temptation to flaunt them. Even a grinding emperor needed a balance of work and rest. First, he would return to sleep. Tomorrow, he would head back to the Plague Town and see if he could push his level to LV-10. He cast one last glance at the abandoned factory he had ravaged for a day and night, turned, and walked towards the novice village, brimming with rewards and a joyful spirit. Chapter 32. Return to the Plague Town. Sprinting to level 10. After indulging in several hours of restful sleep on the rigid wooden bed in the adventurer's lodge, Lin Feng was awakened by the clamor outside the window. A new day had begun. He opened his eyes, stretched, and felt an explosive surge of power coursing through him. The effects of the ancestor's blessing, buff, remained potent, not only doubling his base attributes, but seemingly also bestowing an extraordinary energy recovery effect. He felt in prime condition. Today is the day I strive for LV-10. With unwavering confidence, Lin Feng jumped out of bed. He first habitually checked the leaderboard. Rankings for level in Novice Village, 888. First place, Lin Feng, LV9, Experience, 5. Second place, Qin Shiming, LV8. Third place, Long Out Yin, LV7. Fourth place, Feng Qingyang, LV7. Oh, that fellow Qin Shiming hasn't he reached LV9 yet? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that he had evidently failed to find a suitable spot yesterday. Once again, it was evident that his skills surpassed the rest, observing himself firmly in first place. With a 2-level lead over the third place, a sense of pride welled up within Lin Feng. However, he also noticed the countdown to the zombie tide. Time remaining until zombie tide arrival, 5 days 2 hours. Time was short. Lin Feng tucked away his pride and felt an urgency. He must quickly reach level 10, complete his job change, and enhance his self-preservation and combat capabilities amidst the impending zombie tide. He swiftly rose to his feet, tidied up his backpack, and after confirming that his supplies were sufficient, he strode purposefully once more towards the southern gate of the village. His target, the Plague Town. However, upon returning to the outskirts of the Plague Town, he discovered that the situation had changed significantly since his departure the previous day. To his astonishment, numerous players were now visible. Groups of 3 to 5 had formed temporary squads, cautiously battling the sporadically respawning, bulging infected, and gagging ghouls. The players' levels ranged primarily from LV7 to LV8, and their equipment was decidedly superior to that of ordinary players. Clearly, it was the more formidable members of the village, finally mustering the courage, or perhaps compelled by the pressure of the zombie tide, to explore this perilous LV-710 zone. Why are there so many people? Are we still able to grind monsters? Lin Feng thought, slightly displeased as he observed the squad struggling against the creatures. Time was of the essence for him, and he had no desire to compete for kills or expose his capabilities excessively before these players. Some of them noticed Lin Feng, clad in a flamboyant dark red ensemble, daring to venture into the plague town alone. Look, it's Lin Feng, the big shot, the LV9 expert. Is he going in to grind monsters? Alone? That's rather bold. The monsters here are no trifles. The players whispered among themselves, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Lin Feng, however, chose to disregard their gazes. He had no time to indulge in such vanity. A brief observation revealed that these players were primarily concentrated in the outer streets of the town, while deeper areas remained largely deserted. Very well, you can play around the periphery. I shall claim the inner territory. As for the unknown danger zones marked on the map, Lin Feng was still hesitant to venture alone. Although his strength had surged dramatically, the unknown always posed the greatest threat. Who could say if there were monsters above LV-10 lurking within, or even more insidious mechanisms? He decided it was best to fully comprehend the plague town before venturing further. He first took a detour to the central square where he had slain the plague lord the day before. The square was desolate, and the LV-10 boss had evidently not yet respawned. The boss respawn times were not so swift, and Lin Feng was not surprised. He had long since abandoned hope of encountering it again in the short term. Resolutely, he bypassed the areas where players were active and, utilizing his extraordinary speed, plunged into the deeper regions of the plague town that he had not had the chance to explore yesterday. The environment here was even more dilapidated and eerie, with a higher density of monsters. LV-8, gagging ghouls, and LV-9, wailing banshees, were omnipresent, and he occasionally spotted some wandering LV-7, bulging infected. This is it. My experience. Here I come. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he dual-wielded his twin desert eagles, commencing a new round of frenzied slaughter. Bang! Bang! Both golden eagles roared in unison. The bullets, seemingly guided by an unseen force, struck a wailing banshee that had just peeked out from a window. 295. Critical hit. 310. Critical hit. The damage numbers exploded. The LV-9 wailing banshee didn't even have time to unleash its cursed wail before it was turned into a sieve, dissipating into black smoke. Experience 35. Haha. Dual wielding is exhilarating. High damage. Rapid fire. And it looks so cool. Lin Feng was enamored with his new weapons. Although he had previously thought dual wielding was of little significance, the instantaneous burst of power and visual spectacle were utterly irresistible. Armed with dual pistols, a title, a buff, and boasting a high level of LV-9, Lin Feng now strode through this territory dominated by LV-8 and LV-9 monsters with unparalleled confidence. Like a tiger among sheep. Wherever he went, gunfire erupted, and zombies fell in droves. Killed Gagging Ghoul 1, experience 25. Killed Wailing Banshee 1, experience 35. Killed Bulging Infected 1, experience 20. His experience bar surged at a visible pace, drawing him ever closer to the enticing LV-10. The depths of the plague town echoed with the rhythmic gunfire of his twin desert eagles, as if heralding an epic battle song for his leveling journey. Time flew, and soon a day had passed. Lin Feng had nearly made the depths of the plague town his home. Aside from the essential needs for food and water, depleting his backpack supplies, he devoted nearly all his time to relentless battles and slaughters. The blessing of ancestors, buff sustained his body like a perpetual motion machine, leaving him unaware of any fatigue. The thirst for leveling up and the anticipation of transitioning to LV-10 kept his spirits in a state of high exhilaration. He had lost count of how many LV-8 ghouls and LV-9 banshees he had slain. All he knew was that his backpack was overflowing with useless materials. His copper coin count was gradually increasing, and the experience bar for his weapon, Twin Desert Eagles, had made significant progress, although he was still far from the 8,000 points needed to reach LV-6. Most importantly, his character's experience bar, which represented the daunting 12,000 points required to advance from LV-9 to LV-10, was on the verge of being filled due to his relentless efforts and frenzied slaughter. Chapter 33, Level 10. New Equipment. And then, confusion? Just a little more to go. It was now the afternoon of Lin Feng's second day in the plague town. He was engaged in a fierce struggle against 3 LV-9 wailing banshees. The trio cooperated seamlessly, alternating their cursed wail in an attempt to disrupt Lin Feng's rhythm with their mental onslaught. Their figures flickered in the air, making them exceedingly difficult to catch. If this had been a day prior, Lin Feng might have floundered in such a situation. Yet now, having reached LV-9, adapted to the dual pistol rhythm, and gained ample combat experience, he was able to respond with composure. His footsteps were ghostly, weaving skillfully between the gaps of the wailing sound waves, while his twin desert eagles acted like 2 golden serpents, continuously unleashing lethal bullets. Bang! Bang! 288. Critical hit. 295. Critical hit. The first banshee exploded in response. Bang. Bang. 275. Critical hit. 282. Critical hit. The second banshee followed suit. Only one remained, its health almost depleted. This was it. The experience I need to level up. A glint of determination sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes as he fired both guns simultaneously. Bang. Bang. 290. Critical hit. 305. Critical hit. The last wailing banshee let out a heart-wrenching scream before dissipating into black smoke. Killed wailing banshee 1. Gained experience 35. Ding. A golden pillar of light, more resplendent and magnificent than any previous upgrade, suddenly descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. A warm, comforting, and powerful sensation surged through every limb and sinew, as if both body and soul had undergone a sublime transformation. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV10. You have reached the current stage level cap. You meet the basic conditions for class awakening. Please seek a career mentor promptly and embark on your professional journey. Level 10. At long last, I have achieved level 10. Lin Feng felt the surging power within him and let out an ecstatic howl towards the heavens. He felt invincible. What are those mere Qin warriors and the Plague Lord to him? Just insignificant trash. He rubbed his hands together in excitement, eager to open the class panel and discover what formidable and awe-inspiring hidden class he could become. Gun god, ammunition expert, or perhaps something even more extraordinary. Wait a moment. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the equipment he had obtained from the Plague Lord, and it seemed the last harpy had also dropped a shiny item. First, let us check the equipment. He suppressed his urge to change classes and gathered his spoils. The last harpy had dropped a helmet, crafted from an unknown type of black metal, with a fearsome design and a skull-like visor, radiating a blue glow. Plague Iron Guard helmet. Quality, blue. Type, head armor. Required level, LV10. Defense, 20. Stamina, 5. Special effect, unyielding will. Slightly increases mental resistance and reduces the duration of control effects. Another piece of level 10 blue gear. And it's a helmet. Increased defense, stamina, and mental resistance. Lin Feng was overjoyed. His entire set of armor was about to undergo a magnificent transformation. He promptly took out the 3 pieces of LV10 blue gear he had prepared in his backpack. Rotting Lord S gauntlets, hands, defense 18, strength 4, stamina 4, poison resistance. Toxic ring, mental 5, additional poison damage. Plague Iron Guard helmet, head, defense 20, stamina 5, mental resistance. Equip. Lin Feng could hardly contain his eagerness as he ripped off his worn, tattered forming gloves and donned the imposing, Rotting Lord S gauntlets. Next, he slipped the pitch-black, toxic ring onto his finger. Finally, he placed the Plague Iron Guard helmet upon his head. Instantly, Lin Feng's entire demeanor transformed. Dressed in a blood-stained suit that once made him resemble a nimble assassin, he was now adorned with heavy blue metal armor on his head and hands, complemented by dark red leather armor and boots, along with 2 gleaming golden twin pistols in hand. He looked like a heavily armed, albeit slightly mismatched, heavy-duty warrior. Ha! So dashing. Absolutely stunning. Lin Feng spun around twice in place, nearly dizzying himself with his own handsomeness. He quickly opened his character panel to admire his currently extravagant attributes. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 10. Class, awaiting promotion. Title, 5,000 Corpses Slayer. Health, 1250-1250. Mana, 380-380. Attack power, 452. Defense, 85. Agility, 55 buff 110. Strength, 21 buff 42. Stamina, 24 buff 48. Mental, 20 buff 40. Unallocated attribute points, 0. Status, Ancestor S blessing remaining time, approximately 5 days. Equipment, Twin Pistols LV5 Infinite Ammo Bloodstain Set 33 Rotting Lord S Gauntlets Plague Iron Guard Helmet Toxic Ring. Wow, look at that panel. Who can compare? Lin Feng gazed at his staggering attack power of 380, nearly 100 in defense. Though it only exceeded 100 with buffs, the base was still impressive. And that terrifying agility of 110. He felt like a boss. Alright, equipment has been changed. Attributes have been checked. Now, the most crucial step. Lin Feng took a deep breath, filled with excitement and anticipation, preparing to search for the legendary class promotion button or system prompt. Class change. Class change. I want to change classes. He fervently shouted in his mind. System, please grant me the most magnificent hidden class. Something like Dragon Knight, Magic Swordsman, or Time-Space Ranger. Hurry up. Just as he was musing, a system prompt finally appeared before him, albeit belatedly. However, system prompt. Congratulations on reaching LV10. You have met the preliminary class change conditions. However, you are currently in a special period, the prelude to the zombie tides lockdown in the novice village. And the class change channel is not yet open. System prompt. Please strive to survive the impending zombie tide. Successfully passing the first test of the zombie tide and reaching the main city of Hope will allow you to officially change classes with a career mentor. System prompt. After reaching the LV10 level cap, you will temporarily be unable to gain any character experience until you complete your first class change. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. He stood there, dumbfounded for a solid 10 seconds. Then, he rubbed his eyes vigorously and read the prompts again, especially the last one. No class change is one thing, but now they weren't even granting experience. PFF. Lin Feng was genuinely furious, nearly having a heart attack. No way. A cry filled with despair and grievance erupted. Chapter 34 Level Lock. Then let us continue farming weapons. Are you messing with me? Huh. System, are you playing games with me? Lin Feng was so enraged he wanted to smash something, but all around him were the ruins of destruction. I have worked so hard. Sleepless nights. Grinding for 2 days and 2 nights. Finally reached level 10. And you tell me this? Level cap. And I still can't gain any character experience. What was the point of leveling up to 10 if not for a prettier panel? The class change channel is under maintenance. And now you won't even give me experience. Is there no justice? Is there no law? I want to file a complaint. I want to report this. Fine. Whatever. This broken game has no one to manage it. Lin Feng felt as if he was about to ignite, not from excitement, but from anger. From the heights of elation, he plummeted to despair. The drastic drop left him feeling nauseated. He had originally hoped to reach level 10, change to a powerful class, learn extraordinary skills, and then slay foes amidst the zombie tide, flaunting his prowess. Instead, the system had forced him into a suspension of studies, prohibiting him from working. What is this nonsense? Lin Feng stood there, staring at his luxurious gear and attributes, realizing that without a class, it truly felt lacking. He glanced at the experience bar, now full but no longer moving, and the grayed out, unclickable class panel, feeling utterly despondent. It felt like preparing to unleash a catastrophic ultimate move, only to find not only was there no mana, but the skill hotbar was also locked. Now, while he had reached level 10, the crucial class was gone, and he had lost experience. In the upcoming zombie tide, would he merely be a high-stat, classless dual-gun ranger? Calm down. Calm down. Lin Feng, you are the chosen one. How can you be defeated by such a minor setback? After a period of frantic pacing, Lin Feng finally forced himself to regain his composure. Given the circumstances, cursing the system would do no good. He needed to devise a solution to the problem, or, rather, find a new path to advancement. The character's level cannot be temporarily increased, and experience cannot be gained either. He begins to assess the areas where he can still improve. Equipment. He has just equipped a level 10 item, and it is unlikely he will find anything superior in the near future. Skills. He lacks a class and skill books, leaving that avenue completely blocked. So what remains? Lin Feng's gaze once again fell upon the information regarding his weapon. Twin Desert Eagle's Golden Edition LV5 Infinite Bullets. Weapon level. His eyes suddenly brightened. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this? Although his character level is locked, the weapon level is not. Moreover, based on prior experience, defeating low-level monsters can still yield weapon experience. Elevating the weapon level will directly enhance the base power. For someone like him, who relies solely on firearms, this is the most straightforward and effective means of enhancement. Furthermore, leveling the weapon to LV10 allows for enchantment. Lin Feng recalled the prompt regarding the enchantment system. Though he was uncertain whether weapon enchantments or class enchantments were more formidable, having an additional enchantment slot is undoubtedly beneficial. What if he were to receive overpowered enchantments such as bullet tracking, headshot every shot, or double damage? The more he contemplated, the more he felt like a prodigy. Additionally, titles. He remembered the recently acquired 5,000 Corpses Slaughter. Slaying walkers could upgrade titles. What about killing other zombies? Or perhaps slaying larger quantities? Titles grant all attribute bonuses. This enhancement is not insignificant. His thoughts became remarkably clear. Since the system prohibits him from leveling up his character, he shall max out his weapon level and titles. When the time comes for him to change classes, he will be a character with level 10 and a plethora of divine titles. Ah, what a splendid vision. The sense of frustration evaporated, replaced by an invigorated determination. It was decided. The target is weapon level 10, along with maxing out various kill titles. Without hesitation, Lin Feng, a man of action, even felt too lazy to return to the village for a rest. The buff rendered him impervious to fatigue, and he pondered his next destination. Where should he hunt? Rubbing his chin, he thought, back to where my dream began. A sly smile crept across his face as he refocused on the abandoned factory. It was teeming with LV1 code zombies. Safe, mindless, abundant, rapidly respawning. An absolutely perfect weapon experience ATM. With determination set, Lin Feng immediately set off. With an impressive agility score of 100, he resembled a specter in the night, silently yet swiftly departing from the plague-ridden town, racing towards the familiar abandoned factory. Upon Lin Feng's return to the abandoned factory, dawn had already broken. The factory still bore its dilapidated visage, yet the foul stench in the air, upon his return from the plague town, felt oddly refreshing. He navigated through the factory, arriving at the workshop that previously housed the densest congregation of zombies. Sure enough, after a night had passed, numerous swaying experienced babies had respawned. Hey there, my little cuties, I'm back. Lin Feng beamed a friendly smile and raised his twin guns. Bang, bang. 2 zombies fell to the ground in response. Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV 5 Infinite Bullets Experience Points. 2. Firing both guns simultaneously also doubles the weapon experience? Lin Feng was pleasantly surprised. Although it was merely an additional point of experience, the efficiency had effectively doubled. System, you've finally done something commendable. Lin Feng's spirit soared. This would accelerate his grinding. Thus commenced a new, more frenzied and monotonous massacre. Lin Feng wielded the Golden Desert Eagles, moving gracefully, or so he fancied, through the workshop, twirling and shooting. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed incessantly. Zombies fell in droves. The weapon experience bar surged at an unprecedented pace. Killing these LV1 zombies felt akin to play. He hardly needed to aim deliberately. Merely aligning the gun towards the general direction was sufficient for the bullets to find their mark. Zombies. Yes, I have enabled attachment. This was the crushing dominance bestowed by absolute power. Lin Feng felt as though he was not merely grinding monsters, but engaging in a grand purification endeavor. Purifying the factory. Purifying these unfortunate souls, not really. He fully unleashed himself, even attempting various high-difficulty, show-off, shooting maneuvers, shooting from behind, blind shots, 360-degree aerial spins, almost stumbled. Although the hit rate was dismal, the abundance of bullets compensated. After all, every shot was a one-hit kill. He reveled in the joy of it all. The entire abandoned factory once again transformed into his personal playground and slaughterhouse. Chapter 35, The Factory is My Home. 10,000 corpses slaughter achieved. Time flew by. The sun rose and set. Lin Feng wholly embraced the abandoned factory as his home. Tirelessly, he cycled through this area, slaying monsters from the east district to the west, sweeping through the southern warehouses to the northern scrapyard, nibbling on dry rations when hungry and drinking cool water when thirsty. Fatigue was a non-existent concept. The ancestral blessing buff remained steadfast, keeping him in peak condition. The only reminder of time's passage was the incessantly fluctuating numbers on the weapon experience bar. Bang, bang. Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV 5 Infinite Bullets Experience Points. 2. 799888000. Almost there. Lin Feng perked up. LV 6. Here it comes. Bang, bang. Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV 5 Infinite Bullets Experience Points. 2. 80008000. Ding. The glow of weapon upgrade illuminated the surroundings. Your weapon Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV 5 Infinite Bullets has been upgraded to LV 6. Weapon base power has been enhanced. Experience required for the next level. 012000. Splendid. LV 6. Lin Feng excitedly waved his twin guns. He could distinctly sense the surge of power coursing through the gun's body. The base power had risen once more. Upon seeing that reaching LV 7 required a staggering 12,000 points of experience, he couldn't help but grin. The system is truly unyielding. However, this did not deter his resolve to grind on. The target is LV 10. A mere LV 6 is nothing. Onward. Meanwhile, as Lin Feng immersed himself in the grand pursuit of weapon experience, other players in the novice village, especially those low-level beginners, were lamenting their misfortune. The abandoned factory, once a crucial leveling and questing location for them, had now transformed into a veritable ghost zone. Big brother, please have mercy. Grant us a chance to survive. Our team accepted a task to kill 10 zombies, and we've been waiting here for almost an hour, yet we've only seen 2. And they both respawned right next to that golden glow big shot, and were obliterated the moment they appeared. A novice player cried despondently in the regional channel. Who could blame them? We were grinding here just fine yesterday, and today, there are fewer monsters than players. Does that dual-wielding big shot live here or something? How domineering? Domineering? More like a locust plague. I just witnessed him sprint from the west district to the east in mere minutes, and an entire street of zombies vanished. How are we supposed to play now? We can't even complete our newbie quests. Report. He must be reported for maliciously monopolizing resources. However, there was no place to report it. Complaints were merely complaints, yet no one dared to truly provoke Lin Feng. After all, his level 10 status, his dazzling equipment, and his elusive speed coupled with deadly firepower were sufficient to deter anyone with nefarious intentions. Several large teams in the village, such as Furious Dragon and Iron Blood Alliance, became intensely intrigued and displeased by this suddenly emerging figure who acted so domineeringly. They had attempted to dispatch personnel to the factory area to apprehend Lin Feng, hoping to probe his secrets or perhaps issue a warning for him to temper his behavior. However, the results were dismal. Report, boss. The target was just in workshop A, and as we surrounded him, he vanished. Boss. Gunfire detected in warehouse B. We're heading over. Boss. Warehouse B is empty too, just heaps of corpses. He has gone to the C zone. His speed is too fast. We can't keep up. The elite squads dispatched by the various teams, which were merely level 5 and 7, wandered the abandoned factory for hours, without even catching a glimpse of Lin Feng. Instead, They were left bewildered by his elusive route of monster farming, ultimately returning empty-handed. Monsters? None to be had, the man? Not a trace seen, unbeknownst to Lin Feng. Even if he were aware, he would merely scoff. A bunch of amateurs, thinking they could catch me? He continued to follow his own path, immersed in his world of monster hunting. As the evening of the 9th day approached, Lin Feng felt as though his fingers might ignite from pressing the buttons so fervently. He glanced at his weapons experience bar. Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV6 Infinite Bullets Experience 119-981-2000. He was on the brink of leveling up. Simultaneously, he suddenly received a system notification. System notification: you have achieved a milestone by killing a total of 10,000 ordinary zombies. The title, 5,000 Corpses Slaughtered, has upgraded to 10,000 Corpses Slaughtered. Title upgraded. Please check the title section for new effects. 10,000 already? The title has upgraded. Lin Feng's heart soared with joy. He hurriedly checked. Title, 10,000 Corpses Slaughtered, replaces 5,000 Corpses Slaughtered. Wearing effect, all attributes 10. Deals an extra 15 damage to all undead creatures, including zombies, skeletons, ghosts, etc. Has a low chance to instill fear in mid to low-level undead creatures. Description: a throne built from the bones of the fallen. Your renown is enough to make the dead tremble. All attributes 10. Undead damage increase 15. And a chance to instill fear. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This enhancement was a significant leap from 5,000 Corpses Slaughtered, especially the damage boost against all undead. Tailor-made for him. He immediately equipped the new title. His power surged once more. Basic attributes increased again. Now his farming speed would accelerate. In high spirits, he unleashed a barrage of shots at the last few zombies before him. Bang, bang, bang. Ding. Your weapon, Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV6, Infinite Bullets, has leveled up to LV7. Weapon base power has been enhanced. Experience required for the next level, 018000. Weapon LV7 achieved. Title also upgraded. A double delight. Lin Feng felt his strength had increased significantly. Just 3 more levels, and his weapon could reach LV10. He was far from finished, intent on pushing forward towards LV8. 18,000 kills. This number made him feel a bit dizzy. Yet he hesitated not. Onward. Time continued to pass, and by the late evening of the 10th day, Lin Feng felt as if he had entered a half-dreaming, half-awake state of automatic navigation and shooting. He was sustained solely by the stamina provided by the buff and his obsession with achieving a LV10 weapon. He hardly noticed that during his frenzied slaughter, his cumulative zombie kill count was stealthily surpassing one astonishing milestone after another. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. Finally, around noon on the 11th day, system notification: you have achieved a milestone by killing a total of 50,000 ordinary zombies. The current equipped title, 10,000 Corpses Slaughtered, has automatically upgraded to 50,000 Corpses Slaughtered. Title upgraded. Please check the title section for new effects. 50,000. This notification jolted Lin Feng from his trance. He quickly checked. Chapter 36, 50,000 Slaughters Achieved. A panel explosion and the return journey. Title, 50,000 Corpses Slaughtered, replaces 10,000 Corpses Slaughtered. Wearing effect, all attributes 15. Deals an extra 20 damage to all undead creatures. Has a certain chance to instill fear in mid-level undead creatures. Description: 50,000 skeletal remains pave your path. Your very existence mocks death itself. All attributes 15. Damage increased 20. The fear effect has also been enhanced. Lin Feng gazed at this brand new, even more powerful title, and his weary spirit was re-energized. Basic attributes surged once more. The buff doubled in intensity, becoming even more terrifying. Wonderful. With this title, his farming speed would increase exponentially. He immediately equipped the new title, feeling the power of his twin guns surpassing all previous levels. Slaughtering zombies became even more decisive and efficient. The title upgrade infused him with renewed motivation. He pressed on towards his goal of weapon LV8. 18,000 experience points. This was undoubtedly a long journey. Lin Feng continued to farm until the late evening of the 11th day, just as the last rays of the setting sun were about to fade, and the night was on the brink of descending. Bang bang. Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV7 Infinite Bullets Experience Value 2. 180001800. Ding. The glow of weapon upgrading illuminated once more. Your weapon, Twin Desert Eagles Golden Edition LV7 Infinite Bullets, has leveled up to LV8. Weapon base power has been enhanced. Experience required for the next level, 025000. LV8. Finally reached. Lin Feng let out a long sigh of relief. It felt as if his shoulders could barely lift any longer. His weapon power had increased once again. The title had also reached its peak, for now. Basic attributes had soared due to the Title S enhancement. However, Lin Feng glanced at the 25,000 experience points required for LV9. He would need approximately 60,000 zombies. He then looked at the remaining time for the Ancestral Blessing buff which was less than a day and a half. 60,000 was a number that he realized, even with relentless effort, he would not be able to achieve within such a time frame. Lin Feng's heart sank. His initial grand ambition to elevate his weapon to LV10 before the buff's expiration, in hopes of uncovering new evolutions or enchantment opportunities, now seemed utterly unfeasible before the tide of corpses. Was he too greedy? Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. Although his weapon had only reached LV8, this was already an extraordinarily formidable rate, not to mention the unexpected gain of the 50,000 corpses slaughtered title. One must learn to be content. Moreover, the most pressing issue was time remaining until the tide of corpses arrives. Less than 6 hours. Tonight, the tide of corpses would descend. Lin Feng eagerly opened his attribute panel, eager to ascertain the terrifying extent of his current power. Character panel. Name, Lin Feng. Level, 10, experience locked. Awaiting class change. Occupation, none, pending class change. Title, 50,000 Corpse Slayer, currently equipped. Effect, all attributes 15, 20 damage to all undead creatures, with a certain probability of instilling fear in mid-level undead. Status, Ancestor's Blessing. Effect, all attributes doubled. Remaining time, approximately a little over 1 day. Base attributes. Strength, 32, buff 64. Agility, 68, buff 136. Stamina, 42, buff 84. Spirit, 31, buff 62. Combat statistics. Health, 1550, 1550. Mana, 460, 460. Attack power, 503. Defense, 95. Equipment. Weapon, Gemini Sand Eagle Gold Edition LV8 Infinite Ammo. Experience, 25,000. Head, Plague Iron Guard Helmet, blue LV10. Chest, Bloodied Breastplate, blue LV5. Legs, Bloodied Trousers, blue LV5. Feet, Bloodied Boots, blue LV5. Hands, Rotting Lord S Gauntlets, blue LV10. Ring, Venomous Ring, blue LV10. Backpack Important Items, Skill Book, Plague Tread blue LV10 War Steed, Plague Core, Special Material 2,800 copper coins, and various consumables. Wow, wow, wow. Lin Feng gazed in awe at his freshly minted, extravagantly luxurious attribute panel, saliva practically dripping from his mouth. He trembled with excitement, feeling his blood boil. These attributes. It was simply explosive. Facing the Plague Lord again, if he were to encounter it now, he probably wouldn't even need to kite it anymore. Just a straightforward assault would obliterate it, right? Lin Feng thought. No, one must maintain some decorum. What if things go awry? A slight sidestep wouldn't hurt. Just for show. Qin Shiming, Long Aotian. Who else is there? Who dares to provoke me now? With these two prized sand eagles of mine. A single shot. No, a simultaneous volley from both guns. I could send them, along with their gear, straight to the afterlife. Lin Feng felt invincible. He was the one and only. The most dazzling. Oh no, the mightiest in this novice village. The only slight imperfection was that accursed level cap and class change restriction. Lin Feng made a decision. He took one last glance at the abandoned factory he had claimed for nearly 3 days. Farewell, my experienced treasures. Once I've dealt with the zombie horde, leveled up, and learned divine skills, I shall return to you. He holstered his dual guns, turned, and departed from the factory that had cemented his reputation as the 50,000 Corpse Slayer, making his way towards the brightly lit, yet tense atmosphere of Novice Village No. 888. The most crucial task now was no longer to monotonously grind for weapon experience here, but to return, to prepare for the impending zombie horde. He sheathed his guns once more, pivoted, and strode towards the village. As Lin Feng's form reappeared at the entrance of Novice Village number 888, he was met not with the usual clamor and carefree banter of players, but with a palpable tension and solemnity. The village entrance had been fortified with thick logs and rudimentary metal plates, allowing players to pass freely. Yet the oppressive atmosphere of an impending battle hung heavily in the air. Inside the village, the atmosphere was even more grave. Players hurriedly moved about, their faces a tapestry of anxiety, exhilaration, or fear. They no longer strolled casually in small groups, but had spontaneously formed teams of varying sizes, whispering among themselves. The glint of weapons occasionally flashed through the crowd, the sounds of clashing gear ringing out like a foreboding symphony. The countdown to the zombie horde was less than 6 hours. This time, it seemed, they were truly in for a fight. Of course. Look at the state of the village. They've even started distributing food and drink for free. This is undoubtedly a matter of life and death. Mary's place has black bread and fresh water available for all, along with bandages. Chapter 37. Southgate? Boss. My shooting target. Though the effect may be mediocre. It's free. Hurry and grab some. I wonder if we can hold out? I've heard this zombie horde is unprecedented, with the zombies outside going berserk, crashing into the village. What is there to fear? Our village has powerful figures now. On the level leaderboard, there are already 50 or 60 high-level players. Mad Dragon Guild S Big Brother Chin, Iron Blood Alliance S Big Brother Tai, and several lone wolves have all reached level 10. And so what? Haven't you seen the top of the leaderboard? That Lin Feng big shot. He is the one who soloed the Plague Town boss a few days ago and cleared the abandoned factory. Indeed, I heard he is decked out in godly gear, wielding dual guns, and can dispatch monsters in a few swift shots. Too bad he is so mysterious. Hardly anyone has seen him in person. Hearing the discussions of the players around him, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk slightly. 50 or 60 level 10s. They're quite quick on the uptake. He mused, yet compared to me, they're still lagging behind. I've had my experience bar locked for several days. Had I not been waiting for a class change, I would likely be nearing level 15 by now. Unperturbed by the awe and envy expressed by these players, Lin Feng felt a sense of amusement. A bunch of mortals still reveling in their level 10 accomplishments, utterly ignorant of what it truly means to be a master. He casually strolled to the supply distribution point in the village square. A few NPC matrons clad in aprons were busily handing out basic supplies to the queued players. Finding a relatively secluded corner, Lin Feng sat cross-legged. He first activated the system's recycling function. Recycle. Lin Feng focused his thoughts. System notification. Recycled and obtained 387 copper coins. System notification. Recycled and obtained 304 copper coins. System notification. Recycle. A flurry of notifications flashed by, and Lin Feng watched as his copper coin count surged dramatically. Originally left with over 2,800 copper coins after defeating the Plague Lord. Combined with the various drops from the past few days and the recent recycling, his total skyrocketed past 4,000. It reached an astonishing 4,128 coins. Wow, without realizing it, I've become a little wealthy. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. While there's no immediate place to spend it, having an abundance of money is never a bad thing. After clearing out his backpack, there was considerably more space. Aside from the skill book, Plague Tread, Plague Core, both blue and special items, and some spare potions along with a few temporarily unusable blue gear pieces, he was left with only the food and water he had just received. He picked up a piece of black bread and, expressionless, took a couple of bites. It has a firm texture, quite chewy but a tad gritty. He grumbled while gulping down some water, washing the bread down. Despite the ancestor's blessing, rendering him almost impervious to hunger and fatigue, it's wise to eat something and hydrate. With battle imminent, maintaining peak condition is paramount. Just as he had finished devouring a piece of bread and was preparing to take another, an NPC clad in the village guard's uniform hurriedly approached, coming to a halt before him and bowing respectfully. Hero Lin Feng. Indeed, you are here. The guard's face bore a trace of urgency, yet his tone was filled with profound respect. Village Chief Old John requests your immediate presence at the village council hall. There are urgent matters to discuss. Oh, the chief is seeking me? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. He had anticipated that, given his status as the top player and his reputation for soloing bosses, the chief would undoubtedly come to him before the impending zombie tide. After all, with great power comes great responsibility. Nay, it is rather the value of one's utility that escalates. Very well, lead the way. Lin Feng rose, brushing off the crumbs of bread from his trousers and stowing the remaining food back into his backpack. He was eager to discover what schemes the old chief had in store. Was he to be made the primary enforcer, or was there a special mission awaiting him? Guided by the NPC guard, Lin Feng navigated through the throng, making his way towards the largest and most robust stone structure at the heart of the village. Players along the way, upon recognizing Lin Feng, cast curious and awed glances, even displaying a hint of sycophancy as they instinctively parted to create a path. Look, it's the illustrious Lin Feng. Is he going to meet the chief? Could he be entrusted with a significant task? Surely, they murmured. He is undoubtedly the strongest in our village. Soon, they arrived at the council hall. The heavy wooden doors were pushed open by the guard, and Lin Feng stepped inside. The interior was dimly lit, with a long wooden table positioned in the center. Village Chief Old John sat at the head, his brow furrowed, a visage etched with deep concern. Flanking the table were several well-dressed individuals who appeared to be village officials or affluent merchants, alongside familiar faces such as the blacksmith Barton and the grocer Mary, all wearing equally grave expressions. Upon Lin Feng's entrance, the previously hushed discussion ceased abruptly, and all eyes turned towards him. A somewhat strained smile creased Old John's wrinkled face as he stood. Warrior Lin Feng, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. His tone bore an air of deliberate warmth and reliance. Lin Feng, not one to stand on ceremony, took a seat opposite Old John, crossing his legs in a manner that exuded an air of impatience, as if to signal that he was a busy man with little time for pleasantries. Old John, seemingly unfazed by Lin Feng's somewhat impolite demeanor, or perhaps too preoccupied with the urgency of the situation, cleared his throat and spoke gravely. Warrior Lin Feng, I trust you are aware that we have less than 6 hours until the anticipated zombie tide descends upon us. Based on fragmented intelligence and ancestral records, this tide is unlike any we have faced before. Its scale and intensity will far surpass any prior siege of the undead. While we have undertaken certain fortifications in our newbie village number 888, I must confess I have little confidence in our ability to hold our ground. Old John sighed, his eyes brimming with anxiety. Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk inwardly. A lack of confidence is warranted, if one were certain It wouldn't be called a survival scenario, would it? Old John paused before continuing. We have devised a preliminary defense plan. Our village has 4 main gates: east, south, west, and north. The east and west gates face relatively less pressure. We have stationed the main guard and most of the level 10 adventurers there, led by President Cheen of the Wild Dragon Guild and President Ironblood of the Ironblood Alliance. The north gate, adjacent to the forest, will be defended by Master Barton and his blacksmiths, along with a contingent of adventurers. At this juncture, Old John's gaze turned particularly solemn as he fixed his eyes on Lin Feng, enunciating each word with gravity. However, the most perilous front lies at the south gate. Beyond it stretches an open expanse, devoid of any terrain to leverage. According to prophecies, speculations, the main force of the zombie tide, and potentially even a powerful boss of the tide, may launch their assault from the south. Old John took a deep breath. Rest assured, we will not leave you to fight alone. He quickly added, the village's finest 50 NPC guards will be under your command. They are seasoned veterans, unflinching in the face of death. As for the other adventurers, Old John's expression grew somewhat awkward. To speak frankly, we are all aware of the South Gate's dangers. There are not many adventurers willing to volunteer for defense there. Lin Feng smirked at this revelation, his lips curling into a sardonic arc. Not many. I suspect there might not be a single soul willing to go. This cadre of players was far too shrewd, who would willingly venture into the most perilous zone to tackle the toughest adversities. Surely, they would all be scrambling towards the safety of the east, west, or north gates, following larger teams. After all, sticking with the crowd offered a semblance of safety, even if it meant not reaping the spoils. The south gate, under the command of a solitary figure like Lin Feng? What folly! If a boss truly emerged, no matter Lin Feng's prowess, could he withstand the onslaught? It would be a dismal fate indeed if he were to be felled by a single blow, dragging along all the lesser players to their doom. Old John bowed deeply to Lin Feng, and the other NPCs rose in unison, offering their respects, their eyes filled with hope. Observing this display, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. A brush with death? Perhaps for others, but for me. He glanced at his impressive attack power of 503, enhanced by the 50,000 undead slayers, skill providing a 20 boost against undead foes, coupled with the blessing of ancestors, which doubled all attributes. A boss. A leader of the zombie tide? I hope you're tough enough. Otherwise, my prized dual pistols may not find purchase. He stood, stretched lazily, yawned, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Very well, the south gate it is. A trivial matter. However, I must lay down some ground rules. Lin Feng surveyed the NPCs present. Those 50 guards must adhere strictly to my commands. If I say east, they shall not advance west. Is that agreeable? Not a problem. Absolutely agreeable. Old John promptly assented. The south gate defense will be entirely under your command, warrior. All spoils will belong to you. We shall not interfere. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. I shall head to the south gate now. The tide is still hours away. I need to familiarize myself with the terrain and set things in order. With that, he turned and strode out of the council hall, leaving a room full of NPCs exchanging glances, their emotions a complex tapestry of anticipation and trepidation. Chapter 38, The Uncle's Revelation. As Lin Feng exited the office, the twilight had fully enveloped the sky. The atmosphere in the village was even more oppressive and tense than it had been when he entered. The flickering light of torches cast shadows upon the grave faces of players and NPC guards alike. His intention to head to the south gate spread like wildfire, racing through every corner of newbie village number 888. I heard that several large teams pressured the chief. Lin Feng is truly being sent to defend the south gate. With only 50 NPCs. Is that for real? Isn't that tantamount to sending him to his doom? I've heard the south gate is where bosses will spawn. Who knows? Perhaps the Great One is confident. I, for one, wouldn't dare go. I'll stick with the Wild Dragon Guild at the east gate. That area has more people, thus it's safer. Me too. I've joined a temporary team from the Ironblood Alliance to head to the west gate. The south gate is too perilous. Haha, you all don't understand. This is what we call the capable bear more work, or the tall tree attracts the wind. Shoo, don't speak carelessly. Be wary of unwelcome consequences. The air was thick with a cacophony of discussions, envy, awe, sympathy, schadenfreude, an intricate tapestry of emotions interwoven among the onlookers. Lin Feng, however, remained impervious to the clamor, striding purposefully towards the southern edge of the village. He had long since grown accustomed to being the center of attention, indifferent to the musings of mere mortals. As Lin Feng's silhouette materialized beneath the southern gate, 50 elite NPC guards stood in solemn formation under the command of Captain Carl. Upon sighting Lin Feng, the one-eyed Carl promptly approached, kneeling on one knee in deference, reporting that no players had come forth to enlist. Lin Feng, unperturbed, casually waved his hand, permitting them to rise before commencing to issue commands for defensive preparations. Although the NPC guards harbored some doubts about this youthful commander, their unwavering discipline compelled them to execute his orders with meticulous precision. Just as Lin Feng reached the center of the city wall, poised to draw his prized twin pistols and savor the impending hunt, a somewhat breathless, yet unmistakably familiar voice called out from behind. Xiao Feng. Wait. Lin Feng spun around abruptly, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. In the dim glow of the firelight, a stocky figure clad in somewhat tattered chainmail, wielding a tower shield nearly as tall as himself in one hand and a plain short-handled warhammer in the other, approached at a brisk pace. The honest, earnest face of none other than Old Wang, the one who had previously teamed up with him before choosing to seek a larger guild, was now etched with urgency and concern. Old Wang, what brings you here? Lin Feng inquired, genuinely astonished. He recalled that Old Wang had departed in search of a more stable team. What could possibly lead him to this notoriously perilous southern gate? A place where few players dared tread? A cursory glance at Old Wang's equipment and level indicated he had reached approximately level 6, a modest increase since his departure. Yet woefully inadequate in a world populated by level 10s, suggesting he had not fared particularly well. Old Wang hurried to Lin Feng's side, resting his hands on his knees as he gasped for breath, sweat glistening on his darkened face. He glanced nervously at the fierce-looking NPC guards surrounding them, and then back at Lin Feng, his voice tinged with urgency. Lin, my brother. You really have been assigned to guard the southern gate. I just heard the news and rushed over. Indeed, it was the village chief's assignment. Especially since I acquired the blessing of my ancestors. Lin Feng nodded, observing Old Wang's anxious demeanor. But I thought you were seeking a larger team? What brings you to this dangerous locale? It's hardly a safe haven. Ah, don't even get me started. Old Wang exclaimed, his foot stomping in frustration as a mix of anger and disdain crossed his face. I've been trying to find a bigger guild, thinking that with greater numbers, we might weather the tide of corpses more safely. I went to inquire about the Rampaging Dragon Guild, hoping to join a peripheral team or something. Leaning in closer, lowering his voice while casting a wary glance around, despite the absence of anyone but NPCs, he continued, and guess what I overheard? Some core members from Rampaging Dragon and a few from Iron Blood Alliance were conspiring together. They said you, Lin, are too conspicuous. You're the top level, with superior equipment, hogging all the glory and resources, obstructing their path. They know the southern gate is the most perilous and likely to summon a boss. So Old Wang's voice grew increasingly animated, his fists clenched tightly. They have a wicked plan. They're waiting for you to confront the tide of corpses and the boss, hoping that you and your NPC guards will perish here. Then what? Those main forces will simply come through other gates to pick up the pieces. By then, even if the boss isn't dead, you'll have exhausted it enough for them to swoop in, claim the kill, seize the loot, and then brag about how they heroically saved the village. Not only will they rid themselves of you, the thorn in their side, but they'll also reap fame and fortune. These scoundrels, their hearts are so black. Old Wang's anger intensified, his chest heaving with emotion. Lin Feng listened quietly, his expression stoic, though his gaze grew increasingly frigid. So it is, he murmured with a low chuckle, devoid of warmth, instead imbued with a chilling malice. He had initially assumed those guilds were merely envious or attempting to recruit him. He had not anticipated the depths of their treachery, aiming to use him as a pawn to meet his demise at the hands of the tide and the boss. A group of oblivious fools, Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. Did they think of him as a soft target? Did they believe the southern gate would become his grave? How laughable. They were utterly unaware of the terrifying strength he now possessed. They were equally ignorant of the fact that, in the presence of his twin desert eagles, the so-called boss was merely a mobile repository of experience and loot. Xiao Feng, Old Wang said, noting Lin Feng's icy demeanor, please, don't act impulsively. They are numerous, and confronting them head-on would be unwise. Should we? Old Wang hesitated, contemplating suggesting they abandon their post or seek refuge at another gate. But the calm yet confident glint in Lin Feng's eyes silenced his thoughts. Thank you, Old Wang. Lin Feng suddenly spoke, his tone softening. Regardless of the circumstances, he appreciated Old Wang's willingness to risk offending a major guild to bring him this information, a gesture of camaraderie he would remember. Lin Feng regarded Old Wang, this stalwart man who, despite knowing the southern gate was fraught with peril and might even be forsaken by the larger guilds, chose to stand beside him in battle. A warm current flowed through Lin Feng's heart. Arriving in this brutal, apocalyptic game world, he experienced a flicker of humanity beyond the coldness of the system and the instinct for survival. All right, Lin Feng nodded, eschewing any grandiloquent sentiments. Simply patting Old Wang on the shoulder. Stand beside me and keep yourself safe. Sure thing. Old Wang beamed, revealing a broad smile and flashing white teeth, promptly taking his place beside Lin Feng like a loyal guardian, shield raised. Though his equipment and level starkly contrasted with Lin Feng and the surrounding NPC guards, his upright posture and resolute eyes could not be overlooked. Lin Feng shifted his gaze back to the expanse beyond the wall. Come forth. Let me see what you, the so-called major guilds, and this purported tide of corpses, are truly capable of. Do you wish for my demise? Then wait for the next lifetime. Beside him, Old Wang gripped his warhammer and tower shield tightly, inhaling deeply, his expression resolute. Upon the wall, a top-tier player, holding an artifact, stood alongside a loyal and brave shield warrior, and 50 elite NPC guards formed a seemingly fragile yet remarkably resilient line of defense. Together, they prepared to confront the inexorable tide of death surging forth from the shadows. Time remaining until the tide of corpses descends, 2 hours 48 minutes. Chapter 39. The tide of corpses surges. The southern gate is my home. Those who dare approach shall suffer. At the southern gate of the novice village, Lin Feng stood resolutely with 50 vigilant companions. The atmosphere was laden with a sense of impending doom, the oppressive air thick with the unmistakable stench of decay, characteristic of the undead. Gulp. Beside Lin Feng, Old Wang nervously swallowed, his hands clammy as he gripped his shield and warhammer. Though he had resolved to stay and fight alongside Lin Feng, at this final moment before the impending tide of corpses, to claim he felt no fear would be a blatant falsehood. He was merely an ordinary player at level 6. Clad in a haphazard assortment of mismatched white and blue gear, standing against the world-destroying onslaught of the undead. He felt as though he were a solitary leaf upon the tumultuous seas, poised to be engulfed at any moment. Yet, he steeled himself against the rising tide of dread, straightened his back, and cast a determined gaze toward the boundless darkness beyond the city walls. For Lin Feng stood beside him, the young man who reigned at the top of the leaderboard, radiating an aura of undeniable prowess. Though he occasionally appeared a bit off-kilter, his calm demeanor and self-assuredness inexplicably instilled a sense of reassurance. Lin Feng, by contrast, appeared remarkably at ease, even stifling a yawn. After several days of relentless monster grinding, while the buffs alleviated his physical fatigue, his spirit yearned for a jolt of excitement. The approaching horde of corpses seemed the perfect catalyst for that thrill. He patted the cold stone bricks beside him, casting a leisurely glance at the desolate battlefield below, which was soon to become a gory slaughterhouse. Are we all set? Lin Feng turned to his one-eyed NPC guard captain, Carl. Reporting in, Hero Lin Feng. The first line of defense at the south gate is ready. 50 valiant warriors are in position and prepared for battle. Though Carl possessed only one eye, his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and his voice resonated with the steady power characteristic of a soldier, imbued with an air of grim determination. These 50 NPC guards, all uniformly level 5, donned standardized iron armor and wielded spears and shields. Though they were merely NPCs, their fearless ferocity far surpassed that of the makeshift player teams outside. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. Excellent. Remember what I just said. Your sole mission is to block the passage. Under no circumstances must a single zombie breach the village. Leave the rest to me. Yes. We shall defend the south gate to the death. Carl and the other guards replied in unison, their voices booming with resolve. Lin Feng then turned to Old Wang, grinning. Uncle, don't be too anxious. Just stand beneath this tower and keep an eye on our rear. If any stragglers try to scale the walls or launch a surprise attack, you help me fend them off. All right. Don't worry, little Feng. With me, Old Wang. Not even a fly will dare approach from behind. Old Wang thumped his chest with a hearty pat, slamming his tower shield against the ground, producing a resounding thud to bolster his own courage. With arrangements in place, Lin Feng ceased further conversation. He inhaled deeply, slowly retrieving from his inventory. Well, actually, from behind him, his dazzling pair of dual Golden Desert Eagles LV-8. As these exquisitely crafted, formidable handguns emerged atop the low wall, both the NPC guards and Old Wang could not suppress a gasp of awe. What magnificent firearms! The gilded sheen unmistakably signifies their extraordinary quality. Lin Feng proudly hefted the twin pistols, savoring their cold, familiar touch and the potent power coursing through them, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. Let the storm come with even greater ferocity. I can hardly wait to feast. Time trickled away in the suffocating silence, each second laden with anticipation. At last, whoa! A long, mournful horn echoed from the distant shadows, as if hell itself had sounded the call to arms. Then came the thunderous sounds of boom, 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 reverberating like a stampede of wild horses, accompanied by the rumble of distant thunder. The earth began to tremble with a subtle quake. The torches atop the city walls shook violently, debris cascading down. They're coming. Everyone's hearts raced to their throats. Lin Feng's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze electrifying as he fixated on the vast dark expanse to the south. By the feeble light of the torches, he could faintly discern a black, writhing line emerging on the horizon. That line was rapidly thickening and broadening, surging forth toward Newbie Village 888. Roar! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Gaga gaga! A cacophony of hair-raising zombie howls surged like a tidal wave from the darkness. Closer and closer, louder and louder. Soon, aided by the encroaching firelight, the first wave of cannon fodder revealed its grotesque visage. The most numerous and densely packed were the LV-1 walkers, the very same creatures Lin Feng had previously dispatched. They were ragged and slow, yet their inexhaustible numbers coalesced into a gray, despair-inducing ocean. Trailing closely behind were the LV-2 jungle walkers, their skin a dark green, intertwined with creeping vines, moving somewhat faster and standing out among the ordinary walkers. Additionally, some LV1 mutant foremen, standard version, and tough walkers, clad in tattered work gear and wielding rusted wrenches or iron rods, emitted guttural roars. Lin Feng's keen eyes even caught sight of a few LV5 bloodwalkers, their dark red skin and agile movements lurking among the horde like wolves hidden amidst a flock of sheep. This zombie tide had converged from multiple regions. The lower the level of the zombies, the more numerous they became. Like a true deluge, they threatened to drown everything in sight. My heavens, there are so many. Old Wang gaped at the dense mass of corpses outside the city walls, his face paling as his hand trembled around his shield. This number, could it be several tens of thousands? With just over 50 NPCs and Lin Feng alone, can they really hold the line? Though the NPC guards were solemn expressions, years of training and discipline kept them from panicking. They clutched their weapons tightly, eyes sharp as blades, fixed on the approaching doom. Steady, stay calm. Lin Feng's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, imbued with a persuasive power. Remember, they are merely numerous and wretchedly low in level, just a horde of moving experience points. He paused, a bloodthirsty smile creeping across his face as he raised his twin desert eagles. Now, it's time to feast. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he commanded, Carl, lead your brothers. Hold the passage. Open fire. No, free to slash. Yes, Carl bellowed, drawing his long blade. Brothers, for the village, for glory, kill. The 50 NPC guards surged forth like ferocious tigers, instantly forming a solid shield wall at the inner entrance of the south gate. Simultaneously, Lin Feng, stationed atop the arrow tower of the city wall, a makeshift shooting platform, surveyed the oncoming tide of corpses that resembled a black ocean. His gaze sharpened, focused intently as the powers of blessing of the ancestors and slaughter of 50,000 corpses surged within him. The twin desert eagles glimmered with a golden light, pulsating with anticipation. Then let the first shot ring out. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, aiming at the densely packed LV1 walkers at the forefront of the horde. Bang, bang. Two streams of golden light sliced through the night sky. The bullets, imbued with unparalleled might, pierced directly into the throng of the undead. Splurt, splurt. The sickening sounds of flesh being torn asunder echoed forth. The two bullets pierced through the bodies of the first 7 or 8 zombies like skewered candied hawthorns. Those struck, whether in the head or torso, erupted as if struck by cannon fire, scattering flesh and bone in all directions. The line of zombies was eradicated in an instant, as if wiped away by an invisible giant hand. Zombie kills. 8. Level suppression too high. Unable to gain character experience. Twin Desert Eagles Gold Edition LV8 Unlimited Ammunition. Experience points. 16. By heavens. What sheer penetrating power. Lin Feng himself was taken aback. With his weapon upgraded to LV8, its power had surged, augmented further by titles and buffs. Each shot he fired now exceeded the realm of ordinary bullets. Taking down these LV1 fragile zombies felt akin to striking through paper. One shot dispatched a string of them. Haha, what a thrill. Lin Feng laughed heartily. He hesitated no longer. His dual pistols unleashed a relentless barrage upon the densely packed horde below the city walls. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed incessantly. Golden projectiles traced lethal arcs across the night sky. Each shot struck true. Each bullet claimed the lives of a long line of lowly undead. Zombies below LV8 were no match for him. Whether they were LV1 zombies, LV2 jungle zombies, or even LV5 blood zombies, once targeted, they were essentially one-shot kills. And often, the unfortunate ones behind them were taken down as well. At the foot of the city walls, the first wave of the undead had surged dangerously close. The shield wall formed by the NPC guards stood resolute, like a bastion against the onslaught. Spears thrust forth. Blades flashed. Zombies continued to fall before the shield wall. Yet, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. They charged fearlessly, trampling over their fallen comrades in a frenzied assault on the defenses. The NPC guards were under immense pressure, suffering injuries, their shields marked with scratches and bite marks. However, just as they were on the brink of collapse, support fire from above the walls descended like divine intervention. Bang! A row of jungle zombies attempting to flank the shield wall was instantly obliterated. Bang! Several robust zombies that had reached the front, bearing their gaping maws, were met with explosive demise. Bang! A LV5 blood zombie stealthily mingling within the horde, as soon as it revealed itself, was swiftly dispatched with a headshot. Lin Feng's twin Desert Eagles functioned as two precise and efficient artillery pieces, continuously clearing the greatest threats to the NPC defenses. Though his rate of fire was not top tier, after all, they were handguns. Their accuracy was unparalleled, combined with unlimited firepower. Every shot was lethal. Every shot penetrated. Below the city walls, the pile of corpses grew ever higher, forming a veritable wall of zombie remains. The stench of blood stained the ground. Yet, more and more zombies continued to flood in from the darkness, seemingly endless. Standing atop the arrow tower, Lin Feng wielded his dual pistols like a god of death. His gaze was cold and focused, Each pull of the trigger signified the annihilation of a horde of undead. The weapon experience bar advanced at a painfully slow, yet unwavering pace. Though leveling up seemed a distant prospect, he knew that as long as he stood there, as long as his twin guns roared with fury, the southern gate would never fall. Come forth, experienced treasures. Let me see how many of you there truly are. Lin Feng licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes, and once more aimed his guns at the boundless tide of darkness. Chapter 40. The god of slaughter has descended. Who dares to challenge me? Outside the southern gate, it had transformed into a scene of bloody hell. An unending horde of low-level zombies charged the shield wall formed by 50 NPC guards like moths drawn to a flame, yet under Lin Feng's grim reaper-like dual pistols. They fell in droves, dissipating into light. Beneath the low wall, the remains of the undead, along with a plethora of copper coins and discarded materials, piled up into a small hill after the white light faded, dark red blood and green pus mingling to create a nauseating mire. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, decay, and gunpowder, making one want a retch. The battle had raged on for nearly 2 hours. The NPC guards atop the walls were utterly exhausted, many bearing injuries, their weapons dulled and worn, sustaining their fight solely through sheer willpower and Lin Feng's intermittent precise support. Old Wong was particularly drained. Though he did not face the horde head-on like the frontline NPCs, he still had to deal with the occasional stray or climbing zombie, using his shield and warhammer to fend them off. His stamina was nearly depleted, his arms aching to the point of immobility, yet he gritted his teeth, driven by a determination not to let Lin Feng down. Only Lin Feng stood firm. Perched atop the arrow tower, he resembled an unyielding war machine. His twin desert eagles had scarcely ceased their roar since the battle began. Bang, bang, bang. Golden projectiles lashed through the horde with the precision and ruthlessness of death itself. Zombies below LV-8 barely lasted a second before him. Even the occasional LV-8, gagging ghoul, or LV-9, wailing woman, only required him to fire a couple more shots or slightly maneuver to evade their skills before they too met their demise. The effect of his 50,000 zombie slaughter title was pronounced, granting a 20 damage boost against all undead, resulting in explosive output. Though the fear effect triggered infrequently, it was amusing to witness low-level zombies inexplicably halt and tremble upon approaching his proximity, only to be dispatched with a casual shot. Slaughter. An unending tide of slaughter. Lin Feng felt as though he had succumbed to bloodlust. No, rather, he had grown somewhat numb to it. Initially, the thrill of watching experience points fall like rain and his weapon experience slowly climb had granted him a sense of accomplishment. However, after 2 consecutive hours of repetitive actions, even the most fervent battle could not help but feel a tad monotonous. Why couldn't these creatures change up their approach? Not a hint of originality. That zombie-esque expression was utterly vacant. Poor score. Oh, this jungle zombie is quite fast. What a pity, it's headed the wrong way. Another wailing banshee? How tiresome. Is my mental resistance merely for show? As he mechanically pulled the trigger, he vented his frustrations in a flurry of internal monologue, attempting to alleviate the mental fatigue wrought by the endless massacre. He even began to rate the zombies based on their appearance, charging stances, and the volume of their howls. According to his own bizarre criteria, should anyone be able to hear his thoughts at that moment, they would likely assume this formidable figure had lost his sanity, devolving into a madman. Yet, while Lin Feng's inner dialogue ran rampant, his hands remained unwaveringly precise, efficient, and deadly. Alone, with his 2 guns, he transformed the southern gate, the most perilous front line, into a veritable zone of annihilation for the undead. Though the onslaught of the undead horde remained relentless, it could not transcend the threshold of the lightning pool. This spectacle was keenly observed by several astute individuals concealed in the shadows, either lurking in the darkness or hidden in the corners of the village. Approximately 500 meters from the southern gate, a group of figures lay in ambush atop a small hill. They were well equipped, each at around level 9, adorned with the unified emblem of the Fierce Dragon Guild, sent forth as spies to monitor the situation. "Isn't Lin Feng just too formidable?" exclaimed a scout, tasked with observation, his voice trembling with disbelief as he peered through a low-grade reconnaissance device. It has been nearly 2 hours. He is still firing away atop that city wall. The gunfire hasn't ceased. The area outside the southern gate is almost choked with corpses. How many zombies has he slain? The leader, a warrior wielding a shield, nodded gravely. Indeed, it surpasses imagination. I conducted a rough estimation. While his rate of fire may not be that of a top-tier gunslinger, his persistence and precision are commendable. Moreover, it seems as if his ammunition is inexhaustible. Inexhaustible? How can that be? Another player interjected, incredulity etched across his face. Even the wealthiest among us could not sustain such intense consumption. How many copper coins would that require? I cannot say, the shield-wielding leader replied, shaking his head, a glimmer of apprehension flitting across his eyes. But the evidence is before us. He appears as a never-ending artillery platform. At this rate, forget about him being worn down. I suspect he could single-handedly clear the southern gate of the undead horde. What shall we do then? The guild leader awaits our report. Another chimed in. He said that once Lin Feng falters, we should step in and take over. Take over. The shield warrior chuckled bitterly. What a farce. Do you see that vigorous demeanor of his? Does he seem on the verge of collapse? If we were to approach now, we might not even get a sip of soup. He might mistake us for competitors and take us down. Are we to merely stand by and watch? What else can we do? He sighed. We must accurately report the situation to the guild leader. This Lin Feng is undoubtedly a monster. We cannot provoke him. At least not at this moment. Similar scenes unfolded in various directions. The Iron Blood Alliance, Starfire Rising, and other formidable teams from the novice village had dispatched personnel, either overtly or covertly, to observe the battle at the southern gate. Their initial thoughts mirrored those of the Fierce Dragon Guild, adopting a spectator's stance, eagerly awaiting an opportunity to capitalize on the situation or even employ subterfuge. After all, while Lin Feng was powerful, facing an endless tide of the undead, compounded by the potential emergence of a formidable boss, how could one man endure? They merely needed to bide their time, waiting for Lin Feng to exhaust himself or be severely wounded by the boss, after which they could emerge as saviors, tidying up the aftermath and reaping both fame and fortune. What a flawless script. However, reality delivered a resounding slap to their faces. 2 hours had passed. The gunfire from the southern gate continued to erupt like a torrential downpour. The figure atop the arrow tower stood resolute, akin to a god of war. Furthermore, Lin Feng appeared not only undeterred, but even more invigorated than at the battle's onset. The observer's initial anticipation morphed into shock, then numbness, ultimately culminating in profound helplessness and dread. Is this truly human? Is he a deity of war descended from the heavens? Infinite bullets? Infinite stamina? How can we contend with this? Quick, notify the boss. Cancel the plan. That guy at the southern gate is a freak. Do not provoke him. Take over. Whoever dares will meet their demise. That fellow slaughters zombies without batting an eye. I reckon he would treat us the same way. In an instant, panic swept through the ranks of the major teams, their schemes against Lin Feng crumbling into oblivion. They finally recognized that this mysterious player, who had consistently occupied the top of the level leaderboard, now either tied or slightly ahead, and had received the blessing of ancestors, possessed strength that far exceeded their imagination. He was not merely a head above the rest, but rather a prehistoric leviathan clad in human skin, who would dare grasp the tiger by the whiskers, lest they be swallowed whole, bones and all. Amidst all this, Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware. He remained engrossed in his monotonous endeavor of slaying monsters. Twin Desert Eagles. Golden Edition LV8. Infinite Ammo. Experience Level 2. Twin Desert Eagles. Golden Edition LV8. Infinite Ammo. Experience Level 2. The weapon's experience bar progressed at a steady yet exceedingly slow pace toward the distant goal of Level 9, requiring a total of 25,000 points. Time flowed inexorably amidst the endless slaughter and the hesitance of the major teams. The night deepened, and the air grew increasingly thick with an unsettling aura. The assault of the undead horde seemed to escalate in ferocity. More figures, evidently stronger and more grotesque than ordinary zombies and ghouls, began to manifest among the tide of the undead. Lin Feng even glimpsed some abnormally massive shadows, exuding an ominous presence, lurking at the rear of the horde. He shook his aching wrist and allowed a chilling smirk to grace his lips. Was the main course finally about to commence? Rather than feeling any trepidation, a fervent battle spirit ignited within his eyes. Come forth. Let me see how your so-called elite monsters and bosses can withstand a barrage from my prized twin pistols. His fingers once again rested upon the trigger. Chapter 41. The boss emerges. In 40 seconds, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Suddenly, a roar unlike any preceding the cacophony of the undead erupted from the darkness behind the horde, a terrifying bellow infused with viscous malice and overwhelming deathly energy, akin to thunder surging forth from the depths of a swamp. This sound seemed to carry a tangible force, the sound waves mingling with a noxious miasma that spread through the air, even causing the city walls to tremble slightly. The weaker NPC guards turned pale, their stomachs churning violently, nearly succumbing to nausea. It has arrived. Every heart surged into their throats. The boundless black tide of corpses seemed to part as if cleaved by an invisible hand, gradually retreating to either side, revealing a broad passageway. From the darkness emerged a massive, writhing shadow, seemingly composed of countless decaying corpses and thick, putrid fluids, oozing forth step by step. It bore no fixed form. Resembling a moving mountain of cadavers and viscous filth, countless twisted arms, broken leg bones, and heads bearing expressions of agony or confusion flickered in and out of sight on its enormous, bloated body, continuously engulfed and expelled by the thick, foul-smelling dark green pus. Atop this mound of corpses rested an excessively large, disproportionately massive single eye, seemingly stitched together from innumerable eyeballs, bloodshot and grotesque. It suddenly opened wide. Within that singular eye swirled chaos, madness, and an abiding hatred for all living beings. As it moved, it left a long trail of bubbling, putrid slime in its wake, and the surrounding air seemed to be tainted, the temperature dropping several degrees. Master of Corpses. Level 10. Health. Attack power. Defense. Skills. Mountain of Corpses, Pounce. Myriad Corpse Arms. Extends numerous corpse arms for area grabbing and tearing. Plague Pus Spray. Remote area toxin attack. Corruption Aura. Continuously inflicts corrosive damage on surrounding enemy units and reduces their defenses. Abomination Regeneration. Accelerates recovery when health falls below a certain threshold and may consume nearby ordinary zombies to replenish itself. Description. The core of the corpse tide. A fusion of abominable energy and the resentful spirits of countless deceased is a veritable calamity on the move. Its very existence is a desecration of life. Might its weakness be concealed within its ever-shifting core? Good heavens. This creature is utterly repulsive. Old Wong gazed at the horrifying monstrosity below, resembling a moving mountain of refuse. Feeling as though his dinner might come up, his complexion turned as pale as parchment. This overwhelming presence was undoubtedly more formidable than the last plague lord by at least twofold. How on earth can we combat this? NPC Captain Carl's face was ashen, his single eye filled with despair and a hint of disgust. It is the corporeal manifestation of the corpse tide's core. We are finished. Such a creature is beyond our capacity to contend with. The morale of the other guards plummeted further, as the effects of the corruption aura began to erode their will and armor. Even Lin Feng, upon witnessing the corpse monarch, furrowed his brow. My goodness. Its appearance is simply astounding. He suppressed the discomfort in his stomach. The attributes were indiscernible, and the skills appeared quite revolting. This is going to be troublesome. That was his immediate impression. Yet that was all it was. After a brief assessment, Lin Feng's gaze regained its icy composure and confidence. No matter how revolting or regenerative it may be, before my infinite bullets, it shall kneel. He inhaled deeply and raised his twin desert eagles, aiming directly at the massive, nauseating form below. Captain Carl, command your men to hold the passage at all costs. We cannot allow those minions behind to interfere with me. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice, resolute and unwavering. However, Lin Feng, hero, Captain Carl sought to dissuade him, as he truly did not believe that Lin Feng alone could face such a terrifying beast. There are no buts. Execute the command. Lin Feng's voice suddenly escalated, infused with an undeniable pressure. That was the innate suppression against undead creatures granted by the 50,000 Corpses Slaughter title. Yes, though Carl felt an overwhelming despair within, he gritted his teeth and accepted the order. He turned to the remaining, demoralized guards and roared, "Brothers, fight to the death. By time for hero Lin Feng, roar." The corpse monarch evidently sensed the threat emanating from Lin Feng, its massive single eye fixating intently upon him, its colossal body lunging forward with ferocious intent. Mountain of Corpses. Its frame, akin to a small mountain, surged forth towards the city wall with an incongruous speed, intent on crushing the entire wall along with Lin Feng. Come at me. Lin Feng laughed rather than flinched. He had no intention of evading. Ridiculous. With 136 points in agility, the boss's pounce appeared to him, as if in slow motion. Just as the colossal shadow of the corpse monarch was about to engulf the city wall, Lin Feng moved. His figure shifted like a wraith along the wall, effortlessly evading the boss's assault. Boom. The corpse monarch's immense form struck the southern gate's wall with tremendous force. The sturdy structure emitted a deafening crack under the strain. It trembled violently, countless fragments cascading down, and clear fissures emerged. The shockwave from the collision flung the surrounding lowly zombies away. Yet, this seemingly indestructible wall ultimately failed to withstand the monstrous blow entirely. A massive breach was forcibly created in the center of the wall. Old Wong and the NPCs inhaled sharply. Such power. If it had struck true, wouldn't we have been reduced to mere pulp? However, Lin Feng had already appeared on the opposite side of the wall, unscathed. He even took a moment to adjust his helmet, as it seemed his lack of hair was not an issue. Is that all? Impressive strength. But too bad it couldn't land a hit. Lin Feng scoffed, raising his twin guns without hesitation. The opportunity has arrived. The boss collided with the wall, resulting in a brief moment of vulnerability. Savor my grand treasures. Bang 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 bang. The twin desert eagles unleashed a torrent of firepower. Golden bullets surged forth like two raging dragons, roaring and spiraling towards the corpse monarch's enormous, bloodshot eye, likely its critical weak point. 155, 168. Hit the core, critical hit on the weak point. 80, 75. Hit the surrounding hard corpses. 162, 170. Hit the core, critical hit on the weak point. 158. A flurry of damage numbers cascaded from above the corpse monarch's head like a waterfall. Although this boss's defense was indeed formidable, mitigating damage to non-critical areas considerably, Lin Feng's rate of fire was simply too high. Moreover, every shot was aimed directly at the vital core. The 50,000 Corpses Slaughter title's 20 damage increase against undead creatures elevated his output to a terrifying level. Roar. The corpse monarch let out an agonizing howl. Its core, the single eye, was immediately rendered a bloody mess by the relentless barrage of bullets, green pus splattering everywhere. It wildly flailed the multitude of twisted corpse arms extending from its body, activating myriad corpse arms. in an attempt to seize and tear Lin Feng apart. Simultaneously, the pus-filled sacs on its body erupted, spraying large volumes of plague pus. The foul, toxic liquid rained down upon the wall. A trivial parlor trick. Lin Feng moved like a specter. He skillfully navigated through the dense swathes of grasping corpse arms and spraying toxins. His 136 points in agility granted him an extraordinary evasion ability. What seemed like impenetrable attacks revealed countless openings before his eyes. He even had the leisure to fire a few rounds at the flailing corpse arms, severing them. Meanwhile, his twin guns maintained their unrelenting focus on that massive single-eye core. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. 160. 175. 166. The damage numbers continued to pulse steadily. The corpse monarch's health, which Lin Feng estimated based on instinct, plummeted at an astonishing rate. Its abomination regeneration ability activated. Green light flickering as it attempted to mend its wounds. But the meager recovery was but a drop in the bucket against Lin Feng's relentless firepower. The entire battle unfolded at a breathtaking pace. From the corpse monarch initiating mountain of corpses to crash against the wall, to Lin Feng seizing the moment to unleash a furious onslaught, to the boss's desperate thrashing with myriad corpse arms and plague pus spray. All of it transpired within a mere 40 seconds. 40 seconds. That was the time Lin Feng took to slay this LV-10 leader of the corpse tide. Roar. Impossible. The massive single eye of the corpse monarch reflected disbelief and fear for the first time. It could not comprehend why this insignificant human before it possessed such terrifying power. Its regeneration ability, its lethal poison attacks, its area control, all seemed but a jest in the presence of this human. However, Lin Feng did not grant it the luxury of further contemplation. It was over. His gaze turned icy, and the barrels of the twin desert eagles erupted with a final burst of brilliance. Bang, bang. 2 bullets, infused with all his might, struck with unparalleled precision, ruthlessly penetrating the already battered singular eye core. A dull explosion reverberated. The massive eye of the corpse sovereign burst apart like a punctured balloon. Countless putrid fluids and shattered ocular tissues splattered in all directions. Its enormous and cumbersome form, deprived of its core support, began to swiftly dissolve and collapse. Countless twisted remains and viscous pus scattered across the ground, ultimately transforming into a vast pool of foul-smelling sludge that emitted dark smoke, before completely vanishing into the air. Congratulations. You have successfully slain the LV-10 Corpse Tide Leader, Corpse Sovereign. Chapter 42. The First Global Kill. As the grotesque and massive body of the Corpse Sovereign disintegrated completely, the suffocating sense of oppression on the battlefield dissipated like mist. Beyond the southern gate, the once relentless tide of corpses seemed to lose its direction, its assault visibly weakening, even showing signs of confusion and disarray. Upon the city walls, after a brief silence, a more fervent and intense cheer erupted than before. We won. Have we truly triumphed? The Corpse Tide Leader, such a terrifying creature, has it truly been vanquished? Lin Feng, the hero, are you a deity descended from the heavens? My heavens, what just transpired? Am I seeing things? How could the boss be defeated so swiftly? Captain Carl and the surviving NPC guards gazed at Lin Feng as if he were a monster, their eyes filled with disbelief and fervent admiration. The brief battle of mere seconds had completely shattered their perceptions. That was the Corpse Tide Leader, an entity capable of annihilating everything. Yet, it was effortlessly dispatched by Lord Lin Feng. Indeed, the title had subtly shifted. Old Wang was so exhilarated that his face turned crimson. He rushed over, eager to embrace Lin Feng, only to be evaded disdainfully. Brother Lin, you are simply astounding. Truly not of this world. Old Wang gushed in a daze, his eyes fixed on Lin Feng as if he were his idol. Lin Feng waved his hand, maintaining an expression of casual indifference, though internally he reveled in joy. Basic operations, don't overthink it. That fellow appeared fearsome, but in reality, it was merely a paper tiger, not robust at all. Yet, he thought to himself, 40 seconds to conclude the battle. Not bad efficiency. The buffs were impressive, the title magnificent, and the weapon has leveled up to LV8. Without these, I would have likely needed a while longer. Just as he prepared to descend and collect the seemingly abundant spoils, suddenly, ding dong, an extraordinarily grand announcement, resonating as if it reverberated throughout the entire New Era game world, burst forth without warning. Global announcement, repeated thrice. A miracle is born. Player, Lin Feng. Server, Huaxia District. Newbie village number 888. Using his own strength, has successfully slain the LV-10 Corpse Tide Leader, Corpse Sovereign. He becomes the first player in the world to slay a boss of the Corpse Tide Leader level. His bravery and wisdom shall be eternally inscribed in the annals of New Era. Global announcement, repeated thrice. Global announcement, repeated thrice. Once again, 3 repetitions. Another global announcement. Although the content bore a striking resemblance to the previous one, the impact it delivered remained undiminished. Players worldwide plunged into a frenzy of discussion and speculation. The name Lin Feng had irrevocably become the most radiant and enigmatic legend since the launch of New Era. Countless individuals revered him as an idol and a goal, while equally as many viewed him as a thorn in their side, wishing to find him immediately, strip him of his gear, and uncover his formidable secrets. As for Lin Feng himself, he remained remarkably composed amidst his newfound global fame. I get it, stop shouting, it's deafening. Hurry and send me my rewards, he urged silently. It seemed the system had heard his unvoiced plea, or perhaps this was merely the customary process for first kill rewards. A series of even more enticing system notifications began to cascade before him. Congratulations. As the first player in the world to slay the Corpse Tide leader, you have received a special reward. Reward 1. An additional core equipment component, iron-plated boots, LV10, has been issued to your inventory. Reward 2. Server-wide megaphone. 1 has been issued to your inventory. Reward 3. You have obtained the special title, Child of Destiny, pseudo. Here it comes. Another luxurious gift package. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he immediately opened his inventory to inspect. First, the boots. Iron-plated boots, core equipment, feet. An additional equipment attribute extraction opportunity has been activated. From the enchantment system. Quality, special, grows with the host. Level, LV10, experience, 0.10000 meters. Growth, gain 1 experience point for every meter moved. Upon reaching full experience, it will automatically level up, enhancing base attributes. Defense, 10. Stamina, 2. Movement speed, 5. Special effect 1. Swift, passive, permanently increases movement speed by 10 and attack speed by 5. Special effect 2. Attribute enchantment slot, 1, can extract and attach an additional attribute. Description, a special piece of equipment forged from the power of the world's essence. Bound to your soul, wear it, and let your footsteps measure this world, allowing it to grow alongside you. Holy smokes, these boots actually level up by walking. Lin Feng was astonished by this novel method of upgrading. Gaining 1 experience point for every meter? To reach LV11, it requires 10,000 meters, which is equivalent to 10 kilometers. That sounds a bit laborious, doesn't it? Lin Feng stroked his chin, but it could work. Now, while traversing the map, he could also upgrade his gear. Moreover, its base attributes surpassed those of my previous LV5 blue boots. The built-in swift effect is simply exceptional. He promptly replaced his LV5 bloody battle boots with the brand new iron-plated boots LV10. They felt lighter somehow. Moreover, he had an overwhelming urge to run an astonishing number of kilometers to level up immediately. Next, time to extract an attribute. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, eyeing the additional attribute extraction opportunity. A virtual roulette appeared, spinning and then stopping. 3 options materialized. Please select the attribute you wish to attach to the iron-plated boots. 1 blue attribute, toughness LV1. Increases the boot's defense by an additional 15 points. 2 blue attribute, agility LV1. Increases agility by an additional 3 points. 3 blue attribute, vitality LV1. Restores 1 maximum health point per minute. Contemplating these 3 options, Lin Feng hesitated briefly. Increased defense? That's solid. It would enhance his resilience. Boost agility? Although it's only 3 points. Doubled it becomes 6 points, which would still be beneficial. Enhance health regeneration? While 1 point per minute may seem modest, with over 1,500 health points now, that translates to 15 health points per minute, which is better than nothing, and it's continuous. It could potentially save his life in critical moments. After some deliberation, Lin Feng ultimately made his decision. Though agility is commendable, a mere tripling to 6 points is not particularly significant given my foundational level exceeds 50. My defense relies predominantly on positioning. Opportunities to endure strikes are scarce. Thus, I shall opt for health regeneration. Stability is paramount. Sustenance is the essence of victory. I am a man prepared for a protracted battle. He resolutely selected the 3rd option. It is decided. Vitality, LV1. Attribute selection successful. Applying the blue attribute, Vitality, LV1, to your cherished equipment, iron-plated boots. Application successful. Iron-plated boots, cherished equipment, footgear. Quality, special. Level, LV10, experience, 0.10000 meters. Defense, 10. Stamina, 2. Movement speed, 5. Special effect 1. Swiftness, passive, permanently increases movement speed by 10 and attack speed by 5. Special effect 2. Vitality, LV1, passive, restores 1 maximum health point per minute. Description, grow alongside me. Quite satisfactory. The inherent acceleration and health regeneration are delightful. I am very pleased with these boots. Next, the all-server horn, to be kept for future use. Finally, the title that brings him a sense of unease. Title, Child of Destiny, false. Wearing effect, luck 5, charisma 10, initial NPC favorability 20. A minuscule chance to trigger a destiny event. Description, you seem favored by this world. But is it truly so? Looking at these attributes, luck, charisma, NPC favorability, Lin Feng felt a touch of the ethereal, yet it also seemed quite formidable. Especially the NPC favorability of 20. Does this not mean a friendly start in dealings with NPCs? He recalled his previous interactions with Aunt Mary and village chief Old John. Had he possessed this title then, things might have been different. He decided to try it on. Lin Feng promptly swapped out 50,000 corpse slashes for Child of Destiny, false. In an instant, he felt as though he had indeed transformed. Not in terms of attributes, but rather an ineffable change in his aura. He instinctively smiled at Captain Carl, who was still catching his breath a short distance away. Captain Carl, who had been gazing at him in awe, suddenly flushed at the unexpected smile, straightened his posture, and spoke with heightened respect. Lord Lin Feng, what commands do you have? Goodness, is the effect this pronounced? Lin Feng was astonished. This charisma of 10 and favorability of 20 truly held substance. He touched his face, feeling as if he had indeed become more handsome. He let out a gleeful, slightly mischievous chuckle. As for the unease brought by the word false and the description, let it be, as long as it serves its purpose, just as long as no strange destiny events are triggered. Chapter 43, Firearm Modification, a promising future. With a sense of fulfillment, Lin Feng finally recalled the matter at hand. The loot dropped by the boss. Rubbing his hands together, he dashed toward the shimmering spot left behind by the vanishing corpse sovereign. Lin Feng arrived at the site where the corpse sovereign had melted away. On the ground lay a collection of items radiating various glimmers. Although not as abundant as he had imagined, each piece appeared extraordinary. Let me see what treasures have dropped this time. Lin Feng squatted down and began to collect. First, a substantial sum of copper coins, even exceeding the amount dropped by the Plague Lord last time, totaling over 700. Without hesitation, Lin Feng graciously accepted the bounty. Next was a crystal emitting a dense, ominous aura, irregularly shaped, pulsating like a heartbeat. Core of abomination. Quality, special. Type, material. Description, the core energy condensation of the LV-10 Plague Tide Leader, brimming with immense and chaotic forces of abomination and death. It is a core material for crafting top-tier plague-themed undead equipment, items, or for conducting certain forbidden research. Note, prolonged exposure may lead to mental erosion. Another core. This one appears even more advanced than the previous plague core. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled as he hastily stowed it away. Such high-grade materials will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. Next, he found an ancient-looking design blueprint made of some tanned black leather. Design blueprint for barrel stabilizer. Quality, blue. Type, forging engineering blueprint. Learning requirement, forging engineering skill, beginner. Effect, upon learning, one can master the crafting of barrel stabilizer, blue. Barrel stabilizer, blue. Firearm accessory, barrel component. Equipping it slightly reduces recoil during shooting and enhances accuracy during rapid fire. Required materials, refined iron ingots, 5, sturdy gears, 2, magic crystal fragments, 1. Though the twin hearts, passive has already reduced recoil, who would turn down greater stability. Enhanced precision signifies a higher headshot rate. Greater efficiency, excellent. But it requires forging or engineering skills to learn. Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the learning requirement. It seems that upon reaching the main city, in addition to changing classes, I must also seek to learn a crafting skill. He silently resolved. Engineering sounds perfectly suited to firearms. He carefully stored this precious blueprint. Finally, the last item shimmered with a ghostly purple light. It was a core, no larger than a thumb, resembling crystal, yet seemingly containing liquid energy flowing gently within. Energy conversion core. Quality, purple. Type, special firearm modification component. Requirement, firearm modification skill, intermediate, or assistance from a special NPC. Effect, can be used to modify handgun-type weapons. It grants the bullets fired a special energy attribute and may slightly enhance the weapon's base power. Caution, the modification process carries a certain chance of failure and requires a significant amount of rare materials. The same weapon can only undergo energy conversion once. A purple-quality firearm modification component. Lin Feng felt his heart racing as he gazed at the attributes of this item. This is truly a divine artifact. It can bestow elemental damage upon firearms. It can also enhance base power. Although modification entails risks and necessitates intermediate skills or special NPCs, the potential benefits are immense. He envisioned his twin Desert Eagle firing flaming bullets or chain lightning rounds. The imagery was almost too magnificent to behold. This is it. This wave will truly launch me into the stratosphere. Lin Feng was so exhilarated he nearly crushed the core in his grasp. He carefully placed the energy conversion core into the deepest recesses of his backpack, treating it as a rare treasure. This is undoubtedly one of the most valuable items he has obtained thus far, even more thrilling than the epic Plague Core Fragment. After collecting all the boss drops, Lin Feng stood up, fully satisfied. Level LV-10. Blessing of Ancestors. Approximately 18 hours remaining. Child of Destiny. False. Title. 50,000 corpse slashes. Clad in predominantly blue gear. Wearing LV-1 cherished, iron-plated boots. Health regeneration and swiftness. Armed with an LV-8, Twin Desert Eagle. Infinite ammunition. In his backpack lay exquisite firearm modification components, blueprints, essential materials, and several thousand copper coins. TSK. With such wealth, Who else in the entirety of the new era novice phase could compare? Lin Feng, hands on his hips, felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life, the zenith of the novice village. He glanced at the NPC guards still clearing the remnants of the undead and listened to the distant shouts of battle from other city gates, which seemed to be gradually diminishing. It appeared that the main force of the zombie horde had indeed been vanquished by him. He stroked his chin, pondering whether the situation in other areas was also drawing to a close. The effect of the title, Child of Destiny, pseudo, seemed to be taking effect. As Captain Carl approached him, his face adorned with immense reverence and gratitude, Lord Lin Feng, the threat at the southern gate has been virtually eradicated. Thanks to your heroic intervention. Please allow me, Carl, to pay my respects. He began to kneel on one knee. Oh no. Please rise. Lin Feng quickly assisted him. Captain Carl, you've worked hard. The defense of the city is a collective effort. He was now a person with a 20 NPC favorability rating, so he needed to maintain his image. My lord, you are too humble. If it weren't for you, Carl began, but Lin Feng interrupted him. All right, let us dispense with the formalities. Since the southern gate is secure, you all should take a breather and tally the casualties and losses. I shall check other areas. Although waiting for the conclusion was an option, he could not afford to linger with these slowpokes. He still needed to find his parents. Moreover, that pair of iron plate boots, which required walking to level up, made him eager to stretch his legs. Lord Lin Feng, please take care. Carl once again bowed respectfully. Lin Feng nodded, casting one last glance at the battered but ultimately defended southern gate, then looked at old Wang, who was still grinning foolishly with admiration, waved goodbye, and turned to walk into the village. Hey, little Feng, where are you going? Old Wang instinctively wanted to follow. No need. You rest well. I'll be back shortly. Lin Feng waved his hand, jokingly, as his upcoming actions were certainly beyond old Wang's level 6 capabilities to keep up with. After speaking, Lin Feng did not wait for old Wang to respond, took a deep breath, feeling the power of blessing of ancestors surge within him. The murderous intent of 50,000 zombie slaughter, subtly surfacing, and the speed effect of the iron plate boots, fully activating. A terrifying agility burst of 136 points. Chapter 44, the most dashing in the arena. The benevolent Lin Feng. Whoosh! Under the astonished gaze of old Wang and the NPC guards, Lin Feng's figure shot forth like an arrow released from a bowstring. No, it was more akin to a cannonball being fired, instantly transformed into a streak of golden light. Primarily due to the luminous effects of his weapon and gear, he raced along the inner passage of the city wall, heading towards the nearest eastern gate. The speed was such that only a blurred afterimage and swirling dust could be seen. My goodness. Old Wang rubbed his eyes, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. Did little Feng just fly over? Captain Carl was equally shocked, murmuring to himself, is this the power of a hero? Terrifying indeed. Meanwhile, at the eastern gate of Newbie Village 888, the battle raged fiercely, yet the intensity was evidently less than that at the southern gate. Guarding this location was primarily a contingent of level 10 players and NPC guards, led by the president of the Mad Dragon Guild, Qin Shiming, holding a long sword radiating a blue light. His expression was stern as he occasionally cast spells, commanding flying swords that transformed into piercing streaks of blue light, accurately penetrating the higher-level mutated zombies within the horde. Through dedicated practice, his sword control technique had become increasingly proficient, and its potency had significantly increased. Beside him were core members of the Mad Dragon Guild and several smaller teams allied with them, their levels generally ranging between LV8 and LV10. They formed a relatively tight defensive line, with shield warriors at the forefront, melee fighters clearing any zombies breaching the line, and range classes providing fire support from the rear. The NPC guards flanked the sides, filling in the gaps of the defense. Overall, while the pressure at the eastern gate was considerable, it was far from the breaking point experienced at the southern gate. Though the onslaught of the undead was fierce, it lacked the presence of a superboss like the Lich Overlord. The highest level threats were merely a few scattered LV9, shrieking female zombies, or mutated elite monsters, all of which were prioritized for elimination by Qin Shiming or tackled by elite squads. President, the left flank is under significant pressure, requesting reinforcements. A shield warrior player struggled against the assault of several LV8 ghouls, shouting loudly. Ollie, take a team to bolster that position. Archers, focus fire on those ghouls. Qin Shiming calmly commanded, simultaneously dispatching a flying sword to pierce a shrieking female zombie, attempting a sneak attack. Despite the apparent chaos, Qin Shiming's commands were clear and the defense operated relatively smoothly. Although he felt a simmering frustration for not securing the first kill of the boss at the southern gate, he understood that now was not the time for impulsive actions. Holding the eastern gate was paramount. Lin Feng, even if you slew the boss, what of it? Once the horde is quelled and we reach the city of hope, deprived of the novice village's protection and that damned buff, let us see how brazen you remain. Qin Shiming silently scoffed, venting his anger on the zombies before him. At that moment, whoosh, a flash of golden light. Moving at such an incredible speed, it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, suddenly appeared atop the city wall at the eastern gate. As the golden light dissipated, it revealed Lin Feng, clad in a flamboyant dark red ensemble, dual pistols in hand. What the? Who is that? Is that Lin Feng? How did he get here? Such incredible speed. Wasn't he at the southern gate? The players engaged in battle atop the wall, whether from Mad Dragon or other teams, were startled by this unexpected arrival. Turning to look, Qin Shiming's pupils constricted, gripping his sword tightly. Eyeing Lin Feng with caution. Lin Feng? What brings you here? A multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Could it be that the southern gate has fallen? Impossible. He had clearly heard the announcement of the boss's demise. Then, was he here to steal kills? To make a show of force? Or? Lin Feng had no time to entertain Qin Shiming's thoughts. He merely cast a cursory glance at the battlefield at the eastern gate, his brow immediately furrowing. What on earth? Why the dawdling? He observed that although the defensive line held, the tide of zombies surged relentlessly, with various LV7 and LV8 zombies continuously pressing forward. Players and NPCs fought valiantly, yet their efficiency was alarmingly low. Periodically, players were caught off guard or miscoordinated, being clawed and knocked down by the zombies, creating a scene that was somewhat chaotic. Is this the level of efficiency? By the time you finish clearing these minor nuisances, it'll be too late. Lin Feng's dissatisfaction was evident as he pouted. Looks like I'll have to lend a hand. He couldn't be bothered to waste time chatting with Qin Shiming and ignored the bewildered gazes of the surrounding players. He walked directly to the edge of the city wall, looking down from a height, raising his dual desert eagles. Watch closely. This is what true efficiency looks like. Bang, 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 bang. In the next moment, the thunderous gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. Golden projectiles instantly blanketed the densely packed area of the undead beneath the city wall. LV8 dual desert eagles. Level 10. Blessing of Ancestors, doubled attributes. 50,000 zombie slaughter, 20 damage increase. At that moment, Lin Feng unleashed his full firepower. 450. Critical hit. LV7 Plague Bearer. 480. Critical hit. LV8 Ghoul. 350. Penetration. LV1 Walker. 420. Critical hit. LV9 Banshee. The densely packed, terrifyingly high damage numbers surged forth like a frenzied display on the screen. Bullets, akin to the scythe of death, mowed through everything in their path, be it ordinary zombies, the tough-skinned infected, the rapid ghouls, or even the wailing banshees drifting through the air. They were all obliterated in an instant, bursting apart into a cascade of flying flesh and radiant light. In a mere span of a few seconds, the relentless tide of the undead, which had been aggressively assaulting the eastern gate, was single-handedly repelled by Lin Feng wielding 2 guns, creating a vast and shocking vacuum zone. The area beneath the city wall was suddenly much cleaner, with only a few scattered, dazed low-level zombies left spinning in confusion, utterly paralyzed by the overwhelming firepower. The entire eastern city wall was plunged into a profound silence. All players engaged in combat, whether elite members of Furious Dragon or others, stood agape, halting their actions as they gazed at the figure at the edge of the wall, the smoking gun barrels still emanating tendrils of vapor. Qin Shiming, in particular, appeared as if struck by lightning, his grip on the sword trembling slightly, his once stern expression utterly transformed into one of incredulity. What kind of damage is this? This is still a handgun. The firepower is even more ferocious than a Gatling gun, isn't it? His proud sword mastery seemed like a child's toy in the face of this calamity of bullets. All done, Lin Feng blew away the non-existent gun smoke, turned to the petrified Qin Shiming and the other players, shrugged his shoulders, and exclaimed, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and clean up the remaining small fries. I'm waiting for the zombie tide to end." With that, he afforded them no time to react, and his figure transformed once more into a streak of golden light. Whoosh! He sped off towards the next target, the western gate, leaving behind a group of players at the eastern wall, questioning their very existence, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. What was that just now? What the hell? I was just fighting those monsters, right? They were all wiped out in an instant. Is he even human? Qin Shiming's face turned ashen as he watched Lin Feng vanish, glancing back at the horrifying vacuum zone below, feeling as if his worldview had been utterly shattered. Chapter 45. The Yellow Flash of Village 888. The situation at the western gate mirrored that of the eastern gate. Guarding this area was another group of level 10 players and NPC guards, led by the president of the Iron Blood Alliance, Iron Blood Danshin. A burly berserker wielding a massive axe, Iron Blood Danshin fought with a bold and ferocious style. Most members of the Iron Blood Alliance were valiant melee fighters, their aggressive tactics having previously kept the zombie tide at bay outside the city walls. However, as time progressed, the overwhelming numbers of the undead began to show their advantage, compounded by occasional ambushes from level 8 and level 9 elite monsters, leading to increasingly precarious conditions and rising casualties at the western gate. Just as Iron Blood Danshin swung his giant axe, struggling to fell a level 9 enhanced ghoul, only to be splattered with its corrosive fluid in a state of disarray, whoosh! A golden light flashed. Lin Feng appeared abruptly on the western wall like a deity descending from the heavens. Who? Iron Blood Danshin and the surrounding players were startled, raising their weapons in alarm. Oh, You fellows are really getting into it, huh? Lin Feng grinned at the grimy, battle-worn men before him. Lin Feng. Iron Blood Danshin recognized him, his expression instantly becoming complex. He had certainly heard about the events at the southern and eastern gates. Faced with this sudden upstart stealing the limelight, he felt a mixture of jealousy and resentment. Yet, seeing Lin Feng's nearly pristine equipment compared to his own disheveled state filled him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. What are you here for? Iron Blood Danshin tightened his grip on the giant axe, warily inquiring. No need to be tense, my burly brother. Lin Feng waved his hand, pointing outside the city. Seeing you all struggle so hard, I couldn't bear it, so I've come to lend a helping hand. Lend a helping hand? Iron Blood Danshin was taken aback. Exactly. Lin Feng flashed a friendly smile before abruptly lifting both guns. Watch closely. Free tutorial. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire erupted once more, even more frenzied and concentrated than before at the eastern gate. This time, Lin Feng seemed to be reveling in the chaos, or perhaps had grown too lazy to aim. He activated the firepower saturation mode. The twin desert eagles roared like two hand cannons, unleashing a torrent of bullets like a downpour upon the ground below. Golden projectiles wove together into a deathly barrage. While accuracy may have diminished, with many bullets failing to strike vital points, the sheer power was undeniable. Even a mere hit to the body for zombies below level 8 typically resulted in their demise within 2 to 3 shots. And with his rapid firing rate, the scene below the western wall soon became an even more harrowing spectacle of carnage. Countless zombies were obliterated in the dense hail of bullets. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Blinding white light coalesced into a sea. The foremost wave of the undead fell in droves, as if mown down like wheat. The level 8 ghouls and level 9 banshees, which had previously posed a headache for the Iron Blood Alliance, found no opportunity to even approach the city wall before being reduced to mere sieves by the terrifying metal storm. Iron Blood Danshin and all members of the Iron Blood Alliance, including the supporting NPC guards, were once again struck into a state of collective petrification. They gaped in astonishment, watching the figure on the wall, who poured forth firepower like a demonic god, feeling as if their minds were rendered utterly inadequate. Is this truly the power a player can wield? This firepower? Iron Blood Danshin felt a burning shame wash over him. Mere moments ago, he had contemplated giving Lin Feng a stern warning, yet now it seemed he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single barrage of bullets from this man. In less than half a minute, the zombie tied outside the western gate was cleared, creating a vast vacuum zone. The remaining scattered monsters posed no threat whatsoever. All done. No need to thank me, my burly brother. Just remember to give me a 5-star review. Lin Feng blew away the still non-existent smoke, winking at the utterly stunned Iron Blood Danshin. Without waiting for any response, whoosh. The golden light flashed again, speeding off towards the final target, the northern gate, leaving behind a group of bewildered men at the western wall, alongside a scene of devastation and smoke. At the northern gate, the defenders were led by the blacksmith Barton and a group of burly blacksmith apprentices, along with some scattered players reluctant to join a major guild. The pressure here was the lightest of the 4 gates, as the terrain outside the northern gate was relatively complex, with forests obstructing the way, making a large-scale zombie tide difficult to form. Nonetheless, relentless streams of jungle zombies and some mutated zombies from the factory area continued to surge forth from the woods, battering against the defenses. Blacksmith Barton swung his iconic heavy hammer, each strike reducing a zombie to pulp, demonstrating remarkable valor. However, 2 fists could not withstand 4 hands. A lone hero could not fend off the masses. The blacksmith apprentices and independent players behind him varied greatly in strength, leading to a somewhat tenuous defense, with zombies occasionally breaking through and causing chaos. Hold the line. Everyone, hold the line. Who dares to take a step back? I shall forge them into iron ingots upon my return. Master Barton bellowed, hammering away at the monsters while attempting to rally the spirits of his comrades. Just then, a voice, somewhat frivolous yet robust, descended from the heavens. Master Barton, I'm here to assist you, accompanied by a familiar glimmer of golden light. Lin Feng soared into the air like a superhero, leaping over the city walls and gracefully landing beside Master Barton. The precision of his landing and the elegance of his movements left everyone around him in awe once again. Lin Feng, you rascal? Master Barton exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer, momentarily taken aback, before joyfully inquiring, what brings you here? I've handled things at the south gate. Lin Feng interjected, raising his dual pistols towards the zombies still attempting to breach their defenses. Master Barton, behold, this is what we call artistry. Bang, 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 bang. Without the need for precise aiming, the twin desert eagles unleashed a torrent of fire, illuminating the front with streaks of golden lightning that enveloped every moving target in a wide arc. The relentless sound of bullets piercing flesh echoed throughout the air. The LV-1 and LV-2 walkers and jungle walkers crumbled under the overwhelming firepower, disintegrating into mere fragments in an instant. In mere seconds, Lin Feng single-handedly cleared the remnants of the dozens of zombies outside the north gate. The battlefield fell silent. Save for the wisps of smoke wafting from the barrels of Lin Feng's guns and the astonished expressions of Master Barton and those around him, as if they had witnessed a ghost. All done. Time to wrap it up. Lin Feng elegantly twirled his dual pistols, almost dropping them, before sheathing them at his waist, merely mimicking the action to retrieve them from his inventory. He glanced at the system notification. All threats in the current area have been largely eliminated. Final assessment underway. Success. Lin Feng's heart swelled with elation. Indeed, it was his intervention that made the difference. The efficiency was undeniable. System notification. Congratulations to all players and NPCs in Novice Village 888. Through everyone's collective efforts, primarily thanks to a certain dashing figure, the assault of the zombie tide has been successfully repelled. System notification. The threat of the zombie tide has been eradicated. Novice Village is safe. System notification. Calculating contributions based on the defense against the zombie tide. System notification. The teleportation portal to City of Hope is about to open. All players who have reached LV10 should prepare to proceed to the main city for class advancement. Finally, it was over. Lin Feng exhaled deeply. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted, he had ultimately vanquished the zombie tide through sheer will and the power of his game enhancements. Class advancement. Here I come. His eyes sparkled with determination as he disregarded the stunned Master Barton and the other players still caught in disbelief. Turning swiftly toward the village center, the plaza where the teleportation portal was said to be opening, he aimed to be the first to enter the City of Hope. He yearned to be the first to undergo class advancement. He intended to leverage the final moments of ancestral blessing to level up furiously. He aspired to become the most dazzling, the mightiest, and the most uncontrollable figure in this gaming world. Chapter 46. My experience in web fiction has not deceived me. Where have the NPCs gone? In the City of Hope. Class advancement. Here I come. Lin Feng's current mood was more exuberant than winning a 5 million lottery. The issue of level caps was about to be resolved. Once he completed his class advancement, he would continue to gain experience and level up. With his luxurious gear, absurd buffs, formidable titles, and the soon-to-be unlocked class enchantments, the vision was simply too beautiful to fathom. As he joyfully envisioned himself wreaking havoc post-class advancement, dominating the South Mountain elderly home and kicking the North Sea kindergarten, he dashed at lightning speed towards the plaza at the village center. At that moment, the plaza was bustling with players who had also received the system notification. Most had just emerged from the fierce battle against the zombie tide, their bodies still smeared with blood and exhaustion, yet their faces radiated joy at having survived and hope for the future. Particularly, those who had just reached or fortuitously leveled up to LV10 during the zombie tide were eager, ready to rush to the main city and embark on their career paths. Finally, we can advance classes. I want to be a berserker. I'll smash everything. Can I specialize as a gunslinger? Lin Feng is too powerful. We must have a mage. It has to be a mage. Destruction awaits. I wonder if there are hidden classes? It would be thrilling to become a dragon knight. Players buzzed excitedly, creating a cacophony in the plaza. As Lin Feng's figure whirled into the plaza like a tempest, all noise ceased abruptly. All eyes instinctively turned towards this mysterious figure who had singularly ended the zombie tide and firmly claimed the top of the leaderboard. A blend of awe, curiosity, envy, and jealousy coursed through the crowd. Yet, Lin Feng paid no heed to their gazes. He surveyed the plaza and noticed that the central area indeed began to shimmer with faint spatial fluctuations as a blurred, glowing outline of a teleportation portal was gradually taking shape. Looks like I still need to wait a bit. The system notification indicated it was about to open, not immediately opening. Waiting is always a tad dull. Lin Feng stroked his chin, and a peculiar thought suddenly arose. According to my decade of experience in web fiction, shouldn't I visit key NPCs like the village chief before leaving the novice village and heading to the main city? Perhaps I could trigger some hidden quests or clues for hidden classes. As soon as this idea sprouted, it proliferated like wild grass. Indeed, it's quite plausible. Don't the narratives often depict the protagonist receiving a fate-altering quest from some seemingly inconspicuous old man or injured soldier before departing the novice village? Old John. Yes. The village chief, who always appears to be concerned for the nation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had previously been given an hero quest to slay the blood corpse, which ultimately rewarded him with ancestral blessing. Clearly, he was a pivotal NPC with a story. Perhaps he possesses some hidden class transition items like Gunslinger Legacy or Mechanical Mastery Scroll. The more Lin Feng pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He felt like a logical genius. Web fiction does not deceive me. No time to waste. I must go see. He resolved instantly. While the portal had yet to fully open, he would rush to the village chief's office and test his luck. Without further ado, Lin Feng ignored the perplexed glances of the surrounding players, questioning what this prominent figure intended to do, and turned to dash toward the village chief's office. His speed was remarkable, and within mere breaths, he arrived at the familiar, relatively grand wooden cabin. However, when he reached the door, he was taken aback. The two guard NPCs who should have been stationed at the entrance were nowhere to be seen. The sentry was entirely deserted. Where are the guards? Off slacking. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. He pushed open the office door and entered. Inside, it was utterly vacant. The once orderly desk, adorned with maps and documents, now lay in disarray, while the slightly worn chair of old John, the village chief, lay askew beside it. An air of desolation permeated the entire office, as if it had been abandoned. Where could old John be? Where was my elusive mentor? Lin Feng stood dumbfounded, disbelief washing over him. He refused to accept such a fate and circled the office twice, even peering beneath the desk, yet found nothing amiss. It was inconceivable. Had he arrived too late? Had he gone out for a stroll? Lin Feng, undeterred, hastened to the nearby blacksmith's shop. Master Barton, are you there? The forge lay cold, the fire extinguished, and the robust, hot-tempered blacksmith, Barton, was equally absent. A sense of dread settled in Lin Feng's heart. He dashed to the general store, but the ever-smiling figure of Aunt Mary had vanished. Only a few scattered goods remained on the counter, as if their proprietor had merely stepped away for a moment. The quest-giving officer, Lena, had disappeared. The old man with the goat-like beard from the Adventurers Guild was gone. Even the ordinary NPC guards who had previously stood watch at the village entrance, warning him of nighttime dangers, were nowhere to be found. The entire newbie village number 888, aside from a handful of players waiting in the square for the teleportation portal to open and a few bewildered low-level guards, was devoid of all the named functional NPCs he had interacted with. They had seemingly evaporated into thin air. What was happening here? Lin Feng stood at the empty doorway of the village chief's office, gazing at this eerily soulless village, a chill creeping up from his feet to the crown of his head. This was not the script he had anticipated. What had happened to the hidden quest? What about the hidden profession? Why had all the NPCs vanished? This defied the conventions of online literature. Could it be that this game world was far more bizarre and authentic than he had ever imagined? Where had these NPCs gone? Had the system reclaimed them? Or had something transpired that he remained oblivious to? For the first time, Lin Feng felt a deep-seated unease and doubt about this seemingly game-like world of New Century. Just then, a tremendous spatial resonance erupted from the square. A brilliant beam of white light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire newbie village. The teleportation portal had been fully activated. City of Hope was now open. Charge forth. Time to change classes. Ha! Here I come. The square erupted with the jubilant cheers and rushing footsteps of players. Lin Feng snapped back to reality. He glanced at the deserted village chief's office, then at the dazzling portal in the square. Forget it. If I can't make sense of it, then I won't. He shook his head, suppressing his doubts for the time being. Regardless of where the NPCs had gone, the urgent task at hand was to reach the City of Hope and complete his class change. As long as he was strong enough, he could easily overpower any zombie. Chapter 47, City of Hope. The glory of the gunsmith and the class change challenge. Make way. Non-players, step aside. I'm in a rush to change classes. Lin Feng's heart raced with fervor, a feeling of urgency coursing through him. He paid no heed to the order of arrival. Propelled by the nearly 140 points of terrifying agility from the blessing of the ancestors, buff, along with the speed enhancement from his iron plate boots, he transformed into a streak of golden lightning. Whoosh! He maneuvered deftly through the hesitating players in the square, those who were either contemplating or slowly lining up, even causing a gust of wind that nearly toppled a few nearby players. Whoa, is that Lin Feng? He just forced his way through like that. His speed is insane. I can barely see him. The players were in awe, marveling at his unique approach to entering the teleportation portal. Hey, don't crowd. We need to catch up. Spurred on by Lin Feng's audacious actions, other level 10 players shed their reservations, fearing that if they lagged behind, they would be left in the dust. They surged toward the massive portal radiating soft white light, invigorated like a shot of adrenaline. A sensation of time-space traversal, even more intense than when exiting a dungeon, enveloped him, accompanied by a slight dizziness. When Lin Feng finally found his footing again, the blinding sunlight and the refreshing air, a stark contrast to the newbie village and the zombie-ridden areas, instantly revitalized him. Wow! Despite being mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment upon fully taking in his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive plaza that defied description. The ground was paved with an extraordinary pristine stone that seemed to emanate a gentle glow, reflecting light beautifully. Towering at the center was a 100-meter-tall statue of a goddess, exuding an aura of compassion, cradling stars in her hands, her sacred radiance casting a divine glow across the land, evoking a sense of reverence. Surrounding the plaza were grandiose buildings of various architectural styles, each radiating an impressive grandeur. There was the warrior's sanctuary, resembling a colossal sword piercing the clouds, gleaming with metallic luster. The mage's alliance tower, adorned with massive magical crystals, pulsing with arcane energies. The druid's nature temple, entwined with ancient vines and guarded by a stone bear sculpture at its entrance. The mysterious rangers and assassins brotherhood, bearing a crossed bow and dagger insignia. And the mechanics and engineers guild, forged entirely from black steel, emitting billows of smoke from its chimney, showcasing a hardcore technological aesthetic with its massive mechanical arms and steam-powered constructs. On another side of the plaza, he even spotted a substantial area marked by signs for forging. alchemy, enchanting, tailoring, and cooking. The Life Professionals Alliance. Each building had clearly marked floating text indicating its name and function, complete with level requirements and career orientations. The sky was a brilliant blue, with fluffy white clouds drifting lazily. In the distance loomed colossal city walls shimmering with magical runes, manned by elite guards of levels 20 and 30, standing like statues, radiating formidable presence. My goodness, this is how a main city should look. Lin Feng stood transfixed, his jaw agape, feeling as though his eyes were insufficient to take it all in. Compared to the newbie village, this place seemed like a high-end refugee camp. He was utterly awestruck by the magnificence and splendor of the City of Hope. At that moment, the portal behind him flickered with light as a throng of level 10 players, including Qin Shi Ming, Iron Blood and Heart, Dragon Ao Tian, and Feng Qingyang, began to arrive one after another. Like Lin Feng, they were equally astonished by the breathtaking scene before them, erupting into waves of exclamations and admiration. Oh my gosh, is this the City of Hope? It's absolutely breathtaking. Mom, I've made it. I've arrived in the big city. Look at that mage tower. I can feel the call of magic. Warrior's Sanctuary. Here I come. My great sword is itching for action. Mechanics Guild. Haha, I knew I made the right choice. Technology is the future. After a brief moment of astonishment, all players surged forward with an invigorated fervor, their eyes ablaze with an insatiable desire for their desired professions. Rushing towards the buildings that represented their aspirations, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. Yes, the job change. He almost forgot about the main event. His gaze immediately fixed upon the magnificent Mechanics and Engineers Association, adorned with steel and a steampunk aesthetic. While the warrior and mage sounded intriguing, he was a sharpshooter at heart. The Mechanics and Engineers Association was clearly a perfect match for him. Surely, it housed the gunslingers, ammunition experts, and mechanical modifiers. He chuckled to himself. Hidden profession. Here I come. With a grin, he took a step forward, ready to dash over. However, just as he was about to move, his peripheral vision caught sight of a relatively inconspicuous building next to the Mechanics and Engineers Association, which had a queue that was decidedly lengthy. The architectural style was peculiar, resembling a fortress constructed from massive gun components and scopes, with a grand emblem above the entrance made of bullet casings, featuring 2 crossed revolvers. The name of the establishment was strikingly straightforward and formidable. Gunsmith's Sanctuary. What? There's a dedicated gunsmith's sanctuary. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. While mechanics and engineers were related to technology, they seemed more about creation or playing with mechs, whereas this, Gunsmith's Sanctuary. Just the name alone indicated it was the ultimate haven for firearms enthusiasts. A sharpshooter. It had to be the place. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pivoted and sprinted towards the Gunsmith's Sanctuary. He disregarded the notion of queuing. With his exceptional agility, he dashed like a phantom to the front of the line, eliciting a chorus of discontent and exclamations from the players behind him. Hey, that guy is cutting in line. Wait. It's Lin Feng. If he cuts, it's all good. The boss is amazing. Please, go ahead. Lin Feng ignored the clamor and raised his gaze towards the sanctuary's entrance. There stood a remarkably unique NPC mentor. She was a tall, striking woman clad in a form-fitting black leather outfit that accentuated her perfect curves. With a head of sleek silver hair and sporting an impressive pair of red goggles, she wore a subtle yet dangerous smile. Most strikingly, she was casually leaning against the doorframe, nonchalantly polishing an extraordinarily large, sci-fi-styled anti-material sniper rifle that was taller than she was. The monstrous barrel seemed capable of obliterating an entire building. This formidable mentor exuded an aura so powerful that the surrounding air felt almost palpable. Gunsmith Mentor 0. Level. Profession. Status. Appears to be bored with most novice players seeking a job change. Quite the character this mentor is. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled at the sight of the cool and fierce mentor. Her presence. Her equipment. She was undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. Associating with her would surely lead to a promising future. As it was Lin Feng's turn to step forward, Mentor 0 lifted her eyelids, glancing at him through her red goggles. Upon noticing the flashy gear he wore, though somewhat mismatched, particularly the 2 gleaming desert eagles at his waist, a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes. Oh, level 10? Dual pistols? You seem to possess some potential. Her voice was cool and magnetic, laced with a hint of nonchalance. You wish to change to sharpshooter? Indeed, Mentor. Lin Feng stood at attention, presenting what he believed was his most sincere and charming smile, the effect of the title child of destiny activated. It seemed Mentor 0 regarded Lin Feng's demeanor favorably, perhaps enhanced by the title, as she lowered her sniper rifle and said slowly, "The path of the sharpshooter is not one that can be traversed merely by flaunting style. It demands precise judgment, a calm mind, an iron will, and the courage to survive amidst a hail of bullets." She paused, her gaze sharpening. "If you wish to become my student and inherit the legacy of the sharpshooter, you must first prove your worth." Yes, the job change quest. Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. "Please, mentor, instruct me. I am willing to accept any challenge." System prompt. Do you accept the job change quest? Trial of the Sharpshooter? Quest objective, solo or team, complete the Biohazard Dungeon, level 10 to 15 team dungeon, on normal difficulty. Quest difficulty, challenging. Quest reward, successful completion grants the qualification to change jobs to Sharpshooter. Note, this dungeon has 5 difficulties: simple, normal, hard, nightmare, and hell. Normal difficulty is recommended for a standard team of 5, 1 tank, 1 healer, 3 damage dealers. The Biohazard Dungeon, a level 10 to 15 team dungeon? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at the quest prompt. A team dungeon? Recommended for a 5-person squad. He stroked his chin and glanced at his explosive attributes and the luxurious gear in his inventory. Heh, a team dungeon, huh? I'm a one-man army. Without a moment's hesitation, he accepted the quest. Chapter 48, Dungeon? Wait, I need to check in with my parents first. Just as he was cracking his knuckles, ready to charge straight into the dungeon entrance to teach those biohazard monsters a lesson, a sudden thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Wait, Lin Feng abruptly halted, rubbed his chin, and his expression turned peculiar. How could I forget about my parents? But now, he had arrived in City of Hope. This was the main city. Logically, the communication functions should be more advanced, right? Even if direct point-to-point private messaging wasn't yet possible, there should be some means of contact available, right? After all, the system had previously indicated that friend communication and other features required specific conditions to be unlocked, and arriving at the main city should count as meeting certain criteria. Moreover, the Ancestor's Blessing buff, while impressive, had less than 10 hours remaining. The job change was undoubtedly important, and leveling up was also pressing. But what if my parents were still struggling in some beginner village? What if they encountered danger? Although he knew his parents were likely ordinary individuals, struggling in this apocalyptic world, they were still his parents. Lin Feng's heart tightened. Earlier, in the beginner village, he had been preoccupied with leveling up and preparing for the zombie tide, allowing his worries to be suppressed. But now, in this broader world with greater possibilities, the thought of finding his family sprouted like a tender shoot breaking through the earth, impossible to restrain. The dungeon could wait. The job change quest was not time-sensitive. Lin Feng made an immediate decision. However, locating his parents was urgent. Not a second could be wasted. First, I should contact Old Wang and inquire about the situation on his end. The avatar was still gray, indicating the other party was offline or in a communication-restricted area. Old Wang is offline. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He pondered for a moment and sent a brief message to Old Wang. Old Wang, I have arrived in Hope City. How about you? Please reply when you see this message. After dispatching the message, Lin Feng mused to himself. Old Wang is probably still in the novice village, right? As far as I recall, the system never mentioned that all players from novice village number 888 would be teleported to the same Hope City. Never mind Old Wang for now. I'll wait for his response. The most pressing matter at hand is how to locate my parents. In the vast expanse of the Huaxiao region, who knows how many novice villages and main cities there are? It would be futile to search alone. NPCs. My title of Destined Child pseudo. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with realization. With a luck of 5, charm of 10, and an initial NPC favorability of 20. This is undoubtedly a divine skill tailored for gathering information. He immediately turned away from the professional sanctuaries and began to meander through the immense Hope Square, on the lookout for talkative NPCs. Before long, his gaze settled upon an elderly NPC seated by the fountain, clad in a slightly faded scholar's robe. Deeply engrossed in a hefty ancient tome, erudite scholar Eli. Level. Condition. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, indifferent to the surrounding clamor. This is the one. The old man. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, instantly adopting a harmless, eager-to-learn expression befitting a diligent student, and hurried over. Greetings, sir. Pardon my interruption. Lin Feng was quite polite, and with the charm boost from Destined Child, he must have been quite astonishing. The old scholar Eli indeed lifted his gaze. Initially somewhat displeased at the disturbance, but upon seeing Lin Feng, he softened considerably, even revealing a hint of a benevolent smile. Oh, a young adventurer, you say? Eli adjusted his reading glasses and inquired in a gentle tone. Is there something I can assist you with? You appear to have just come from a novice village and are curious about this Hope City. Wow, you truly have a discerning eye, sir. Lin Feng flattered. Though internally he scoffed. Isn't it obvious from my eager expression that I'm a novice just waiting to be led astray? Indeed, old man. Lin Feng promptly got to the point. I've just barely survived from novice village number 888 and arrived at this magnificent Hope City. Everything here feels utterly foreign to me. I would like to ask a few questions. Eli seemed to take a liking to this inquisitive young man. Setting aside his book. Anything I know, I shall gladly share with you. Thank you so much. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy and quickly inquired, sir. May I ask how many main cities like Hope City exist in our Huaxiao region? Do players emerging from different novice villages head to different main cities? Eli stroked his grizzled beard, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. According to ancient covenants and existing records, following the Great Cataclysm, the surviving sages of humanity spared no effort in utilizing the remnants of the world tree's power and ancient technology to establish 10 hope barriers across the vast lands of Huaxia, which you now refer to as the 10 main cities. They are Hope City, Sky City, Iron City, Forest City, Thunder City, Winter City, Magma City, Deep Sea City, Holy Light City, and Central Divine Capital. As for the different survivor camps, novice villages, Eli paused, to my knowledge, in order to mitigate risks and enhance management. Survivors from each camp, after passing their initial trial, the zombie tide, are indeed teleported to the closest of the 10 main cities. Therefore, it is quite possible that you and your scattered friends and family are not in the same main city. Lin Feng felt a weight settle in his heart. 10 main cities in Huaxia. The scope is immense. Can these main cities communicate with one another? Lin Feng quickly followed up, for this was the crux of the matter. Indeed, Eli nodded. Stable, spatial teleportation arrays have been established between the 10 main cities. As long as a certain teleportation fee is paid, one can swiftly traverse between the main cities. However, Eli's expression suddenly grew grave. At present, the costs associated with teleportation between main cities may prove burdensome for newcomers like yourselves. Moreover, we are in extraordinary times. Extraordinary times? Lin Feng seized upon the phrase. Indeed. Eli sighed, lowering his voice. Although you have just endured a terrifying zombie tide, this may merely be the beginning. He gestured toward the massive goddess statue in the center of the square, then pointed towards the distant towering walls. While Hope City is fortified, the world beyond its gates has been utterly consumed by endless darkness and frenzied zombies. Our ability to live, learn, and train here in relative safety is solely due to the Hope Barrier that envelopes the entire city, which is desperately holding on. Hope Barrier? Yes. It is a powerful barrier constructed from the goddess statue and the wall runes, capable of repelling the majority of undead creatures and dark forces. However, because of this, we are currently unable to venture beyond the boundaries of the main city. Beyond the city gates lies a realm of true doom. Eli explained. Thus, at this stage, to enhance your strength, you can only take on tasks issued by the various professional sanctuaries or guilds within the city, or venture into those secret dungeons connected by spatial rifts for training. Secret dungeons? Lin Feng recalled his class change task, realizing that the biohazard dungeon must be one of them. What exactly is this extraordinary period? Is there something even more terrifying than the zombie tide we just faced about to occur? Lin Feng pressed on, sensing an ominous premonition. Eli fell silent for a moment, a deep-seated worry and fear flickering in his murky eyes. He glanced around to ensure no other players were nearby, then spoke in a tone heavy with gravity that only the two could hear. Child, heed my words, for it may pertain to the lives of all. According to the stars' revelations and ancient prophecies, the true disaster is yet to come. In approximately 50 days, a cataclysmic, apocalyptic zombie tide, far exceeding any prior event and potentially undermining the very foundation of the Hope Barrier, will descend. 50 days, an apocalyptic zombie tide. Lin Feng's pupils constricted, a chill surging from the depths of his heart. He had initially believed that having successfully endured the seemingly overwhelming zombie tide of the novice village meant he had weathered a significant trial, allowing him a moment to catch his breath, transition classes, level up, and explore this new world. Yet, reality delivered another resounding slap to his face. The zombie tide of the novice village, in comparison to the impending apocalyptic disaster in 50 days, was but a trivial skirmish, a mere appetizer. A tide of zombies capable of shaking the very foundation of the main city's Hope Barrier? What horrifying spectacle would that entail? A sea of zombies blotting out the sun? Super bosses the size of mountains? Just the thought sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. It seems that the novice village's zombie tide was not the conclusion, but merely the prologue to an even greater crisis. Old man, are you certain it's 50 days? Lin Feng's voice grew hoarse. The trajectories of the stars rarely err. The venerable scholar Eli nodded gravely. Although the precise timing may exhibit slight discrepancies, the overarching direction is unlikely to waver. 50 days. This may well be the final window for preparation afforded to us all. The gravity of this impending deadline plunged Lin Feng's heart to the abyss. 50 days. It seemed ample, yet in the face of an apocalypse-level catastrophe, it was but a fleeting moment. Despite currently being at level 10, adorned in luxurious gear and bolstered by buffs, he realized that such power would scarcely create a ripple against the cataclysmic tide of the undead threatening to engulf the main city. It was imperative he must enhance his strength with utmost urgency, not merely for his own sake, but to locate and protect his parents. No, he could not afford to delay any longer. He abruptly rose to his feet, his visage brimming with anxiety and resolve. Old man, I have one crucial question. Lin Feng fixed his gaze intently upon Eli. Is there any way to swiftly contact or find my lost family? Even knowing their current location in any main city would suffice. Eli observed Lin Feng's distressed demeanor, a flicker of sympathy crossing his eyes. He shook his head gently. Child, I comprehend your feelings. The great cataclysm has scattered countless families, and seeking lost loved ones in this chaotic world is a daunting task. Presently, while teleportation exists between main cities, it comes at a steep cost. Moreover, there is no comprehensive system for locating individuals across all servers. The only potential glimmer of hope lies in those exceedingly rare world-class items, possessing unique permissions or formidable abilities. He paused, contemplating, such as the legendary Horn of Truther, the Mirror of Destiny. However, those artifacts, I assure you, are likely beyond the reach of newcomers like yourselves. Even the city lords may not possess them. World-class items. Lin Feng's expression dimmed momentarily. Those sounded far beyond his current capabilities. Ah, how could I have forgotten this? I possess the server-wide horn. That is the reward for the global first kill of a boss. A super horn that the entire server can hear. Using this to locate my family is tailor-made for my needs. Although it may expose my whereabouts and intentions, attracting unnecessary trouble, he was beyond caring now. Thank you so much, old man. You are truly my guiding light. Lin Feng exclaimed, nearly bowing in gratitude to Eli. He felt that the title of Chosen One was almost a divine boon. Surely, he could glean vital information from any NPC he encountered. Ah, it was but a trivial task. Eli replied with a smile, nodding as he returned to his ancient tome. Lin Feng, no longer hesitating, turned sharply and dashed back to the center of the square. He inhaled deeply, retrieving from his backpack the gleaming, stylish server-wide horn, resembling a miniature gramophone. The instant he produced it, the gazes of surrounding players were drawn to him like moths to a flame. What is that thing? It looks so sophisticated. Golden. It even glows. Is it equipment? It appears to be a horn. What is its purpose? The entire Hope Square fell into a hushed silence, all players holding their breath, craning their necks to witness what monumental announcement the legendary Lin Feng would proclaim using this unique horn. Prominent figures like Qin Shiming and Tai Zuodangsen, who had just been queuing outside their respective class temples or engaging in initial discussions with their mentors, were also captivated by the commotion and turned their attention toward Lin Feng. Ignoring the myriad of scrutinizing gazes, Lin Feng raised the horn to his lips, stealing his emotions before pouring every ounce of his excitement, urgency, and anticipation into a booming declaration. The sound, amplified by the server-wide horn's unique effect, reverberated countless times, not only echoing throughout the entire city of Hope but also conveying a divine message, resonating clearly in the ears of every player across the Huaxia region. Whether they were exploring the main city, struggling in the novice village, or battling in secret dungeons. Ahem, all brothers and sisters in the Huaxia region, lend me your ears. My name is Lin Feng, the very one who recently garnered 2 global announcements. I am currently at the center square of City of Hope, waiting for my parents. My father, Lin Guodong. My mother, Wang Shufen. If you hear this broadcast, or know them, please relay the message. Your son awaits you in City of Hope. Hurry. Moreover, Lin Feng shifted his tone, raising his voice with a hint of a merchant's enticing allure. I have just acquired a hot, one-of-a-kind, top-tier blue skill book for warriors and knights at level 10. Plague Stomp. Area damage. With slowing control. How powerful is that? Isn't it impressive? Warriors and knights who desire it, rush to the center square of City of Hope with your copper coins or valuable items. The highest bidder wins. Time is of the essence. Once more, he reiterated, my father, Lin Guodong. My mother, Wang Shufen. Hurry to the square of City of Hope. The premium skill book Plague Stomp is up for auction. The highest bidder wins. After shouting this twice, Lin Feng felt as if his throat might ignite. Yet the impact was explosive. The entire Huaxia region, after a brief silence, erupted in chaos. Countless players struggling for survival in various locations were stunned by this sudden, information-laden, server-wide broadcast. What? Lin Feng, the one who first killed the boss. He.S. using the horn to find his family. Lin Guodong, Wang Shufen. Those names sound so ordinary, very down-to-earth for the parents of such a big shot. A top-tier skill book for warriors and knights. Plague Stomp. Area damage with slowing effects. I must have it. I need to go to the City of Hope. I'll do whatever it takes to obtain this skill book. This is a divine skill for the early game. Quickly, inform the guild leader. Our Dominion Guild must secure this skill book at all costs. In an instant, a tempest brewed across the Huaxia region. Countless players altered their plans due to Lin Feng's server-wide broadcast, igniting a fervor to find Lin Guodong and Wang Shufen. Coupled with an insatiable desire for the skill book Plague Stomp, sweeping through every major city and novice village. As the architect of this frenzy, Lin Feng beamed with satisfaction as he stowed away the server-wide horn. The effect is remarkable. He understood that as long as his parents were alive and anywhere in the Huaxia region, there was a substantial chance this message would reach their ears. As for the skill book, that was merely a secondary goal. The primary intention was to draw more people to the City of Hope, thereby increasing his chances of finding his parents. Of course, if he could sell it for a handsome price in the process, that would be even better. Now, all that remained was to wait. Lin Feng surveyed the square, observing the players stirred into greater excitement and disarray by his broadcast. He found a spot near the central goddess statue, offering a clear and prominent view. Then, he pulled out a ragged cloth from his backpack and spread it on the ground. Following that, he placed the skill book radiating with blue light. Skill book, Plague Stomp. Upon the cloth, at last, he picked up a small stone from the side and, with an unknown piece of wood, awkwardly inscribed upon it. Skill Book. Plague Stomp. Limited Edition Divine Skill. Highest bidder wins. Please line up for inquiries. Seeking relatives. Father, Lin Guodong. Mother, Wang Shufan. Thus, a makeshift stall. Rudimentary to the point of being outrageous, yet brimming with an aura of authority, was established under the watchful gaze of the masses. Lin Feng plopped down behind the stall, crossed his legs nonchalantly, and took out 2 gleaming desert eagles, beginning to leisurely polish them, primarily for show, embodying the relaxed demeanor of Jiang Taigong fishing, inviting only those willing to bite. The players in the square were once again collectively stunned. The big shot has set up a stall. In the astonished gaze of all the players who had just arrived in the main city, ready to showcase their skills, he laid down a tattered cloth, displayed a skill book, scrawled a crooked sign, and commenced his stall. The scene was more breathtaking than the recent appearance of the corpse-tied boss, ruler of the undead. It was utterly nonsensical. This was not magic. It was a radical affront, in a positive sense, to the very image of a big shot. Am I seeing things? What on earth is Lin Feng doing? A starry-eyed warrior player just squeezed through from the warrior's sanctuary, rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and inquired, "Oh, a big shot is indeed a big shot. Even the method of making money is so unpretentious and tedious." A player, seemingly a bit clever, stroked his chin, pondering. Unpretentious. My foot. This is performance art. The world of the big shots is beyond your mundane comprehension. A newly minted fan of Lin Feng immediately retorted. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Snap photos. Take screenshots. Post on the forum. Shocking. The global first kill big shot sets up stall in Hope City. The underlying reason is revealed. Already, some astute battlefield journalist-type players began to operate frantically. Were the upstairs folks part of the shock department before entering the game? Is there a forum in this new century? Countless players, freshly teleported to Hope City and yet to report to their respective class sanctuaries, swarmed around, encircling Lin Feng and his ridiculously crude stall in a manner so dense that it was almost impenetrable. The spectacle was even more magnificent than the recent siege of the new player village by the corpse tide. Countless eyes, brimming with curiosity, inquiry, envy, jealousy, and a fervent thirst for gossip, fixated intently on Lin Feng behind the stall, and the skill book before him emanating an enticing blue glow. Skill Book. Plague Stomp. Plague Stomp. Available for warriors and knights at LV10. Area damage. Includes slowing control. Just hearing Lin Feng's earlier announcement over the loudspeaker was enough to make all melee class players drool. This is a godsend for dungeon crawling. In a game world where monsters are generally tough-skinned and numerous, a skill that offers area damage and control signifies what for melee classes? Higher monster farming efficiency, greater survival capability, more fluid movement space, elevated status within teams. This is undeniably the essential artifact for standing out early on and reaching the pinnacle of one's nascent journey. Gulp. Among the crowd, countless warriors and knights gazed at that skill book, swallowing hard, their eyes practically glowing with greed. Even not far away, the president of the Iron Blood Alliance, Iron Blood Danshin, who had just queued at the entrance of the warrior's sanctuary for his preliminary assessment, along with his burly companions, couldn't he help but steal glances, their expressions fervent. Iron Blood Danshin furrowed his brows tightly, internally conflicted. As a berserker, he theoretically couldn't learn the Knight's Plague Stomp. However, he had knights within his guild. If this skill could be acquired for use by the core knight of the guild, it would vastly enhance the overall strength of the guild. But would this Lin Feng fellow actually sell it? What price would he ask? Even Qin Shiming of the Crazy Dragon Guild, though a swordmaster, was undeterred in assessing the value of this skill book through a merchant's lens. This is undoubtedly one of the top-tier blue skill books available at this stage. It could even be described as one of a kind. If he could acquire it at a low price and then resell it at a premium. Hiss. Qin Shiming's gaze towards Lin Feng grew increasingly complex and fervent. Yet, in the face of the ravenous stares surrounding him and the cacophony of discussions that nearly drowned him out, our Lin Feng maintained an extraordinary calmness. The concentration on his face, the elegance of his movements, the unmistakably extraordinary golden desert eagles in his hands, coupled with the eclectic yet still stylish gear he donned, and the elusive aura of a big shot emanating from his title, Child of Destiny fake. He exuded an air of distinction. He even had the leisure to sweep his gaze over the throngs of people, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Quite a crowd. It seems my charm remains undiminished. Lin Feng mused contentedly, thinking, this is good. With so many eyes upon me, if my parents were to arrive, they would surely spot me at first glance. As for that skill book, oh, that is secondary. Finding my family is the primary objective. Selling the book is merely incidental. Yes, that is precisely it. System prompt. Your ancestral blessing. Time remaining, 9 hours and 58 minutes. Lin Feng cast a fleeting glance at the system notification, feeling a slight pang. What the heck? Time has flown by so quickly. He felt as though he had just arrived in Hope City not long ago. How could the blessing time be down to less than 10 hours already? No, I must seize the moment. While finding my family is crucial, I cannot indefinitely postpone my class advancement task. It is vital to my ability to continue leveling up and to survive the impending apocalypse of the corpse tide in 50 days. I must act swiftly. Lin Feng resolutely resolved. Just then, someone finally could no longer contain themselves, squeezing through the crowded throng to approach Lin Feng's stall. It was a rather formidable-looking shield warrior player, adorned with a guild emblem of a blazing star, evidently dispatched by a major guild to scout the scene. He took a deep breath, attempting to calm his nerves, and cautiously asked, esteemed Lin Feng, may I inquire how much you intend to sell this Plague Stomp skill book for? Upon his question, the surroundings fell abruptly silent. Every ear perked up. All eyes were fixated on Lin Feng. Finally, the moment of truth had arrived. What price would the big shot set? Lin Feng lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a languid glance at him, and extended a single finger. The shield warrior's pupils constricted. 100 copper coins? He felt this price a tad too low, not befitting the style of a big shot. Yet what if? The players around him buzzed in agitation. 100 copper coins? So cheap? Isn't that a steal? Lin Feng's lips twitched, nearly tossing the Desert Eagle in his hand. 100? Are you trying to insult me? He retorted. Exasperated, read the sign clearly. Highest bidder wins. He paused, gesturing at the crooked price he had just written, then leisurely declared, starting price. 10,000 copper coins. A single copper less, and we have nothing to discuss. Up to 10,000. What the hell? This is highway robbery. A blue skill book priced at 10,000 copper coins. Is he out of his mind? Has he lost his senses? Who in their right mind can afford such a sum? Lin Feng's words fell like a bucket of cold water splashed into a boiling pot of oil, instantly stirring up a tempest. The entire square erupted once more. 10,000 copper coins. What does that even signify? For an average player, grinding monsters for an entire day might yield only a handful of copper coins. Even for elite players in prominent guilds, possessing a few hundred or even 1,000 copper coins is already considered a fortune. 10,000 copper coins. That is nothing short of astronomical. Many players even suspected that Lin Feng was toying with them. Lin Feng, are you joking? 10,000 copper coins? The expression on the shield warrior from the guild Starfire was more painful than weeping. At this stage, let alone 10,000, even 1,000 copper coins would be a rarity. Is this price considered exorbitant? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, ceasing his polishing of the guns and slamming 2 Desert Eagles onto the tattered cloth before him with a resounding thud. He surveyed the crowd of players around him. Their faces a mix of shock, skepticism, and even anger, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. If you think it's too steep, consider whether you have been diligently hunting zombies these past few days. Lin Feng remarked nonchalantly, this, Plague Tread, is a unique treasure on the server. Whether its attributes are formidable or not, you all know in your hearts. 10,000 copper coins buys a chance to soar in the early game, to secure a pivotal role within a future team. Is it truly so costly? Let me assure you it is not. He continued, these so-called major guilds, like Mad Dragon, Iron Blood, Starfire, might sound impressive, but they likely barely scrape together a few tens of thousands of copper coins. To me, this sum is akin to pocket change. Lin Feng's words were nothing short of arrogant. He directly named several major guilds. Furthermore, he audaciously claimed that their entire wealth was mere pocket money in his eyes. Outside the crowd, Qin Shiming and the Iron Blood Danshin's expressions darkened upon hearing this. Although Lin Feng's statement might hold some truth, their guild's funds were indeed only a few tens of thousands of copper coins. It was inappropriate to disclose such information in front of so many people. It was a slap in the face. Lin Feng, you are going too far. Iron Blood Danshin could no longer contain his rage. Going too far? Lin Feng scoffed, glancing at Iron Blood Danshin. Calm down, my friend. I'm merely stating the facts. If you think my price is too high, you are under no obligation to purchase. I'm not forcing you. Moreover, Lin Feng shifted his tone, raising his voice once more, as I mentioned in the announcement. My primary intention for selling this skill book isn't to make money. He pointed at the 2 large characters on the sign, seeking parents. As long as my father, Lin Guodong, or my mother, Wang Shufan, shows up here, this skill book will be given for free. No strings attached. Do you understand? If I can't find my parents, this book starts at 10,000 copper coins, and the highest bidder wins. But if I find them, I won't sell it for any amount of money. Lin Feng's declaration rang out clearly, silencing the bustling square once again. Everyone gazed at Lin Feng's serious expression and the fleeting sincerity in his eyes when he mentioned his parents. Those who initially thought Lin Feng was solely trying to inflate the price or show off now harbored a more complex array of emotions. It turned out that his stall was genuinely aimed at seeking his family. This exorbitantly priced skill book seemed more like bait or a bargaining chip. In an instant, many players cast sympathetic glances at Lin Feng, their previous skepticism and dissatisfaction gradually transforming into understanding and empathy. Of course, many others were beginning to hatch plans. Lin Guodong, Wang Shufan, those names sounded vaguely familiar. Quick, mobilize all guild members. Investigate these names. If we can locate Lin Feng's parents, the skill book will be a gift. Exactly. Even if we can't obtain the skill book, helping the boss find his parents would forge a good relationship. Damn it, my surname is also Lin. Should I impersonate his father? Nearby player, Get lost. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. The fervor for finding family was once again propelled to a new climax. Meanwhile, Lin Feng observed the shift in expressions among the surrounding players, nodding to himself. The effect is quite good. The plan is successful. Now, all that remained was to wait. Time passed, minute by minute. Although the crowd remained substantial, very few approached to inquire about the price or express intent to purchase. After all, a price tag of 10,000 copper coins was indeed beyond the means of average players or small guilds at this stage. Major guilds like Mad Dragon, Iron Blood, and Starfire might be coveting the skill book, yet they seemed hesitant, either scrambling for funds or waiting for a more opportune moment. Lin Feng was acutely aware of this situation. His gaze occasionally swept over the crowd, hoping to catch sight of those familiar figures. But alas, they were nowhere to be found. An hour passed, then two. The people in the square came and went. New players continuously teleported from various novice villages to join the throng. Yet the parents Lin Feng eagerly awaited never appeared. His heart sank gradually. Anxiety, disappointment, and worry began to creep into his thoughts. System notification, remaining time for your ancestral blessing, 7 hours and 42 minutes. Damn it, I can't wait any longer. Lin Feng abruptly stood up. His gaze sharpened. He glanced at the densely packed crowd surrounding him, then at the blue skill book lying quietly on the tattered cloth. Class change. I must utilize the remaining time of the buff to complete my class change. Chapter 51. The Seeking Parents sign stays here. I'm off to the dungeon. Time waits for no one. The notification for ancestral blessing, akin to a countdown of life, continued to flicker at the corner of Lin Feng's vision, reminding him that if he didn't act swiftly, this extraordinary buff would soon fade away. Without the doubling of all attributes and infinite stamina from ancestral blessing, while he would still retain considerable strength, sweeping through everything and soloing team dungeons would no longer be as effortless. Moreover, there loomed the impending apocalyptic wave of zombies in 50 days. The pressure weighed heavily upon Lin Feng's heart, akin to an invisible mountain. He needed to complete his class change as swiftly as possible, unlock new skills and growth paths, and exploit the final moments of ancestral blessing to elevate his level and power exponentially. Only by becoming stronger would he have a chance to survive the impending catastrophe and the means to seek out and protect his parents. Father, mother, I cannot wait any longer. Once I complete my class change and grow stronger, I will undoubtedly find you. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with determination. No longer hesitating, he bent down to pick up the stone tablet inscribed with crooked, clumsy characters. After a moment's thought, he retrieved a sturdy-looking wooden stick from his backpack, a piece of junk material he had picked up who knows when, and, using a piece of rope that seemed to have fallen from nowhere, likely dropped by monsters, he clumsily tied the tablet to the stick. Then, with a sudden thrust, he forcefully thrust the wooden stick, adorned with a missing person auction sign, into the pristine, smooth crevice of the tiles beside his stall. An eye-catching, postmodern style, missing person notice abruptly stood in the center of Hope Square. The sign is up. Lin Feng clapped the dust from his hands and boldly proclaimed to the surrounding players, who were still in a state of bewilderment, the rules remain unchanged. Find my father, Lin Guodong, or my mother, Wang Shufan. Bring them here to wait for me directly. Skill books are free, if no one finds them. Or if my parents are unable to come for now, those wishing to purchase books should prepare 10,000 copper coins. I will discuss it once I return from the dungeon. Did you hear that clearly? Lin Feng's voice was still resonant, imbued with an undeniable authority. The players around exchanged glances and instinctively nodded. Whatever the big shot said goes. Although such a nonchalant act of simply planting a sign and walking away seemed somewhat irresponsible, who could argue with a big shot? Big shots always operated on a whim. Hey you. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on a novice player clad in new clothes, who appeared rather earnest, and was gazing at him in awe from a distance. Yes, you. The little novice in the white robe. The singled-out novice shivered with nervousness, raising his hand and pointing to himself. Me? Big shot. Yes, it's you. Lin Feng grinned, revealing what he believed to be a benevolent expression. I see great potential in you. You are destined for greatness. The flattered novice felt dizzy, his face flushed. You honor me, big shot. Ahem. Lin Feng cleared his throat. Help me out a bit. Keep an eye on this stall. I mean this sign. Don't let anyone take it down or alter it. If someone comes looking for my parents, or if someone wishes to bid for a book, let them wait here for me. I'll return shortly. Once it's done, you'll receive your due rewards. Lin Feng patted his chest, exuding an air of assurance. Upon hearing about the rewards, the novice's eyes sparkled with excitement. To assist the legendary Lin Feng and receive benefits in return, it was akin to serendipity. He immediately straightened his posture and eagerly declared, rest assured, big shot. I will accomplish this task. The sign is here. I am here. If anyone dares to tamper with the sign, I will confront them. Good. You have potential. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, casually retrieving 100 copper coins from his backpack and tossing them to the novice. Take this. It's a deposit. Work hard. 100 copper coins. The novice stared at the weighty coins in his palm, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was an amount he might not earn in a day or two. Thank you, big shot. Thank you, big shot. I will guard this sign with my life. The novice babbled excitedly, nearly kneeling before Lin Feng. The surrounding players watched this scene with envy and jealousy. Had they known that merely watching a sign for a big shot could earn them 100 copper coins, they should have acted more diligently earlier. Lin Feng paid no heed to the reactions around him. Having settled the matter, he felt considerably lighter. Turning around, his gaze fixed on the ominous red light in the distance, resembling a colossal vortex, the entrance to the dungeon. Biochemical Crisis Dungeon. The objective of the class change quest. The sharpshooter has arrived. Lin Feng uttered a low shout, and the power of ancestral blessing surged anew within him. The effect of iron plate boots activated. Whoosh! Amidst the awe, envy, and anticipation of countless players, Lin Feng's figure transformed once again into a streak of golden lightning, dashing towards the entrance of the Biochemical Crisis Dungeon with astonishing speed, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind. His speed was even swifter than before, clearly indicating his urgency. He must accomplish everything before the buff faded. Lin Feng, like a cannonball, bolted to the entrance of the Biochemical Crisis Dungeon. It was a dark red vortex suspended in midair, twisting and swirling, emanating an unsettling aroma of blood and decay. Surrounding the vortex was a faint layer of black mist, through which distorted silhouettes flickered, emitting chilling growls. Beside the dungeon entrance stood a stone tablet, clearly marking the dungeon information. Secret Dungeon, Biochemical Crisis. Recommended level, LV10, LV15. Dungeon type, Team, recommended, 5 players. Optional difficulty, Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell. Background introduction. Once a thriving modern metropolis, it has been utterly transformed into a hellish nightmare following a sudden outbreak of a biochemical virus. Countless citizens have been infected, becoming mindless zombies yearning for flesh. In the depths of the city lurk terrifying mutations in the shadows. Brave adventurers, delve into this city of death, investigate the source of the virus, and put an end to this crisis. At the base of the stone tablet, several NPC guards, clad in leather and armed with firearms, presumably from the gunsmith sanctuary, stood in place, maintaining order and guiding players inside. At this moment, a considerable number of players had gathered at the dungeon entrance, forming teams or waiting. Upon seeing Lin Feng's radiant figure appear as if by teleportation, everyone was taken aback. Whoa, it's Lin Feng. Is he here to tackle this dungeon too? Wasn't he just at his stall? He arrived so quickly? Big shot. Are you looking to form a team? We have knights and healers here. Please take us along. An eager player, resembling a squad leader, hurriedly approached, his face brimming with hope. Their team was in dire need of a powerful damage dealer. If they could align with the great Lin Feng, clearing the normal difficulty would be a breeze. They might even attempt the hard difficulty. Lin Feng glanced at him, waved his hand dismissively, and coolly replied, Solo. Solo. The squad leader and all players within earshot were left in a state of shock once more. Soloing a team dungeon. A level 10 to 15 team dungeon. Big shot. Must you be so outrageous? Lin Feng had no time to entertain the astonishment of mere mortals. He strode directly to the dungeon entrance, presenting his quest token to the guiding NPC guard, automatically obtained upon accepting the class change quest. Trial of the Sharpshooter, normal difficulty, solo. Lin Feng stated succinctly. The NPC guard was momentarily taken aback. After confirming Lin Feng's quest information and choice, he mechanically responded, confirming acceptance of Trial of the Sharpshooter. Difficulty, normal. Number of entrants, 1. Please be advised, the dungeon is fraught with peril, and solo challenges carry a high risk. Please, before the guard could finish. Lin Feng stepped boldly into the ominous dark red vortex, his figure instantly engulfed, disappearing without a trace, leaving behind a crowd of players, dumbfounded and disheveled. At the dungeon entrance, and the NPC guard, still dutifully reciting the risk warnings. Please be sure to, wish you good luck. Chapter 52, Welcome to Raccoon City. The Novice Dungeon? A playground for me. System notification, you have entered the Novice Dungeon, abandoned police station in Raccoon City. Dungeon difficulty, normal. Current status, single player mode. Warning, this copy is designed for multiple players. The risk of solo challenges is exceedingly high. Proceed with caution. Mission objective, eliminate the primary threats within the abandoned police station and defeat the final boss to restore safety to the area. Tip, your current level has reached LV10, but you have yet to complete your job change and therefore cannot earn experience points. A series of system notifications flashed before Lin Feng's eyes. Exceedingly high risk? Huh, that applies only to ordinary individuals. Lin Feng scoffed at the system's warning. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself standing in a rather dilapidated and eerie hall. This must be the so-called lobby of the Raccoon City Police Department. The lofty ceiling was adorned with cobwebs, and several chandeliers hung precariously, flickering with a faint and sinister green glow, casting an otherworldly illumination throughout the hall. The marble floor, now unrecognizable in color, was littered with scattered documents, overturned furniture, desiccated dark red bloodstains, and what appeared to be remnants of human corpses. The air was thick with a pungent mix of dust, disinfectant, and a nauseating stench of decay. TSK, 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 the artistic style is quite faithfully rendered. Lin Feng pinched his nose, taking an amused interest in the surroundings. Sinister, oppressive, terrifying. Any normal LV10 player, even in a 5-person team, would likely be quaking in their boots, treading cautiously, and advancing with trepidation. But who was Lin Feng? He bore the blessing of ancestors, which doubled all attributes. Armed with golden quality dual pistols with infinite ammunition, sporting the title of 50,000 Corpses Slayer, dealing an additional 20 damage to undead creatures, with an astounding agility of 136, and an attack power exceeding 500. This place was to him no different than his own backyard. Nay, it was akin to the small grove outside the novice village. Roar, as if to validate Lin Feng's thoughts. A low, raspy growl echoed from the depths of the hall. Moments later, several figures, clad in tattered police uniforms, their skin a ghastly gray, moving in grotesque manners with viscous substances dripping from their mouths, staggered forth from the shadows. Police station zombie. Level, LV10. Health, 1500. Attack power, 70. Defense, 40. Skills, bite. Claw strike, zombie horde effect. Oh ho, here they come. An appetizer. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and rather than feeling fear, he displayed a gleeful smile akin to that of a child discovering a new toy. He couldn't even be bothered to seek cover. Standing boldly in the center of the hall, raising both hands, with 2 gleaming, golden twin desert eagles, firmly in his grip. Bang, bang, bang. There was no need to aim. Thanks to the Heart of Twins, effect which granted exceptional accuracy and minimal recoil, combined with his absurd agility that provided terrifying reflexes. 3 bullets, as if guided by an unseen force, struck precisely at the head of the foremost police station zombie. 556, 556, 556. 3 vibrant red damage numbers erupted simultaneously from the zombie's cranium. With a base attack power of 503, minus the zombie's meager 40 defense, the base damage amounted to 463, adding the 20 damage bonus from the 50,000 Corpses Slayer title against undead creatures. One shot dealt a staggering 556 points of damage. 3 shots. Not a single one less. Just enough to deplete the health bar of this ordinary LV10 zombie with 1500 health. Splurt. The head of the police station zombie burst open like a watermelon struck by a sledgehammer, splattering red and white across the floor. Its massive form swayed twice before collapsing, dissipating into specks of black light. Ding. Killed, police station zombie, LV10, unable to earn experience points. The cold system notification rang out once more. TSK. No experience is quite disappointing. Lin Feng grimaced, but his hands did not falter. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. He remained rooted in place. Like an unyielding artillery piece, the twin desert eagles in his grasp belched forth deadly flames. The golden projectiles traced lethal trajectories in the dimly lit hall. 556, 556, 556, 556, 556, 556. The police station zombies that had just emerged from the shadows, barely within a 10-meter radius of Lin Feng, fell in droves as if mowed down like wheat. Their movements were painfully sluggish compared to Lin Feng's astonishing agility of 136. Their attacks? With an attack power of 70. They could hardly breach Lin Feng's formidable defense of 95, even if they were fortunate enough to land a hit. It would only result in a paltry loss of 1 health point or a complete miss. In less than 10 seconds, the dozen or so police station zombies that had surged from all directions into the central hall were reduced to nothing but black light and system notifications. The entire hall once again fell into a deathly silence. Is this it? Is this truly it? Lin Feng blew on the muzzle of his gun, his face reflecting utter disappointment. LV10-15 instance? Is this difficulty for real? He felt akin to a max level, fully equipped veteran returning to the novice village. Faced with a horde of weaklings that could only shout Demasha, it was utterly uninspiring. He hoped the upcoming foes would provide a challenge. Otherwise, this job change quest would be dreadfully dull. While Lin Feng grumbled, he began to scavenge for loot. Unfortunately, these ordinary zombies were as impoverished as could be, dropping only a few copper coins and no white gear whatsoever. Stingy. Lin Feng grumbled as he picked up a few copper coins and then began to examine the structure of the hall. Directly opposite the entrance was a tall reception desk, still bearing the remnants of the RPD, Raccoon City Police Department, insignia, though it was now covered in grime and claw marks. Behind the reception desk, there appeared to be a passage leading to the internal office area. On either side of the hall were several closed doors, marked with signs such as archives and duty room. The entire layout indeed resembled that of the police station in the game. Well, according to the instance's progression, the next step should be to head towards the office area or the corridor. Lin Feng recalled the information provided by the NPC mentor regarding the instance. He did not rush forward, but instead slowed his pace slightly. The dim lighting, the silent atmosphere, and the faint echo of growls in the air. The mood gradually became tense. Just as Lin Feng stepped into the corridor leading to the office area, squeal. An ear-piercing shriek, akin to metal scraping against glass, suddenly rang out from above. Immediately after, a swift shadow, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, leaped down from the ceiling. Its target, Lin Feng's nape. That bare, muscular body, thick with sinew, those gleaming, scythe-like claws, that eyeless visage, with only a gaping maw and a long, flicking tongue. Liquor. Level, LV13. Health, 5,000. Attack power, 150. Defense, 60. Agility, extremely high. Skills, tongue whip, leaping claw strike, ceiling crawling, death ambush. The liquor, evidently employing the skill of death lurk, lay silently concealed in the shadows of the ceiling, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to ensnare its prey within its lethal grasp. Its timing was exceptionally cunning, coinciding perfectly with the instant Lin Feng's attention was diverted by the corridor ahead. Its speed was akin to lightning. Those razor-sharp claws could effortlessly rend steel asunder. Any ordinary player, even the swiftest of assassins, would surely find themselves doomed to instant annihilation when confronted with such a sudden and fatal strike. Yet, it was Lin Feng who stood before it, just as the liquor's talons were a mere fraction of a second from grazing the skin at Lin Feng's nape. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. At last, a worthy adversary had arrived. His body exhibited no grand evasive maneuvers. Instead, his neck twisted at an unnaturally peculiar angle, as if devoid of bone. Simultaneously, the golden desert eagle in his right hand appeared as if teleported to his left flank. Its barrel angled impossibly upward. Boom! The deafening gunshot reverberated through the narrow corridor. A shot fired at near-zero distance. 532. A monumental damage number burst forth from the liquor's descending abdomen. The creature emitted a pained shriek. Its powerful charge was abruptly halted by the staggering force of the bullet. Its body momentarily stiffened mid-air. And this was the opportunity Lin Feng had been awaiting. My little treasure, crawl for me. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The desert eagle in his left hand struck like a serpent emerging from its burrow. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of shots echoed. Golden bullets cascaded down upon the exposed, pulsating heart of the liquor, rendered defenseless by its brief paralysis. 532, 532, 532, 532, 532. Damage numbers poured forth like a torrential waterfall. The level 13 elite liquor, boasting a staggering 5,000 health points, found its health bar plummeting like a floodgate unleashed under Lin Feng's tempestuous onslaught. From the initial ambush to being countered into a state of rigidity, to the subsequent frenzied bombardment, the entire sequence transpired in less than 3 seconds. A final, unwilling roar escaped the liquor's maw as its colossal form crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before dissolving into a wisp of black light. All that remained were a few copper coins and an item radiating a faint blue glow. Lin Feng landed gracefully, a hint of lingering dissatisfaction etched upon his face. Is this it? Is this truly an elite monster? Stronger than that previous bunch of weaklings, yet still far too fragile. He shook his head, bending down to collect the loot. A handful of copper coins and decayed police badge. Quality white. Type, quest item junk. Description, a police badge so corroded that the inscriptions are nearly illegible, seemingly imbued with a peculiar energy fluctuation. Perhaps it holds some significance? Lin Feng regarded the tattered card with a bemused expression. After all that, this is what the elite monster drops? A quest item? What a letdown. He casually tossed the useless item into his backpack and continued deeper into the corridor, his expression rife with disdain for this novice dungeon. This was hardly a dungeon. It was clearly a shooting range for him. Chapter 53. In my presence, all are equal. Having traversed the corridor where the liquor had ambushed him, Lin Feng officially entered the internal office area of the police station. The scene here was even more chaotic and disheveled than the lobby. Rows of cubicles lay scattered. Overturned filing cabinets littered the floor, and papers and debris were strewn haphazardly everywhere. Most of the ceiling lights had extinguished, with only a few stubbornly flickering, casting mottled shadows that contributed to the eerie atmosphere. The stench of decay hung heavily in the air, and faintly, the distant growls of more zombies and the nauseating sounds of gnawing could be heard. TSK, even in life, these officers had a dismal work environment, and now, in death, they turned the place into quite the spectacle. Lin Feng remarked, maintaining a vigilant watch over his surroundings. Although he had dispatched the liquor with ease, it served as a reminder that he could not underestimate the strength of ordinary zombies. Elite monsters and special mechanisms could still pose a threat. Roar. Just as Lin Feng stepped into a relatively open office hall, a swarm of police zombies erupted from the shadows of the surrounding cubicles, from overturned desks, and even from the ventilation ducts. The sheer number was staggering, at least 30 or more. Moreover, these zombies seemed to be connected by some invisible force. As they converged in sufficient numbers, a faint, unsettling black aura began to emanate from each one. Their eyes transformed from murky to a vivid crimson. Their movement speed appeared to have increased, albeit only marginally. System notification. Horde effect has been triggered. Within range, police zombies gain 5 attack power and 5 defense. Oh, so this is the horde effect? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, an intrigued expression manifesting on his face. He almost burst into laughter. Is this it? Just this slight enhancement? He felt insulted. This increase was virtually negligible to him. It was still 3 shots per zombie. After all that, this was the extent of the enhancement? He had expected to transform into a Super Saiyan zombie. How disappointing. Lin Feng shook his head in dismay. He could hardly be bothered with tactical positioning. He simply stood his ground, arms raised. Come on, allow me to demonstrate what absolute firepower suppression truly means. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The twin desert eagles, with their infinite ammunition, unleashed a furious roar once more. This time, Lin Feng didn't even bother with headshots. He simply activated a spray and pray mode. After all, bullets were free, and these creatures had pitifully low defenses. Golden bullets swirled like 2 frenzied fire dragons, instantly engulfing the entire office hall. 554, 554, 554, 554, 554. Damage numbers erupted like a barrage on the screen, exploding amidst the horde of zombies. Those police zombies, who had just moments ago exuded confidence, bolstered by the horde effect, crumbled before Lin Feng's overwhelming firepower as if they were mere paper dolls. Regardless of their so-called horde effect or their numbers, in the presence of Lin Feng's twin guns, all were equal. All fell to 3 shots. The few at the forefront were instantly shredded into a sieve, their bodies torn apart like rag dolls. The ones behind, caught off guard, were swiftly enveloped by the oncoming hail of bullets. Their purportedly enhanced attack and defense capabilities were rendered laughable in the face of such overwhelming firepower. In less than half a minute, the entire office hall was once again cleared. All that remained were dismembered limbs, soon to dissipate into black light, hundreds of copper coins, and a few items emitting a faint white glow. Clean the battlefield, clean the battlefield. He hummed a merry tune as he began to cheerfully gather items. Copper coins, gratefully accepted. A damaged baton, white garbage. A bloodstained walkie-talkie, white garbage. A pack of expired donuts, white garbage. Consumption may lead to poisoning. Damn, is this it? Lin Feng's face turned dark. Was there something awry with the drop rate in this instance? After vanquishing so many monsters, not a single blue item to show for it. He felt akin to a weary farmer toiling in the fields, only to reap a harvest of weeds. Oh well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Lin Feng consoled himself, tossing the white garbage into a corner of his backpack, preparing to seek out a merchant NPC to sell them. Having cleared the office hall, Lin Feng pressed on. According to the map, the next area should be the detention zone or interrogation room. The environment there was even more cramped and dimly lit. And based on the instance's description, it was a mandatory encounter zone for lickers. Finally, something thrilling was about to happen. Lin Feng licked his lips, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Battling ordinary monsters was simply too mundane. It was the elite monsters that truly provided a sense of exhilaration. Navigating through an even darker corridor, its walls marred with scratches and mysterious stains, Lin Feng arrived before a heavy iron door. An electronic keypad was affixed to the door. Its screen shattered, evidently non-functional. Beside it was a card slot, suggesting that a corresponding keycard was required to unlock it. TSK, as expected, a puzzle element. Lin Feng smirked. Fortunately, he had just picked up a rotting police badge, though he was uncertain of its utility. With a spirit of experimentation, he retrieved the tattered card from his backpack and inserted it into the card slot. Beep. Insufficient permissions. A chilling electronic voice resounded. What the hell? Insufficient permissions? Lin Feng was taken aback. What use was this broken thing? He felt as though he had been toyed with by the system. Did he need to find a specific keycard? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. This decrepit police station was enormous. Who knows where the keycard could be? He had no time to play any escape room games. The time for Ancestor's blessing was precious. Damn it, what a wretched door. Watch me perform a physical unlock. A flicker of impatience crossed Lin Feng's eyes. He took 2 steps back, inhaled deeply. Then, his right foot shot up. The iron plate boots beneath his feet gleamed with a metallic sheen. Open for me. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Lin Feng delivered a powerful kick infused with a staggering 64 points of strength, doubled by tidal equipment, directly into the heavy iron door. The sturdy door crumpled inward as if struck by a battering ram. It emitted a grating metallic distortion sound. The hinges and locking mechanism could not withstand such terrifying force. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal components flying apart, the entire iron door, along with part of the doorframe, was sent hurtling away by Lin Feng's kick. It crashed heavily onto the corridor floor behind, kicking up a cloud of dust. Brutal. Simple. Effective. Mission accomplished. Lin Feng dusted off his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his face. What need was there for a password keycard? In the face of absolute power, all else was rendered insignificant. He strode confidently past the kicked-open iron door, entering the area beyond. The lighting here was even dimmer, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Almost palpable. Along the narrow corridor, cells lined either side, Most iron bars twisted and deformed, some cell doors ajar and empty, while others remained tightly shut. Faintly echoing unsettling thuds and growls from within. Roar. Hiss. Almost simultaneously as Lin Feng stepped into the corridor, shadows surged forth from the cells on either side, and even from above. Not just one, a total of 3 lickers. They launched a surprise attack from different directions. Clearly, they had been roused by the thunderous sound of the door crashing. One lunged directly at Lin Feng, claws aimed at his face. Another burst forth from the left cell, its long tongue shooting towards Lin Feng's waist, attempting to drag him in. And a third, silently descending from the ceiling, targeting Lin Feng's back. 3 LV-13 elite monsters. Coordinated flawlessly, they blocked all possible escape routes for Lin Feng. In any ordinary 5-man team, facing such a predicament would likely result in instant casualties, perhaps even total annihilation. However, there was no trace of panic on Lin Feng's face. Instead, he wore an even more exhilarated smile. Come on, bring all 3 at once. It saves me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. In that instant, his body seemed to transform into an ethereal specter. As the licker charged at him from the front, he did not retreat, but advanced. He crouched low, as if gliding just above the ground, narrowly evading the licker's claws. Simultaneously, his dual pistols seemed to possess a will of their own. Bang, bang, 2 shots. They struck the exposed abdomen of the licker with precision. 532. 532. Facing the tongue lash from the left, Lin Feng didn't even glance. He stomped his left foot on the ground, activating the swift effect of his iron plate boots. His body shifted sideways as if teleporting half a meter to the right. The tongue, capable of severing steel, swept past his clothing, crashing heavily into the opposite wall, leaving a deep gash, and Lin Feng's counterattack followed suit. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots. The bullets spiraled directly into the licker's gaping maw. 532. 532. 532. What about the one descending from the ceiling? Lin Feng didn't even turn his head, relying on his extraordinary agility and heightened perception. He dodged the first licker's attack while his right hand, like it had eyes in the back, swung upwards. Bang, 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 bang. Blind fire. 4 shots. The bullets accurately struck the heart of the descending licker. 532. 532. 532. 532. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng danced like a phantom on the edge of a knife. He perfectly evaded the lethal onslaught of all 3 lickers with mere millimeters to spare, and, as he dodged, he inflicted tremendous damage upon each licker. This was not merely a battle, it was a one-sided artistic slaughter. The 3 arrogant elite lickers, before Lin Feng, were akin to slightly stronger insects. Their attacks couldn't even graze the hem of his clothing. Yet every counter he executed was precise and lethal. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire echoed continuously. Lin Feng's figure darted through the narrow corridor, ghost-like. He was Marco Polo. The golden desert eagle in both hands spewed forth angry fire tongues. In less than 10 seconds, all 3 lickers lay slain, transformed into black light and 3 identical, rotten police badges. Lin Feng gazed at the 3 tattered cards on the ground, his mouth twitching madly. More? Is this not finished? What on earth is the use of this thing? 3 pieces combined into a police badge, is it? He felt his blood pressure rising. The designer of this scenario, truly a sadistic fiend. Chapter 54, The Star's Office? I'm here to check the meter. Confronting the tyrant. Suppressing the urge to tear apart those 3 wretched badges, Lin Feng grumbled as he shoved them into his backpack. Damn it, once I get out of here, I will surely lodge a complaint. What a pathetic drop. Bullying honest folks, is it? Though he complained vocally, his footsteps did not falter. As he traversed the corridor of the detention area, reeking of blood and despair, he arrived at a fork in the path. To the left, it seemed to lead deeper into the prison, or perhaps to an interrogation room. The light was dim, and he could faintly hear the sound of dragging chains, a clear indication that it was not a place of comfort. To the right, however, there was a staircase that appeared slightly more spacious, ascending towards the upper regions of the police station. At the stairway's entrance hung a slanted sign, caked in filth, yet he could vaguely make out the words Star's Office. The Star's Office. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. This was an iconic location from Resident Evil, the stronghold of the protagonists. A veritable treasure trove of crucial items and plot triggers. I must take a look. Lin Feng made a swift decision. Compared to the sinister and foreboding prison area to the left, the Star's Office was evidently far more enticing. Perhaps he might even uncover some valuable items, such as the protagonist's hidden weapons, or perhaps a sultry female team member's private diary. Lin Feng, what am I thinking? Am I that kind of person? Without hesitation, he ascended the staircase to the right. The staircase was similarly littered with debris and bloodstains, the walls marred by bullet holes and signs of explosions. Clearly having been the site of fierce battles, Lin Feng climbed the steps, soon reaching the 2nd floor. The corridor here was somewhat brighter than the first, yet still permeated by an aura of death. At the end of the corridor, a set of double doors stood ajar, the sign above the frame having fallen apart. Yet the remaining portion distinctly read stars. This was it. Lin Feng's spirits lifted as he tightened his grip on his twin guns, cautiously making his way forward. Though he was confident, one could never know what horrors might lurk within the star's office, perhaps something akin to a psychopath like Weskier. He peered into the office. It was a scene of utter chaos. Desks and chairs lay toppled, communication devices smashed beyond recognition, honor banners torn to shreds, and the floor scattered with shell casings. Medical supply wrappers, and several corpses clad in stars' uniforms. These bodies had evidently been dead for some time, their skin shriveled and taking on an unnatural gray hue. Some even grotesquely dismembered, their demise is tragic. Yet, they had not risen as zombies. This surprised Lin Feng. Could it be that the star's members were immune to the virus? Or had they been dispatched by something else entirely? Lin Feng furrowed his brow and stepped inside. The office was relatively spacious, divided into several areas. A communication room, an armory. The door had been violently breached and was now empty, and the captain's office, among others. Lin Feng rummaged through the office like a curious child or a looter seeking supplies. Let me see if there's anything worthwhile. He discovered a tattered document in a collapsed desk drawer. Test subject BOWD002. Preliminary test results exceeded expectations. Strength, speed, and recovery abilities met design standards. Yet intelligence appears to have flaws. Excessive aggression, difficult to control, implantation of power limiter recommended. The content on the back of the document had been torn away. T002. Power limiter? Lin Feng stroked his chin. Could this be the tyrant? He instantly recalled the final boss from the scenario introduction. That hulking figure clad in a trench coat. It seemed he was not far from the boss. He searched elsewhere, finding little of use, some useless debris, such as damaged radio headsets, empty first aid spray cans, and a magazine featuring a sultry woman on the cover. Beyond that, nothing of value surfaced. TCH. A pauperess office. Lin Feng grimaced in dissatisfaction, having hoped to find a few rocket launchers with infinite ammo. Just as he prepared to leave the star's office and proceed to the next area, according to the scenario, it should be the underground parking lot or the entrance to a secret laboratory. A heavy, oppressive sound echoed from the corridor outside the office. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footfalls was immensely heavy, a palpable pressure that seemed to stomp directly on Lin Feng's heart. Slow, yet resolute, filled with an undeniable sense of power. Lin Feng's pupils dilated. These footsteps could not possibly belong to a mere zombie or licker. He instantly realized. No way, the boss is coming this soon? He immediately turned, raising his twin guns, vigilantly staring at the open doorway of the office. The footsteps grew closer, louder. Thud, thud, thud. An exceedingly tall, robust figure appeared at the entrance, clad in a signature, soiled, and tattered dark green trench coat, beneath which lay muscles as hard as steel. His skin bore a sickly grayish hue, his face devoid of expression, with cold, merciless eyes fixated squarely on Lin Feng within the office. That terrifying aura, that suffocating pressure. Undoubtedly, he was the final boss of this scenario, the Tyrant T002. Tyrant T002. Level, LV15. Type, boss bioweapon. Health, 20,000. Attack power, 250. Defense, 100. Skills, devastating fist. Tyrant charge, resilient skin, power limiter release, Titan stomp. Wow, this guy is quite a behemoth. Lin Feng gazed at the towering boss, standing at least 2.5 meters tall, resembling a small giant, unable to suppress a whistle. Even from a distance, he could sense the raw, murderous aura emanating from him. 20,000 health, 250 attack power, 100 defense. These stats, far superior to the previous corpse dominator, especially that 100 defense. The Tyrant T002 clearly had no intentions of engaging Lin Feng in friendly conversation. Once its icy gaze locked onto Lin Feng, it wasted no time, taking heavy strides towards him. Thud, thud, thud. With each step, the floor of the office trembled slightly. Hey, big guy, don't be so serious. Crack a smile. Lin Feng retreated, creating distance while also throwing out a taunt. However, what responded to him was the Tyrant's fist, the size of a cauldron. Whoosh. The Tyrant suddenly accelerated. Its massive form exhibited an astonishing speed that belied its size. In an instant, it covered several meters. A colossal fist, enveloped in a terrifying power, descended with a shriek that tore through the air, crashing brutally towards Lin Feng's head. The annihilating punch. This strike. It was imbued with such force that it could flatten a tank. Lin Feng could even feel the oppressive force of the fist's wind. Holy moly, how swift. Lin Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated that this seemingly cumbersome behemoth could move with such speed. Yet, no matter how fast it was, could it surpass him? Just as the fist was about to collide with his face, Lin Feng's body floated backwards like a willow catkin, retreating several meters. Simultaneously, his dual desert eagles were instantly raised. Bang, 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 bang. The vengeful bullets poured forth like a torrential storm, relentlessly targeting the unprotected visage of the Tyrant. 484, 484, 484. A cascade of damage numbers erupted above the Tyrant's head. Although its defense of 100 points did mitigate some of the damage, Lin Feng's offensive power was simply overwhelming, coupled with the 20 boost from 50,000 corpse slashes. Each shot still inflicted nearly 500 points of damage on the tyrant. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. In the face of Lin Feng's firepower, potent enough to cripple a devourer in an instant, the tyrant did not flinch or evade. It didn't even blink. It allowed the powerful bullets to rain down upon its face and body without resistance. 484. 484. The damage numbers continued to rise, and the tyrant's health bar slowly diminished. Yet, its footsteps showed no sign of faltering. It continued to approach Lin Feng with heavy strides, its expressionless face radiating a chilling intent to kill, as if Lin Feng's attacks were merely a trifling annoyance. Good grief. So resilient. Lin Feng stared at the slowly descending health bar above the tyrant's head, feeling a chill run down his spine. This tough exterior was simply absurd. Not only was its defense high, but it seemed to possess a significant damage reduction or invulnerability effect. How intriguing. The situation was becoming increasingly fascinating. Lin Feng, instead of being frightened, felt exhilarated. Now, that was a challenge. Come on, you hulking brute. Let me see whether you will demolish this building first, or if I shall reduce you to a sieve. Lin Feng let out a hearty laugh. No longer retreating, he planted his feet firmly on the ground. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, he charged towards the terrifying biological weapon that resembled a mobile fortress. Chapter 55. Boss Battle. A Clash of Titans. The Tyrant's Iron Fist and Lin Feng's Dance. Bang, 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 bang. The twin desert eagles unleashed a torrent of wrathful flames. The golden bullets lashed out like two frenzied whips, striking the tyrant's impassive visage with ferocity. 484. 484. 484. Damage numbers sprang forth continuously, although individual numbers were smaller compared to when he faced lesser foes and the devourer. Lin Feng's firing rate was unparalleled. That was an infinite ammo golden weapon. Moreover, with his monstrous agility and the enhancement of twin hearts, he experienced almost no recoil, achieving an astonishing rate of fire. In the span of a single second, he unleashed a barrage of over a dozen bullets. Kato's eagle hand. He forcibly depleted several thousand health points from the tyrant in its charge. Yet, the Tyrant T-002, true to its name as the ultimate biological weapon, displayed its tenacity. In the face of such a furious onslaught, it did not even flinch. It allowed the bullets, capable of piercing steel, to slam into its body, producing dull thuds. Its steps remained unwavering. Those cold, merciless eyes remained locked onto Lin Feng. The distance was rapidly closing. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Just as the tyrant's fist, the size of a cooking pot, was about to swing again, Lin Feng made his move. His body slid to the left at an angle that no ordinary person could achieve. Simultaneously, his twin guns continued their relentless assault. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets grazed the wind of the tyrant's fist, striking accurately at its chest and neck. 484. 484. 484. The tyrant's punch missed. That terrifying power slammed into the hard floor of the star's office. Boom. A resounding crash. At the point of impact, the ground immediately cracked, sending debris flying and leaving a shallow crater. The destructive force was astounding. Holy moly, such strength. Is this a demolition crew? Lin Feng's eyelids twitched at the sight. If that punch had landed, with his nearly 1,600 health points, he would likely have lost a significant chunk, and it could very well have imposed some negative effects like dizziness or fractures. He could not withstand this head-on. Absolutely not. Lin Feng quickly made his assessment. His greatest advantage lay in his unparalleled speed and agility. With an impressive 136 points in agility, coupled with the 15 speed boost from iron plate boots, he moved through the relatively spacious, albeit cluttered star's office like a phantom. He began a high-speed evasive shooting maneuver around the tyrant. At times, he would dart behind a desk, using it as a momentary shield. Other times, he would weave beside a load-bearing column, evading the tyrant's straight-line charges. At times, he even leapt high, standing atop an overturned filing cabinet, unleashing firepower from a superior vantage point. His form was so swift that it appeared as mere golden afterimages. Meanwhile, his twin desert eagles acted like two unceasing venomous serpents, relentlessly delivering deadly bullets into the tyrant's body from every conceivable angle. Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire was nearly unceasing. The star's office had transformed entirely into Lin Feng's personal stage, while the Tyrant T-002 resembled a clumsy bear, ensnared by Lin Feng, the agile hunter. It possessed terrifying strength and defense, yet speed remained its Achilles heel. Though its straight-line charge was not slow, it could not even graze the corner of Lin Feng's clothes in the face of his near-instantaneous dodges and direction changes. Annihilating punch. Could not land. Tyrant charge. Whoosh. The tyrant once again locked onto Lin Feng and launched itself forward like a cannonball. Unstoppable. It shattered every desk, chair, and filing cabinet in its path. However, just as it was about to collide with Lin Feng, a smirk of mockery crept across his face. as if to say, "You are too slow." He pushed off from the side of a partially collapsed metal cabinet. His body executed a graceful side flip in the air, landing lightly beside the path of the tyrant's charge. Simultaneously, the Desert Eagles in his hands continued their frenzied output. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets pursued the tyrant's rear, sparking with every strike. 484, 484, 484, 484. The tyrant's charge crashed directly into the wall at the end of the office. Boom. The entire building seemed to tremble. A massive hole appeared in the wall, with bricks tumbling down. Good grief. Such destructive power. I hope I won't have to pay for this after the fight. Lin Feng couldn't help but complain as he gazed at the ravaged wall. The tyrant emerged slowly from the gaping hole in the wall, utterly unscathed, albeit with its trench coat rendered even more tattered. It turned around, its icy gaze once again locking onto Lin Feng. Despite Lin Feng having whittled down nearly a third of its health, over 6,000 points, it appeared devoid of any sensation of pain or fatigue. It remained the same frigid, merciless entity, born solely for slaughter. TSK. What a simpleton. Lin Feng grimaced, feeling a touch of ennui. This boss, aside from its formidable toughness and strength, seemed rather unremarkable. As long as he maintained his distance, utilizing his speed advantage to kite it, defeating it was merely a matter of time. However, it was a tad time-consuming. Lin Feng glanced at the remaining duration of his ancestral blessing buff. A few hours remained, which was ample time. Yet, he did not wish to squander his precious moments on this simpleton. He needed to devise a means to expedite the process. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with inspiration as he pondered. A direct confrontation? No, the risk was too great. Searching for a weakness? This creature appeared as solid as iron from head to toe. What weaknesses could it possibly possess? Ah, the documents. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the fragmented file he had discovered on the table earlier. It mentioned a power limiter. It also noted that the boss's intelligence was flawed, leading to excessive aggression. Flawed intelligence and excessive aggression. Lin Feng stroked his chin, his eyes brightening. He chuckled wickedly, abruptly halting his aimless strafing. Instead, he sprinted toward the central office column, the one adorned with the star's insignia, which appeared the sturdiest. Big fellow, come chase me, catch me, and I shall show you something delightful. Lin Feng taunted, glancing back to beckon the tyrant with a curled finger, pushing the limits of provocation. As expected, the tyrant's already limited intelligence was ignited by Lin Feng's taunts. It emitted a low, thunderous growl, abandoning all other actions, and resumed its heavy strides towards Lin Feng. Its target was none other than that very column. Now was the moment. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with determination. Just as the tyrant was about to reach the column and unleash a cataclysmic punch, Lin Feng's figure darted aside, as if teleporting. The bullets he had left suspended in the air, however, seemed to have been calculated perfectly. Bang, bang, bang. They struck precisely at the tyrant's knee joint, which had momentarily lost balance due to its excessive force. 484, 484, 484. Although the damage remained modest, it successfully induced a minuscule stumble in the tyrant's formidable frame. Consequently, its fist veered slightly off its intended trajectory aimed at Lin Feng, or rather, the column. Boom! The terrifying punch crashed into the wall beside the column, creating yet another gaping hole. Ha! Simpleton, missed the mark, didn't you? Lin Feng stood with hands on his hips, laughing heartily. He realized that by exploiting this boss's low intelligence and propensity to be provoked, combined with his precise shooting and agile movements, he could toy with it like a puppet. The tyrant, evidently infuriated by being mocked, let out an even deeper growl, its muscles visibly swelling with rage. Once again, it charged toward Lin Feng. Come on. Show me just how foolish you truly are. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, skillfully maneuvering around the various obstacles within the office, initiating a new round of the deceptive dance. The sounds of gunfire, explosions, the shattering of structures, and Lin Feng's brazen taunts intertwined into an extraordinarily peculiar, yet humorous battle symphony within the star's office. The tyrant's health steadily dwindled amidst this mockery-laden skirmish. Soon, the health dipped below the critical threshold of 50. Chapter 56, Power Limiter Released. Just as the tyrant's life points fell below 10,000, a roar emanated from the depths of its throat, starkly different from its previous sounds, filled with fury and agony. This sound was no longer the low, suppressed growl. It was imbued with a wild madness and the ecstasy of breaking free from constraints. Accompanying this roar, the body of Tyrant T002 underwent a remarkable transformation. Crack, crack. Eerie sounds reminiscent of bones fracturing and reassembling echoed from within. Its already imposing physique swelled even larger, utterly shredding its tattered dark green trench coat, revealing a more monstrous, iron-like musculature beneath. Its skin transitioned from a pallid gray to an abnormal, dark red, marred with the signs of burst veins. Its eyes were completely consumed by a frenzied bloodlust. An aura of destruction, exponentially more potent than before, surged through the entire star's office. System notification, Tyrant T002, health below 50. Power limiter released, activated. Tyrant T002 enters Berserk state. Attack speed increased by 20. Movement speed increased by 20. Defense reduced by 10. New skill unlocked. Titanic Stomp. What? It can transform. Lin Feng gazed at the now dramatically altered and imposing figure before him, astonished. The previously formidable, yet somewhat clumsy simpleton had morphed into a frenzied killing machine, radiating an aura of annihilation. Speed, power, intimidation, all had escalated to unprecedented levels. Particularly the movement speed. While the Tyrant's pace had previously seemed sluggish to Lin Feng, after the increase, it now approached the speed of his rapid, enhanced standard movement. This meant that evading and kiting it as he had before would no longer be a simple endeavor. A 10-point reduction in defense? Lin Feng noted another crucial detail from the system notification. The Tyrant's defense had diminished from 100 to 90. This implied bang. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his gun and fired. 496. Indeed, the damage had increased. Although only by a small margin, every bit counted. Let us go. You've gone berserk. Have you? Show me just how wild you can be. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening. His opponent had grown stronger, and he too must summon greater strength. No longer would he indulge in playful antics. He concentrated all his energy on evasion and output. The extraordinary neural reflexes and bodily control bestowed by the ancestral blessing reached their zenith at this moment. Roar. The Berserk Tyrant exhibited an insatiable desire to attack. Abandoning its previously somewhat rigid pursuit mode, it unleashed a torrential assault upon Lin Feng. Devastating punches. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The heavy fists, accompanied by terrifying sonic booms, rained down upon Lin Feng like raindrops. Its speed had increased at least 20. Each punch is imbued with the power to shatter steel. Lin Feng's figure weaves rapidly through the shadows of fists, akin to a solitary leaf caught in a tempestuous storm. Danger lurks at every turn. Yet he consistently evades lethal strikes by the narrowest of margins. The iron-plated boots beneath his feet seem to transform into mere phantoms, each step landing precisely on the optimal points for both force and evasion. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire of the twin Desert Eagles grows increasingly frenetic. He even begins to target the slightly darker joint connections on the Tyrant's body, exposed by its bulging muscles. While uncertain if these are true weaknesses, they are certainly preferable to striking its iron-like chest. 496. 496. Damage numbers continue to soar. The Tyrant's health bar steadily declines. Yet, the rate of descent appears to have slowed. No, that is not it. It's that the Tyrant's attack frequency has surged. To avoid the torrential onslaught of heavy blows, Lin Feng is compelled to devote more energy to evasion, which inevitably diminishes his output. This cannot continue. He risks being worn down. Just as Lin Feng ponders his strategy, the Tyrant seems to have grown weary of this game of whack-a-mole. It abruptly halts its punches and emits a deafening roar. Then, its massive form suddenly sinks downward. Its right foot, akin to a pillar of heaven, violently stomps down upon the ground. Titanic Stomp. Oh no. The ultimate move is upon him. Lin Feng's pupils constrict. He had anticipated this moment. The instant the Tyrant crouches, he wastes no time. His legs propel him backward with the force of a rocket. Almost as soon as he retreats 7 or 8 meters, a thunderous explosion erupts. A visible shockwave radiates outward from the Tyrant's landing point. The ground trembles violently, as if an earthquake of magnitude 8 has struck. Where the shockwave passes, the earth cracks. Debris flies chaotically. Those office desks and filing cabinets that were not obliterated are instantly reduced to a shower of fragments, as if struck by an invisible hammer. The overwhelming force even sends a rush of air toward Lin Feng, who barely escapes the edge of the blast zone. What a close call. Lin Feng pats his chest, still shaken. Had he been hit directly, even if he survived, the 15 seconds of dizziness would have been sufficient for the Tyrant to pulverize him into a pulp. This enraged boss is indeed several times more formidable. There is no more time to waste. A swift resolution is imperative. Lin Feng's gaze sharpens. He glances at the Tyrant's health bar, which hovers around 40%, less than 8,000 points. He must defeat it before it unleashes another Titanic Stomp, or before his energy is completely drained. It's now or never. A fierce determination ignites in Lin Feng's eyes. He ceases his relentless pursuit of ultimate evasion and begins to take risks. He attempts to close the distance to the Tyrant whenever he can, for the closer he gets, the higher his accuracy and resultant damage. Of course, this also exponentially increases the risk. Whoosh. Another devastating blow narrowly grazes Lin Feng's nose. Now is the moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng steps forward with vigor, closing in on the Tyrant's massive frame. The twin Desert Eagles in his hands almost touch the Tyrant's underarm, a region relatively vulnerable due to its rage-induced engorgement. Die, you wretch. The advantage of infinite ammunition is fully realized in this instant. Golden bullets surge forth like two high-speed drills, mercilessly drilling into the same spot. 496. 510. 496. 525. Critical hit. 496. 496. 510. The damage numbers flash across the screen at an unprecedented speed. The tyrant, clearly unprepared for Lin Feng's audacity to engage at such close range, lets out a pained roar. It attempts to swat Lin Feng away with its massive arm. But Lin Feng clings to it like a stubborn leech. Utilizing his agile movements to continually adjust his position, he evades the tyrant's attacks time and again. Yet, the twin guns in his hands remain unwaveringly focused on the chosen weak point. The tyrant's health bar plummets like a dam bursting. 7,000, 6,000, 5,000. Chapter 57, Dungeon Cleared. The tyrant's wails are drowned out by the bounty of rewards. At this moment, Lin Feng's mind is intensely focused. The blessing of the ancestors brings forth a doubling of all attributes, enhancing not only his numerical stats, but also elevating his senses, reflexes, and bodily coordination to unprecedented heights. His mind operates like the most sophisticated supercomputer, calculating every movement and trajectory of the tyrant's attacks, as well as identifying his optimal evasion routes and counterattack timings. His body, in turn, acts as the epitome of a killing machine, executing his brain's commands with flawless precision. Dodge, slide, duck, step. The twin Desert Eagles maintain an unrelenting barrage of maximum firing speed. The target remains steadfastly locked onto the tyrant's underarm, the area he has diligently focused on. Roar. The tyrant has gone utterly berserk. It senses an unprecedented level of pain and the threat of death. Its massive body thrashes wildly, swinging its arms in a frantic attempt to shake off this pesky nuisance. Yet Lin Feng's speed is astonishingly swift. He is as elusive as a slippery eel, consistently evading attacks in the most improbable ways at the most perilous moments. The office's support columns, collapsed filing cabinets, and shattered walls all become tools for Lin Feng to maneuver and evade. 496, 510, 496, 525. The damage numbers continue to soar. The tyrant's life hangs by a thread. 3,000, 2,000, 1,000. Explode, you wretch. Lin Feng's eyes ignite with brilliant fervor. He senses that the final moment has arrived. With a resounding pop, reminiscent of leather being torn, the area he has relentlessly targeted finally succumbs to the relentless onslaught. It bursts forth, releasing a dark green, foul-smelling liquid that sprays like a fountain. The tyrant freezes in its tracks. Its eyes, filled with a frenzied bloodlust, stare in disbelief at its punctured body. Then, slowly, it raises its head to gaze upon Lin Feng. In its cold, ruthless gaze, a flicker of complex emotion appears. Pain? Resentment? Or perhaps relief? A final roar catches in its throat. Its enormous body, bereft of all support, tumbles backward with a thunderous crash. Boom! The weighty form slams into the ground, emitting a deafening roar that stirs up clouds of dust. Immediately following, the colossal figure began to disintegrate into myriad points of black light, akin to the previously encountered zombies and lickers, ultimately vanishing completely into the air, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation and a few gleaming spoils of victory. System notification, congratulations. You have successfully defeated the final boss, Tyrant T002, of Raccoon City Abandoned Police Station. The dungeon Raccoon City Abandoned Police Station has been cleared. Dungeon rating, SS, minor flaws. Due to your incomplete job transfer, you are unable to receive experience points or standard clearing rewards, reputation, basic currency bonuses, etc. Special drop evaluation in progress. Breathing heavily, Lin Feng gazed at the barren ground before him and the few items quietly resting there, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. The adrenaline that had surged through him began to wane, replaced by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. The intense close-quarters combat had taken a significant toll on both his mind and body. Had it not been for the state of ancestral blessing, which granted him boundless energy, he would have long since collapsed under the strain. Damn it, I finally did it. Lin Feng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, largely born of tension and exhilaration, a victorious smile gracing his face. Although the process had been somewhat perilous, he had nonetheless taken down the ultimate boss single-handedly. With an SS rating, he chuckled to himself, wondering about the quality of the drops this time. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he approached the radiant spoils. First, he encountered a substantial pile of copper coins. This time, the amount was quite considerable, exceeding 1,500 pieces. Not bad at all. A reward for my efforts. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction as he stowed them away. Next, he discovered a dark green core pulsating with intense energy, reminiscent of a heartbeat. Heart of the Tyrant. Quality, purple. Type, special material core component. Description, the core energy source of the LV-15 biological weapon, Tyrant T002. Imbued with terrifying power and regenerative factors resulting from a special viral mutation. It is a precious material for crafting top-tier biotechnological equipment, conducting advanced genetic modifications, or powering certain unique devices. It may also serve as a promotion certificate for some specific professions. Note, the internal energy of the core is highly unstable. Please handle with caution. A purple quality core material, and it can serve as a job transfer certificate. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. This item was undoubtedly extraordinary, even more impressive than the previous abomination core. He carefully secured it, feeling that this dungeon run had not been in vain. Following this, he uncovered an arm guard radiating a soft blue glow. T-Virus Enhanced Arm Guard. Quality, blue. Required level, LV10. Required profession, none. Slot, arm defense, 25. Strength, 5. Stamina, 5. Special effect, viral power LV1. Passive: your melee attacks have a 5 chance to infect the target with the T-Virus, weakened version, causing a slight slowdown, 10 movement speed, and poison effect, losing 10 health per second, for 5 seconds. Description: standard issue arm guards equipped by soldiers enhanced with T-Virus technology from a certain special organization. Although an early model, it still possesses impressive power. An arm guard that boosts strength and stamina, and it comes with a special effect? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Currently, he wore the Rotting Lord's Gauntlet, which, while also blue, offered only 18 defense for strength and 4 stamina, with its effect, Resilient Rod, merely providing a slight increase in resilience, rendering it somewhat lackluster. In contrast, this T-Virus Enhanced Arm Guard boasted 25 defense, 5 strength, and 5 stamina, a comprehensive improvement. While the viral power effect, which triggers on melee attacks, may not be particularly useful for him as a ranged gunner, one could never predict when hand-to-hand combat might be necessary. Moreover, a 5 chance to trigger a slowdown and poison effect was better than nothing. Without hesitation, Lin Feng swapped out the Rotting Lord's Gauntlet for the brand new T-Virus Enhanced Arm Guard. He immediately felt a surge of strength in his arm, and his attributes received another boost. Splendid. Lin Feng reveled in the enhancement, his spirits soaring. At last, he had acquired a usable piece of equipment. He turned his attention to the final drop. It was a skill book. Moreover, it radiated a purple glow. Skill book, biochemical modification, passive. Quality, purple. Profession restriction, gunslinger, mechanic, engineer, biologist. Learning requirements, LV15, Spirit 30. Effect, grants you foundational knowledge of biochemical modification. Unlocks a special manufacturing category, biochemical modification, allowing you to utilize special biological materials, such as virus samples, mutation cores, etc., to perform biochemical modifications on firearms or personal equipment, bestowing them with unique effects. The skill level increase unlocks higher level modification options and success rates. Description: a forbidden knowledge left behind by a mad scientist, merging cold machinery with twisted flesh, potentially creating astonishing power, but also risking self-destruction. Wow, a purple passive skill book? And it's for gunslingers? Lin Feng felt his heart nearly leap from his chest. This was nothing short of a tailor-made divine skill for him. Biochemical modification. He immediately recalled the purple energy conversion core in his backpack and the freshly acquired Heart of the Tyrant. If combined, could his twin Desert Eagles be transformed into T-Virus Energy Desert Eagles? The thought alone was exhilarating. What a windfall. Lin Feng was so excited he nearly soared off the ground. He carefully cradled the purple skill book in his hands as if it were a priceless treasure. This dungeon run had proven to be immensely rewarding. Although the journey had been arduous, primarily due to the formidable boss, the rewards were nothing short of explosive. With a silly grin, Lin Feng stowed the skill book alongside the Heart of the Tyrant. He glanced at the remaining time of Ancestral Blessing, which still had about 2 to 3 hours left. That was ample time. Dungeon cleared. Spoils secured. Next, a glint of determination sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. It was time to check on the effectiveness of his search for relatives. He opened the dungeon panel and selected to exit. With a flash of white light, his figure vanished from the devastated star's office. Chapter 58. The Return of the Big Shot. Swish. A familiar glow enveloped him as Lin Feng's figure reappeared on the technologically advanced streets of City of Hope. He found himself near the dark red vortex entrance where he had previously entered the biohazard dungeon. The moment he materialized, he instantly attracted the attention of a majority of the surrounding players. The onlookers were those who had seen Lin Feng in the Central Plaza moments earlier. Wow, look, it's Lin Feng, the big shot, emerging. So soon. How long has it been? An hour? Or 2? Gosh, could he have soloed the entire dungeon? That was a team dungeon recommended for 5 players, after all. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must have escaped. A player, who appeared to be the reincarnation of a lemon, spoke sourly. Look at the gear on that boss. Gleaming as if brand new. His demeanor is so composed. I bet he's made a breakthrough. A breakthrough? Is that for real? Players began to murmur, their gazes toward Lin Feng filled with astonishment, curiosity, envy, and a hint of reverence. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was entirely oblivious to the stares and chatter of those around him. His thoughts had already soared back to the central square. All he yearned to know was one thing. Mom and Dad, is there any news? Everyone, step aside. Good dogs don't obstruct the way. Lin Feng uttered in a low voice, too lazy to explain, as the power of Ancestral Blessing surged forth once more. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, instantly tearing through the crowd of onlookers, racing toward the central square. Behind him, gasps and chaos ensued. Holy cow, The boss is on a speed run again. What velocity? In the central square, it remained a sea of people, bustling with activity. Players were exchanging insights about dungeons, forming teams, and setting up stalls to sell the equipment and materials they had just acquired. A considerable number were gathered around the auction board, which Lin Feng had planted in the ground, adorned with a stone tablet announcing his search for his parents, pointing and discussing animatedly. The unfortunate player tasked with guarding the board, who had been struck by a sword, now sat beside it with a look of utter despair, desperately trying to ignore the curious onlookers and potential buyers. As Lin Feng's figure whirled into the square, barreling straight toward the advertisement board, the guard's eyes lit up as if he had just seen a savior. "Boss, you finally returned." He sprang up from his stool, eagerly approaching. "What is the news?" Lin Feng, barely able to catch his breath, bombarded him with questions. "Do you have any news about my parents?" His voice boomed, filled with urgency and a trace of barely concealed anxiety. The players, who had been chattering just moments before, instinctively fell silent, their gazes converging on the guard. Confronted with Lin Feng's piercing stare, the guard shrank back slightly, awkwardly shaking his head. "Boss, there is still no news about your parents." "No news." Lin Feng's heart plummeted. It felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. After all the commotion he had made with server-wide announcements and the exorbitant bounty on a skill book, it was only logical that if his parents were in this game and had heard the news, they would surely find a way to come. How could there be absolutely no news? Were they perhaps not in the area belonging to City of Hope? Had they been transported to one of the other 9 major cities? Or had they not managed to enter the game at all? Lin Feng dared not think further. A profound sense of loss and unease engulfed him like a tidal wave. His smile vanished, replaced by a cloud of gloom and confusion. The players around him watched Lin Feng's transformation, suddenly aware of the vulnerability that had overtaken the once boisterous global first kill boss. Just as the atmosphere in the square descended into a stifling silence, a young player, looking somewhat frail and clad in tattered leather armor, sporting fresh scratches on his face, hesitated for a long moment before finally summoning the courage to push through the crowd, cautiously approaching Lin Feng. Boss Lin Feng," the young player's voice trembled, laced with tension and uncertainty. Lin Feng shot his head up, hope flickering in his eyes. "Do you have news about my parents?" "And no," the young player stammered, startled by Lin Feng's intense gaze. He quickly waved his hands. "I don't know where your parents are, but..." He gulped, seemingly trying to gather his thoughts. "I just came from Newbie Village 686. Village 686? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "Yes," the young player nodded, a shadow of sorrow and fear crossing his face. "Our newbie village was attacked by a horde of zombies a few days ago. It seemed even worse than what happened to your village 888. We lost many people, and only a small number of us survived, transported here." "Get to the point," Lin Feng interrupted impatiently. He had no time for nostalgic tales of hardship. "Why yes," the young player shivered, hastily continuing. "During our village's final stand, I think I heard someone shout your parents' names." "What?" Lin Feng's heart raced. "It's true." The young player nodded vigorously. "It was chaotic at the time, with zombies and screams everywhere, but I vaguely remember a middle-aged couple who, to cover for others' retreat, rushed into the horde, and then they never came out. I was a bit far, so I couldn't hear clearly, but I remember others calling their names. Like Lin Guodong and Wang Shufan." The young player's voice dwindled, his gaze shifting away, seemingly unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes. Lin Feng froze entirely. His mind went blank as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt. Lin Guodong and Wang Shufan. They rushed into the horde to protect others and never returned. Those words pierced his heart like the sharpest of blades. Suffocation. An unprecedented sense of suffocation gripped him, making it almost impossible to breathe. He wished to believe this was merely a coincidence, just a case of sharing the same name. But charging into a horde to protect others, this was precisely the kind of selfless act his good-hearted father and soft-hearted mother would do. In an instant, countless memories flooded his mind. His father's hearty smile, his mother's stern yet loving scolding. Those once taken for granted daily moments now felt so distant, so extravagant. His eyes uncontrollably reddened. A cold emotion named despair began to gnaw ravenously at his sanity. No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. They were such cautious individuals. How could they be so foolish? This must be a lie. That young man must have misheard or misremembered. Yes, it had to be that way. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging painfully into his palms, the sharp pain barely bringing him back to a semblance of clarity. He gazed at the trembling young player before him, inhaling deeply, his voice hoarse as he asked, "Are you certain?" "I am not too sure," the young player stuttered, sensing the terrifying low pressure emanating from Lin Feng, nearly brought to tears. "It was chaotic, and the sounds were mixed. I really just vaguely heard. Maybe I misheard." "Maybe," Lin Feng murmured, his eyes filled with struggle and torment. He wished so fervently for this to be a misunderstanding. But what if it were true? He couldn't bear to imagine. The surrounding players observed this scene in silence, acutely aware of the anguish and torment within Lin Feng. In this brutal apocalypse, news of loved ones often came at the heaviest of costs. After a long moment, Lin Feng slowly released his tightly clenched fists. He lifted his head. The anguish and confusion in his eyes gradually replaced by a fierce determination and ferocity. How much is that information worth? He asked, fixing his gaze on the young player. His voice reverting to a chilling tone. Huh, and no money needed. Boss, I feel compelled to inform you. The young player quickly gestured. However, Lin Feng, with an unyielding demeanor, extracted 200 copper coins from his backpack and thrust them into the young player's hands, saying, regardless of the truth of the information, I appreciate your disclosure. He then turned away from the young player and addressed the silent figure beside him, known as 1/. The sign must remain standing. He rummaged through his backpack once more, pulling out a large pouch of copper coins, estimating there to be at least 500, and tossed it to 1/. This, along with the previous wages, serves as a deposit. Continue to guard it. Report back once every half day. Should you acquire any definitive information regarding Lin Guodong or Wang Shufan, regardless of its nature, once confirmed, I shall reward you with an additional 1,000 copper coins. 1,000 copper coins. 1/'s eyes widened in astonishment, his breath quickening. This is akin to a windfall from the heavens. Merely guarding a sign could yield such riches. Rest assured, esteemed sir, he exclaimed, pounding his chest and spitting as he vowed. Even if it means foregoing food, drink, and sleep, I shall vigilantly guard this sign. Not a single whisper shall escape my notice. Lin Feng nodded stoically, uttering no further words. He cast a lingering gaze at the sign bearing his parents' names, as if he endeavored to etch those names into the depths of his soul. Then, with a sudden turn, he strode purposefully towards the gunsmith's sanctuary. His silhouette remained upright, yet his steps bore an unprecedented weight and resolve. The conviction to find his parents remained unshaken. However, before that, he needed to grow stronger, strong enough to challenge fate itself. Chapter 59, A Reunion with the Sage. Has the class change task shifted? The Elder's special consideration. The gunsmith sanctuary stood as a grand edifice, exuding an aura of cold metal and futuristic technology. At the entrance, the striking silver-haired mentor, armed with an exaggerated sniper rifle, awaited. Lin Feng approached with a solemn countenance, his silence betraying his tumultuous emotions. He was in dire need of an outlet to divert his frustrations, and submitting tasks to complete his class change to enhance his strength was the only recourse available to him. Hey, you again? The silver-haired mentor, evidently recalling Lin Feng's previous transgressions, arched an eyebrow and smirked playfully. What is this? Have you swiftly completed your class change challenge? Let us see your evaluation. SS rank? Or did you conquer it solo? Impressive, young man. As she spoke, she accessed Lin Feng's dungeon records, her tone laced with surprise and admiration. Lin Feng, lacking the inclination for banter, cut straight to the chase. Task completed. Submission. His voice was frigid and brusque, steeped in repressed anger, primarily directed at fate and his own helplessness. The silver-haired mentor, sensing Lin Feng's turbulent emotions, tempered her smile and nodded, preparing to process his class change. However, at that moment, a gentle, aged voice emanated from the side entrance of the sanctuary. Ah, wait a moment, Emily. Both Lin Feng and the silver-haired mentor, Emily, turned to see an elderly scholar clad in simple robes, his snow-white hair and beard framing a visage of wisdom. He leaned on an ancient wooden staff, a genial smile adorning his face. It was none other than the sage NPC, Eli, who had previously enlightened Lin Feng about the 10 major cities and the cataclysmic undead tide. Eli? Emily's expression shifted to one of reverence as she slightly bowed. What brings you here? Ah, I sensed a familiar yet somewhat unique energy fluctuation, prompting my visit, Eli replied, his gaze scrutinizing Lin Feng with curiosity and intrigue. It appears that the blessing of the ancestors has not yet dissipated, now intertwined with a trace of the ferocious and resilient essence of biological weaponry. Fascinating, truly fascinating. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat uneasy under Eli's scrutiny, furrowed his brow and inquired, Elder, what do you wish to discuss? I'm pressed for time regarding my class change. His sole desire was to swiftly acquire his class and embark on his journey of leveling up. He had no time to squander with this enigmatic elder. Ah, young one. Do not rush, Eli replied, stroking his beard with a warm smile. Yet his subsequent words nearly sent Lin Feng into a frenzy. You have indeed excelled in your entrance examination for the gunsmith sanctuary. He affirmed Lin Feng's accomplishments before shifting his tone. However, your path seems destined for something extraordinary. The conventional path of a gunsmith may not fully encompass your potential. What? Lin Feng was taken aback. Elder, do you mean I can't become a gunsmith? What had he labored for in the dungeons, if not to ascend to the pinnacle of his career as a gunsmith? No, it is not that you cannot transition. Rather, you require a trial that is more suited to your abilities, one that presents a greater challenge. Eli shook his head, a mysterious smile gracing his features. He extended his gnarled hand, revealing an ancient, sealed black scroll that radiated a faint purple glow, entwined with a hint of electrical energy. What is this? Emily's eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized the scroll's significance. Take it, young one, Eli urged, offering the scroll to Lin Feng. This is the class change trial, tailored specifically for you. Lin Feng instinctively accepted the scroll, feeling its icy, weighty presence, adorned with symbols he could not decipher. Quest item: unknown trial scroll. Quality: type: special quest item. Description: a mysterious scroll bestowed by the sage Eli, seemingly pointing towards a distinct path. Unveiling it may grant unparalleled strength, yet could also lead to an irretrievable abyss. Quest trigger: accept the sage Eli's special class change trial. Yes, no. Warning: accepting this trial will forfeit the conventional gunsmith class change route. Please choose wisely. Lin Feng stared at the system prompt, utterly dumbfounded. Forfeit the regular gunsmith class change. What did that mean? Was this elder offering him a hidden class? His heart raced uncontrollably at the thought. A hidden class. That was the hallmark of protagonists in online gaming novels. It sounded infinitely superior to any ordinary gunsmith. Yet, warning, potentially stepping into an irretrievable abyss. The risk seemed monumental. What if this hidden class turned out to be a disastrous choice? Or if the difficulty of the class change task was insurmountable, rendering his efforts futile? That would be disastrous. Moreover, he was in urgent need of strength. The blessing of the ancestors would not wait for him. While the conventional gunsmith might be somewhat ordinary, at least it was a safe choice. He could immediately gain class skills and proceed to level up. Yet this unknown trial. Who knew how long it might take? Lin Feng found himself ensnared in an unprecedented dilemma. On one side lay a straightforward and accessible path, while on the other, a treacherous, winding road fraught with unknown risks, yet potentially leading to the pinnacle of existence. Under normal circumstances, he would have undoubtedly chosen the latter. After all, fortune favors the bold. However, now, thoughts of potential misfortunes befalling his parents flickered through his mind, along with the looming specter of the apocalyptic tide of corpses that awaited him in 50 days. Time. It was the one thing he lacked. He craved power. Immediately. Without delay, old man Lin Feng raised his head, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions as he regarded Eli. Is this trial difficult? Time-consuming? He inquired. Eli smiled enigmatically. The gifts of fate are often accompanied by commensurate trials. As for time, that depends entirely upon your own fortune. Such vague words. Lin Feng felt as though this old charlatan was driving him to the brink of madness. He glanced at the equally expectant mentor Emily, who, with her silver hair, seemed equally surprised by Master Eli's decision, yet refrained from voicing any objections, simply watching him in silence. What should he do? Which path to choose? Lin Feng's mind raced. The conventional gunsmith was a safe choice, but perhaps it lacked the potential for greatness in the face of future crises. The unknown trial was fraught with risk, yet it promised substantial rewards. What if he truly managed to acquire a hidden, extraordinary class? The speed of advancement and the potential for power would undoubtedly surpass that of any ordinary profession. A gamble. Damn it. I am destined to become a king. How can I tread the beaten path? Is it just a matter of unknown risks? Is it merely a descent into the abyss? What is there to fear? Blessing of the ancestors still stands. Who do I fear? A glint of madness and determination flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He resolutely pressed the yes option. I accept. Chapter 60, The Black Carnival. The Path to Survival? Excellent. Observing the fierce battle intent burning in Lin Feng's eyes and his unhesitating choice, the scholarly Eli nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard and revealing a smile of approval, as if to say, you are indeed teachable. A wise choice, young man. The path of true strength has never been smooth. Beside him, the silver-haired Emily regarded Lin Feng with a newfound expression. Now that you have made your choice, the standard gunsmith class transition process is hereby terminated, she stated, formally canceling Lin Feng's transition application on the interface. From this moment on, you must complete the trial bestowed upon you by Master Eli to truly acquire the power of your class. Lin Feng smirked, mentally scoffing, as if I gained some great advantage, when it is you who have ensnared me. He directed his gaze to the mysterious black scroll in his hand. As he pressed the yes option, the scroll emitted a faint glow, and an influx of information surged into his mind. Ding. You have accepted the special quest, trial, Black Carnival. Quest objective, survive alone and clear the Black Carnival dungeon. Dungeon entrance, the abandoned Happy Times amusement park in the old entertainment district of Hope City. Dungeon information, Black Carnival, LV 15 to 20, normal difficulty, solo. Dungeon description, an amusement park long abandoned, now overrun by terrifying monsters. The carousel no longer brings joy, and under the Ferris wheel, only wails can be heard. Beware of the hunters lurking in the shadows, stay clear of the bloated explosives, and confront the final nightmare that looms like a hill. Recommended items, ample ammunition, lighting equipment, and a stout heart. Quest reward. Unlock special class. Quest failure penalty, level permanently locked at LV 10. The Black Carnival? An amusement park dungeon? Lin Feng's brow furrowed at the quest information before relaxing into a peculiar smile. Hunters? Boomers? Witches? Tanks? By heavens. ISNT this akin to the Left 4 Dead survival game. Lin Feng immediately connected the dots. Although he was not an avid gamer, he was well aware of the classic zombie game, having even played it a few times at an internet cafe with classmates. The notorious special infected had left a lasting impression on him. The hunter's pounce, the boomer's vomit and self-detonation, the terrifying witch that erupted with a mere touch, and the tank, with its earth-shattering strength, hurling cars and rocks. To his astonishment, the World S-Class transition trial resembled a solo run of Left 4 Dead. How intriguing. Absolutely fascinating. Lin Feng licked his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Simple. Brutal. Just charge through and gun down every monster in his path. This was the way real men played. Though the failure penalty was still the infuriating permanent lock at LV10, Lin Feng was brimming with confidence. Isn't this just Left 4 Dead? While he may have been a novice back in the cafe, now he bore the blessing of the ancestors. Wielding a golden desert eagle, a powerhouse with explosive attributes, a mere hunter or boomer, they would perish in droves. As for the witch and tank, just the perfect opportunity to test his current capabilities. Humph. Old man Eli, you have a discerning eye. I like this dungeon. Lin Feng chuckled with pride, feeling his previous frustrations dissipate. The Black Carnival dungeon sounded thrilling, yet its difficulty was labeled LV 15 to 20. Moreover, the special infected within were undoubtedly far beyond the ordinary zombies and lickers of the Raccoon City Police Department, especially the witch and tank. They could easily wipe out even a four-man team. Though he possessed explosive attributes, he was still solo. Caution was paramount. First, he needed to scout the entrance. Lin Feng wasted no time, stowing away his skill book and orienting himself. The Western District of Hope City. Unlike the bustling Central Square and the solemn Temple District, this area appeared dilapidated and desolate. The number of players here was evidently reduced. He quickly located the Happy Times amusement park mentioned in the quest prompt. It was a long-abandoned amusement park, where the entrance enormous clown face sign was now rusted and peeling, revealing a sinister metal skeleton beneath, appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. Beneath that dilapidated clown sign, a portal pulsating with an eerie purplish-red glow, reminiscent of stage curtains, floated silently in the air. Surrounding the portal were scattered remnants of broken balloons, streamers, and the faintly visible, twisted specters. Dungeon entrance. Black Carnival, LV 15 to 20, solo. This is it. Lin Feng's eye sharpened. He could sense that from the door emanated an even more intense aura of madness and carnage than before in the Resident Evil copy. He checked the duration of his blessing. Ancestral blessing, remaining time, approximately 2 hours. Lin Feng took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the dual desert eagles. A path for survival, is it? Special infected creatures, you say? Come forth. Let me witness. Is it your revelry or my hunting ground? He hesitated no longer and strode forward, plunging into the ominous, purplish-red portal. Chapter 61. Welcome to the Carnival. Buzz. When his senses returned, he found himself standing on a land permeated with an eerie and dilapidated atmosphere. Before the entrance of the abandoned Joyful Times amusement park, the towering, rust-covered iron gates stood ajar, adorned with a gigantic, peeling painted clown face. In the dim light, its mouth twisted into a chilling grin, as if silently mocking all living beings daring enough to enter. Surrounding him lay scattered remnants of dilapidated ticket booths, toppled trash cans, and torn, faded cartoon posters. A few remaining emergency lights flickered intermittently, casting mottled shadows that illuminated the entire entrance area like a scene from a horror movie. In the distance, the distorted and off-key amusement park background music played from broken speakers, echoing like a ghostly hum in the silent night sky, adding an extra layer of sinister dread. TSK. 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 This atmosphere is far more engaging than that police station earlier. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, feeling no fear. Instead, he whistled, his face betraying a look of intrigue. He opened his status bar for a glance. Status, Ancestral Blessing. Remaining time, 1 hour 55 minutes 48 seconds. Holy moly. Time is so tight. Lin Feng felt a jolt at the sight of the countdown. He gripped his dual desert eagles tightly, his mind sharpened, and began to tread carefully, primarily to avoid stepping on anything grotesque, as he ventured deeper into the park. Roar. Almost simultaneously as he stepped through the entrance, a low, guttural growl resonated from the shadows ahead. Following that, several zombies clad in tattered carnival costumes, slow-moving yet with fierce gazes, staggered forth. Reveler. Level, LV 12. Health, 1800. Attack, 85. Defense, 45. Oh, a new model of cannon fodder? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, noting that these creatures were slightly sturdier than the zombies from the police station. However, they were merely a little sturdier. Bang, 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 bang. Lin Feng raised his hand and fired 4 shots. 550. 550. 550. 550. A precise burst. It instantly depleted the health bar of the foremost staggerer. Splatter. Its head exploded, clean and decisive. Indeed, they are but fodder. Lin Feng smirked and unleashed his full firepower. Bang. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted like popcorn popping. The remaining staggerers, before they could approach, met the same fate as their companion, transforming into a swirl of black light and a few copper coins. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, a nauseating sound, reminiscent of thick phlegm stuck in a throat. emerged from behind a toppled popcorn cart. Following that, a grotesque figure, corpulent and oozing green slime, with a belly as large as a balloon on the verge of bursting, sluggishly emerged. Fat Exploder Boomer. Level, LV14. Type, Special Undead Mutant. Health, 800. Attack, 50. Defense, 20. Holy moly. Boomer. Lin Feng's pupils contracted. This creature was infamous for being a nuisance in the game. Although its combat ability was not formidable, its phlegm would render you sightless and summon an endless horde of corpses. Even in death, it would explode. A veritable mobile biobomb and summoner. It must not be allowed to approach, nor should it be allowed to spew forth. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his weapon and fired. The target, Boomer's enormous belly, as if it would burst with a poke. Bang. 580. 580. Over 1,000 points of terrifying damage, instantly depleting Boomer's meager 800 health points. Splatter. Like a balloon filled with rotting entrails and green slime that had been punctured, Boomer's body erupted violently. Foul liquid and chunks of flesh splattered everywhere, creating a contamination zone with a radius of about 5 meters. System notification. You have killed Fatty, but its death explosion may attract nearby infected beings. Just as expected, the system notification sounded. From the shadows that had been relatively quiet, a cacophony of growls erupted. Roar, roar. 7 or 8 revelers, as if drawn by the scent of blood, rushed toward the explosion point from all directions. Come on, save me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Lin Feng chuckled coldly. He had anticipated this. While firing at Boomer, he had already retreated swiftly, distancing himself from the center of the explosion and the impending horde. At this moment, he stood in a relatively safe position, raising his guns. Tat 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 tat. Golden bullets, like the scythes of death, precisely harvested those staggerers lured over. Although there were a few more than before, they were still no match for Lin Feng, a veritable clearing machine. In less than 10 seconds, the wave of corpses summoned by Boomer was thoroughly eradicated. TSK, what a hassle. Lin Feng frowned as he cautiously navigated around the area still exuding the foul stench of biocontamination. He began to comprehend the repulsive nature of this scenario. These special infected creatures may be manageable alone, but their synergy and the chain reactions they could trigger, the horde, posed the most lethal threat. One must remain vigilant at all times. Priority must be given to eliminating those high-threat special infected. Lin Feng took a deep breath and pressed on. Passing through the entrance plaza, he arrived at the so-called Midway amusement area. This was a hub for various outdoor game booths and snack stalls. With remnants of ring toss games, balloon darts, and carousel rides strewn about, various broken plush toys, and food wrappers littering the ground. Compared to the entrance, this space was more expansive yet more chaotic, with overturned stalls and debris providing excellent ambush locations for enemies. Roar. Several staggerers charged out from behind a collapsed ice cream cart adorned with a ghastly face. Lin Feng barely bothered to aim, firing a few shots to dispatch them. As he advanced, he remained alert, scanning the damaged awnings of surrounding buildings, the rooftops of two-story structures, and even the top of a gigantic strength-testing hammer game adorned with a comically grinning face. According to his scant knowledge of Left 4 Dead, hunters thrived on launching lethal ambushes from above. Just then, out of the corner of Lin Feng's eye, he seemed to have caught sight of something, not far away. At the pinnacle of a fortunate Ferris wheel, a shadow clad in a hooded sweatshirt, curled up and silent, appeared to be fixated upon him. Found you, little brat. Lin Feng chuckled coldly to himself. He made no commotion, feigning ignorance, and continued onward. Meanwhile, his mind was sharply attuned, fully prepared for an impending assault from above. As anticipated, just as Lin Feng stepped beneath the Ferris wheel, entering the optimal attack range of his adversary, a primal roar erupted. The shadow, akin to a hunting leopard, surged downwards from the summit of the Ferris wheel, a drop of over 10 meters. Its speed was as swift as lightning, targeting the nape of Lin Feng's neck. The piercing sound of slicing air and the glint of its lethal claws were even more formidable than the previous lickers encountered in the biohazard scenario. However, it was up against Lin Feng, who was well prepared. In the mere fraction of a second before the hunter would pounce upon him, Lin Feng's body, as if possessing eyes on the back of his head, executed a sudden and extreme sidestep. Simultaneously, the golden desert eagle in his hand was swiftly raised. The muzzle locked onto the agile figure midair. Come down here. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted. The golden bullets, seemingly guided by some unseen force, accurately struck the airborne hunter, which had little room for evasion. 520, 520, 520, 520, 520. The damage numbers surged wildly. The hunter emitted a pained shriek. Its fierce assault was abruptly interrupted by Lin Feng's torrential barrage of fire. Like a kite severed from its string, it crashed heavily to the ground not far in front of Lin Feng. Though not dead, its health bar plummeted by 2/3 instantaneously, plunging it into a brief state of paralysis. Still wishing to ambush me? You're not quite up to the task. Lin Feng scoffed coldly, showing no mercy as he continued to pull the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. Another 6 bullets struck the hunter's head with pinpoint accuracy. 1040. 1040. In an instant, it wiped out the hunter's remaining health bar. This level 15 elite monster, from its stealthy assault to its demise, took no longer than 5 seconds. Clean and efficient. Ding. Killed. Hunter. Experience points cannot be gained. Slightly tougher than the lickers, a bit quicker too, but still not impressive. Lin Feng blew on the muzzle, his face revealing the expression of a solitary master. He approached the spot where the hunter had dissipated into black light, kicking it lightly, only to find a few copper coins and a piece of white trash, tattered hooded sweatshirt. What a miser! Lin Feng grimaced in disappointment. He pressed on and, behind an overturned game stall, discovered a bloodstained employee log. Fewer and fewer visitors. The boss says if we can't last another month without paying wages, we'll have to shut down. What am I going to do about my rent next month? Something strange seems to be happening in the park. Strange noises can be heard at night, and employees claim to have seen unclean entities. The outside is in chaos. There are monsters everywhere that eat people. The park is sealed off. We are trapped here. Who will rescue us? They are coming in. Clowns. Those clowns. They are not props. They are alive. Help. The log abruptly ends here, followed by large patches of dried, darkened blood. Clowns. Lin Feng's brow furrowed as he perused the log's contents. In this scenario, besides the monsters of the survival route, could there be local specialties? And they sound rather formidable? Lin Feng became more vigilant, tucking the log away and casting a wary glance toward the foreboding entrance of the haunted castle. Chapter 62. Haunted House Terror. The Hunter's Paradise. Haunted Castle. This was once one of the flagship attractions of Joyful Times Amusement Park, a large indoor walk-through haunted house. At this moment, the exterior of the haunted house was dilapidated and mottled, overrun with withered vines. The entrance, adorned with a gargoyle statue bearing its fangs, had lost one of its wings, and the dark, gaping doorway resembled a monstrous maw, exuding a chilling aura. A series of faintly discernible, spine-chilling sound effects emanated from within, mingled with the faint echoes of weeping. A haunted house. Hee. I adore venturing into haunted houses. Lin Feng, far from fearful, displayed an excited grin. He took a deep breath, gripped his dual pistols tightly, and stepped through the ominous door of the haunted house. With a crash, as soon as he entered, the wooden door behind him slammed shut with a heavy thud. Inside the haunted house, the lighting was exceedingly dim. Only a few flickering atmosphere lights along the walls, casting a sickly green or dark red glow, barely illuminated the narrow and winding passage. The air was thick with the scent of dust and a faint hint of mildew, along with a whisper of blood. Along both sides of the passage, ghastly decorations adorned the space. Grinning skulls, coffins draped in cobwebs, models of severed hands that suddenly twitched, and indistinct, bloody handprints on the walls. Occasionally, sound effects corresponding to the scene would resonate, such as the dragging of chains, the screams of women, and sinister laughter, among others. Is this all they've got? Not even as frightening as the ghost stories told by Master Wong at the entrance of my village. As Lin Feng walked through, he scoffed disdainfully. These artificially crafted horrors were merely child's play to him. He even had the leisure to poke at the eerily lifelike prop corpses, curious to see if anything would drop. However, just as he was about to turn a corner and enter the next area, whoosh, the vent cover above was suddenly dislodged. A shadow descended silently like a specter. It was the hunter. This narrow, dim environment was practically a natural hunting ground for the hunter. It had exploited blind spots in sight and sound to launch a perfect ambush. I've been prepared for you. Lin Feng snorted coldly. He didn't even bother to raise his head. His body executed a sudden forward roll, the desert eagle in his hand. As if possessing eyes on the back of his head, shot upward rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. 520, 520, 520. 3 bullets struck the freshly landed hunter with precision, causing it to stumble. Before the hunter could react, Lin Feng had already sprung to his feet, unleashing a torrential barrage from both guns, emptying the remaining bullets. Bang, 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 bang. 520, 520. Another hunter fell effortlessly at Lin Feng's hands within mere seconds. Any more? Come out, don't hide anymore. Lin Feng called out into the depths of the dark passage. The only response was a dead silence and the faint sound of weeping, which seemed to grow closer. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This haunted house felt unusually spacious. Aside from the hunter that had just ambushed him, not a single ordinary staggerer was in sight. Such an anomaly surely harbors sinister intentions. Heightening his vigilance, he slowed his pace and cautiously pressed onward. The passage grew increasingly constricted, and the light dimmed further. Glass display cases began to emerge along the walls, showcasing an array of peculiar dolls, specimens, or perhaps instruments of torture. The intermittent sound of weeping also grew clearer. Just ahead, it seemed to emanate from a slightly more spacious chamber. Lin Feng held his breath and stealthily peered in. Before him lay a room reminiscent of a demonic courtroom, dominated by a cross, upon which no one was nailed. In its center, surrounded by scattered models of torture devices. In the corner of the room, turned away from the entrance, curled a gaunt figure clad in a tattered white dress. Her head hung low, and her shoulders trembled incessantly, releasing a heart-wrenching, oppressive sob. Her pale, skeletal arms were exposed, with nails that had grown alarmingly long, glimmering with a sinister sheen. Witch. Level, LV18. Type, Special Elite Undead Mutant. High risk. Health points, 10,000. Attack power, 300. Defense, 50. Skills, Sad Weeping. Passive state effect. The witch curls up or wanders aimlessly, emitting loud and sorrowful cries. While in this state, her movement is sluggish, defense is active, but she does not initiate attacks. She is acutely sensitive to nearby creatures and sounds. Any damage or prolonged disturbance will immediately trigger Frightened Fury. Frightened Fury, core mechanism trigger conditions, making a loud noise nearby, such as gunfire, or receiving any damage. Effect. The witch emits a piercing scream and enters a frenzied state. Agility skyrockets to its limits, speed becomes blindingly fast, ignoring all other targets. And she charges madly to attack the first entity that disturbed her. Deadly Claw Frenzy Attack. Effect. Attacks with extremely high frequency using her long claws. Each strike inflicting 300 points of physical damage. Capable of annihilating a target in a remarkably short time. Lin Feng's heart lurched. It truly was a witch. Moreover, it appeared she was in a passive state. Unperturbed. What to do? Countless thoughts raced through Lin Feng's mind. Should he attempt to sneak past? This room was an essential thoroughfare, and to proceed, he would have to traverse within mere 5 meters of her. The darkness was so profound that without a flashlight, the path ahead was utterly obscured. What if he accidentally brushed against something and made a sound? The consequences would be dire. Or perhaps, to strike directly? Take advantage of her weakness, to claim her life? To focus fire and eliminate her before she could react? This notion was undeniably tempting. Though the witch's attack power soared to 300 in a frenzied state, her defense was a mere 50 in passive mode, with only 10,000 health points. Given Lin Feng's current damage output of 544 per shot, theoretically, he would need around 19 shots to bring her down. He could do it. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Time was of the essence. He had no time to dawdle in stealth. Furthermore, he possessed absolute confidence in his current abilities. What was she but a weeping girl? Even if she went berserk, what of it? He would still turn her into a sieve. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng steadied his breathing and raised his twin desert eagles with precision. The muzzle aimed squarely at the witch's lowered head, obscured from view. Now or never. Bang! A crisp gunshot shattered the eerie silence of the haunted house. 1088. Headshot. Damage doubled. A colossal damage number erupted above the witch's head. The next moment, eek! A shrill scream, piercing enough to rupture eardrums, bursting forth from the curled figure, filled with boundless agony and frenzied malice. The witch had not been slain. She abruptly lifted her head, revealing a face twisted with pain and rage, as pale as parchment. Those eyes, which should have brimmed with sorrow, now blazed with a frenzied crimson flame. She was enraged. The witch surged toward him with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. That velocity, more than double that of the hunter. She darted forward like a flash of white lightning. Oh my God! Lin Feng felt his soul leave his body. He abandoned all pretense of composure and turned to flee. Simultaneously, his twin guns unleashed a torrent of fire toward his rear. Bang 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 bang. 544. 544. Miss. 544. Miss. The witch moved with such swiftness, and it seemed she had entered a state of frenzied evasion. At least 3 or 4 of Lin Feng's bullets went astray. In mere seconds, the witch had closed the distance behind him. Those terrifying claws, gleaming with a dark luminescence and measuring over 10 centimeters in length, slashed toward Lin Feng's back with a shriek that rent the air. Swish. 198. Agonizing pain. A searing torment shot through him. Lin Feng felt as if his back had been pierced by several searing daggers. His health plummeted dramatically, from full health down to around 85. This was still with his defense at a robust 102. Had he been a more fragile class, that strike would have surely been fatal. Damn, that hurt like hell. Lin Feng grimaced in agony, a primal instinct for survival igniting within him. He lunged forward. Utilizing a roll to mitigate some of the impact, he continued to sprint forward without looking back. He knew he could not afford to be ensnared by the witch. Otherwise, death was inevitable. While running, he fired frantically. He even engaged in a haphazard shooting mode. Not aiming at all, just spraying bullets wildly behind him, hoping to hit something by sheer luck. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. 544. Miss. Miss. 544. Fortunately, although the witch was fast and her attacks formidable, she seemed devoid of intelligence. Merely pursuing him in a straight line, Lin Feng exploited the narrow, winding terrain of the haunted house, continually changing directions, weaving around pillars, barely maintaining a precarious distance from the witch. Time, in that moment, felt interminably prolonged. Every second, a race between life and death. Lin Feng felt his heart pounding as if it would leap from his throat. His mind was in a heightened state of alert. The effect of blessing of the ancestors, providing boundless energy, began to wane under such extreme strain, leaving a trace of fatigue. Finally, just as Lin Feng felt he was on the verge of exhausting his, well, fine, infinite bullets could not be exhausted. Let us say, as he felt his fingers were about to snap, the white flash behind him seemed to slow just a fraction. Now was the moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Feng abruptly halted, pivoting sharply. He aimed the muzzle at the slightly exposed chest of the witch, propelled by inertia. Die, you bastard! The gunfire erupted relentlessly. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The final barrage unleashed its fury. A piercing scream emanated from the witch. One so harrowing it seemed to echo through the very depths of despair. A massive gaping wound erupted from her chest. Her frenzied charge abruptly halted, akin to a robot deprived of power, as she toppled straight down. After a couple of spasms, she disintegrated into dark light. Panting heavily, Lin Feng gazed at the dissipating black light on the ground, along with several items shimmering with a bluish-purple glow. His legs weakened, nearly collapsing beneath him. Cold sweat drenched him, and he gasped for air, his heart racing wildly. What an adrenaline rush. This was undoubtedly the most perilous battle he had faced since entering this game. So close, just a hair's breadth away from demise. Damn it. He vowed never to provoke a witch again, still shaken by the experience. Chapter 63, The Carousel Showdown. The fat man's chain reaction and the onslaught of corpses. Damn it. That was a near disaster. While catching his breath, Lin Feng inspected the spoils that had erupted from the witch, attempting to quell his racing heart with the joy of his newfound treasures. A few copper coins, negligible. A necklace radiating a faint blue light. Witch's wail. Quality, blue. Required level, LV10. Required class, none. Slot, necklace. Spirit, 8. Agility, 5. Special effect. Whisper of Vengeance, LV1. Passive when you suffer fatal damage. There is a 10 chance to trigger a powerful mental shock, instilling a brief state of fear in all enemies within a 5-meter radius, lasting 1 second. And granting you a vengeful shield that absorbs a small amount of damage, 100 points, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Description: a necklace infused with the witch's endless sorrow and resentment. Even in death, her potent vengeance lingers, perhaps offering a glimmer of hope in dire straits. Oh, a blue necklace that boosts spirit and agility? And it has a life-saving effect? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His neck was bare, and he was in need of a necklace. Although the triggering probability of the special effect was somewhat low at 10, and the condition was to suffer fatal damage, it sounded a bit risky. But a free life-saving skill. Why not seize it? If fortune smiled upon him one day and it triggered at a critical moment, it could mean the difference between vengeance and survival. Excellent. Without hesitation, Lin Feng adorned himself with Witch's Wail. Instantly, he felt a surge of vitality, and his attributes slightly increased. Next, he noticed the final item, emanating a delicate purple glow. Could it be a potion? Witch's Rampaging Tears. Quality, purple. Type, special consumable potion. Required level, LV10. Effect, upon consumption, your body will be engulfed by the witch's frenzied energy. For the next 30 seconds, your attack speed increases by 30, and your movement speed by 30. However, your defense decreases by 50, and you lose 1 maximum health point per second. After the effect ends, you will enter a weak state for 1 minute. All attributes reduced by 20. Warning: this potion contains extremely volatile and unstable energy. Use with caution. Unpredictable side effects may occur. Description: formed from the tears, or perhaps other bodily fluids, shed by the witch in her extreme rage and pain. It harbors her cataclysmic power. Those brave enough to consume it will either gain an explosive surge or be utterly consumed. What the hell? A purple tear explosive potion. Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight of the perilous purple liquid. A 30 boost to attack and movement speed for 30 seconds? This was essentially a switch to berserk mode. Though the side effects were daunting, 50 defense reduction, continuous health loss, and subsequent weakness, it was an extraordinary effect. In a critical moment, it could unleash devastating damage or facilitate a desperate escape. Truly a game changer. What a treasure. Absolutely a treasure. Lin Feng carefully stowed the witch's rampaging tears deep within his backpack. This item must not be used recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Yet once employed, it could very well determine the outcome of a battle. He chuckled, reflecting on his narrow escape, feeling somewhat relieved despite the earlier peril. He glanced at the time. Blessing of the ancestors, remaining, 1 hour 23 minutes. What the heck? Had that nearly taken half an hour? Lin Feng was taken aback. It felt like mere moments had passed, yet time had flown by. No, he couldn't afford to linger any longer. He dashed out of the nerve-wracking haunted house. The exit of the haunted house led to another area of the amusement park, the carousel and children's play zone. In stark contrast to the eerie confines of the haunted house, this space was considerably more open. A colossal, rust-stained, and grimy 2-tier carousel stood silently in the center of the plaza. Most of the paint on the horses had peeled away, revealing the decayed wood beneath, with some even missing heads or limbs, taking on grotesque shapes. Scattered around the carousel were small, dilapidated children's attractions, such as rocking cars, slides, and swings, all in a state of disrepair. Just as Lin Feng stepped into this area, the massive carousel suddenly sprang to life, without warning, accompanied by a jarring, grating sound akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, and an eerie, off-key tune. The carousel began to turn, though it moved slowly and jerkily, as if on the brink of collapse. The scene was profoundly unsettling in the desolate amusement park. What the hell? Is it haunted? Lin Feng was startled by this abrupt turn of events, nearly firing at the decrepit carousel in panic. Roar! Roar! To make matters worse, as the carousel activated and the eerie music resonated from the shadowy corners that had previously seemed merely decorative, from behind broken equipment, and even from the ground itself, a horde of carnival stumblers began to emerge. Their numbers were greater than ever before, a dense swarm, at least 20 or 30 of them, and they were still multiplying. They were drawn to the sound of the carousel. Damn it! Another wave of corpses. Lin Feng's expression shifted. He immediately realized that this carousel was likely a scene trigger. Activating, it would summon monsters. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as he feared, familiar, nauseating gurgling sounds echoed from various directions. Lin Feng's eyes darted, locking onto the source. There were 3 boomers. They staggered toward him from 3 different directions of the carousel, their intentions unmistakable. He harbored a desire to envelop him in bile, subsequently allowing the horde of corpses to engulf him. Such fanciful thoughts. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. He would not grant these repugnant fatties any opportunity. Without waiting for them to approach, Lin Feng moved with the swiftness of a specter. His body traversed through the dense tide of corpses at remarkable speed, akin to a slippery loach. The staggering creatures could not keep pace with him, failing to even graze the hem of his garment. Meanwhile, the dual pistols in his hands functioned as precise surgical instruments. Bang, bang, bang. One boomer erupted explosively, showering a vast area in green bile and drawing the attention of several stragglers. Bang, bang. The second boomer, just moments before it was about to spew, was accurately shot in the head by Lin Feng from a distance of over 10 meters. It detonated once more, captivating another batch of staggerers. Only one remained. Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon the last boomer. However, just as he prepared to fire, the creature seemed to sense imminent danger. Instead of choosing to spray, it charged directly at Lin Feng. What was its intention? A suicidal assault. To contaminate Lin Feng with its own explosion. Good heavens! Such audacity. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the boomer had already closed the distance to less than 10 meters from him. Damn it! Halt! Lin Feng reacted with remarkable speed, raising his hand to fire. Bang! The boomer exploded. Yet, the proximity was too great. Although Lin Feng retreated just in time, he was still caught in the blast wave and the splattering bile. Thud. 48. The damage was minimal. But the most revolting aspect was that his entire field of vision was instantly shrouded by a thick layer of viscous, green slime, continuously dripping down. System prompt. You have been hit by the bile of Boomer. Your vision is severely obstructed. Additionally, it will continuously attract nearby infected entities. Damn, my eyes. Lin Feng's vision was a blur. He could barely discern some swaying, greenish shadows. More critically, he could distinctly hear, from all directions, the cacophony of more, denser roars, and the heavy footsteps. Those stragglers, initially drawn away by the other 2 boomers, along with newly spawned infected entities, now had their sights set squarely on him. Roar! Hiss! He even heard the growls of hunters, at least 2, approaching from different directions, targeting him, the delectable morsel, obstructed vision, surrounded by the horde, and elite monsters lurking for an ambush. This was nothing short of a dire predicament. Chapter 64, Soaring Across the Death Zone. Damn it! A mishap in the gutter. Lin Feng was engulfed in a sea of green, barely able to discern vague lights and shifting outlines. His ears were inundated with the roars and footsteps surging from all directions, alongside the distinctive sounds of hunters. An acute sense of danger coiled around his heart, like a cold serpent. Vision obscured, surrounded by the horde, and at least 2 hunters lying in wait. This situation was far more perilous than being pursued by a witch earlier. If he were to be tackled by a hunter, without the ability to see, he would be utterly incapable of mounting an immediate counterattack. At that point, he would undoubtedly be torn to shreds by the oncoming horde. What to do? Remain calm. Must stay composed. Lin Feng forced himself to suppress the rising panic. The extraordinary mental fortitude granted by ancestral blessing ensured that even on the brink of despair, he could maintain the most basic level of cognitive function. His vision may have been compromised, but he still possessed his hearing. He could hear, to his left front and right rear, the distinctive sound of hunters cutting through the air at high speed. They were preparing to strike. He could not afford to remain passive. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng made an audacious decision. Instead of retreating, he surged forward towards the vaguely visible, colossal, slowly revolving carousel. He intended to use the carousel as both cover and a vantage point. Get away from me! Lin Feng charged like an enraged bull. Disregarding the staggering creatures blocking his path, and rammed into them with his shoulder. With his current strength of 74 points, these ordinary zombies posed no hindrance. They were sent sprawling. Bang, bang, bang. While charging, he did not cease firing. Although he could not clearly see his targets, he shot wildly towards the area where the sounds were most concentrated. 550. Miss. 550. Bullets poured forth as if they were free, carving out a narrow path through the horde. Whoosh. Just as he was about to reach the carousel, the wind to his left front suddenly accelerated. A blurred shadow lunged towards him. It was a hunter, just what he had been waiting for. Lin Feng scoffed inwardly. Although his vision was impaired, his extensive combat experience and exceptional reflexes kicked in. He swiftly sidestepped. Simultaneously, his left hand instinctively raised the Desert Eagle. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets grazed the body of the hunter. While they failed to deliver a fatal blow, they effectively disrupted its leap. The hunter emitted an enraged roar, plummeting into the nearby mass of corpses. One more to go? Lin Feng dared not linger. The threat from his right rear remained. He forcefully pushed off the ground. The rapid effect of his iron-plated boots activated to its fullest. He soared into the air like a cannonball. Target: the second-level platform of the carousel. Bang! Just as he leapt, his original position was violently struck by another hunter charging from the right rear, leaving deep claw marks. That was close. While airborne, Lin Feng felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. Thankfully, his reflexes were sharp. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Thud! Lin Feng landed firmly on the second-level platform of the carousel. The visibility here was relatively open, and the height advantage granted him temporary reprieve from the onslaught of the ground-bound horde. Most crucially, as time passed, the nauseating layer of green bile in front of him began to gradually dissipate. His vision was slowly returning. Finally, he could see clearly. Lin Feng let out a long breath of relief. He looked down to find the space beneath the carousel teeming with frenzied staggerers. They looked up at him, emitting impotent roars. Meanwhile, the 2 hunters that had failed their ambush, like agile monkeys, began to ascend the carousel's support pillars, attempting to attack him once more. You wish to come up? Dream on. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. From his elevated position, this was his preferred mode of combat. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. The twin desert eagles roared once more. Golden bullets cascaded down upon the 2 climbing hunters like the scythe of death. The constraints of vision have vanished. The incessant siege of the undead below has been quelled. Before him, these 2 hunters appear as mere live targets. 520. 520. Mere moments later, the once mighty elite creatures are reduced to a sieve in midair, shrieking as they plummet, swiftly engulfed by the horde beneath. With the hunters dispatched, Lin Feng redirects his firearm towards the densely packed staggerers below. Let them pursue me. Transform all of them into points. Nay, into copper coins. From his elevated position, he unleashes a frenzied barrage. This is nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Within a minute, the area beneath the carousel is once again cleared, littered only with shadows and copper coins. Task accomplished. Lin Feng claps his hands, feeling invigorated. The recent crisis has been navigated with naught but a thrill. He has come to realize that the difficulty of this instance surpasses that of the prior biochemical challenges. The coordination among special infected, coupled with the adverse effects of the environment, obstructed vision, the horde, presents a formidable threat. He glances at the timer. Blessing of the ancestors. Remaining time, 1 hour and 5 minutes. Almost 20 minutes have slipped by, and Lin Feng's brow furrows in concern. Time is slipping away. He dares not linger, leaping from the carousel, hastily collecting his spoils, primarily copper coins, and orienting himself towards the next area, the roller coaster track zone. The roller coaster track zone is home to the most exhilarating attractions of the amusement park. The massive, rusted tracks wind and twist like a colossal steel serpent, soaring to the clouds in some sections while hugging the ground in others. Beneath the tracks lies a labyrinth of maintenance passages and support structures, shrouded in dim light and fraught with unknown peril. Lin Feng opts to traverse the roller coaster tracks, elevated several meters above the ground. Though the view is unobstructed, it renders him a more conspicuous target for adversaries. Moreover, the tracks beneath his feet are uneven, with sections showing signs of damage and breakage. A misstep could result in a perilous fall. Each step is fraught with anxiety. Lin Feng advances cautiously along the narrow track, remaining vigilant of his surroundings. Above looms a leaden sky, while below lies an abyss of darkness. The occasional creaking of the steel structure, stirred by the wind, sends shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a sharp whoosh rings out from below. Lin Feng catches a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A hunter scurries up a support column from the shadows of the maintenance passage like a gecko, leaping towards him. Another one. Lin Feng is prepared. He sidesteps, raises his weapon, and fires. Bang, bang, bang. 520. 520. The sequence is seamless. The hunter follows its companion's fate, shrieking as it tumbles from the air. Before Lin Feng can exhale in relief, the repulsive sound of a boomer erupts from below. Instantly, a mass of green slime erupts from a maintenance hatch, barreling towards him like a cannonball. What the hell? They can launch projectiles too. Lin Feng is taken aback. He hastily rolls to the side, narrowly evading the vile bile. The substance sizzles upon contact with the track, emitting a corrosive hiss. Damn it, is this never ending? Lin Feng's anger flares. He positions himself at the edge of the track, unleashing a furious barrage at the maintenance hatch below. Bang, bang, bang. Although he cannot see his target, he is confident that a few bullets will find their mark in that confined space. Indeed, moments later, a dull explosion resonates from below. Humph, trying to play tricks on me, are we? Lin Feng scoffs disdainfully. He resumes his advance along the track, his focus razor-sharp. Along this perilous path, he encounters several ambushes from below and the side by hunters and boomers. A few staggerers even attempt to scale the steep tracks like reckless engineers. Each is dispatched with ease by Lin Feng. However, maintaining this heightened state of alertness, guarding against attacks from all directions, exacts a significant toll on his mental fortitude. He senses that the boundless energy imparted by his blessing of the ancestors is beginning to wane. He must traverse this area swiftly. A glance at the timer reveals, blessing of the ancestors, remaining time, merely 51 minutes. Time. It is growing exceedingly tight. He quickens his pace, charging towards the forward track. Ahead lies what appears to be the pinnacle of the tracks, leading to a colossal structure akin to a castle, the roller coaster's terminus and the gateway to the final area. Yet, just as he nears the terminus, a suffocating and sorrowful wail pierces the air once more. The sound seems to emanate from the depths of the dark maintenance passage below. Lin Feng halts, casting a glance downward. It is the witch. He is certain that is undoubtedly the lament of a witch. Should he descend to eliminate her? The thought flashes through Lin Feng's mind for a mere 0.1 seconds before he extinguishes it. What nonsense. I have no time to play with her life. Having learned from past encounters, Lin Feng now keeps his distance from the witch. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. He must take a detour. Ignoring the cries below, he hastens towards the entrance platform of the terminus. Chapter 65, the final stage. The tank arrives. With a resounding crash, Lin Feng kicks open the rusted iron door of the roller coaster terminus and rushes inside. This space appears to be a large indoor dispatch area. Relatively spacious, yet cluttered with various discarded mechanical parts and debris, dimly lit by a few emergency lights casting a feeble glow. He dares not linger. Swiftly crossing the dispatch area to the exit on the opposite side. Pushing through the door, he is greeted by a sudden expanse. He finds himself in the central area of the amusement park, a grand outdoor amphitheater. At its center stands a dilapidated stage, with a similarly massive Ferris wheel in the background, now motionless and overrun with rust. The audience seating, arranged in tiered layers around the stage, is overgrown with moss and littered with debris, exuding an aura of desolation. This must be the final area of the Black Carnival. Lin Feng takes a deep breath, tightening his grip on his dual firearms, and cautiously steps into this vast arena reminiscent of an ancient Roman Colosseum. Roar! As he sets foot on the stage, a surge of revelers emerges from the shadows of the audience, from the gaping holes in the stage, and even from the gondolas of the Ferris wheel. Their numbers are astonishing, even more exaggerated than the earlier wave at the carousel. Moreover, among these staggerers are several hunters and boomers. The final revelry, is it? Lin Feng's eyes sharpen. This is but an appetizer before the ultimate boss battle, or perhaps a means to deplete his stamina and time. How naive. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng unleashes a torrent of firepower. Ancestral blessing. The dwindling time leaves him no room for hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The twin sand eagles, akin to two awakening fire dragons, unleash a barrage of destruction. Lin Feng's figure darts across the expansive stage with lightning speed. Like a specter, he prioritizes eliminating the boomers lurking amidst the corpses, preventing their detonation from causing further chaos. Then, with pinpoint accuracy, he swiftly dispatches the hunters that leap and attempt ambush. Only then does he turn his attention to the sluggish shamblers. The sounds of gunfire, the explosions, the monstrous roars, echo throughout the vast circular theater, intertwining into a symphony of death replete with the aesthetics of violence. Lin Feng operates as the most efficient killing machine. Calm, precise, lethal. With the final surge of ancestral blessing and his combat skills honed to perfection, within mere minutes, the stage area is once again cleared. Only a ground strewn with black light and repulsive slime remains. The entire theater falls into a deathly silence. Only the sound of Lin Feng's slightly hurried breaths and the creaking of the distant Ferris wheel swaying in the wind can be heard. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng shakes his slightly fatigued arms and glances at the time. Ancestral blessing. Remaining time, 19 minutes and 35 seconds. Time. It hangs above like a sword of Damocles. He knows the final boss is imminent. Indeed, at the very moment this thought crosses his mind, boom, a heavy, thunderous sound reverberates from the back of the stage, as if a colossal hammer has struck the ground. Following that, boom, 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 the ground begins to tremble violently, as though an earthquake has struck. The massive castle model that serves as the backdrop is suddenly shattered from within by an irresistible force. Debris flies, dust swirls. A figure, as large as a small mountain and brimming with explosive muscle, slowly emerges from the breach. Tank. Level, LV20. Type, Boss Mutated Beast. Health, 30,000. Attack Power, 280, 300. Defense, 120. Physical damage reduction, 10. Roar. The tank lets out a deafening roar that sends shockwaves, causing debris on stage to leap into the air. Its eyes, glowing with a crimson ferocity, instantly lock onto Lin Feng in the center of the stage. A terrifying sense of oppression rushes toward him, palpable and suffocating. More ferocious, more primal, more powerful than the previous tyrant T002. It has finally arrived. Lin Feng's pupils constrict. His heart races uncontrollably. This is the final boss. LV20 tank. 30,000 health. Nearly 300 attack power. 120 defense with 10 damage reduction. Such attributes. It is akin to a mobile fortress. Lin Feng quickly calculates. A single shot can only reduce 414 health. To whittle down 30,000 health, he would need to fire approximately 73 shots, and that is assuming every bullet finds its mark. Glancing at the time, less than 20 minutes remain. On average, he must hit nearly 4 shots per minute, and he must also consider evasion, positioning, and the tank's possible regeneration capabilities. Come on, behemoth. Lin Feng's eyes blaze with a fervent battle spirit. He casts aside all fear and distractions, channeling all his focus and strength into his twin guns. Today, it is either your demise or mine. With a fierce shout, Lin Feng charges toward the colossal beast that looms like a hill. The ultimate boss battle, a race against life and death, officially begins. The tank's combat style is wilder and more direct than that of the tyrant. It seems devoid of any complex tactics, relying solely on absolute power and speed to crush everything in its path. With a furious charge, the tank bellows, akin to an out-of-control heavy truck, barreling toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's pupils dilate. He instantly executes a side dodge. Boom. The tank crashes into several large sound equipment at the edge of the stage, reducing them to rubble. With a punch of 1,000 tons, the tank swings its arm. Its fist, the size of a cooking pot, descends upon Lin Feng with a deafening rush of air. Lin Feng rolls desperately to evade. The fist slams into the stage, leaving a massive crater, a projectile of stone. The tank roars, lifting a cement slab over a meter in diameter from the ground. It hurls it at Lin Feng with ferocity. Holy cow! Lin Feng is taken aback. If that hits, it would certainly mean instant death. He frantically retreats while firing at the incoming cement slab. Bang, 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 bang. 414. 414. The bullets strike the cement, sending sparks and debris flying. Yet, they fail to halt its advance. As the slab draws perilously close to his face, Lin Feng leaps forward in a dramatic dive. With a hair-raising maneuver, he narrowly brushes against the edge of the cement slab. Boom. The slab crashes down at his previous position, shaking the entire stage. Damn, this creature is too ferocious. Lin Feng, covered in dust, rises from the ground, feeling as though his bones are about to shatter. They have barely engaged for a minute, and he is already in dire straits. The tank's health bar has hardly diminished. Glancing at the time, Chapter 66, Pyrrhic Victory and the Unknown Path Ahead. 18 minutes. Lin Feng's heart sinks to the depths of despair. At this rate, victory seems impossible. Time ticks away, second by second. On stage, Lin Feng's figure resembles a flickering candle in the wind, struggling to evade the tank's tempestuous onslaught. His health has plummeted below the 50 threshold, sustained only by the meager vitality from iron-plated boots, 1 per minute. Meanwhile, the tank, despite Lin Feng's relentless firepower harassment, maintains a robust health bar and terrifying destructive capacity. It resembles an unyielding war machine. Each heavy punch, each charge, each throw, is imbued with devastating force. The stage has been utterly ravaged, pockmarked with enormous craters, shattered debris, and twisted steel. There is scarcely a single intact foothold. Lin Feng's evasion space is severely constricted. This cannot continue. Absolutely not. As Lin Feng narrowly dodges another massive rock hurled by the tank, he frantically contemplates a strategy. He glances at the time. Ancestral blessing. Remaining time, 5 minutes and 12 seconds. Only 5 minutes remain. If the blessing time expires, his speed and attack power will plummet. He is uncertain how he might prevail, and the tank still boasts nearly 8,000 health. 5 minutes. To whittle down 8,000 health. Averaging 600 damage per minute. Transforming into gunfire, one must hit at least 4 shots per minute, and every single shot must find its mark. This does not even account for the time wasted evading and maneuvering. Despair, a profound sense of hopelessness, like a chilling tide, began to engulf Lin Feng's heart. Was failure truly imminent? A permanent lock at LV10? The mere thought of such a dreadful consequence sent shivers down Lin Feng's spine. No, absolutely not. I am destined to be a king. How could I falter here? A frenzied light ignited once more in Lin Feng's eyes. Since conventional tactics proved futile, then it is time to gamble with my life. He no longer sought the safety of distance. Instead, he embraced risk, charging forward, engaging up close. Just as the tank unleashed its berserk charge, bearing down upon him, Lin Feng did not retreat. Instead, he surged towards that terrifying onslaught. His aim, not the tank's front, but its side. In the fleeting moment of passing by the tank, he would unleash his maximum burst damage. This was an exceedingly reckless maneuver. Should he misjudge the timing, or get grazed by the tank's charge, he would be instantaneously obliterated. Yet, Lin Feng had no other choice. His mind raced at unparalleled speed. The residual power of Ancestral Blessing was squeezed to its utmost limit. Time, distance, speed, angle, all variables whirled through his mind in rapid calculation. Now is the moment. Lin Feng's body spun like the most precise of gyros. In the instant he brushed past the tank's massive form, he executed a swift rotation. The twin desert eagles in his hand struck like two venomous serpents. The muzzles almost pressed against the relatively softer ribs of the tank. Boom. Take that. Lin Feng roared in a frenzy. He pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A torrent of bullets cascaded forth with unprecedented ferocity, all aimed at the same spot. 414, 414, 430. Weak point. 414, 455. Critical hit. Damage figures cascaded like a waterfall across the screen. The tank clearly did not expect this diminutive human to provoke it at such close range. It emitted a pained and furious roar, attempting to turn and strike. But Lin Feng clung to its side like a stubborn leech. Using his agile form to continuously adjust his position, he directed the tank's attacks into empty space. Meanwhile, the twin guns in his hands operated like relentless power drills, ruthlessly dismantling the tank's defenses. The tank's health bar plummeted at a visibly frantic pace. 7,000, 6,000, 5,000, 4,000. Time. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. The countdown of Ancestral Blessing flashed before Lin Feng's eyes like a death warrant, growing increasingly blinding. He felt his consciousness beginning to blur. His body, overwhelmed by exertion, emitted a cry of agony. Yet he did not relent. In his vision, only the dwindling health bar remained, alongside an unquenchable fervor for battle. Die, 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 fall you beast. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. The tank's health dwindled to less than 1,000 points. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. Lin Feng sensed the golden light enveloping him begin to fade. His strength was rapidly dissipating. 5 seconds. For seconds, he suddenly poured his last vestiges of power into his arms. Bang, 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 bang. The final 5 shots. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. With a resounding explosion, a massive blood hole erupted in the tank's ribs. Its colossal form seemed to collapse under the weight of its own exhaustion, crashing to the ground with a cry of defiance. 1 second. The Ancestral Blessing buff vanished entirely. Lin Feng felt a sudden heaviness engulf him. An unprecedented sense of weakness and excruciating pain swept over his entire being. His attributes, his strength, his speed, all reverted to their original state. And right before him, system notification, congratulations. You have successfully slain the final boss, tank, of the Black Carnival. Dungeon Black Carnival has been cleared. Dungeon rating, SSS, perfect. Unlocking hidden class. He had won. Lin Feng gazed at the system notification before him, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He could no longer hold himself upright, collapsing to the ground with a thud, bloodied and gasping for breath as if he had just emerged from the depths of water. He glanced down at his health bar, which remained below 10. Had the tank grazed him one more time, he would have surely perished, surviving by the skin of his teeth. A wave of immense joy and trepidation engulfed him. He had done it. In the final second of Ancestral Blessing, he had successfully killed the tank, accomplishing this seemingly impossible trial. Though the journey had been harrowing, the outcome was favorable. He watched as the tank's immense form dissolved into a myriad of luminous particles, revealing several gleaming spoils of war, a fatigued yet satisfied smile finally gracing his face. Chapter 67. The Moment of Harvest. Lin Feng slumped on the cold, chaotic stage floor, panting heavily, feeling every muscle in his body groan in agony. The weakness brought on by the disappearance of Ancestral Blessing surged like a tidal wave, making it feel laborious even to lift a finger. He glanced at his health bar, now teetering below double digits. He had indeed danced perilously close to death. Damn it. I almost met my end in this wretched amusement park, Lin Feng cursed, still shaken, as he struggled to retrieve the last bottle of inferior red potion from his backpack, downing it like water. A drop in the bucket, but it was better than nothing. His gaze fell upon the spoils left behind by the tank boss's demise. Not far away, in the dim light, those items emitted an alluring glow, as if silently celebrating the joy of victory. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lin Feng struggled to rise, dragging his weary form toward the treasures. First, a veritable pile of copper coins, more than even the tyrant had dropped. Over 2,000 coins, clinking as they fell into his backpack, providing a small comfort to Lin Feng's wounded, primarily mental, spirit. Next, he found a massive heart radiating a dark red glow, as hard as rock, yet seemingly alive with flowing magma. Heart of the mutated tank. Quality, purple. Type, Special Material Core Component. Description: the core of the LV-20 mutated beast tank, harboring an immense and violent physical power and mutation energy. For reasons unknown, this heart has undergone a peculiar mutation, possessing resilience and explosive power far exceeding its peers. Crafting top-tier physical equipment serves as a pivotal instrument for special power transformations or for ascending certain advanced professions. Note: the energy within the heart is exceedingly unstable, and one will experience an overwhelming sense of oppression when approaching it. Yet another purple core. Is it of the physical power type? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This object appears to be even more ferocious than the heart of the tyrant. It is undoubtedly a premier material. Although he remains uncertain of its usage for the time being, he decided to stow it away for future utility. He gingerly secured it and turned his gaze to the next item. It was a pair of boots radiating a dazzling purple light. Titan heavy treading boots. Quality: purple. Required level: LV-20. Required profession: warrior, knight, heavy armor class. Slot: feet. Defense: 45. Strength: 10. Stamina: 12. Special effect: Titanic stride. Passive slightly reduces movement speed, 5. But significantly enhances resilience, diminishing knockback and knockdown effects by 30. Special effect: earth-shaking tread. Active consumes 50 mana points, forcefully stomps the ground, dealing 5,005 strength, physical damage to enemies within a 5-meter radius, with a 30 chance to inflict a 1-second stun status. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Description: crafted meticulously by dwarf artisans from the mutated leather and bones of a tank. These heavy boots grant you a foundation as solid as a tank and the power to shake the earth. However, they may also render you slower than a tortoise. What the heck? LV-20 purple heavy armor boots. Lin Feng gazed at the attributes of the boots, nearly drooling. 45 points of defense, 10 points of strength, 12 points of stamina. These attributes are simply explosive. Moreover, there are 2 special effects. One enhances resilience against knockbacks. The other delivers active area damage with control. This is undoubtedly a premium fit for a tank. Although the negative effect of reducing movement speed by 5 is somewhat bothersome, it pales in comparison to their merits. Alas, Lin Feng sighed with regret, for he was not a warrior. He was a sharpshooter. What he needed was speed. What he desired was elegance. Donning such a heavy clump of metal would be tantamount to courting disaster. However, selling it would certainly fetch a handsome price. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed once more. This is LV-20 purple gear. At this stage, it is exceptionally rare. Those warrior players would go wild over such a treasure, wouldn't they? This is a windfall. Lin Feng joyfully stashed away the Titan heavy treading boots, feeling rejuvenated with hope. As he prepared to pick up the last item, the faintest blue object. A series of crisp and melodious system notification sounds suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding, ding. System notification: your destined weapon, Twin Sand Eagles, Golden Edition, has leveled up. Current level, LV-9. System notification: your destined equipment, Iron-plated boots, has leveled up. Current level, LV-11. What the heck? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned. Then, an overwhelming joy surged within him. Double happiness. Both of my treasures leveled up? Unbelievably, after the life and death trial of the Black Carnival, they had both upgraded? He eagerly opened his equipment panel to check the upgraded attributes. Twin Sand Eagles, Golden Edition, LV-9. Quality: gold. Type: handgun, destined weapon. Attack power: 125. Increased from LV-8's 110. Agility: 10, unchanged. Special effect: infinite bullets. Core effect: cannot be upgraded. Special effect: Twin Hearts, LV-2. When dual wielding, Twin Sand Eagles. Accuracy is slightly increased by a minute amount. Recoil is slightly reduced by a minute amount, and shooting speed is marginally increased, newly added. Bound to Lin Feng. Weapon experience: 050000. Attack power increased by 15 points. The Twin Hearts effect has also leveled up. It even adds to shooting speed. Incredible. Lin Feng, gazing at the new attributes of the Sand Eagles, was nearly propelled into a joyful leap. The enhancement in base attack power signifies an overall boost to his total attack power. The upgrade of Twin Hearts and the increase in shooting speed further amplifies his explosive potential when firing both guns simultaneously. Although the experience required for further upgrades has skyrocketed to a daunting 50,000 points, that is of little concern. He then turned his attention to the boots. Iron-plated boots, LV-11. Quality: special destined equipment. Required level: none. Slot: feet. Defense: 15. Stamina: 3. Movement speed: 6. Special effect: rapid movement, LV-2. Additional movement speed increase of 12. Additional attack speed increase of 6. Affix: vitality, LV-2. Recovers 2 maximum health points per minute. Bound to Lin Feng. Upgrade requirement: accumulate 20,000 meters of walking or running. Defense, stamina, and base movement speed have all increased. The rapid movement effect has also leveled up. Even vitality has transformed into LV-2, recovering 2 health points per minute. This endurance is simply splendid. Lin Feng gazed in delight at the magnificent transformation of the iron-plated boots, nearly fainting from happiness. These destined boots are truly a masterpiece crafted for his swift escapes. With LV2 vitality, even if he sustains some injuries, as long as they are not too severe, he could likely recover fully while on the run. Splendid. Absolutely splendid. The dual upgrades of his weapon and boots provided a substantial boost, instantly restoring Lin Feng's confidence. The lingering sense of weakness and loss from the disappearance of Ancestor's Blessing had been considerably alleviated. Although his base attributes had plummeted, the formidable upgrades of his core equipment still endowed him with a powerful advantage. Excellent. I am in good form. It is time to assess my ultimate gains. Lin Feng took a deep breath and opened his character panel. Chapter 68. S-Rank Hidden Profession. The character panel slowly unfolded. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, directing his gaze toward the data that was both familiar and foreign. Character panel. Name, Lin Feng. Level, LV10 Experience, 015000. Profession unknown. Title, Slayer of 50,000 Corpses, currently equipped. Effect, all attributes 15, 20 damage to all undead creatures, with a certain chance to instill fear in mid-level undead. Status, light injury, after effects of weakness, buff, disappearance. Attributes, Strength 44, Agility 84, Stamina 69, Spirit 43. Combat values based on diminished attributes. Health points, 327-1090. Mana points, 276-276. Attack power, 350. Defense, 61. After Lin Feng meticulously scrutinized his rejuvenated panel data, he fell into silence. He remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Then what the hell? What kind of trash attributes are these? A roar filled with indignation and disbelief nearly tore the roof off the abandoned theater. Compared to the panel he boasted while under Ancestor's Blessing, which casually exceeded 100 in attack power and surpassed 500 in total attack, the difference was simply astronomical. One was in the heavens. The other was in the depths of the earth, a muddy pit. Where has my Qilin arm gone? Where is my divine traveler? Where is my indomitable little cockroach? All gone. Lin Feng felt as if his heart were bleeding. Previously, during the attribute explosion, he had not felt particularly formidable. Now, with the disappearance of the buffs, gazing upon the attributes that had diminished by nearly half, he profoundly realized just how unrestrained and reckless he had been. His attack power was a mere 350, and his defense stood at 66. Lin Feng murmured to himself, envisioning the battle scene from earlier. If he were to confront a tank in his current state, he wouldn't stand a chance. Just one flying rock toss could obliterate him and his gear into smithereens. Not a trace would remain, even against a witch. His 300 attack power would inflict only 234 points of damage against that meager 66 points of defense. Hiss. That would leave him with just 90 health. 5 hits. At most, 5 hits, and he would meet his demise on the spot. As Lin Feng wallowed in the immense sorrow of his plummeting power, lost in despair and questioning his very existence, a resounding ding-dong echoed, more grandiose, solemn, and ostentatious than any alert he had ever heard, like a divine decree emanating from the heavens, reverberating through his mind. Accompanying this alert, resplendent golden light cascaded from the void like a waterfall, enveloping Lin Feng entirely. Warmth, sanctity, magnificence. In an instant, Lin Feng felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, the fatigue and pain throughout his body dissipating rapidly. Even his heart, which had grown cold from the plummeting attributes, suddenly felt warm and rejuvenated. What is this? Immediately following, even more explosive system alerts arrived in succession. System alert, congratulations. Player Lin Feng, you have successfully cleared the high-risk trial dungeon, Black Carnival, at level 1520, achieving an SSS level perfect rating. Your courage, wisdom, and combat skills have garnered the recognition of fate. System alert, the fervor you exhibited for firearms, your instinct for slaughter, and a hint of the sanctity hidden deep within your soul have successfully attracted the attention of higher dimensional beings. System alert, based on your exceptional performance and potential assessment, you have successfully unlocked the S-Class hidden profession, Holy Gun Ranger. System alert, the Holy Gun Ranger is a special growth-type profession, serving as a precursor to the legendary profession, Future Warrior, at LV 100. Strive to enhance yourself and pursue greater strength. System alert, profession confirmed. Your level cap has been lifted. Current level, LV 10, experience, 015000. A barrage of system alerts bombarded Lin Feng, leaving him utterly dazed. He stood there, bathed in the lingering golden light, his mouth agape as if he could fit a goose egg inside. An SS-level hidden profession, Holy Gun Ranger, and a precursor to the legendary profession, Future Warrior. Oh my goodness. After a brief stupor, an eruption of ecstasy followed. Lin Feng leapt up, his excitement causing him to flail his arms wildly, rambling incoherently. A hidden profession. It truly is a hidden profession, and an S-Class at that. Ha! I knew it. I am indeed the chosen one. Holy Gun Ranger. The name alone is magnificent, and it's the precursor to the Future Warrior. Ha! A future warrior. Just the thought conjures images of wielding a laser cannon, obliterating everything in seconds. Elder Eli, I misjudged you. You are not a scammer. You are my rebirth parent, my guiding light, my destined elder. Lin Feng was so exhilarated that he nearly erected a longevity tablet in honor of Elder Eli. The previous feelings of loss, frustration, and indignation evaporated in an instant, swept away by this immense surprise. What does a plummeting attribute matter? Compared to an S-class hidden profession, it pales in significance. As long as the profession is formidable, the attributes can always be regained. Hurry. Let me see what incredible skills my Holy Gun Ranger possesses. Lin Feng eagerly opened the newly unlocked profession panel. There, the profession field, once shrouded in mystery, had transformed into a badge radiating with sacred and sharp light. 2 revolvers crossed, their barrels ablaze with golden flames. Below was a detailed introduction to the profession skills. Profession, Holy Gun Ranger. Profession tier, S hidden special growth. Profession traits, skilled in dual gun combat, agile, capable of weaving through a hail of bullets, cleansing enemies with sacred gunfire. A powerful range profession balanced in burst damage, mobility, and sustained output. Professional skills, passive skill, dual gun empowerment LV1. When you equip firearms in both hands, your weapon's base attack power receives an additional 50 bonus, and your shooting accuracy and stability see a slight enhancement. Note, upgrading the profession level can improve the bonus ratio and effects. Active skill, Holy Gun Baptism LV1. Upon activation, your mind becomes highly concentrated, and your hands seem to possess a will of their own. For the next 10 seconds, you will unleash a total of 100 bullets at maximum firing speed. The bullets deal pure physical damage based on your current attack power, unable to apply elemental or special effects. Casting cost, 100 mana points. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Casting distance, 30 meters. Note, increasing skill level can augment the number of shots, target count, or reduce cooldown time. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lin Feng trembled with excitement as he read the descriptions of these 2 skills. The passive, dual gun empowerment, an instant 50 to weapon base attack power. This nearly compensated for the shortfall in attack power from the lost buffs. Powerful. Invincible. Lin Feng felt as if he could see a bright future ahead. The Holy Gun Ranger. This profession is undoubtedly tailor-made for him. I am indeed. Just as Lin Feng reveled in the immense joy of acquiring a divine profession, the system alert chimed once more. Chapter 69, Red Profession Enchantment. Ding. Enchantment system alert. You have triggered the profession enchantment choice. Please select one of the following 3 options as your permanent exclusive enchantment ability for the Holy Gun Ranger profession, accompanied by the alert. A shimmering selection interface appeared before Lin Feng. The interface displayed 3 options, each radiating a mysterious aura. One was a fiery crimson, as if imbued with the power of creation. The other 2 were a deep blue, emanating pure and potent energy waves. Profession enchantment. It has arrived. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. He suppressed his excitement and carefully examined the detailed descriptions of the 3 options. Option 1, Capitalist. Quality, Red Legend. Type, Passive Talent Profession Ability. Effect, Enchantment. You can attempt to enchant existing enchantment attributes, gold quality or below, onto other players' firearm weapons, bestowing them with the corresponding attribute effects. Experience sharing, Capitalist Privilege. When a player imbued with your enchantment slays a zombie using the enchanted weapon and accumulates experience points, you shall automatically receive 1,001 of the experience they gain as your share. This effect is unaffected by distance or party affiliation. Description, Young man. I perceive extraordinary potential within you. You are a rare talent in firearms. Behold this dragon-slaying blade of 15. Oh wait, it's actually a fire attribute revolver of 5. Care to learn more? No deception here. Refunds are out of the question. A mysterious force whispers in your ear. Could this be a path to becoming an arms tycoon or a shadowy overlord? Option 2, Precise Lock-On. Quality, Blue Rare. Type, Passive Talent. Effect, your mastery over firearms, especially pistols, is significantly enhanced. When wielding pistol-type weapons, your physical critical hit rate is permanently increased by 10, and critical damage is permanently boosted by 25. Description, bullets ought to strike the most lethal of targets. This grants you a greater propensity to deliver fatal blows amidst a hail of gunfire. Option 3, Steps of the Saint. Quality, Blue Rare. Type, Active Skill. Effect, upon activation, your footsteps become as light and ethereal as holy light. For the next 5 seconds, your movement speed is increased by 30, and you gain a 10 physical evasion rate, completely negating physical attacks. Consumption, 50 mana points. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Description, dance elegantly on the precipice of death. This allows you to navigate the battlefield with greater agility, evading deadly threats. Gazing at these 3 options, Lin Feng feigned deep contemplation. The second option, Precise Lock-On, is straightforward and brutal. It directly enhances critical hit rate and critical damage. Moreover, it targets his forte, pistols. For someone whose livelihood depends on shooting, such an enhancement is exceedingly tangible. It would elevate his output capacity to new heights. The third option, Steps of the Saint, is an active evasion skill, a life-saving technique. The 30 speed boost and 10 evasion over 5 seconds are remarkably practical for pursuits, escapes, or dodging skills. They would significantly augment his survivability. Both blue options are exceedingly useful and align perfectly with his current needs. Yet, his gaze ultimately fell upon the first option, the one radiating an eerie crimson glow. Capitalist. This option is extraordinarily unique, so enigmatic, and brimming with potential, enchanting others' firearms, and earning a share of their experience. This is nothing short of the embodiment of a weapon master turned pyramid scheme leader. Although it appears that this ability offers almost no direct enhancement to his combat prowess, in comparison to the other two blue options, its potential is boundless. Just imagine. All the impressive attributes he encounters in the future, golden and below, could potentially be replicated by him. Then, he could brand other players' weapons, such as infinite bullets, blue fire, as long as he triggers them once. Wouldn't he then be capable of mass-producing divine artifacts? In a lower tier. At that point, wouldn't players from across the Huaxiao region flock to him, Lin the Capitalist, to embellish their beloved firearms? Wealth, status, connections, come pouring in, not to mention that experience share. Although it's merely 1,000th, it appears insignificant. But with so many players, if thousands were to utilize weapons he enchanted to slay monsters, wouldn't he be leveling up effortlessly? Experience points skyrocketing. This is the ultimate form of passive income. Furthermore, this ability is of red legendary quality. The other two are merely blue rare. It's obvious. The higher the quality, the greater the potential, the more formidable it is. Although the initial phase may seem lackluster, requiring substantial time and resources to enhance proficiency, gather materials, and accumulate attributes. Once it flourishes, it will undoubtedly be a cataclysmic force. It's settled then. Lin Feng's eyes ignited with an unprecedented brilliance. Risks? Lackluster? Long development cycles? None of that matters. I am the protagonist. I desire uniqueness. I seek boundless potential. While direct enhancements to combat prowess are certainly appealing, an ability that can alter the game's dynamics and influence the rulemaking of the entire player community aligns far more with Lin the Capitalist's identity. Selecting Capitalist, Lin Feng decisively tapped the enticingly glowing crimson option on the selection interface. System prompt. You have chosen the occupational enchantment ability, Capitalist. This ability has been bound to your soul. Wishing you prosperous business? The system prompt bore a hint of whimsical mockery. Yet Lin Feng felt a peculiar warmth seep into the depths of his soul. He gazed once more at the twin desert eagles in his hands, and it seemed he could faintly glimpse the inscriptions of infinite bullets and heart of the twins LV2, shimmering like two flickering points of light, imprinted upon the firearm. He couldn't help but emit a villainous chuckle. The Capitalist enchantment ability is now his. The S-rank hidden profession, Holy Gun Ranger, has been successfully adopted. Level cap lifted. Both weapon and boots upgraded. He even obtained exquisite purple equipment and potions. This, Black Carnival. Though he nearly lost his life, the rewards are simply explosive. Chapter 70. You're stuffing me with trash? Just then, ding. Another system prompt rang out inopportunely. System prompt. Congratulations on successfully completing the class transition trial. As an additional reward, you have received a piece of equipment closely aligned with your soul. Please check your backpack. Huh. An extra reward? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Has the system finally shown some conscience? Let me see what marvelous item this is. Eagerly, he opened his backpack, only to find a piece of gear resembling a tactical vest lying quietly in the corner. It was a deep gray vest, crafted from a blend of high-tech fibers and leather, adorned with various pockets and hooks, exuding a modern military aesthetic. It looked rather cool. Special tactical vest. Quality, special. Level, LV10. Experience, 0. Receives 10,000 damage. Hit to level up. For every point of effective damage taken from enemies, not forced reductions, gain 1 experience point. Upon reaching maximum experience, automatically level up, enhancing base attributes. Defense, 30. Stamina, 5. Strength, 2. Load-bearing enhancement, passive, increases load-bearing capacity by 20. Quick change, passive, reduces preparation time for switching weapons or using items by 15. Enchantment slot, 1, can extract and attach an additional attribute. Description, a tactical vest meticulously designed for high-intensity combat, intricately connected to your soul. Want to empower it? Then strive to take hits, young man. Lin Feng gazed at this freshly minted piece of essential gear, and his smile gradually faded. Leveling up by taking hits. Enduring 10,000 points of damage to reach LV11. What kind of mad genius designed this? Lin Feng could hardly believe his eyes. What was his combat style? It relied on astonishing agility to evade attacks, utilizing infinite ammunition for ranged output. He pursued the art of avoiding all harm, striking down enemy commanders amid a sea of foes. Taking hits? He wouldn't even have time to dodge. How could he possibly choose to take damage? Even if he were forced to endure it, given his current fragility. A single touch from a high-level monster would cost him a significant portion of health. How could he withstand such leveling? This piece of equipment was, for him, nothing short of a mere ornament. Utterly useless. A combat machine among useless trinkets. Is my system targeting me? Lin Feng was so infuriated he nearly hurled the vest to the ground and stomped on it. You want me, a nimble gunslinger, to take hits? Are you deliberately trying to disgust me? The base attributes were decent enough. 30 defense, 5 stamina, and 2 strength. Significantly superior to his current LV5 bloodstained chestplate, defense 15, stamina 3. The weight enhancement was passable as well, although his backpack was perpetually empty and rendered it seemingly ineffective. The quick change effect didn't seem particularly useful for someone like him who primarily wielded dual guns. Switching items faster? A mere trifle. Most crucially, was the enchantment slot. The enchantment attributes were the soul of a primary piece of equipment. If he could draw an impressive attribute, perhaps it could salvage the situation? Lin Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to complain, and silently prayed, please, grant me a divine attribute. Anything like damage reflection, health recovery upon being hit, or indestructibility would suffice. Clinging to the last thread of hope, he opened the enchantment extraction interface. The virtual wheel reappeared, spinning and then stopping. 3 options emerged. Please select an attribute to add to this special tactical vest. Choose one. 1 blue attribute sturdy LV1. Increases physical defense by an additional 10 points. 2 blue attribute enhancement LV1. Increases the vest's attributes by 1. 3 blue attribute camouflage LV1. Slightly reduces the chance of being detected by enemies. Lin Feng stared at these 3 unremarkable blue attributes, falling into complete silence. Increased defense? What he needed was to avoid being hit. He wanted to unleash a barrage of fire. Accepting a piece of equipment that only served to take hits was bad enough. And they couldn't even offer a decent enchantment? With a look of disdain, Lin Feng reluctantly peeled off this special tactical vest, and, after a moment's contemplation, begrudgingly donned it beneath the bloodstained chest plate. It seemed they could be layered? The system didn't appear to restrict him to wearing only one chest plate? Or perhaps the tactical vest was classified as undergarments. System notification, equipping both the bloodstained chest plate and special tactical vest allows for defense stacking. But agility will be slightly affected by 2 points, and the effect of quick change will be temporarily disabled. This could work? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Although his agility dropped by 2 points, and quick change was lost, his defense had indeed increased. The bloodstained chest plate provided 15 points of defense. The special tactical vest contributed 30 points, plus an additional 10 points from the blue attribute, sturdy LV1. Just from these 2 pieces alone, his defense soared to an impressive 55 points. He hurriedly checked his panel. Defense, 61-114. His defense had exceeded 100. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled at the sight of that number. Although he had lost 2 points in agility, 96-94, this minor sacrifice for such a substantial increase in defense seemed like a lucrative trade-off. At the very least, he felt a bit more resilient. Lin Feng ran his hands over the 2 layers of armor on his body, feeling a significant boost in his sense of security. All right, I'll concede that you have some utility. He reluctantly accepted this new configuration that required him to take hits. However, such meager gains were hardly sufficient. Lin Feng's mind raced. After all, he had just completed the hidden class transition as the chosen one. Surely, as a future warrior, he deserved more than this paltry benefit. He needed to seek someone out. He recalled the enigmatic elder sage, Eli, who had previously urged him to undertake the unknown trial. That old man was clearly no ordinary NPC. He must possess considerable insights. Perhaps he could glean even more advantages from him. Lin Feng resolved to seek Eli immediately. After all, he bore the title of Chosen One. Not to approach an NPC for favors would be a disservice to that title. He remembered that Eli had previously been seated by the fountain in the central square. He wondered if he was still there. Time to find out. Lin Feng no longer hesitated, adjusting the slightly askew helmet from his earlier excitement, and strode purposefully toward the central square of Hope City. This time, he was not there to set up a stall or seek kin, but rather to extract benefits from those NPCs. Chapter 71, The Lord's Summons. Savior Buff Quest. With grand ambitions of extracting benefits, Lin Feng raced toward the central square of Hope City at breakneck speed. The square was still bustling with activity, players hurrying about, some forming parties, others trading, while a few gathered around the abandoned quest advertisement he had left behind, pointing and whispering. The novice tasked with guarding the sign had been diligently sitting there, but upon seeing Lin Feng approach, was about to greet him excitedly when Lin Feng swept past him like a gust of wind, not sparing him a glance. The big shot is back and gone again. The novice stared in confusion at Lin Feng's retreating figure. Lin Feng's target was clear, the fountain. However, upon arriving at the fountain, he found it deserted, with only a few players seated nearby, chatting and resting, and no sign of the scholarly robed elder Eli. The old man isn't here? Lin Feng paused, grabbing the attention of a nearby player who appeared lost in thought. Hey, brother, have you seen that white-bearded old man NPC who used to sit here? The player snapped back to reality. Oh, you mean Master Eli? No, I haven't seen him. I heard he hasn't been here since yesterday afternoon. Apparently, he was summoned to the council hall by the Lord for some important discussions. Summoned by the Lord? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be related to that apocalyptic-level zombie tide? He recalled Eli's grave expression earlier and sensed that this matter was serious. The council hall. Where is it? Lin Feng quickly pressed for details. Just north of the square, that grand white building is it. The player pointed in the direction. Thanks, brother. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude. Scarcely pausing to search elsewhere for Eli, he turned and dashed toward the imposing white structure that exuded an air of authority. The council hall sounded like the Lord's office. Perhaps he could speak directly with the Lord? As he ran, Lin Feng contemplated. Having gathered quests from the village chief in the novice village, it was only logical that Hope City would also face a zombie tide. Therefore, there must also be buff quests available. With Hope City on the brink of a catastrophic crisis, it was the perfect time for someone to step up. He, Lin Feng, was practically a savior arriving at the doorstep. The Lord would surely recognize such potential and treat him with utmost hospitality, perhaps even bestowing upon him divine equipment secrets, entrusting him with significant responsibilities and offering a dazzling buff in the process. Yes, this was how the script was meant to unfold. The more Lin Feng pondered, the more reliable it seemed, and his pace quickened. Soon, he arrived before the magnificent white edifice. Indeed, it was heavily guarded. 2 rows of elite NPC guards clad in silver armor, wielding energy spears, stood sentinel at the entrance, each at least of LV-30 caliber. Upon noticing Lin Feng, an unusual player adorned in eclectic attire, a bloodstained tactical vest, and an iron helmet, certainly a peculiar mix, the guards immediately cast vigilant glances in his direction. Halt! You are approaching the heavily secured conference hall. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. One of the guards, appearing to be a captain, stepped forward and commanded in a deep voice. Ordinary players might have been intimidated by such an imposing presence. But who was Lin Feng? He was a man bestowed with the title of Child of Destiny. Standing tall, he displayed the most amicable, sincere, and harmless smile. Greetings, esteemed sir. My name is Lin Feng, an adventurer who has just returned from a rather significant secret mission. I wish to meet with the Lord of the city to report some urgent matters. His words were a blend of truth and fabrication, primarily aimed at leveraging the charm of his title and the goodwill it conferred to gain passage. The guard captain, initially stern, softened slightly upon witnessing Lin Feng's genial smile and the shimmering buff icon above his head. The effects of the Child of Destiny title, with its 20 points of goodwill, began to manifest. The captain scrutinized Lin Feng a couple of times, as if recalling something or perhaps receiving an internal notification. After a moment's contemplation, he surprisingly nodded. Ah, so you are the hero Lin Feng. My apologies. The Lord of the City and Master Eli indeed mentioned you recently. I did not expect your arrival to be so swift. They mentioned me? Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within. It seemed Master Eli had spoken well of him before the Lord. Yes, the Lord instructed that if you arrived, you could be escorted inside. The captain stepped aside, gesturing for Lin Feng to proceed. Hero Lin Feng, please follow me. Ha! It worked wonders. Lin Feng felt elated internally, though he maintained an air of composure, exuding the demeanor of a seasoned expert as he followed the guard captain into the imposing conference hall. The interior of the hall was spacious and bright, adorned simply yet imbued with an air of solemnity and dignity. At the center, beside a massive circular conference table, sat several powerful NPCs. Contrary to Lin Feng's expectations of a venerable elder, the figure in the main seat was a striking woman, appearing to be around 30, exuding a commanding presence. Clad in a fitted silver military uniform, adorned with stars of rank, her short black hair was neat, and her features were exquisite, radiating an aura of authority without needing to display anger. Her gaze was as sharp as cold stars, piercing through the assembly as if she could read their very souls. This was undoubtedly the highest ruler of City of Hope, Lord Anya. Beside Lord Anya sat the jovial white-bearded sage, Master Eli. Upon noticing Lin Feng's entrance, Eli winked at him, displaying a knowing expression. Alongside them, a few others, resembling military commanders or heads of various vocational sanctuaries, sat at the table, each exuding a composed and formidable presence. As Lin Feng entered, the ongoing discussion momentarily ceased, and all eyes turned to him. Lin Feng felt an overwhelming pressure. This atmosphere was even more intense than before his college entrance exams. Are you Lin Feng? Lord Anya inquired, her voice cool and imbued with the authority of a superior, yet laced with a hint of curiosity. Yes, my lord. Lin Feng quickly stood at attention, presenting his best demeanor. There is no need for formality. Anya waved her hand, signaling him to relax. Master Eli has already informed me about you. We are aware of your performance in the novice village, as well as your recent solo triumph in the Black Carnival trial. Her gaze swept across Lin Feng, as if appraising him. Young, promising, courageous, and seemingly favored by fortune. Lin Feng mused, "Fortune? That is a mere facade. It is skill." Anya continued, "Master Eli posits that you may be a pivotal variable for us in the impending cataclysm that threatens City of Hope." "A variable?" Lin Feng was taken aback. "Indeed." Anya nodded, her expression growing grave. "You must have heard from Master Eli that in 50 days, or rather, in just over 48 days, a calamity of unprecedented scale is set to descend upon us. We refer to it as the final zombie tide. Based on fragmentary intelligence and prophetic calculations, the magnitude and ferocity of the final zombie tide will far exceed any historical event. Even our lifeline, the hope barrier, may not withstand its full force." Anya's tone was heavy with concern, tightening Lin Feng's heart in response. Thus, her gaze sharpened once more. "We require strength. We need greater power. We need heroes like you, who possess immense potential and dare to forge miracles, to confront the impending crisis and to provide proper support to those genuinely capable and determined to safeguard the city. We have established a unique identity and task. Savior." "A savior?" Lin Feng's eyes widened. The name sounded incredibly formidable. "Indeed," Anya affirmed. "Savior is not a formal profession, but a special identity recognized and empowered by the will of the city. Those who bear this identity will receive a series of privileges and powerful buff enhancements. However," she shifted her tone, "the identity of Savior is not easily attained. It requires you to complete an extremely arduous, even life-threatening trial. Through your actions, you must prove your worth and determination to the city and all those who struggle for survival." She rose and approached Lin Feng, her gaze intense as she enunciated every word. "Lin Feng, do you dare to accept this Savior buff mission? System notification. Do you accept the epic unique quest, Inheritance of Hope, Trial of the Savior? Quest objective. Venture into the secret realm of City of Hope, the heavily contaminated, forgotten zone, and locate and reactivate 3 lost ancient energy beacons to infuse new energy into the Hope barrier. Quest difficulty, Inferno. Quest area, Forgotten Zone. Quest reward. Successfully completing the quest grants you the unique title, Savior of City of Hope, along with the permanent powerful buff, Radiance of the Savior, effect unknown, but undoubtedly impressive, as well as the highest level of authority and resource support from Lord Anya. Quest failure penalty. No direct penalties, but failure to reactivate the beacons will result in the depletion of the Hope barrier energy in 48 days, leading to the city's downfall and the end for all. Warning, this quest is of extreme difficulty. Danger level is off the charts. Mortality rate approaches 100. Please choose wisely." Lin Feng gazed at the dazzling, golden task prompt radiating an aura of undeniable prestige, then glanced at Lord Anya's expectant and pressuring gaze. His heart ignited in an instant. Inferno difficulty. Mortality rate approaching 100. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? It merely sounded a tad intimidating, right? Fear? Nonsense. He resolved, "I accept." Lin Feng replied decisively. The voice resonated with confidence, as the Lord of Anya gazed into his unwavering eyes filled with battle intent, finally revealing the first genuine smile since entering the council hall. "Excellent. You have not disappointed me." She nodded, receiving an ancient-looking map and a peculiar compass that shimmered with a faint glow from a nearby guard. "This is a partial map of the Forbidden Zone. Although the information may be outdated, I hope it proves useful to you. This tracking compass will allow you to sense the position of energy beacons to some extent. Remember, time is of the essence. You must complete your mission before the arrival of the final undead tide. Otherwise, everything will lose its significance." Anya's tone turned serious once more. "Now depart. The future of Hope City may very well rest in your hands." Lin Feng accepted the map and compass, feeling their weight, and nodded decisively. He refrained from uttering any further frivolities, turning on his heel and striding out of the council hall with determination. Behind him lay the complex expressions of anticipation and concern from Lord Anya and Master Eli. Chapter 72, Gloomy. Lin Feng trudged forward, his legs feeling as though they were laden with lead, inching out of the grand yet oppressive white council hall. He felt as if he had just completed a marathon, only to be mercilessly battered by a dozen burly men. Every inch of him exuded a sense of weakness and fatigue. Damn that ancestral blessing. It arrived with a flourish, yet departed silently, leaving behind a plethora of aftereffects. As he sensed the considerable diminishment of his strength and speed, Lin Feng's mood soured. The arrogance he had previously displayed was now replaced by anxiety. His attack power barely reached 350. If he were to encounter a tank-level boss again, a mere sneeze could send him flying. Damn it, I'm a weakling. I am nothing but a weakling now. Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter curses under his breath, kicking the air beside him in frustration. Although he had just acquired the impressive-sounding S-class hidden profession of Holy Gun Ranger and obtained the seemingly boundless red capitalist enchantment, it was of no immediate help. The active skill, Holy Gun Baptism, while appearing to be potent, had a 5-minute cooldown and consumed a considerable amount of mana. The passive skill Dual Gun Empowerment was indeed practical, directly adding 50 to his weapon's base attack power, ensuring his displayed attack power did not seem too dismal. Yet, compared to his previous state of invincibility, it felt like being reduced to a novice. Not to mention that so-called savior buff quest. Forbidden Zone? The very name suggests it is no place of safety. Not a single adventurer has ever returned alive. Hellish difficulty. What kind of international joke is this? At his current level, he would barely be enough to serve as fodder for the minions inside. The hopeful gazes from Lord Anya and Master Eli now appeared to Lin Feng, as if two old tricksters were sending a naive youth off to his doom. To hell with that. I refuse to go. Lin Feng resolutely decided. Savior? Let anyone else take on that mantle. I merely wish to level up steadily and regain a semblance of safety. As for the final undead tide, in 48 days the road will reveal itself when the time comes. Perhaps by then, I will have leveled up significantly, ready to save the world in a giant mech. Habitually, Lin Feng painted a grand vision for himself, feeling slightly better. The pressing matter at hand was not to recklessly challenge a hellish quest or to ponder how to enchant others for profit. It was to level up. Only by increasing his level could he restore his attributes. Only then could he learn more formidable skills. Only then could he wield superior equipment. Only then could he reclaim that feeling of control over everything. Moreover, Lin Feng's gaze dimmed momentarily as he recalled the unresolved question that lingered. Father, Mother, where on earth are you? After causing such a commotion in the central square, with announcements echoing throughout the server and sky-high skill books being sold, the news should have spread throughout the entire Huaxiao region, right? Yet, why has there been no response? Could it be that what that newcomer from Village 686 said was true? The thought sent a wave of dread crashing over Lin Feng, tightening around his heart like an invisible hand, making it hard for him to breathe. No, I can't indulge in such dark thoughts until I receive concrete information. Everything remains mere speculation. My parents are clever individuals. They surely wouldn't come to harm. Perhaps they are simply in some remote novice village, yet to reach the main city. Or maybe they were transported to one of the other 9 main cities. Yes, that must be it. Lin Feng forcibly suppressed the unease within him, quickening his pace towards the central square. Although he was not about to recklessly undertake that savior quest, the desire to level up had become even more urgent. He needed strength, desperately needed it. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful could he traverse the distances between the main cities. Only then could he find his parents in this vast game world. Only then could he protect them in what might become a more brutal apocalypse. In the central square, the atmosphere remained lively and bustling. Lin Feng's quest for his parents was still standing there forlornly. Next to it stood a hapless novice, who, with a face full of despair, was chewing on stale bread, resembling a laborer deprived of his wages. Upon seeing Lin Feng rush back like a whirlwind, the novice's eyes brightened instantly, and he leapt to his feet. Boss, you've returned. Enough with the pleasantries. Lin Feng, lacking the time for idle chatter, directly inquired. So, what is the news? Has anyone come asking about my parents? Or has anyone made an offer for the book? Although he did not hold high hopes for the book's sale, given the outrageous starting price of 10,000 copper coins, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. But the novice's expression promptly fell, and he cautiously shook his head, revealing a frown. Boss, unfortunately, nobody has come with any news regarding your parents. As for the book, he hesitated before continuing, a pained expression on his face. A few groups that seemed like they belonged to major guilds did come by to inquire. But upon hearing that the starting price was 10,000 and that they had to wait for you to return to negotiate, they all left. He puffed out his chest at the end, as if to say, look how helpful I was, boss. Lin Feng's heart sank once more. Still no news? As for the lack of book sales, he was not surprised. Those major guild members were surely not willing to part with 10,000 copper coins so easily. They were likely still assessing the situation or waiting for him to lower the price. Or perhaps they were waiting for his buff to expire, plotting something else altogether? Humph. A bunch of short-sighted fools. Once I become an enchantment master, when they come begging me to enchant for them, just wait and see how I inflate my prices. Lin Feng internally swore, though he could not mask the disappointment on his face. He waved his hand dismissively, feeling somewhat disheartened. All right, I understand. You keep watch here. Thank you for your hard work. With that, he turned to leave. He needed to find a place to thoroughly examine the dungeon information of Hope City and plan his upcoming leveling route. Boss, wait. With a swift strike, you were cleaved. Yet he suddenly called out to you. Lin Feng turned around, frowning at him. Is there something else? The imposing figure, having just struck you, rubbed his hands together, displaying a conciliatory smile. Look, I've been diligently guarding for you all this time, tirelessly and selflessly, not allowing even a single troublemaker to slip by, just as you requested. He left his sentence unfinished, but the implication was clear. It was time for a token of appreciation. It dawned on Lin Feng that he had indeed promised this lad that as long as he safeguarded the sign, rewards would follow. Although he had yet to locate his parents and was in a rather foul mood, Lin Feng was not the kind of person who would go back on his word. He casually retrieved 200 copper coins from his backpack and tossed them to the one who had struck you. Here, today's wages. We'll continue tomorrow. If there is still no news, the payment remains. Thank you, esteemed one. You are generous and magnanimous. The figure who had struck you beamed with delight upon receiving the coins, his previous gloom dissipating in an instant. He patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured. I shall return tomorrow, rain or shine." Lin Feng, disinterested in further conversation, turned and made his way towards the city information bulletin board at the edge of the square. He needed to swiftly identify a suitable grinding location. The city information bulletin board of Hope City was a vast, floating magical screen suspended in the air. It displayed a rolling array of announcements, mission postings, team recruitments, dungeon introductions, player rankings, and much more. Lin Feng directly accessed the section detailing secret dungeon introductions. Instantly, a dazzling array of dungeon information unfolded before his eyes. Abandoned subway tunnel, LV-10-12, solo team, drops. Basic materials, a small amount of copper coins, white and blue equipment. Infected Biochemical Research Institute, LV-12-15, team, drops. Virus samples, mutation materials, blue equipment, rare potion formulas. Haunted Municipal Hospital, LV-13-16, team, drops. Medical supplies, special soul fragments. Blue and purple equipment blueprints. Perilous Sewers, LV-14-18, team, complex terrain, drops. Rare ores, mutated beast hides, blue weapons. As Lin Feng scrolled through the dungeons, most were team-based, with diverse drops ranging from equipment to materials, blueprints, and potions. His head swam with the information, yet his frown deepened. Although these dungeons appeared enticing with their alluring drops, the issue at hand was that what he desperately needed was not equipment or materials, but experience points. He sought a place where he could rapidly, efficiently, and consistently amass a substantial amount of experience points. Ideally, a location with fast respawning monsters, ample numbers, moderate difficulty, and devoid of competition for kills and drops. Yet, these conventional dungeons either required a team, had random drops, complex terrains, or slow respawning monsters, none of which constituted his ideal leveling sanctum. Damn it! Is there not a single dedicated experience grinding spot in this wretched main city? Lin Feng, growing increasingly agitated, continued to peruse the dungeon list. After an exhaustive search, just as he was about to lose patience and settle for any solo dungeon, his gaze was suddenly drawn to an inconspicuous entry at the very bottom of the list. The entry was gray, seemingly neglected, and bore a rather mundane name: Zombie Tide Incoming. Dungeon level, LV-10. Dungeon type, special challenge, solo team. Dungeon description, alert. Alert. High-intensity spatial fluctuations detected. An endless tide of zombies is surging into this area through an unknown rift. Brave adventurers, pick up your weapons and withstand the onslaught of the zombie tide. Hold your ground. For survival. Dungeon drops, none. Special note, in this dungeon, killing any level of zombie will grant full experience points. No level suppression penalty. However, no items will drop, including copper coins. As Lin Feng meticulously read through the introduction to the Zombie Tide Incoming dungeon, especially the last two lines of notes, his eyes widened in astonishment. His breath quickened. No items dropped, including copper coins. But killing any level of zombie grants full experience points. And there's no level suppression penalty. This is essentially the pure experience treasure trove I have longed for. Chapter 73, Old Wang's Message. I found it. Finally, I found it. Lin Feng gazed at the few simple lines of introduction for Zombie Tide Incoming, nearly bursting into jubilant leaps. His mood instantly transformed from prior gloom and irritation to radiant sunshine. No drops? No matter. I currently have a purple equipment piece, Titan heavy tread boots, awaiting sale, along with a myriad of assorted core materials. I'm not short on cash. Copper coins? If they don't drop, so be it. I have several thousand copper coins on hand. Even with careful spending, that should suffice. The crux of the matter is the full experience. No level suppression. This is practically custom-tailored for my leveling ascent. With my current attack power, despite lacking buff enhancements, dispatching those LV-10 and LV-12 common zombies would still be akin to slicing through vegetables. Coupled with the outrageous endurance of infinite bullets, I could easily find a comfortable spot, activating my unstoppable mowing mode like before in the abandoned factory of the novice village. Experience points. They would surely surge upwards in torrents. Levels. They would surely skyrocket. Leveling twin Desert Eagles to LV-10 is merely a matter of time. At that point, I could draw new weapon attributes. Perhaps I might even unlock impressive effects such as explosive shots or chain lightning. And that frustrating, special tactical vest. Although the notion of leveling up through being hit is bothersome, once my level rises and attributes improve, I will surely find opportunities to engage high-level monsters, leveraging their levels as well. Not to mention that coveted biochemical modification skill. Once I reach LV-15, I can learn it. At that point, I could use Heart of the Tyrant or Tank Mutation Heart to upgrade my eagles biologically. The imagery. Just thinking about it sends shivers of excitement. Delightful. Utterly delightful. It's as if the universe sent me a pillow just as I was falling asleep. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, feeling that his path to leveling was illuminated. He could hardly contain his eagerness to plunge into the zombie-tide incoming dungeon and embark on his experience-gathering venture. However, he glanced down at the blood and grime staining his attire from the recent battle, coupled with the waves of fatigue washing over him. No. One must sharpen the axe before chopping wood. Lin Feng forced himself to calm down. After just emerging from a life-and-death struggle, he hadn't fully regained his status. And with blessing of the ancestors, just dissipated, his body had yet to fully adapt to its current attributes. He needed to find a place to recuperate, ensuring he was in peak condition before proceeding. After all, the zombie-tide incoming dungeon is leveled at LV10, and the question mark at the end leaves him with an ominous premonition. What if the monsters spawned within are too high in level or possess some special mechanism? Entering in his current state could indeed lead to disaster. For the sake of prudence, it is wise to first find a place to settle down, rest, and replenish my health before making comprehensive preparations. Resolute in this decision, Lin Feng ceased to peruse the information on the bulletin board, turned away, and commenced his search for accommodation within City of Hope. As the main city, it naturally boasted an array of facilities. In addition to the various class sanctuaries and dungeon entrances, there were commercial districts, residential areas, entertainment zones, and workshops for various vocational artisans. Lin Feng's objective was clear: to locate an inexpensive yet secure inn or rental. Although he possessed a few thousand copper coins, he was mindful of future expenditures, such as transportation fees between main cities and the costs of acquiring life skills, necessitating a more frugal approach. After meandering through the residential area, he discovered that the rental prices were utterly exorbitant. Even a seemingly ordinary small apartment commanded a rental fee of several hundred copper coins per day. This was nothing short of highway robbery. Left with no alternative, he reluctantly shifted his search to the area frequented by adventurers, seeking inns that catered specifically to them. Here, the lodging prices were somewhat more reasonable, though still not inexpensive. The cheapest single room was priced at 100 copper coins per night, and the living conditions could only be described as barely adequate. The room was small, furnished with a hard bed, a table, and a chair, nothing more. There was no window. Only a dim magical lamp on the wall providing illumination. Well, it would have to suffice for one night. Lin Feng sighed, secured the door, and collapsed onto the bed. The moment his body made contact with the hard surface, an indescribable wave of fatigue washed over him, rendering him too weary to move. He closed his eyes, intending to indulge in a much-needed slumber to restore his energy. However, just as he was on the brink of falling asleep, a series of beeping notifications from his friend communication system abruptly jolted him awake. Groggily opening his eyes, he accessed the communication interface and saw it was Old Wong. Old Wong loves moving bricks. Little phone, are you there? Reply me upon seeing this message. It's urgent. Following the message was a barrage of anxious emojis. Old Wong. Lin Feng became noticeably more alert. Urgent? What had happened? He hurriedly replied. I'm here, Old Wong. Just saw your message. What is going on that is so pressing? No sooner had he sent the message than Old Wong's response came almost instantaneously. Old Wong loves moving bricks. Little phone. You finally replied. Listen, I've successfully changed my class. Haha. Super Shield Warrior. What do you think? Impressive, right? His excitement and smugness were palpable in every word. Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking that Old Wong's priorities seemed a bit misplaced. He patiently responded. Got it. Congratulations. Old Wong. Now let us get to the point. What is the urgent matter? Old Wong loves moving bricks. Oh right. The main issue. Little Feng. I need to tell you that after the zombie tide, I accepted a guiding quest and was transported to Iron City. Iron City? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Old Wong loves moving bricks. Yes, but that is not what is important. The crucial part is, Little Feng, you're all alone in the City of Hope, which must be quite perilous, right? What do you say we form a guild together? Old Wong was evidently enthusiastic about establishing a team, rapidly typing out a plethora of grand visions for the future. Lin Feng, upon reading Old Wong's messages, fell into contemplation. Forming a team. To be honest, he had considered it before. While being alone offered freedom, it also meant vulnerability, especially after experiencing the perils of the recent dungeon and learning of the impending apocalypse brought on by the zombie tide. He recognized that while solitary endeavors might provide fleeting thrills, long-term survival, and the ability to protect those he wished to safeguard, would necessitate the strength of a team. Old Wong, though not particularly powerful, was trustworthy and was the first friend he had made upon entering this gaming world. If a team were to be formed, Old Wong was indeed a candidate worth considering. Moreover, Lin Feng recalled the capitalist enchantment ability he had recently acquired. Enchanting others' firearms and earning experience in return was practically tailor-made for team building and nurturing a strong foundation. If he could find a group of trustworthy and promising teammates, he could utilize his capitalist ability to rapidly enhance their capabilities. For instance, enchanting their weapons with blue attributes such as blue flame. Even if their relationships grew strong enough, or if a guild system recognized by the survival game with contractual constraints were established, he might even contemplate enchanting the weapons of core members with unlimited bullets. Just imagine, an elite squad with unlimited firepower for all members. The vision was simply too beautiful. However, Lin Feng quickly regained his composure. While the potential of the capitalist ability was immense, its current application also bore significant risks. With no contractual or systemic constraints in place, if he painstakingly enchanted someone's weapon with a formidable attribute, only for them to turn and flee, or worse, betray him, whom would he turn to for recourse? Although the system stipulated that he could earn experience as a percentage, that minuscule fraction was practically negligible at the outset, rendering it utterly disproportionate to the value of the enchantment. Furthermore, the most impressive attribute he currently possessed was unlimited bullets, gold, alongside some subpar attributes acquired from previous weapon upgrades. Such a strategic level attribute as unlimited bullets would undoubtedly never be casually bestowed upon outsiders.